Suyu was a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary talent, but an accident left him entangled in two sets of memories. In the bustling classroom of grade 12, class 7 at Tianyuan No. 8 High School in Tianyuan City, Dragon Country, students crowded around the podium, eagerly checking their mock exam results. Some were beaming with joy, while others wore expressions of worry. In a corner of the classroom, Song Qinghuan gently poked the boy lying on the desk next to her. "Hey, Suyu, why aren't you checking your results?" she asked curiously. Suyu slowly lifted his head, looking lethargic as he replied, "Just like you, I don't need to look to know my rank." Song Qinghuan was taken aback for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. Indeed, she was always first, and so was Suyu. But then she grew concerned and asked, "Suyu, you haven't given up on your academic subjects just because your martial arts haven't improved, have you?" Suyu sighed deeply, about to explain the reason for his recent lethargy. Suddenly, the class monitor, Zhang Shizheng, shouted angrily, "Suyu, you deliberately scored 0 again. It's bad enough that you drag our class down in martial arts, but now you're intentionally failing academics too. As the class monitor, I have the right to demand that you don't drag us down in the upcoming citywide exams." Immediately, all eyes in the classroom turned to Suyu. He waved his hand dismissively without lifting his head and said, "Don't worry, class monitor. With Qinghuan in our class, we won't be at the bottom." "Yes, class monitor, trust Suyu," Song Qinghuan echoed earnestly. "Don't worry, I'll give him a rigorous training regime before the exams." Suyu felt a headache coming on. Due to the conflict between his two sets of memories, he had yet to fully process them, leaving his brain feeling swollen. Since crossing over a little more than a week ago, he had spent most of his time resting with his eyes closed. Initially, he was torn over whether the Suyu from Blue Star had crossed over, or if he was simply having an incredibly vivid dream. As he felt himself edging closer to a mental breakdown, he gave up on this philosophical dilemma. Next, he began to untangle the two sets of memories, like sorting through intertwined threads of yarn. In fact, he wasn't completely clueless about academic subjects. He just avoided making too many simple mistakes to avoid suspicion. So, he chose to slack off until he could fully reconcile his memories. But the girl next to him wouldn't let him. Over the past week, she had tirelessly encouraged him and even dragged him to study sessions for an hour after school. Sighing deeply as he looked at the wide-eyed girl in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to reject her kindness, definitely not because he couldn't beat her. On the first day he tried to escape, she pinned him down with one hand, leaving him unable to move. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Huh. Suyu suddenly exclaimed. He rubbed his eyes. Ding. As soon as he heard this sound in his mind, he knew his golden finger had arrived. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Universal Encyclopedia System. The host can use the encyclopedia device to collect entries and receive corresponding rewards. Beep beep system is detecting host's constitution. Detection successful. Name, Suyu. Talent, F. Superpower, none. Skill, basic bicycle riding. Host is in a state of confusion. Other skills are not yet displayed. Low-level strength attribute, 111. Normal adult strength attribute ranges from 100 to 150. Low-level agility attribute, 110. Normal adult agility attribute ranges from 100 to 150. Soon, he felt something hard in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was a small black and white film camera. So, this is the encyclopedia device? Encyclopedia device F can collect entries based on the items photographed by the host and provide corresponding rewards. Daily film limit, 55. Listening to this, Suyu aimed the camera at Lu Long. When the lens focused on Lu Long's chubby face, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Detected Flevel Human Encyclopedia entry. Extremely low chance of obtaining low-level attributes. Flevel entries are the lowest level. No rewards are normal. Lu Long posed in what he thought was a cool manner. Suyu quickly turned the camera towards Song Qinghuan on his left. In the lens, a golden legend shone, and a line of text appeared. Detected SS level Human Encyclopedia entry. Click, 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 click. Suyu didn't hesitate to press the shutter, snapping 5 consecutive shots. The system detected that the target possesses an SS-level ability called Ice Age. The system suggests that there is a high probability of obtaining low-level attributes, a moderate probability of gaining skills, a low probability of acquiring high-level attributes, and a minimal chance of obtaining the ability itself during the collection process. Song Qinghuan was focused on Suyu when she suddenly noticed the camera aimed at her. Instinctively, she made a peace sign and flashed a sweet smile. Suyu didn't hesitate and snapped 5 shots in quick succession, using up the film. The camera emitted a faint whirring sound as the gears turned, and 5 photos slowly emerged. Song Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with joy, while Lu Long beside her was inwardly struggling. Should he strangle this disloyal deskmate? Weren't they supposed to live by the motto, women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs? Where was the brotherly loyalty? The system notifications popped up consecutively. Congratulations, host. Strength attribute 10. Congratulations, host. Agility attribute 10. These messages made Su Yu's lips curl into a smile. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Beast Encyclopedia Mastery. Su Yu was puzzled. What use is this skill? Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Tactical Understanding Mastery. Su Yu's smile faded. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, no rush, there's plenty of time. Just then, a golden legend flashed again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the incomplete SS level ability, Ice Age. Su Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, veins bulging on his arms. Noticing Su Yu's unusual behavior, Song Qinghuan turned to ask Lu Long, is Su Yu okay? Lu Long, equally baffled, replied offhandedly, maybe the photos he took turned out too good. Before he finished speaking, Su Yu suddenly turned and hugged Song Qinghuan tightly. The unexpected embrace left the girl flustered, her face turning red to her ears. Zhang Shizheng, who was secretly observing from the podium, flashed a jealous red glint in his eyes, while Lu Long looked on with admiration. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhang Shizheng shouted with red eyes, class is about to start. I hope some students will put away unrelated items immediately. Su Yu snapped back to reality, quickly releasing Song Qinghuan and hastily putting away the camera. He looked to his right, where Lu Long gave him a thumbs up, then to his left, where Song Qinghuan's face was still burning red. Awkwardly, Su Yu explained, I got excited because I took the best photos ever. Qinghuan, do you believe me? Song Qinghuan nodded like a pecking chick. Seeing this, Lu Long teased, look at that. He's already calling her Qinghuan. What's next? Calling her Huan Huan. At the front of the classroom, Zhang Shizheng clenched his fists, veins bulging. Just as he was about to act, the homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, walked in with a thermos cup. Cheng Yong scanned the room and said calmly, you should all have seen the latest mock exam results by now. His voice rose, not to be harsh, but your scores are getting worse each time. When I walked in, the noise level in this class was... While Cheng Yong was earnestly advising from the podium, Su Yu was studying the photos, his expression shifting between confusion and delight. He asked the system in his mind, why did I get an incomplete ability? The system replied, due to the low level of the encyclopedia collector, the host cannot currently obtain a complete SS level ability. How can I get the complete Ice Age ability? Su Yu inquired. The system provided two options. 1. Obtain the SS level ability Ice Age again. 2. Upgrade the encyclopedia collector to S level and then perform the collection. Su Yu pondered, feeling that neither option seemed too difficult. He continued to ask, what's the current probability of obtaining the SS level ability Ice Age? The system responded, unable to provide specific data. Preliminary estimate. The host may have a chance after 1 billion collection attempts. Su Yu took a deep breath and cautiously asked, so how do I upgrade the encyclopedia collector to S level? The system explained, the host needs to go through the process from F to D, C, B, A, and finally S level. The specific upgrade plan is currently unknown. Su Yu lamented, realizing he had spoken too soon. At this moment, Cheng Yong was explaining tactical coordination. The previously quiet classroom suddenly erupted in a mocking laugh, as if ridiculing something. Cheng Yong's eye twitched. He had had enough of Su Yu's recent poor performance and shouted angrily, Su Yu, what are you doing? You ranked last in the last 2 mock exams, and you seem very proud of it. Do you think you know better than me? Come up here and complete this tactical plan. If you make even a single mistake, don't expect any weekends off. You'll be here every day drawing diagrams. Su Yu, who had been dejected about his dismal talent, now stood up looking particularly innocent. He instinctively glanced to his left at Song Qinghuan, hoping for help. However, she seemed quite pleased at the prospect of him staying at school to draw. Su Yu sighed inwardly. Poor judgment of people. Left with no choice, he reluctantly walked up to the podium. As he passed Zhang Shizheng's seat, the latter taunted, need help from the class monitor, Su Yu? Cheng Yong's roar echoed again. Zhang Shizheng, you think you're so capable? This shout made Zhang Shizheng shrink back in fear. Seeing the teacher truly angry, the classroom fell silent. Su Yu slowly walked to the podium, where Cheng Yong waved his hand over the tablet, revealing a 3D map. 2 groups of beasts were attacking from the north and south, and Su Yu's task was to lead the troops on the map out of this wilderness. Originally, Su Yu had planned to rely on his fragmented memories to piece together bits of the map. However, the moment he saw the map, countless escape routes exploded in his mind like fireworks. His eyes scanned every detail on the map rapidly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table as if simulating each possible path. As his thoughts deepened, Su Yu was surprised to find that those jumbled memories began to clear up. Scattered fragments started to piece together like a puzzle, forming a complete picture. Once he fully processed all the information, the map in front of him seemed to come alive, presenting hundreds, even thousands, of strategies. What was even more astonishing was that Suyu realized he could roughly gauge the success rate of each route and the potential unexpected events he might encounter. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your skill, tactical understanding, has been upgraded to master level. At this moment, Suyu, combining his own skills with those of Song Qinghuan, found that the collision of these two entirely different tactical mindsets had elevated his understanding of tactics to a whole new level. Seeing that Suyu hadn't moved for a while, the class teacher, Cheng Yong, grew impatient and said, "What? Aren't you supposed to be a tactical genius? You've dared to hand in blank papers in the past exams. Are you going to do the same now?" Suyu opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and then reorganized his words. "Teacher, what is it? Don't think you can come up with an excuse to beg for mercy," Cheng Yong said, determined to punish Suyu. "No, teacher, I just wanted to ask." Suyu replied calmly, "What are your requirements? Should the battle damage be kept under 10%, 5%, or within the range of incidental events?" Cheng Yong, who had been prepared to lecture Suyu back to the right path, found his words stuck in his throat. He widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? What did you say?" He quickly walked over to Suyu, bent down and stared into his eyes. "Come on, draw it for me. I don't need you to keep it under 10%, or even 5%. Just draw me a plan with 20% battle damage. If you can do that, you can sing and dance in my tactical class for all I care. Heck, you can even take over my lessons." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet classroom erupted in laughter. Suyu looked up at the class teacher and said softly, "Teacher, if I really managed to draw it, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you?" Cheng Yong was at a loss for words and didn't want to argue further. He immediately handed over control of the program to Suyu. Sitting at Suyu's desk, he noticed a photo of Song Qinghuan on the table, which only fueled his frustration. "Go ahead, perform," he said irritably, determined to teach Suyu a lesson about the importance of hard work and tactical studies, beyond just natural talent. He didn't believe for a second that Suyu could draw a tactical plan with a battle damage ratio under 20%. The exam paper was from the third-year tactical department's final exam at Jubi University. The full score required keeping the battle damage ratio under 20%. This exam had just been taken a few days ago, and Cheng Yong knew he was the only one in Tianyuan City who had seen it. He thought that if Suyu could lead his team to escape, it would already be a commendable performance. Amidst the laughter of the classmates and Cheng Yong's angry gaze, Suyu began his drawing. In the following moments, he showcased all 36 ancient war strategies. Whether it was waiting at leisure while the enemy labors, throwing a brick to attract jade, shedding the cicada's golden shell, or driving the tiger to devour the wolf, he executed each tactic with remarkable finesse. The success of these strategies hinged on his perfect calculation of each wave's combat strength and his thorough understanding of the beast's habits. The initial stages went smoothly, with Suyu's maneuvers dazzling the classmates, who watched with their mouths agape. As Suyu's team neared the escape from the encirclement, with battle damage still within incidental event limits, the classmates began to look at him with newfound admiration. Even Cheng Yong, despite his frustration, had to admit that Suyu's tactical talent was the best Tianyuan City had ever seen. However, alongside his astonishment, Cheng Yong maintained a slight, elusive smile. Suyu's performance so far had surpassed most Jubi University students. But as one of the top 4 universities in Longhua, Jubi University had its share of geniuses like Suyu. During the recent final exams, many had managed to keep incidental event battle damage for 90% of the time, only to falter in the final 10%, suffering heavy losses or even total defeat. Cheng Yong's smile grew, anticipating Suyu's first encounter with harsh reality. Just as he eagerly awaited this moment, Suyu, who had been progressing smoothly, suddenly slowed down his march. Suyu began to dispatch reconnaissance units and cautiously had the terrain manipulators follow. He upgraded the tactical assignments to the highest level. His sudden cautious approach left the classmates bewildered. "There shouldn't be any problems ahead," someone murmured. "If Suyu keeps being so cautious, the beasts behind will catch up. Is he deliberately holding back to avoid embarrassing the teacher?" As everyone speculated, Cheng Yong suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Impossible." All eyes turned to the shocked Cheng Yong. Only Suyu remained focused on the terrain. The next moment, in what seemed like a normal desert, his scouts discovered a shadow bug typically found only in swamps. "No way. How is that possible? This is a desert," someone exclaimed. "Did Suyu do this exam before? How could there be shadow bugs here?" If Suyu had rushed through, would his entire team have fallen into the shadow bug trap? Another classmate analyzed. With the beasts chasing from behind, escaping would have been nearly impossible. As the classroom buzzed with chatter, Suyu pulled off another series of brilliant maneuvers, successfully navigating the hidden trap. The 3D map finally displayed the word perfect. Meanwhile, at Jubi University, a young, scruffy man stared at the message on his screen in disbelief. He muttered, "Which master got bored and redid the exam I set for the students? This was supposed to teach them a lesson. What's the point of you masters achieving a perfect run?" Grumbling, the man pulled up the system to check. After a moment of searching, he was puzzled again. Chung Yong? Although I told him about the trap, he shouldn't be able to pass the incidental event battle damage level. Did he finally make a breakthrough? His eyes lit up. If that's the case, I need to recruit him to our university. We can't let him waste his time in high school under the guise of nurturing talent. With that, the man immediately grabbed his phone, ready to contact Cheng Yong and get to the bottom of this. In the classroom of Senior Class 7, Cheng Yong stood at the podium, his expression chaotic. He had planned to discuss today's problem with the students, a problem he had specially obtained from an old classmate. However, things didn't go as he had expected. Cheng Yong's gaze fell on Suyu, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He couldn't comprehend how Suyu had seen this problem in advance. A student from Jubi University? Impossible. Only one out of over 1,000 students in that department had passed perfectly, and those students had long been taken for closed training. As for that one perfect student, there was no way they had any connection with Suyu. Cheng Yong had intended to use this opportunity to teach Suyu a lesson and encourage him to strive for the tactical department at Jubi University. However, Suyu had flawlessly solved the final exam question for Jubi University's third-year students. This unexpected turn of events left Cheng Yong feeling incredibly conflicted. As Suyu waited for the homeroom teacher to question whether he had seen the problem in advance, Cheng Yong suddenly grabbed his phone excitedly. Pointing at Suyu, he shouted, "Suyu, just you wait. I'm going to get you an admission letter from Jubi University right now." Suyu looked bewildered, and Song Qinghuan was equally puzzled. The rest of the class was in an uproar. Someone whispered, "Could this be this year's final exam question for Jubi University's freshmen?" As soon as this was said, the whole class's gaze on Suyu changed instantly. Shock, envy, and jealousy intertwined in their eyes. The class monitor, Zhang Shizheng, clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger. Outside the classroom, Cheng Yong was anxiously dialing Zhuge Yun's number, but it was continuously busy. He frowned, thinking, who is this guy talking to if he's not in the lab at this hour? Could he be calling a girlfriend? Meanwhile, Zhuge Yun sat in front of his computer screen, muttering impatiently, "Damn. I knew Cheng Yong wasn't just teaching properly in Tianyun City." Eventually, Zhuge Yun turned off his phone, but it quickly rang again. Cheng Yong finally got through and was about to speak when Zhuge Yun interrupted. "Your student solved my problem, huh?" Cheng Yong was immediately annoyed. "Why couldn't it have been me?" Zhuge Yun's tone was even more mocking. "Come on, you? I know your level. With that valley route, there's no way you choose to use an esper to clear the path. You always treat espers like treasures in your tactics. This has to be that talented kid you mentioned. What? You borrowed a problem from me to crush the little genius, and now you're the one feeling crushed." Cheng Yong resisted the urge to hang up and took a deep breath. But Zhuge Yun spoke first again. "Don't talk yet. Let me guess why you're calling. Are you trying to get my direct recruitment slot for that kid?" "Cheng Yong, you wish. I only get one slot a year, and you want to take it?" Cheng Yong rarely argued back. "You know I don't use it because nobody's worthy." Zhuge Yun's tone was full of disdain. "Humph. Those so-called masters, all trying to get their kids into Jubi University next year. Do they think we're a daycare?" Cheng Yong quickly interrupted. "Enough. I'm not here to listen to your complaints. Just tell me if my student is worthy." Zhuge Yun's tone shifted. "Oh, you want the truth? Fine, let me break it down for you." He analyzed Su Yu's performance in detail, pointing out his strengths but also ruthlessly highlighting his weaknesses, especially in martial arts talent. After listening, Cheng Yong could only sigh deeply, feeling sorry for Su Yu. But then Zhuge Yun suddenly changed his tone. "So, when are you sending him over?" Cheng Yong was momentarily confused. "Huh?" Zhuge Yun impatiently said. "What's with the huh? Are you stupid? How old is this kid? How many books has he read? If he can do this with just some introductory books, imagine what he'll achieve after learning more." Cheng Yong finally understood that the other side was being deliberately difficult. He snorted. "Didn't you say our Su Yu has low talent and can't even make it to the battlefield?" Zhuge Yun's voice rose. "That's nothing. So he's a bit less talented. Bring him to me, and I'll feed him blood crystals every day until he becomes a third-grade warrior." "What? You expect our tacticians to be on the front lines?" He added. "But let me warn you, you better ensure his safety until the college entrance exams. If he loses an arm or a leg, you'll be ruining the future of a great tactician." Cheng Yong smiled broadly, though his tone was feigned impatience. All right, enough with the greatness. You first be great yourself." Hanging up now. In the classroom, Suyu stood at the podium, feeling the admiring gazes of his classmates, while mentally calculating how to politely decline the enthusiastic invitation from the head teacher that was sure to come. Two memories flashed through his mind, two different lives. In peaceful times, Suyu would be thrilled by short videos of his predecessors fighting bravely, while in this world, Suyu dreamed of eliminating all exotic beasts and foreign races. Now that he possessed SS-level abilities, how could he be content with just being a tactician? At that moment, Mr. Chung Yong returned to the classroom. Suppressing his excitement, he looked at Suyu and sighed. Suyu, you must not waste your talent. Professor Zhuge Yun from Reject North University has agreed to offer you a direct admission spot. The admissions office will contact you after the college entrance exams. The classroom was instantly filled with the sound of gasps. Under the expectant gaze of the head teacher, Suyu reluctantly said, Mr. Chung, I actually don't plan on majoring in tactics. After a pause, he added, of course, I might consider minoring in tactics in the future. The room fell silent, and everyone looked at Suyu as if he were out of his mind. Surprisingly, Mr. Cheng's face broke into a mischievous smile. He laughed heartily and patted Suyu on the shoulder. Good lad. Well done. Come on. Let me record this, say it again. Mr. Chung took out his phone, leaving Suyu and the entire class stunned. On the podium, Mr. Chung continued, Don't worry. I'm not angry. It's normal for young people to have their own aspirations. Suyu, say it again, and I'll relay it to Professor Zhuge Yun. Confused but determined, Suyu repeated what he had just said. Mr. Chung recorded it, put away his phone, and smiled. All right, go back to your seat. Today, we'll use Suyu's tactical approach for our analysis. Mr. Chung thought to himself, it's normal for this kid to be naive. In a small city like Tianyun, not many people know the name Zhuge Yun. This tactical genius, who has led multiple victories by the age of 30, is now one of the brightest stars on Blue Star. His direct admission spots are coveted by almost every master for their children, yet no one has ever succeeded. As for Suyu's other ambitions, Mr. Chung wasn't worried. What else did this kid have besides tactical prowess? Blood energy weaker than an average person? Or an overnight awakening of S-level abilities? He might not even get into a third-year school, let alone the 4 major colleges. Once he hits a wall, he'll naturally understand the importance of the direct admission spot from Reject North University. At this moment, at Reject North University, Zhuge Yun had just arrived at the dean's office to report on using his direct admission spot this year. The dean's eyes lit up. You're using your direct admission spot? Is there another genius from the Zhuge family? Or is it the student Master Jiang recommended earlier? Zhuge Yun shook his head. Neither. It's a student of my classmate, Suyu from Class 7, senior year at Tianyun High School. He perfectly solved my problem on his first attempt. The one you recently posed? The dean asked. Zhuge Yun nodded in confirmation. The dean's smile grew wider. Great. With more geniuses emerging, we ultimers can retire with peace of mind. If you're an ultimer, then no tactician in the world can claim their tactics are innovative, Zhuge Yun joked. As they chatted, Zhuge Yun's phone vibrated. It was a video from Cheng Yong, featuring the student named Suyu. He projected it. Dean, this is the Suyu I mentioned. In the video, Suyu said, Teacher, I don't plan on majoring in tactics, but I might minor in it. Those words etched themselves into Zhuge Yun's mind. His eyebrows twitched, and his smile took on a sinister edge. Beside him, the dean burst into laughter. Interesting. This kid is something else. Ha ha ha. All right, I have no objections to you giving him the direct admission spot. Thank you, Dean. I'll head back to the lab now, Zhuge Yun said, noticeably slowing his speech. After Zhuge Yun left, the dean was still savoring the moment, but his expression darkened when he remembered the third-year final exam results. It wasn't long before the entire Reject North University knew that Professor Zhuge Yun had used his direct admission spot this year because someone had perfectly solved his problem. The tactical department was abuzz, and even the combat department was lively. Zhuge Yun was aware of the commotion, but paid it no mind. At that moment, he was busy devising a more challenging problem, ensuring it wouldn't exceed that kid's knowledge. You want a minor in tactics? Let's see if you have what it takes. Back at Tianyun High School, Class 7, senior year, an 80-minute tactical analysis class ended. The students finally realized how terrifying Suyu's perfect solution was. Every time they wanted to admire him, they turned around to find Suyu sleeping. This contrast made the students striving to master tactics even more frustrated. Bang bang bang. Mr. Chung slammed the table until Suyu woke up. I have an announcement. Next Monday, our class will go on a field trip to the wilderness. Make sure you're prepared this weekend. Bring combat gear, food, water, and anything else you might need. He turned to Suyu, his tone leaving no room for argument. And Suyu, once we're in the wilderness, don't wander off. Stay within 3 meters of me. Although they knew the head teacher was protecting Suyu, the class erupted in laughter. After all, the school-organized wilderness trips were in low-level areas, and Suyu was the only one who needed special protection due to his lack of physical strength. Seeing everyone's eyes turn towards him, Suyu put on an innocent face. The atmosphere in the classroom froze instantly, with his classmates' stares feeling like sharp arrows. Internally, he grumbled about the homeroom teacher's meddling. Couldn't this be discussed privately? Did they really think he was so immature that he needed to be publicly reprimanded? He muttered to himself, I just want to take some photos. What's the big deal? With a look of helplessness, Suyu thought the homeroom teacher was being rather immature. Putting on an earnest expression, he replied, Don't worry, teach. I'll make sure to stay on your good side. Ha, I hope so, Chung Yong replied with a cold laugh. Knowing Suyu's tendencies all too well, he thought to himself that believing half of what Suyu said would be a mistake. But then again, the class area was usually filled with ordinary beasts, not even ranked. With him around, it was unlikely anything would go wrong. The extra caution was only due to threats made against him. Just then, Qing Huan eagerly chimed in. Don't worry, teacher. I'll keep an eye on him. Chung Yong nodded in approval, thinking to himself how wonderful it was to be young. As the day's classes ended and the weekend approached, Suyu was about to leave when Song Qing Huan blocked his way again. Suyu asked proactively, Song Qing Huan, do you still think I need to join your study group? Blushing slightly, Song Qing Huan retorted softly, You rascal. Suyu was a bit taken aback. Song Qing Huan continued, Suyu, I'm not asking you to study. I wanted to know if I could have one of the photos you took today. Oh, that, Suyu said, taking out 4 photos from his backpack. Then he pulled another one from his chest, smiling. This one is my lucky charm, so I'm keeping it. Song Qing Huan's face turned crimson, and she quickly grabbed the photos from Suyu's hand before dashing out of the classroom. Suyu shook his head with a smile. He realized she might have misunderstood something, but decided not to explain. If both liked each other, why complicate things? Before, without the system, he would have kept his distance, knowing they lived in different worlds. But now, things were different. If he liked her, he should pursue her boldly. Just as Suyu was about to leave the classroom, he encountered another obstacle. Zhang Shijing glared at him, eyes burning with anger. Suyu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent, Zhang Shijing said through gritted teeth. Let me tell you, you and Qing Huan are from different worlds. She's a combat genius from Tianyun City, destined to become a master and protector. You, on the other hand, will always be hiding behind us, the strong ones. Suyu calmly looked at him, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and asked flatly, Done with your melodrama? With a loud bang, Zhang Shijing slammed his hand on the desk, cracking Lu Long's desk in half. Suyu, don't go too far. I'm serious. Suyu sighed and replied in a calm yet mocking tone, Class rep, Qing Huan is in the top 3 of Tianyun City, while you're barely in the top 100. Last year, only 9 students from our city got into the 4 major academies. Whether or not I'm in the same league as Qing Huan, you should think about the huge gap between you and her. He patted Zhang Shijing's shoulder in mock sympathy. I'm worse off, not even in the top 100. I had to rely on the homeroom teacher's connections to get into Jubiai University. Oh, and I just heard Qing Huan say she's aiming for Jubiai University too. With her abilities, it's a sure thing. Looks like we'll be classmates again in college. You said you wouldn't, Zhang Shijing began. But Suyu cut him off. Class rep, we're all guys here. Do I need to teach you how to boast? At that moment, Zhang Shijing's pride was shattered by reality. He lowered his head, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Suyu decided to let it go, grabbed his backpack, and left the classroom. After a while, Zhang Shijing's defiant shout echoed behind him. Suyu, don't get cocky. One day, I'll surpass both of you. I'm more suited for Qing Huan. Suyu shook his head and sighed. Ah, these melodramatic teenagers, always caught up in love dramas. But he couldn't deny that the high school rivalry over a girl brought back nostalgic feelings. He pondered that such fair competitions wouldn't exist in college. Suyu leisurely made his way to the parking lot. After unlocking his bike with an iris scan, he hopped onto his BMW bicycle. The sleek black frame, advanced technology replacing traditional chains, made for a particularly cool ride. In this martial arts era, bicycles had become the preferred mode of transport for most people. Lightweight, flexible, sturdy, and with more powerful engines, the new bicycles had gradually replaced flashy but impractical vehicles. Suyu pedaled down the road. The streets were nearly devoid of other vehicles. Though everyone rode bicycles, some seemed to be flying just above the ground, while others pedaled laboriously, resembling crawling turtles. In a world where physical strength was the norm, Suyu's speed seemed out of place. Riding home, he parked his bike at the community entrance. The security guard, with his mechanical arm, greeted Suyu. He smiled and waved back, then ran home with his backpack. Hey, Suyu, you're back early today. We made dumplings. Come grab some later, called out a bald man with half his body replaced by machinery, practicing Tai Chi. Suyu, your dad went out for a walk again and didn't cook. I made extra. Come get some food, shouted an aunt from the second floor, her electronic eye glowing blue. Sure thing, Auntie. Suyu responded warmly to the neighbor's kindness. Initially, he felt uneasy around the cold mechanical limbs, but now he felt more empathy. In an era overrun by beasts, just being alive was a blessing. Suyu collected some food here and there, carrying plates as he pushed open his front door with his foot. Dinner was ready. Inside, Su-jun was lounging in a rocking chair, listening to rock music. His multicolored mechanical leg tapped to the rhythm, occasionally flashing lights. Suyu instantly knew his dad hadn't cooked. Dad, did you forget to cook again? Suyu waved his hand in front of Su-jun's face. Only then did Su-jun take off his headphones, with a touch of guilt in his voice. Oh, I got back late from my walk today, that's all. Suyu looked exasperated and was about to say something when Su-jun quickly interrupted. Wait, didn't Aunt Wu bring over some food? He hurried to the table, his eyes lighting up. Look at this spread. Meat, veggies, and even dumplings. Taking Suyu's backpack, Su-jun urged, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Just as Suyu turned around, the colorful lights on his dad's mechanical leg caught his eye, making him squint. Turn that thing off, will you? Oh, right. Su-jun quickly switched off the lights on his silver prosthetic leg, which immediately returned to its plain appearance. While Suyu was in the kitchen washing his hands and getting utensils, Su-jun mumbled to himself as he set the table. Is this kid not emo anymore? He couldn't help but wonder if his son's recent silence was due to struggles at school or heartbreak. When Suyu came out with the bowls and chopsticks, he saw his dad taking 2 beers out of the fridge. 2 beers tonight? He asked, surprised. No, this one's for you. Su-jun replied with a smile, handing him a bottle. You seem in a good mood today. How about having one with your old man? Suyu didn't refuse. He was in a good mood, and a beer wouldn't hurt. Besides, one bottle wouldn't make him lose control. So, the father and son sat down, each with a beer, a bowl of dumplings, and some stir-fried pork with green peppers, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Suyu took a big gulp of his beer, and seeing this, Su-jun encouraged him. That's right. You're my son. A real man should drink big and eat big. Come on, dig in. After a few rounds, Su-jun started to ramble. Son, listen. Don't be afraid of bad exam results. Your old man may not be very capable, but I can still find you a stable job in Tianyun City after you graduate. Life should be lived openly and honestly. Just live it the way you want. Suyu remained silent. He remembered always being the one to take care of his irresponsible dad. If it weren't for Aunt Wu downstairs, he doubted he would have grown up healthy. As the alcohol took effect, Su-jun's mood shifted from boisterous to sentimental. Son, it's my fault. I couldn't protect your mom back then. When she was pregnant with you, you were affected even before birth. Otherwise, with your mom's and my talent for cultivation, you would have inherited more. Suyu's fleeting sense of sentimentality vanished. He thought to himself, Dad, do you even know what kind of talent you have? Unaware, Su-jun continued reminiscing. Let me tell you, back in school, your mom and I were quite the pair. In our senior year exams, even when our teammates were eliminated early, your mom and I held our ground till the end and won for our class. Tianyuan City wasn't as small as it is now. The place where we took those exams is now a level danger zone. Suyu listened quietly, taking sip after sip of his beer. He felt a pang of longing for the mother he had only seen in photos. Before long, as the beer took hold, Suyu, usually reserved, became more talkative. Dad, do you believe that in another universe, there are no beasts or alien invasions, and everyone is just an ordinary person? Everyone's goal is to make more money, save up, and improve their lives. There's no need to worry about beast tides, or the threat of death due to lack of strength. Maybe in that universe, our family would just live a simple, peaceful life. Su-jun chuckled. No way. Your mom would definitely scold me every day for drinking, not letting me have a sip. Suyu laughed too. Thinking about his recent experiences, a grand ambition surged within him. With an unprecedented seriousness, he looked at Su-jun and asked, Dad, do you believe it? Do you believe that one day, I'll tame all these beasts and make them our pets? I'll ensure that those who invade our blue star never return. And we'll avenge those who lost their lives by taking the fight to their home. Su-jun, face flushed, laughed heartily. I believe it. Of course, I believe it. What's that saying? If they can come, we can go too. Suyu finished passionately, then promptly collapsed onto the table. The alcohol seemed to sober Su-jun up a bit. Shaking his head, he said, You talk big, but you can't even hold your liquor. He carried Suyu to his bed, taking off his shoes and jacket. As he removed the jacket, he found a camera in the pocket, with a photo of a girl underneath it. His curiosity piqued. He examined the photo closely. So that's why you've been down lately, a heartbreak. Su-jun chuckled, shaking his head. This girl, Song Qinghwan, is no ordinary one. She's a top talent nurtured by Tianyuan City. You better work harder if you want to be worthy of her. With a sigh, Su-jun made a decision. He picked up his phone and made a call before leaving the house, leaving Suyu to sleep peacefully. Sunlight fell on Su-yu's face as he groggily opened his eyes. He lifted his head and looked around, a wave of post-drinking headache hitting him instantly. Propping himself up on the bed with both hands, he took a moment to feel the warmth of the sunlight outside. What happened? How did I get knocked out after just one bottle? Su-yu muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, where's my camera? He quickly got up and scanned the room. Soon, he found his camera and a photo of Song Qinghuan neatly placed on his desk. Next to them was a small redwood box that caught his attention. Su-yu approached the desk and noticed a note beside the box. He picked it up and read, "The little girl is quite pretty. You've got your old man's taste. This little thing is my support for you." He slipped the note into a book and then opened the redwood box. A blood-red crystal came into view, and Su-yu's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! One grade 1 blood crystal detected. It can be used to upgrade the compendium collector. So this is a blood crystal? Su-yu carefully held the crimson crystal in his hands, examining it closely. Knowledge about blood crystals surfaced in his mind. These were truly rare treasures, with only one appearing among 10,000 grade 1 exotic beasts. Its function was straightforward, and powerful humans could absorb it to directly boost their vitality without the need for training. Su-yu recalled the legendary story of a senior from Tianyuan High School last year. After absorbing a grade 1 blood crystal, his vitality skyrocketed from 100 to 200, allowing him to complete 3 body refinements and step into the warrior realm. He dominated the martial arts competition in the college entrance exams and graduated with the best score in Tianyuan City's history, ranking 6th in the Northwest region. It was said that during his recent return to give a speech, he was already a peak grade 2 warrior, just a step away from grade 3. These life-changing stories made blood crystals highly sought after in the market, fetching prices in the millions and often being unavailable even if one had the money. Su-yu fell into deep thought, hesitating on how to use the blood crystal. Should he absorb it directly to step into the warrior realm, or upgrade the compendium collector first? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Please rest assured, host. When the blood crystal is used for upgrading the compendium collector, the system will automatically extract the absorbable vitality for you. Each blood crystal absorbed by the system will provide the maximum absorbable vitality to the host. Su-yu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How much can I absorb?" 15 vitality, the system replied coldly. This answer made Su-yu's heart sink. He realized that even after absorbing the blood crystal, he wouldn't be able to step into the warrior realm. Without further hesitation, he picked up his camera and took a photo of the blood crystal. As the shutter clicked, the blood crystal transformed into a red mist that surged into Su-yu's body. Instantly, he felt a boost in his energy and strength, clearly noticeable when he clenched his fists. Su-yu quickly checked his camera, and a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the compendium collector. Compendium collector. 1,010 film rolls available, 23 ability slots available, and a slight increase in the probability of obtaining abilities, skills, and attributes. Seeing 23 ability slots available, Su-yu realized he had hit the jackpot with this upgrade. What did 3 ability slots mean? He recalled a genius sophomore in Tianyuan City with dual abilities, who had been courted by the 4 major academies even before taking the college entrance exams, and was considered the next record breaker for Tianyuan City's exam scores. And now, Su-yu had the chance to possess 3 abilities. More importantly, he could choose them himself. Clenching his fists, his ambitions began to grow. He fantasized about one day having SS-level abilities, every move a powerful technique, leaving exotic beasts and other races powerless before him. Calming his excitement, Su-yu pulled up his personal stats. Name, Su-yu. Talent, F. Abilities, Ice Age incomplete. Skills, Master of Tactical Understanding, Expert in Exotic Beast Compendium, Bicycle Riding Basic. High-dimensional physical attributes. 110 vitality. Normal adult vitality is around 100. High-dimensional mental attributes. 300 Hz. Normal adult mental attributes are around 100 Hz. Low-dimensional strength attributes. 180. Normal adult strength ranges from 100 to 150. Low-dimensional agility attributes. 200. Normal adult agility ranges from 100 to 150. 300 Hz. Mental attributes? Su-yu pondered. Is it because of the fusion of 2 memories that my mental strength is naturally higher than normal? But my vitality is really pitifully low at 110. I doubt anyone would believe me if I said I absorbed a blood crystal. As Su-yu studied his attributes, the door suddenly opened. Su-jun walked in, looking surprised at Su-yu. Wow, you absorbed it that quickly? Suddenly, Su-jun's expression softened, tinged with a bit of sympathy. He spoke gently, son. It's all right. Some people need more than a month to fully digest the blood crystal. For at least the next week, your vitality should continue to rise. Su-yu remained silent, fully aware that he had already completely absorbed the blood crystal, leaving nothing behind. Su Jun was at a loss for words, unsure how to comfort his son. His eyes inadvertently fell on a photo on the table. An idea struck him, and he changed the subject. Hey, have you been dating someone recently? He continued. Since you have someone you like, you need to work even harder. Talent is something you're born with, but hard work is up to you. This blood crystal has at least narrowed the gap between you and the adults. Once you're recovered, I'll personally train you in combat techniques. I guarantee someone will want you for the college entrance exams. Listening to his father's clumsy attempt at comfort, Suyu thought to himself that his dad was indeed not good at this. After a moment of contemplation, he said softly, Dad, actually, my homeroom teacher told me yesterday that a professor from Jubei University's tactics department is willing to give me his direct admission slot. What? Su Jun's voice rose sharply, a mix of shock and joy on his face. Are you serious? Yes, Suyu replied calmly, but I turned it down. The smile on Su Jun's face froze instantly. He pulled a chair over, sat down, and tried to calm himself. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You mean you could have skipped the college entrance exams and gone straight into Jubei University's tactics department, becoming a professor student? And you turned down that opportunity to take the exams yourself? Yes, I want to go for the combat department, with tactics as a minor, Suyu answered firmly. Faced with his son's decision, Su Jun did not scold him. Instead, he looked at him with a questioning gaze. Suyu almost wanted to demonstrate a ice age on the spot to prove his abilities. Before Suyu could explain, Su Jun had already come to terms with it. He said, It's fine. I was just thinking that trading a merit for a blood crystal might not be worth it. After all, that merit could have helped you secure a public position in Tianyuan City in the future, ensuring a stable life. But now it seems unnecessary. My son is capable. If a professor from Jubei University sees your potential, you can always aim for the tactics department if things don't work out. With a serious expression, Su Jun earnestly taught, Son, there's something you need to learn today. Sometimes, you have to know when to back down. Pride is worthless. Seeing his usually carefree dad being so considerate, Suyu felt a warm surge in his heart. Suddenly inspired, he said, Dad, let me take a picture of you. Oh, my son can take photos of his old man now. Su Jun's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he started striking various poses. One moment he was showing off his right leg, the next he was trying to hide it, and he even considered detaching it and holding it up. Seeing this, Suyu quickly directed, Dad, look over here. Say cheese. Instinctively, Su Jun flashed a peace sign, and Suyu promptly pressed the shutter. With the sound of the gears turning, a fresh photo emerged. Su Jun's radiant smile perfectly complemented his rugged features. Although not entirely satisfied with his poses, Su Jun happily tucked the photo into his chest pocket, while Suyu felt quite pleased with his work. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill. Intermediate hand-to-hand combat. Suyu was momentarily stunned as a surge of combat techniques flooded his mind, and his muscles seemed to develop a memory of their own. He was astonished to realize that he could now easily subdue his non-combat self within 10 seconds. The significant change brought by just an intermediate skill made Suyu, who had always been fascinated by supernatural powers, realize the terrifying potential of seemingly limitless skills. He even fantasized about becoming a master of all trades one day. Meanwhile, Su Jun was still enjoying himself. Suyu quickly raised his camera and pressed the shutter repeatedly. Click, click. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill. Advanced Wilderness Survival. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill. Intermediate Dagger Combat. The system notifications brought a smile to Suyu's face. 3 consecutive gains, each significantly boosting his abilities. What are you doing, wasting so much film? Su Jun smacked the back of Suyu's head and took 2 new photos from his hand, choosing the best one to give back. Keep this one for yourself. You just absorbed the blood crystal, so you need to digest it well. I won't disturb you. Su Jun left the room, thwarting Suyu's plan to use up all 10 rolls of film at once. Absorb? There's nothing more to absorb, just 15 units of blood energy. Even a year wouldn't make much difference. Suyu muttered helplessly. Thinking of the new skills he had just acquired, his eyes lit up, and he immediately began practicing in the small space. He went through several sets of hand-to-hand combat moves, and then picked up a pin, using it as a dagger. The slender pin in his hand seemed like a menacing blade. After thoroughly enjoying his new skills, Suyu was drenched in sweat. He then remembered his most powerful supernatural ability and his mental power, which was 3 times that of an ordinary person. His gaze fell on the unfinished cola on the table, and with a thought, the bottle and its contents instantly froze into ice. Outside, Su Jun, who was listening to rock music, suddenly felt a chill and rubbed his arms, muttering, Why does it feel like the weather's getting colder? Inside, Suyu felt a wave of dizziness after testing his ability. When the blue light in his eyes faded, the ice on the table also disappeared. He closed his eyes to recover, concluding, I can roughly control the distance and range, but the intensity isn't there yet. It feels like I'm drained after just one use. I need more training. Otherwise, having an SS level ability, but only being able to use it once is problematic. After resting for a few minutes, Suyu felt much better. Not bad. My mental recovery seems quick too. He sensed all his abilities and skills again, contemplating his next steps. With the skill acquisition system, the fastest way to increase his strength was to collect photos of powerful individuals. Any skill or ability can greatly enhance my power. Where in Tianyuan City can I find the most powerful people? Schools? Teachers and principals? But without a valid reason to take photos, I'd have to sneak them, so that's on hold for now. Martial arts gyms? The military? Suyu quickly shook his head. No, those are even harder and more dangerous. The only option left is the wilderness. With my current strength, I can handle level wilderness areas, maybe even some clever ones, but there's no need to take risks now. He reminded himself not to be reckless. To attract more attention and resources in the college entrance exam, I'll need to frequent the wilderness more. But I need a good reason to take photos in the wilderness. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. That's it. A tactical researcher. I'll take a low-level tactical research certification. Then I can say I'm studying the habits of wild beasts while carrying a camera. With a tactical researcher badge, no one will question me. He quickly formulated a rough plan. Suyu was determined to set an unparalleled goal for future generation becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Besides the competitive spirit of youth, being the top scorer would make it easier to meet powerful individuals and collect their photos, which was one of his motivations. Having decided on his direction and method, Suyu immediately took action. The first thing he did after leaving his room was check what the beer he had drunk yesterday actually was. Seeing the alcohol content on the label, he fell silent. This wasn't beer. It was a beer-flavored spirit. Seeing him pick up the bottle, Su-jun laughed. Your drinking skills are lacking. You just got drunk yesterday. Don't drink today. I'm not planning to drink. Suyu put the bottle back in the fridge and asked, Dad, do you have any money? Su-jun was taken aback. How much do you need? Not much, 50,000. I plan to get a tactical researcher certification. Don't have it. Su-jun's decisiveness was surprising. Suyu was stunned too. He had given him a blood crystal worth over 1 million. So how could 50,000 be an issue? This was the first time he had asked his father for money. Really don't have it. If you want to get certified, find a way yourself. Didn't you say becoming a tactical researcher comes with a monthly stipend of 5,000? You'll pay it back in a year. Su-jun was quick to shirk responsibility when needed. Suyu let out a long sigh. This sigh seemed to say that since his father wasn't reliable, he would have to work harder. Not giving Su-jun a chance to react, he quickly slipped out the door. Without a woman managing the finances, this family couldn't even come up with 50,000 yuan when it's needed the most. Suyu was deeply distressed by this situation. As soon as Suyu stepped out of the house, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Lulong's number. The moment the call connected, he cut straight to the chase. Do you have any money on you right now? Lulong's voice came through the receiver, sounding a bit puzzled. Yeah, I do. Wait, who are you? Why do you have my classmate's phone? Where's Suyu? Did he get kidnapped? Hearing Lulong's increasingly absurd guesses, Suyu quickly interrupted him. Are you doing this on purpose? You can't recognize my voice? Hee hee, Lulong chuckled. Suyu bro, just being cautious here. How much do you need? 50,000. I'm planning to take the tactical specialist certification exam. Suyu explained directly. Lulong gasped. Suyu bro, I knew you weren't an ordinary guy. Once you become a tactical specialist, you have to look out for me. Suyu interrupted his daydreaming. Stop. Just tell me if you have it or not. Don't have 50,000, Lulong said regretfully. I just bought a new bike. So I only have 20,000. Alright, just transfer that to me first. I'll figure out the rest. Suyu settled for less. Okay. Lulong agreed readily and added a friendly reminder before hanging up. By the way, Suyu bro, Song Qinghwan has a lot of pocket money. Looking at the 25,000 that had been transferred to his account, Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Lulong's suggestion was right on target. Song Qinghwan did have a substantial scholarship, so borrowing from her shouldn't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Suyu dialed Song Qinghwan's number. 10 minutes later, a white electric scooter sped towards him, ridden by Song Qinghwan, who was dressed in a white tracksuit. Qinghwan, I told you I'm really going to take the tactical specialist certification exam. Why don't you believe me? Suyu explained helplessly. Song Qinghwan blinked her big eyes, her gaze sparkling. Suyu, I believe you. I just wanted to come along to the exam hall. And I only had cash, so I had to bring it to you myself. Suyu sighed inwardly, tired of his habit of avoiding eye contact when lying. Let's go, he said, turning to leave but suddenly stopping. Wait, hold your bike. I want to take a picture. Song Qinghwan was momentarily stunned, her face flushing slightly. Though she didn't understand the reason, She cooperated with a sweet smile. As Suyu pressed the shutter, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Strength attribute 10. Satisfied, Suyu showed the photo to Song Qinghuan, secretly pleased with his gain. Previously, taking random photos of strangers on the street hadn't granted any attribute boosts. Clearly, Qinghuan was more special. Before long, they arrived at the Tactical Specialist Examination Hall. At the top of the building loomed the emblem of the Tactical Specialist, and in front stood a statue of Ji Qing, the first Grandmaster Tactician of Blue Star. This legendary figure had once set a trap in a battle against alien races, annihilating several of their Grandmasters and advancing the human front lines. He was a hero to all aspiring tacticians. Suyu paused to gaze at the statue, silently asking the system if it could be recorded in his compendium, only to receive a negative response. His actions were misinterpreted by Song Qinghuan as a sign of his lofty ambitions. Suyu, Song Qinghuan said earnestly, I believe you'll become a great tactician like Grandmaster Ji Qing one day. Suyu replied, I'd rather be like Grandmaster Yi Feibai, the one who personally beheaded an alien Grandmaster. Song Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled brightly. You will be? Suyu remained silent, his gaze drifting again, unable to meet her eyes. Let's go. First, let's become a junior tactician, he said, heading towards the hall. Inside, the hall was bustling with people. There was a designated payment area where candidates paid the fee and waited for their turn to be called. Each candidate faced 3 randomly generated questions, and achieving at least 20% damage within 30 minutes was considered a pass. Large screens in the hall broadcasted live feeds of 10 challengers, and Suyu quickly concluded that none of them would pass. At the payment counter, Suyu paid 20,000 via his phone and took 3,000 in cash from Song Qinghuan. This peculiar scene drew the attention and murmurs of those around them. A kind-hearted man approached, advising earnestly, Young man, you're still in high school, right? This tactical specialist exam isn't as easy as you think. Take my advice and wait a few years. Otherwise, that 50,000 will go to waste. Look at how hard your girlfriend worked to save up that money for you. Suyu felt a headache coming on, unsure how to respond to their wild imaginations. Even the cashier couldn't help but warn Song Qinghuan, are you sure you want to give him the money for the exam? Don't get scammed. Passing means a 5,000 monthly supplement, but no one has passed in over a month. Song Qinghuan stifled a laugh and nodded, and the cashier sighed, proceeding with Suyu's registration. Suyu, 18? You're just an adult? The cashier asked. Suyu nodded, puzzled by the barrage of questions. He just wanted to start the exam and get it over with. See, exclaimed a nearby man. This kid is only 18 and probably just wants to try it out. He must have sweet-talked that girl into giving him her money. At 18, he's already ambitious and living off a girl. TSK, TSK, TISK. Song Qinghuan's large cash sum made Suyu the center of attention. Even those who had been indifferent gave him a second look. In the eyes of the onlookers, Suyu had become a free-loading playboy, and Song Qinghuan, a love-struck fool. This love-struck fool shuffled closer to Suyu and whispered, Sorry, I didn't realize you were serious about the exam. I would have just transferred the money to you. Suyu sighed, covering his face. His reputation was now in tatters. He could only hope to pass the exam, impress everyone, and restore his image. At that moment, a clear voice called out from behind, Hey, are you also here to try the questions in advance for the college entrance exam? A young girl, dressed in a blue martial arts uniform with a ponytail, stood in front of Suyu, her face beaming with enthusiasm. She asked Suyu a question while nodding slightly at Song Qinghuan. Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, Suyu responded politely, Sure, I'll give it a try. Suddenly, a chorus of murmurs erupted around them. Look at this guy. He's really going to try it. If you're so capable, spend your own money. Why waste the girl's hard-earned savings? Poor girl. All her savings are going to be squandered by him now. She really doesn't know what she's getting into. Suyu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently repeated to himself, Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Everything will be explained after the assessment. The girl also looked puzzled by the voices around her and turned to look at Song Qinghuan. Seeing him stifling a laugh and shaking his head, she didn't ask further but instead took a few more glances at Suyu. Then, she quickly walked to the payment counter and handed over a card to complete the payment. Watching this, Suyu felt a blatant sense of discrimination again. After paying, the girl returned to them, saying cheerfully, Song Qinghuan, I didn't get a chance to meet you at the last training camp. Let's get to know each other now. My name is Qinling, and I aspire to be a tactician like Master Ji Qing. I hope we can be teammates someday. I would love to be your strategist. As Suyu listened, he suddenly realized something was off. Why was this girl trying to recruit his teammate right in front of him? He quickly coughed and interjected, Ahem, Qinghuan and I are already teammates. Qinling continued to smile brightly, glancing at Suyu again, and said nonchalantly, No problem. I can be the frontline strategist, and you can handle things from the back. Suyu remained silent, feeling a sting of frustration that his weak blood and energy were once again underestimated by a girl. He turned to look at the big screen, not wanting to say anything more. Next to him, Song Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle, looking very cute with his stifled laughter. Soon, the previous round of assessments ended, and the announcements began. As the names were called, Suyu realized he was the 10th in line. He sighed, "Hey, that's pretty lucky." Before he could finish his thought, the announcement blared. "Number 108, Qin Ling, please prepare for your assessment." Suyu looked puzzled at the payment counter. Qin Ling apologized, "Sorry, since I come here often, I have a VIP card. I didn't expect it would push you to the next batch." Silence enveloped Suyu again, and he harbored a deep disdain for all the wealthy people. As Qin Ling headed to the assessment room, Song Qinghuan explained to Suyu. She's a senior in Class 1 at Tianyuan High School. Her father is the head of the Qingtian Martial Arts School here in Tianyuan City. She ranked 5th in the comprehensive scores at a training camp organized by Tianyuan City. She's highly talented in martial arts, with solid fundamentals, but it seems her goal has always been to become a tactician. Suyu nodded, suddenly curious about the rewards he might get from Qin Ling. He tentatively asked, "Qinghuan, do you think she'd agree if I took a photo of her?" Song Qinghuan didn't reply for a long time. When Suyu turned his head, he saw Qinghuan pouting and glaring at him, looking quite fierce. Suyu quickly explained, "Ahem, Qinghuan, let me explain. I'm not taking her photo for the sake of taking her photo. I just want to photograph different people. I'll also photograph different exotic beasts in the future. For me, taking photos is a form of observation. Every time I take a picture of someone, I create a model in my mind and use it to think about strategies. I don't even need to keep the photos." The fierce expression on Song Qinghuan's face disappeared, and she hesitated. "Really? Really?" Suyu swore on the spot. Nearby, an uncle who had been secretly observing them shook his head and muttered to himself, hopeless, believing such a ridiculous excuse. Love brains are not reliable. They'll end up eating wild vegetables. Young people these days are getting more and more nonsensical. I need to go home and warn my daughter not to be deceived. For the first time, Suyu found the uncle more annoying than the gossiping aunties. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, uncle, don't you need to participate in the assessment yourself?" Song Qinghuan helpfully explained, "They're here to learn from others' tactical approaches. Every day, different people take the assessment, and it's broadcast live on the big screen. Many aspiring tacticians stay in the hall to watch and learn from others." After explaining, she pinched Suyu's waist, tears welling up in her eyes. "Suyu, I trust you, so don't deceive me." Seeing this, the people around felt an urge to stand up for her and teach Suyu a lesson. Suyu felt utterly hopeless and assured her repeatedly that this was genuinely his way of practicing tactics. He explained seriously, "Qinghuan, think about it. If I become a tactician on the battlefield, besides considering the exotic beasts, isn't it more important to consider the people following my commands? You know that reality isn't like solving problems in a system where everything is constant. In reality, every person has different personalities and habits. If I can't understand these deeply, how can I be an excellent tactician?" Song Qinghuan thought for a moment and nodded obediently. Suyu continued, "Especially these geniuses, who usually have very peculiar personalities. That's why we need to pay more attention to them and observe them more often. With enough samples in my mind, I won't panic when facing real difficulties." By the end of his explanation, even the uncles who had been badmouthing Suyu began to listen intently, realizing he might have a point. Suyu went on, "Qinghuan, if you know any other geniuses, you can introduce them to me." He raised his camera. "I can take group photos of you guys." Song Qinghuan understood but still asked, "Does it have to be photos?" Suyu suddenly became serious. "Qinghuan, geniuses are all a bit strange." Someone in the hall suddenly spat out water, and the room filled with jeers. Suyu remained unfazed, while Song Qinghuan accepted this explanation. She said, "All right, then later I'll let you take a photo of me and Qinling together. But you have to give me a copy of the photo." Suyu nodded eagerly. He thought to himself, "I never expected my made-up excuse to open up a new way to gain abilities and skills." Despite the uncles still pointing and gossiping, he didn't care much. Idle chatter was nothing compared to improving his skills. Suyu glanced at the big screen, watching Qin Ling break through the challenges. He was surprised to see that she seemed to be holding back. Many times, she had already solved the immediate problem but would still try other options. It seemed that passing the test wasn't her goal. Experiencing the various scenarios and learning from them was more important to her. Suyu couldn't help but mutter, "Damn capitalists." Huh. Song Qinghuan looked at him, puzzled. Time ticked away, and the tension in the examination room grew thicker. Among the candidates who entered with Qin Ling, only one man besides her was still holding on. This man had barely scraped through the first two questions, with his damage rate hovering at the 19 threshold. As he faced the third question, he became increasingly cautious, hesitating at every step. In stark contrast, Qin Ling, despite being in similarly precarious situations, was at the other extreme. This genius girl seemed like an unstoppable tactical machine, constantly switching strategies and making decisions without hesitation. Her bold attempts triggered numerous unexpected situations, and each time, she barely managed to pass. As the time drew near, the discussions in the hall grew louder. Some expressed pity for the man. Hong Kong. Ah, Hong Kong is in trouble again. He doesn't have time to hesitate anymore. I heard his family invested hundreds of thousands for this exam. If he fails again, they might give up. Always just a little short. It's fate, sighed another. Nonsense about fate, someone retorted disdainfully. It's his mindset that's the problem. With such a mindset, who would dare use him as a tactician on the battlefield? He should give up sooner rather than later, before he causes harm to others and himself. Compared to Hong Kong, discussions about Qin Ling were more focused on her tactics. Elsewhere in the building, 3 examiners closely monitored the 2 candidates' progress. 2 older examiners exchanged views on Hong Kong's performance. Hong Kong lacks the final push. If he can't go all out this time, it will be even harder in the future. It's a pity. He has the talent to become a tactician. Even if he can't be the chief tactician, he'd be more than capable as an assistant. After their discussion, they turned their attention to Qin Ling. Qin Ling, that girl, has pulled off quite a few clever moves today. I think she has a good chance of succeeding this time. But her reckless nature can't continue. Having talent is good, but as a tactician, the most important thing is stability. The younger examiner, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If she wanted to pass, she could have done it already. It's not that she can't pass. She's using these questions to hone her tactical thinking. The 2 older examiners suddenly understood. No wonder she's always just a little short of passing. Truly impressive for someone so young. They smiled with satisfaction. The young examiner thought to himself. In a small city like Tianyuan, it's expected that the examiners, who are just low-level tacticians, wouldn't see the deeper strategy behind Qin Ling's actions. At least their support for the younger generation is genuine. At the same time, he cursed inwardly, damn capitalists. I've seen wealthy people, but never such wasteful ones. The hall screen began a 1-minute countdown. In the final stages, Qin Ling chose to advance on multiple fronts, but unfortunately encountered several small beasts. After a chaotic battle, her damage rate exceeded 20. So close. I told you, splitting up was a bad idea. In times like this, you should just charge through together. Some in the hall sighed. Others played the role of armchair generals. Suyu, unimpressed, realized that there was no need for him to challenge difficult problems like Qin Ling. He had anticipated the outcomes of all unresolved problems. As for the unexpected events, they were within his control. Of course, he also understood that this might only apply to the current stage of the questions. Amid the regrets, the hall suddenly erupted in cheers. He passed. Hong Kong passed. Oh my God, at the last moment, Hong Kong dared to lead a reverse breakout. Tianyuan City is going to have another tactician. In the excitement, Hong Kong and Qin Ling walked out of the examination room. Qin Ling was the first to congratulate Hong Kong, and others quickly surrounded him. Even those who had mocked him earlier now approached with enthusiasm. Only Su Yu and Song Qinghuan remained in place, their expressions calm. Song Qinghuan looked around and said to Su Yu, "Looks like you might have to wait a bit longer." "No problem. Good things are worth the wait," Su Yu replied with a smile. As Song Qinghuan had predicted, the next round of examinations did not start immediately due to Hong Kong's success. A brief ceremony was held in the hall to award the tactician badge. A bronze diamond-shaped badge was pinned to Hong Kong's chest, and the tactician in charge of awarding the badge took a photo with him. Seeing this, Song Qinghuan curiously asked, "Aren't you going to take a picture?" "It's a great opportunity." Su Yu shook his head. "I'm only interested in geniuses." Song Qinghuan found this reasonable and didn't think much of it. In fact, while waiting for Qinghuan, Su Yu had already tried taking photos of people who were doing impressive things, like riding a bike at breakneck speeds, but he hadn't gained any attributes from them. He realized then that only capturing geniuses would be rewarding. After the brief ceremony, the hall resumed the examination process. This time, number 107, Su Yu, finally entered the examination room. Qin Ling did not leave immediately but approached Song Qinghuan. "I heard about Su Yu's ideas. He makes a lot of sense. Is he your classmate?" Song Qinghuan nodded. "He's the one who helped me with my tactical understanding." "Oh." Qin Ling's gaze shifted to the big screen, her eyes becoming serious. It was rare to see a peer taking the exam, and she was curious about her own standing among her contemporaries. Given Song Qinghuan's aloof nature at the training camp, Qin Ling became even more curious about Su Yu. In the hall, aside from those still trying to curry favor with the new tactician, the others turned their attention to Su Yu. Although they had previously mocked Su Yu as a pretty boy and felt sorry for Song Qinghuan, After hearing Su Yu's insights, they began to have some expectations for the young boy. Can he pass even one round? I think he should be able to. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to take the exam. No, no, no. Whether he can pass depends on luck. Kids have seen too few tactics. Even if they have some skill, they might be helpless in unfamiliar situations. Yeah, that's true. Amid the chatter, Song Qinghuan gazed at the screen showing Su Yu, her beautiful eyes full of trust and even a hint of pride. Dong! The bell signaling the start of the examination rang out, plunging the hall into an instant silence. All eyes turned to the big screen simultaneously. Suddenly, a shout broke the stillness. Why is his question so difficult? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. He's surrounded on all sides except the coast? This guy has some seriously bad luck. Indeed, the scenario was despairing. The coastline blocked one direction, while formidable fourth-rank beasts threatened from the remaining three. The strongest combatant the examinee could command was only a third-rank warrior. Discussions erupted. Is this really a question for a low-level tactician? Could there be a glitch in the system? Qinling's pupils contracted slightly when she saw the question. However, when she turned to look at Song Qinghuan, she found her unexpectedly calm, as if unperturbed. Aren't you worried about your boyfriend with such a tough question? Qinling blurted out. Song Qinghuan's face turned bright red. He's not my boyfriend yet, she explained, embarrassed. Qinling was taken aback, thinking, is that the main point here? She then realized what the old men meant by love-struck. Noticing Qinling's puzzled look, Song Qinghuan quickly waved her hand. Don't worry about him. His tactical understanding is exceptional. An older man nearby chimed in. Young lady, this tactician exam is nothing like what you learn in school. And given the difficulty of his question, I'm telling you, your money is as good as wasted. Newly minted tactician Hong Kong glanced at the question and shook his head. If I got this question, I'd admit defeat too. It would take hours to pass with less than 20% losses. Hong Kong's remark seemed to set the tone, and everyone in the hall presumed Su Yu had already failed. They tried to solve the question themselves, but could only shake their heads in frustration. It's too hard. I wouldn't come up with a good solution even if given a whole day. I suspect this is the toughest low-level tactical question. Passing it would almost make one a mid-level tactician. On the screen, Su Yu had begun to move. Initially, his actions seemed ordinary, merely scouting and assessing the situation. In the monitoring room, two examiners exchanged puzzled glances. Brother Lu Ming, can this Su Yu really pass such a difficult question? I just checked his records. His tactical scores at Tianyan High School are excellent, but I doubt he's ready for this level of challenge. Lu Ming shook his head. If what I know is true, this question should be a walk in the park for him. If we had the authority for mid-level exams here, I'd have him try one of those instead. The two veteran tacticians looked at each other, finding it hard to believe. Could an 18-year-old really be at a mid-level tactician's skill? They doubted Lu Ming's judgment, but respected his reputation enough to keep quiet. They turned their attention back to the screen, secretly hoping Su Yu would surprise them. Su Yu's initial operations seemed textbook. Scouting, setting up camps, and defensive formations, all executed meticulously. The hall buzzed with discussions. I bet this kid pays attention in class. He's applying everything by the book? Too bad, just book knowledge won't be enough. However, Qinling's expression grew more serious. Her eyes fixed on the screen, and a strange pattern began to emerge at the corners of her eyes. While others were focused on Su Yu's conventional moves, Qinling detected something unusual. Is he multitasking? She murmured to herself. She noticed that while Su Yu was carrying out routine tasks, he subtly dispatched individual units to advance with the main force. Surprisingly, these units seemed to have separate instructions. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. On the surface, Su Yu appeared to be cautiously scouting and eliminating non-threatening beasts. In reality, his dispatched units had infiltrated the territories of the fourth-rank beasts. In the exam room, Su Yu analyzed the detailed information about the fourth-rank beasts from his scouts' reports, a slight smile forming on his lips. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. The once cautious troops began bold maneuvers. Wait, why is he splitting his troops into 8 groups to advance? Hold on. These groups seem to be executing different orders simultaneously. As soon as the words were spoken, a collective gasp filled the room. Could this kid be a multitasking prodigy? No wonder he's so confident, taking on this exam at such a young age, someone said enviously. Qinling shook her head. It's not multitasking. All his decisions are precalculated. He's anticipating and counteracting different scenarios simultaneously, something he had foreseen. Are you serious, Qinling? Someone asked in disbelief. They finally noticed the strange yet beautiful pattern around Qinling's eyes. The initial skepticism turned into silent awe. The realization hit them hard. If Su Yu was relying on innate abilities, they could console themselves. But if it was pure tactical foresight, it meant his raw skill was overwhelmingly superior. This kind of talent was far more demoralizing. Attention returned to the screen. It became apparent that one of the three fourth-rank beasts, which everyone thought should be avoided at all costs, was pregnant. Suyu exploited this fact, causing chaos and leading his troops out of the perilous wilderness with seeming ease. The hall remained silent. Everyone understood that even if they had known about the pregnant beast in advance, they couldn't have led their troops out with less than 20% losses. Using Suyu's method, they might have perished even faster. Qinling repeatedly simulated Suyu's strategy in her mind, and the results were alarming. Even in the best-case scenario, she could only get half of the people out with heavy casualties. Worse still, in the chaos of battle, she could at most manage 4 teams, leaving the others likely to be wiped out in panic. In stark contrast, Suyu's performance was nothing short of miraculous. He skillfully utilized third-grade martial artists, achieving near-zero casualties at every critical moment. This astonishing tactical prowess left the assessment room without new questions for a long time and stunned everyone in the hall into silence. Only Song Qinghuan was still anxious about the lack of new challenges for Suyu, while the others were utterly amazed by his unprecedented problem-solving approach. Many began to reassess their own tactical thinking, and some even tried to imagine Suyu as an opponent, only to feel a chill down their spine. Emerging from her state of heightened ability, Qinling looked notably weakened but sincerely praised. "Your boyfriend is amazing." Song Qinghuan nodded proudly at first, but then shook her head in denial, turning to ask worriedly, "He seems to be out of challenges. Is that okay?" Qinling explained. He managed to solve such a problem within 8 minutes, while keeping the casualty rate below 10%. That should meet the standard for passing a single challenge. Hearing this, Song Qingwen's smile grew even brighter. She remembered Suyu's instructions and turned to Qinling, saying, "Qinling, can you wait for Suyu? I'd like him to take a group photo with us." Qinling, who had heard about Suyu's theories, couldn't help but smile at Song Qinghuan's eager expression. "No problem. I also want to get to know him better. Being considered a genius by him feels like an honor." With that, the previously disheartened Qinling's face lit up with a sunny smile. As the time passed, everyone waited for the current assessment to end. The previously enthusiastic uncles now wished to establish a connection with Song Qinghuan, and if it weren't for Qinling standing by her side, they would have surrounded her already. Interestingly, the uncle who had earlier criticized Song Qinghuan for being love-struck was now muttering, "This girl has a good eye. If my daughter had half her judgment, our ancestors would be smiling down on us." In the invigilator's room, the two proctors were busy tidying up, their faces beaming with joy. One of them excitedly said, "Junior brother, we can't let such a genius be snatched away by another school. You personally give him the badge later. Let him know the advantages of our Jubi University." Lu Meng, who highly respected these senior alumni, smiled and replied, "You worry too much, brothers. This one has already been noticed by one of our professors at Jubi University." "Really?" they asked in unison. "Yes," although he turned it down, Lu Meng said with a barely noticeable smile. The two senior alumni were momentarily stunned. Initially, Jubi University students only knew that a student from Tianyuan City had received a direct admission offer from Professor Zhuge Yun. This news caused the entire school to investigate the student's identity. Before they could find out, another rumor surfaced that the student had actually declined Professor Zhuge Yun's offer. With all these rumors combined, Suyu became a celebrity at Jubi University even before leaving Tianyuan City. According to Lu Meng, as soon as news of Suyu's perfect pass spread, several top-tier beast hunting teams from Jubi University's combat department wanted to recruit him. Even the senior students held high hopes for this newcomer, aiming to start training him from his freshman year for future battles in the wastelands. Unfortunately, when more of Suyu's details emerged, his low blood vitality and slow cultivation progress immediately dashed the combat department's hopes. If not for this, Lu Meng was confident that the combat department's enthusiasts would have already rushed to Tianyuan City to recruit him. As the only third-year student in the tactics department to achieve a perfect score, Lu Meng took on the role of invigilator out of curiosity. He expected to wait a while before meeting Suyu, but encountered him right away. After witnessing Suyu's performance, he believed all the previous rumors. Suyu's perfect pass was no fluke. In Lu Meng's view, Suyu would only truly shine once he entered Jubi University. The small city of Tianyuan was too limiting for his talent to fully flourish. "Brothers, let's go present the medal to this newly minted tactician," Lu Meng said with a relieved smile as he stood up. Before coming here, he had felt a bit resentful that Professor Zhuge Yun had rejected him in favor of an unknown talent. Now, although he wasn't completely convinced, he could understand the decision. The two senior alumni, still in shock, hurried after him and asked, "Did he really turn it down?" Lu Meng nodded. One of the seniors slapped his thigh in frustration. "What a fool. Didn't his teacher stop him? I must visit Tianyuan High School and find out what's going on." Lu Meng laughed. "Don't worry, brothers. Professor Zhuge Yun won't let this kid go so easily." "Zhuge Yun? You mean the newly anointed Master Zhuge Yun?" they asked. stunned again. Yes, he even turned me down when I first entered the school. Lu Meng nodded. The two senior alumni began to grumble. Ridiculous. Does he even know what he turned down? What kind of teacher would allow this? They walked ahead, their initial joy turning into frustration, eager to see Suyu and give him a good lesson, as well as to question his tactical teacher. Meanwhile, back in the assessment hall, Suyu had just walked out. Suyu stepped out of the examination room into a silent hall, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere earlier when Hong Kong passed his test. The moment everyone saw Suyu, it felt as if an invisible barrier had formed, keeping them from approaching him. Only Song Qinghuan and Qin Ling greeted him with smiles. Excitedly, Song Qinghuan said, Suyu, congratulations on officially becoming a strategist. I knew you could do it. Qin Ling, puzzled by Song Qinghuan's sudden change in demeanor, thought to herself that perhaps this was the power of love. Qin Ling also stepped forward and said, Congratulations. Don't forget what we agreed on today. From now on, we'll team up, and you'll handle the tactics. We'll be unbeatable. Suyu replied with a smile, That's not going to happen. I want to be on the front lines too. As they were talking, two examiners stormed in angrily, leaving everyone stunned. Some began to whisper, speculating if Suyu had cheated during the test. A bald man confidently asserted, Think about it. With such difficult questions, how could he come up with those solutions? I bet he cheated. The crowd buzzed with speculation, waiting to see what would happen next. When the examiners reached Suyu, the room fell silent. Suyu? One examiner asked. Yes, that's me, Suyu replied calmly, though he was wondering who had provoked these senior examiners. What's your teacher's name? The other examiner demanded. Suyu answered honestly, My teacher is Cheng Yong. The examiner fired off another question. When you declined Jubi University's direct admission offer, didn't Cheng Yong stop you? Didn't he know that was a spot given by the youngest grandmaster? He just let you turn it down? These words shocked everyone around. Someone exclaimed, What? He turned down a direct admission from a grandmaster? The crowd erupted in chatter, with some looking for the bald man who had accused Suyu of cheating, but he was nowhere to be found. Suyu finally understood and silently apologized to his teacher. Feigning surprise, he said, No way. My teacher even had me repeat it and recorded it on video. I had no idea Professor Zhuge Yun was a grandmaster. If I had known, I would never have refused. I just wanted to get into Jubi University on my own merits, not through the back door. The hall fell into silence. The two examiners clenched their fists and muttered, Cheng Yong. Song Qinghuan blinked, feeling that things were not as she had imagined. Suyu maintained a bewildered expression, though he was inwardly frustrated. He truly didn't know Professor Zhuge Yun was the youngest grandmaster on Blue Star. Had he known, he would never have agreed to repeat it on video. It was clearly a trap set by his homeroom teacher. The examiner's anger soon subsided, and they began to comfort Suyu. Don't worry, kid. We'll help clear things up for you. As for your teacher, we'll make sure to have a good talk with him. Mentioning Suyu's teacher, their anger flared up again. All right, let's present you with the badge first, the examiner announced. Although they had already conducted the ceremony once today, they decided to hold it again for Suyu. As everyone eagerly awaited Suyu to receive the badge, an unexpected scene unfolded. It wasn't the examiner who came forward to present the badge, but a young man standing behind them. The young man walked up to the stage unhurriedly, a golden, diamond-shaped badge gleaming on his chest, radiating brilliance. The hall fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the dazzling badge. Even Qin Ling, who had been shocked by the direct recruitment, stood there with her mouth agape. Oh my god, is that a high-level tactician badge? Qin Ling exclaimed internally. Since when did Tianyuan City have a high-level tactician? Wait, could he be here specifically for Suyu? No wonder Suyu's exam was so difficult today. It wasn't a system error, but a test set up by this high-level tactician. The young man approached Suyu and whispered with a smile, Things aren't exactly as you think. As he spoke, he pinned the badge onto Suyu. I'll be waiting for you at Jubi University. Right now, you're still too weak. Study at Jubi for a year, and then we'll have a proper match. Suyu gave a wry smile, Senior brother, half-jokingly, I'm really too scared to go to Jubi now. The young man laughed heartily, If you really don't go, I'd be impressed by your guts. Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but smile as well. After receiving the badge, the two quickly took a photo together. The young man didn't stay long and soon took his leave. Before departing, he reminded the two senior examiners to record the bald man who had slandered Suyu. From now on, the Tactical Alliance would reject his application for any assessments. Slandering a master's disciple was a charge severe enough to bar him from ever entering the examination hall again. The news caused an uproar in the assessment hall. Learning that Suyu would be apprenticing under a master, everyone no longer cared about the gap between themselves and Suyu. They all rushed forward, eager to befriend this future genius. After finally breaking free from the crowd, Suyu saw Qinling and Song Qinghuan still waiting. He suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no, I messed up. The two looked puzzled, and Suyu said regretfully, I forgot to take a photo with him. The two girls exchanged a glance and finally believed that taking photos was indeed Suyu's peculiar hobby and not some superficial attraction. After all, this guy took pictures of both men and women indiscriminately. Suyu thought regretfully of Lu Ming's hurried departure, even wondering if it was intentional. He sighed deeply, silently reminding himself that there's always someone better. There's always a taller mountain beyond the tallest mountain. He then perked up and eagerly looked at the two girls. Let's go take some photos by Master Ji Qing's statue, Suyu said, taking the lead. Qinling pulled Song Qinghuan aside and whispered, Are you sure Suyu will give us the photos? She couldn't help but ask, mainly because Suyu's gaze felt like he was scrutinizing prey. Despite feeling a bit creeped out, there was an inexplicable thrill. Song Qinghuan frowned. Suyu isn't that kind of person? Qinling sighed. Well, this couple sure is odd. The three of them arrived at the statue, and Suyu skillfully raised his camera. The system prompt flashed again. Target detected with a level ability, extreme analysis. High probability of obtaining low-dimensional attributes, moderate probability of obtaining skills, low probability of high-dimensional attributes, very low probability of obtaining abilities. Suyu's finger paused for a moment. Earlier today, while taking photos of passersby, the highest ability detected was only clevel. Now, he had finally encountered something above level. Extreme analysis. No wonder Qinling aimed to be a tactical analyst. This skill would also be very beneficial to him. Obtaining it would be a great opportunity. As he pondered, Suyu pressed the shutter button. Click. The moment he thought about acquiring the ability, he fell silent. Today's luck seemed to have been used up on his dad. Once again, he got nothing. Not giving up, he pressed the shutter again. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 agility. A slight smile returned to Suyu's face. He didn't continue taking photos, and instead, sent the pictures to the two girls before putting away his camera. He planned to head to the wilderness later, and needed to save some film. Moreover, going overboard with photos the first time they met could lead to misunderstandings, which wasn't good for long-term relationships. Somehow, the system seemed to have an auto-correction feature, as Suyu's photos always turned out quite well. Both girls were very pleased with the pictures they received. Suyu, your photography skills are really good. Can I come to you for photos in the future? Qinling asked, then wondered to herself why she, who usually focused on training and tactical studies, would need photos. Because he's an excellent tactician, I want to learn more from him, she reasoned with herself. Me too, me too. Song Qinghuan chimed in. $5 per photo, fair and square. Suyu held up 5 fingers. Song Qinghuan counted on her fingers. So, I'd owe you dozens of bucks? No, I owe you tens of thousands already, Suyu corrected. Song Qinghuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately put her hands on her hips. Then you'd better listen to me. Next time during the mock exam, don't leave everything blank, or I'll make you pay up. Seeing the couple banter, Qinling quietly slipped away. After the assessment, Suyu headed straight to the weapons shop. It wasn't until they reached the entrance that Song Qinghuan, who had been following him, realized, Suyu, are you buying a weapon? Yeah, I want to buy a dagger. Just as he said that, Song Qinghuan pulled out a delicate dagger from her waist. Here, take this. Suyu took it and examined it carefully. It was a fine iron dagger, with the craftsman's name engraved on it. It was worth at least tens of thousands on the market. I can't accept this. I already owe you so much, he said, handing the dagger back. Song Qinghuan shook her head. I said it's a gift. Besides, I don't like this dagger. It's too dark and not pretty at all. She then pulled out another dagger from her left side, its blade gleaming silver white as it left the sheath. This one was the reward for 3rd place in the last training camp. The one I gave you was from the previous camp. These are all free. I don't need to. As someone who didn't even qualify for subsequent training camps, Suyu was speechless and tearfully accepted the wealthy Qinghuan's gift. Suyu then prepared to head to the wilderness, but Song Qinghuan stopped him. You're planning to go to the wilderness with that dagger? Yeah, I can't use it in the city. By the way, why are you following me? Suyu immediately turned ungrateful after accepting the gift. Song Qinghuan confidently said, the homeroom teacher asked me to keep an eye on you. He's worried you might do something reckless and head into the wilderness to seek death. If you show any abnormal behavior, I'm supposed to watch you closely. Suyu stopped his bike, looking resigned. My dear homeroom teacher knows me well. So, I can only go home now, right? No, you can go, as long as I go with you. With me around, the level area is no problem. Song Qinghuan's response surprised Suyu. Great. Let's head out now. Suyu was eager, fearing that hesitating for a second would be a disservice to his beautiful bodyguard. The two of them sped on their bikes to the towering city wall. At the steel gate, soldiers were registering people coming in and out. Song Qinghuan led the way with ease. As it was Suyu's first time leaving the city for the wilderness, he had to go through a series of registrations. After setting up an emergency contact in time, he was allowed to leave. Perhaps noticing the diamond-shaped badge on Su Yu's left chest, the registration officer gave an extra reminder. Even though it's just a level area, there might be first-tier beasts near the border. Don't get too close. Got it. Thanks for the heads up. Su Yu obediently replied. The registrar nodded and let them pass. Song Qinghuan was already waiting outside the checkpoint. Watching Su Yu's obedient demeanor, she shook her head. She thought that if the officer hadn't mentioned it, Su Yu might not have rushed straight to the border upon entering. Having successfully left the city, Su Yu was visibly excited, like a wild horse free from its reins. Seeing this, Song Qinghuan quickly grabbed his arm, her expression serious. Su Yu, before we go in, we need to lay down some ground rules. She raised 3 fingers and listed the rules clearly, one by one. First, you must wait for me to confirm there's no danger before you take any action. Second, you cannot stray more than 5 meters away from me. Third, if we encounter any danger, you must follow my instructions, usually sweet and gentle. Song Qinghuan now looked determined and spoke with an undeniable authority. She paused and added, otherwise, I'll knock you out and drag you back myself. Knowing Song Qinghuan's strength, Su Yu didn't dare take her words lightly. He raised his hands in surrender and promised quickly, all right, don't worry. I just want to experience the wilderness firsthand. If we run into any beasts, I'll hide behind you. I'll just take some photos and study the differences from what I've read in books. Seeing Song Qinghuan still skeptical, Su Yu continued to explain, you know me, I might be playful sometimes, but I'm afraid of pain and death. I wouldn't do anything foolish. Only then did Song Qinghuan reluctantly nod, feeling a bit more at ease. Su Yu shrugged helplessly, thinking that his reputation for causing trouble was really hard to shake. But without those reckless experiences, he might never have become a member of Class 7. Nor would he have the chance to assist Song Qinghuan with tactics. Just as Su Yu was contemplating how to shed his troublesome image, he overheard some passers-by talking. Look at that guy, so young and already afraid of his girlfriend. He's definitely going to be henpecked, a male voice said. What's wrong with that? Look how pretty his girlfriend is, another voice retorted. At least he has a girlfriend. Unlike you, who's been single for 30 years and doesn't even have anyone to henpeck you. Nonsense. I just don't want to be tied down by romance, the first voice hurriedly defended. Hearing this conversation, Song Qinghuan's cheeks turned slightly red, and she averted her gaze. Su Yu, on the other hand, was once again exasperated, thinking that besides pretty boy, he now had another label henpecked. Let's go. I can't wait any longer, he urged, eager to escape the awkward situation. With Song Qinghuan leading the way, the two gradually moved away from the city walls. Looking back, the city had turned into a gray silhouette. Standing in the wilderness, Su Yu felt the oppressive atmosphere around him, as if even breathing had become difficult. This made him think of the predecessors who first faced the alien invasion. Back then, the entire blue planet was shrouded in gray mist, with no distinction between day and night. How much had they sacrificed to reclaim the space for humanity's survival, allowing future generations to bask in the sunlight? Reflecting on this, Su Yu's usually playful demeanor subdued significantly. Noticing his change, Song Qinghuan felt somewhat relieved. Although this was only a level wilderness, which posed no real threat to her, if Su Yu acted recklessly, she would have no choice but to take drastic measures for his safety. The two wandered aimlessly in the wilderness. Towering trees had broken through the ruins of once tall buildings, and the remaining structures silently spoke of the area's former prosperity. To others, these sights might be commonplace, but for Su Yu, who had recently lived on a beautiful planet, the stark contrast was profoundly shocking. Looking up at the gray sky and the ashen leaves, Su Yu suddenly asked, do you think there will come a day when this place will see blue skies and white clouds again? Song Qinghuan was momentarily speechless. Before she could answer, Su Yu continued, I've seen blue skies and white clouds in my dreams. They were unbelievably beautiful. As he spoke, he walked forward to examine some marks on the trees. Watching Su Yu's back, Song Qinghuan suddenly realized that this seemingly playful deskmate was different from other peers she had encountered. Recalling the first time they entered the wilderness during training camp, some were scared, some were excited, and there were various reactions. But none of them, like Su Yu, displayed both a sense of sorrow for the present and a hope for the future. This complex emotion made Song Qinghuan want to understand Su Yu more deeply. Something just passed through here. Su Yu suddenly turned and said. Song Qinghuan quickly moved to his side, carefully observing before confirming, yes, these are the claw marks of a yellow-eyed rabbit. Su Yu nodded. They headed southwest, probably looking for food. Do you want to follow and take a look? Song Qinghuan asked. Since we're in the wilderness, it would be a waste not to see any beasts. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without much hesitation, Song Qinghuan reminded him again, stay within 3 meters of me. Yellow-eyed rabbits like to attack the neck. If you act recklessly, I really will knock you out. In reality, to Song Qinghuan, the yellow-eyed rabbit was not much different from an ordinary rabbit. But for Su Yu's safety, she remained extra cautious. To be on the safe side, she had to deliberately make it sound more dangerous. The two followed the trail, stepping lightly and breathing steadily. Su Yu was nearly unbeatable in theoretical knowledge, while Song Qinghuan excelled in combat skills. It didn't take long for them to accurately pinpoint the hiding spot of the yellow-eyed grass rabbit. In the forest, they started communicating silently with hand signals. They agilely leaped between the thick tree trunks, moving swiftly and noiselessly. Finally, Su Yu saw the living beast with his own eyes. The yellow-eyed grass rabbit was far from an ordinary rabbit. It had saber-toothed fangs and claws that were over 10 centimeters long, with yellowish eyes that exuded ferocity. Its over 1-meter-tall body made it hard for Su Yu to associate it with the gentle rabbits in his memory. I want to give it a try. You cover me, Su Yu suddenly said, and before the words fully left his mouth, he shot forward like an arrow. Song Qinghuan's eyes instantly turned icy, her left hand almost instinctively rising. She reassured herself silently. This counts as giving a heads-up in advance, right? It's not exactly breaking our previous agreement. Witnessing Su Yu's agile movements and the exceptional skills he displayed while following her leaps, Song Qinghuan realized that Su Yu was far from the weakling he appeared to be. Clearly, he had held back not only in tactical understanding but also in his true strength. Nonetheless, Song Qinghuan's eyes still flickered with a hint of wary blue. She kept a close watch on the battlefield, ready to use her SS-level ice abilities to freeze the so-called formidable rabbit. Anyone would think it was overkill given the disparity in their strength. Fortunately, Su Yu didn't give Song Qinghuan the chance to unleash her ultimate move. With a couple of swift, clang-clang sounds, Su Yu's dagger precisely blocked the yellow-eyed rabbit's counterattack. He bent down, spun gracefully, and his black dagger was instantly stained with fresh red blood. Following that, the dark blade slashed through the rabbit's throat. As if to prevent any last struggle from the dying rabbit, Su Yu followed up with a powerful flying kick, sending it flying 10 meters away. The entire process was smooth and swift, taking only a matter of seconds. From her perch on a tree branch, Song Qinghuan watched the whole scene unfold, her eyes widening in shock, unable to hide her astonishment. If Su Yu got close and suddenly launched a surprise attack, would Song Qinghuan be in danger given his current skills? This question suddenly popped into Song Qinghuan's mind. Just by observing a few of his movements, she realized that if it came down to pure technique without considering physical strength, she was no match for Su Yu when it came to using a dagger. Every move he made was precise and swift, his agility evident from years of rigorous training. In Song Qinghuan's memory, only the person who consistently ranked first in the training camp could rival Su Yu in dagger skills. Other geniuses couldn't compare. Su Yu efficiently dealt with the yellow-eyed grass rabbit and then leisurely took out his camera. As he summarized and took pictures, he said, "The book was right. The yellow-eyed grass rabbit's attacks always start with a lunge. Block the first strike, and the second can be fatal. But this is just an ordinary beast. Beasts ranked above the first grade develop consciousness, so it won't be that simple." Song Qinghuan landed beside him, full of questions, but chose to remain silent. Suddenly, a series of prompts appeared. "Congratulations, host, for recording the yellow-eyed grass rabbit in the bestiary. You have received a reward. Agility 10, Vitality 1. Fixed reward notice. Recording beasts in the bestiary requires the host to kill them. Notice. Recording 10 different beasts will grant an additional reward." These prompts made Su Yu pause. He immediately asked the system, "Does the fixed reward apply to any beast I kill and record, or is it just for the yellow-eyed grass rabbit?" The system responded, "Recording any beast in the bestiary will reward vitality. For ordinary beasts, excluding special ones, the vitality reward is 1. With this answer, Su Yu's eyes lit up. Fixed vitality increase. This was better than anything else. He thought excitedly, "The wilderness is my playground for the next while." With a daily increase of 10 vitality points, and over a month until the college entrance exam, that's 300 vitality. It doesn't matter if my cultivation talent is rated F. If I can break through as a martial artist before the exam, my goal will instantly raise to becoming the top scorer in the national exam. Meanwhile, in a swampy area of the wilderness, for young people were worried about their predicament. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl's eyes lit up. I sensed an ability user nearby. They seemed to be preparing to use their ability. The red-haired guy immediately asked, "How strong is it?" The blue-haired girl glanced at the other three and replied, "Stronger than the three of us combined." Hearing this, the three of them showed a hint of excitement. The white-haired guy with a bow and arrow said, "What do you think? Should we go for it? If we miss this chance, it'll be difficult to find another one. Plus, recruiting someone this strong is no easy task." The purple-haired guy hesitated. "What if they refuse?" "Doesn't matter, we'll try first. If it doesn't work, we can offer them 50 of the loot and battle contributions." The red-haired guy decided firmly. All right, let's give it a shot. Cece, lead the way. The four quickly agreed and followed the blue-haired girl, Cece, towards Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. On the other side, Song Qinghuan and Su Yu had just finished handling the yellow-eyed grass rabbit's corpse. They took the valuable fangs and claws, destroying the rest with a bottle of corpse-dissolving powder. This was because humans had discovered that these corpses could become nutrients for the environment, fostering stronger beasts. Since then, proper disposal of remains became a mandatory skill for all students. As they were about to leave, Song Qinghuan suddenly stopped. Someone's coming. Su Yu listened carefully and also heard the sound of branches snapping, getting closer. They seemed to be heading straight for us without trying to hide, Su Yu noted. Song Qinghuan nodded. Maybe they've encountered a beast they can't handle. If they ask for help, should we go? She looked at Su Yu for his opinion. After realizing Su Yu's impressive skills, she no longer saw him as a helpless child. Of course, the school teaches us to help each other in the wilderness whenever possible, Su Yu said eagerly, but added, but we also need to understand their intentions. Song Qinghuan placed her hand on her waist. My main task is still to protect you. They're here, Su Yu said, looking ahead as four young people with distinctive hair colors approached. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were momentarily surprised, and Su Yu thought to himself, is this some kind of edgy hunter squad? After stopping, Cece stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Si. We are the fantastic beast hunting squad. We recently encountered a newly promoted first-grade beast, the star-spotted frog, not far from here. We came for that frog today, but when we arrived, we found not just one first-grade star-spotted frog, but dozens of ordinary ones. With our current setup, it's challenging to take them all down. My ability is enhanced perception, and I sensed an ability user nearby. So we came over to ask if you'd be willing to team up with us temporarily. We can form a temporary hunting squad, and we're willing to share 50 of the loot and battle contributions with you. Cece spoke quickly, fearing that mentioning a first-grade beast might scare Su Yu and Song Qinghuan away. She then introduced her team. The four of us are all ability users. Xiaowei's ability is paralysis attachment, which can imbue his weapons with a paralyzing effect. Lu Qiu's ability is petrification. He can petrify his upper body, making him resistant to the star-spotted frog's poison. Zuoxia's ability is web creation, which can produce sticky webs to restrain beasts. Spider-Man? Su Yu blurted out. The purple-haired Zuoxia quickly waved his hand. Not that impressive. I can only create webs, not shoot web lines like Spider-Man. This display of sincerity from the ability user hunting squad made an impression. Song Qinghuan looked at Su Yu, thinking that she could handle the first-grade beast alone, and the remaining ordinary star-spotted frogs could be managed by Su Yu and the four others. Without hesitation, Su Yu replied, we accept your invitation. When Su Yu made his decision, Cece and the other three couldn't help but take another look at him. It was only then that they noticed the rhombus badge, symbolizing a tactician on his left chest. Brother, are you a tactician? Lu Qiu, with his fiery red hair, asked excitedly, his eyes gleaming. Su Yu nodded. I just passed the assessment not long ago. If you trust me, we can plan a specific strategy in advance. Lu Qiu nodded vigorously. Of course. You're a tactician. I always dreamed of becoming one, but I didn't have the talent. I ended up being a tank instead. Xiaowei glanced at Lu Qiu and unceremoniously teased. Since you already know this, don't waste your money on the assessment when we get back to school. The group quickly formed a temporary beast hunting team through their wristbands, setting up the distribution of loot and contributions. So you couldn't help but admire the wisdom of Longwa's leaders. These features significantly reduced unnecessary suspicion and defense. When the four saw Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's ages on the wristbands, they were stunned. Not even 18? Are young people this impressive nowadays? They had thought the two were university students like themselves. After about 10 minutes, they cautiously entered a swamp. They stopped 300 meters away from the star-spotted frogs, and CC transmitted the detailed information she had gathered to their wristbands. Everyone, including Song Qinghuan, eagerly awaited Su Yu's tactical plan. After carefully reviewing the data, Su Yu quickly assigned roles. Lu Qiu and Zuoxia charge in from the front. Lu Qiu, you attract the frogs, while Zuoxia restricts their movements from behind. Peng Si and Xiaowei, you handle the beasts. Xiaowei, start with arrows, and Peng Si, go for the kill. Peng Si, your keen senses make you perfect for finishing them off. If you can't kill in one strike, move on to the next one. You two must coordinate continuously. What about the grade 1 star-spotted frog? They all asked in unison. Su Yu smiled. Leave it to Qinghuan. We'll clear the way, and Qinghuan will take down the grade 1 star-spotted frog. Xiaowei and Zuoxia, you should try to restrict it at the start to make it easier for Qinghuan. Okay, but our effect may be limited, they nodded. Su Yu waved his hand. No problem. I'll handle any gaps. The group found the plan a bit odd, and Lu Qiu murmured, this plan isn't that complicated. I could have thought of it too. Peng Si repeatedly looked at Song Qinghuan, asking, Qinghuan, are you sure you can handle it? Song Qinghuan nodded firmly. No problem. Suyu understood their thoughts but knew it was really that simple. With 6 people, 5 of whom had special abilities, including 1 SS level ability user, plus 2 control type ability users, how complicated did the strategy need to be? If not for their expectant looks, he might have suggested just bulldozing through without any fancy tactics. Ultimately, Suyu's rhombus badge and Peng Si's previous sensing of his ability strength convinced the 4 to agree to the plan. As Lucio forged ahead, Suyu approached Song Qinghuan and said, Qinghuan, if possible, could you let me deliver the final blow to the grade 1 star-spotted frog? I want to try killing a grade 1 beast myself. Song Qinghuan agreed without hesitation. For her, it was no big deal to freeze it and let Suyu deliver the final strike. While the two discussed the frog's fate, the other 4 couldn't help but wonder, are we really challenging a grade 1 beast? Why does it feel so different? As they stepped into the star-spotted frog's territory, deafening croaks echoed around them, almost piercing their eardrums. Tongues as thick as several centimeters lashed out, glowing with star-like spots and carrying poison. If touched, one would dissolve into a puddle within half an hour without an antidote. However, due to years of alien invasions, almost everyone carried an antidote for star-spot poison. Lu Qiu charged ahead, his upper clothing tearing apart as his torso swelled and turned a grayish-brown. Suyu marveled at Lu Qiu's muscular build, thinking it would have surely been considered steroid-enhanced in his previous life. While Lu Qiu blocked the first wave of attacks, Peng Si and Xia Wei launched their assault on the 3-meter-long grade 1 star-spotted frog. 3 nets and 3 arrows simultaneously targeted the frog. As the battle commenced, Song Qinghuan pulled out a silver short stick from her waist. With a flick, it extended into a spear with a sharp tip. In the blink of an eye, Suyu saw Song Qinghuan, dressed in white and wielding the silver spear, dash forward. He couldn't help but think, so cool. Song Qinghuan seemed intent on easing their burden, slaying 2 ordinary star-spotted frogs on her way to the grade 1 frog. Her spear clashed with the thick, sticky tongue, and a blue light flashed in her eyes. A chill spread from the spear, freezing the tongue instantly, with the cold spreading through the frog's body. Without holding back, Song Qinghuan struck several more times, freezing different parts of the frog. When the moment was right, she glanced back at Suyu. He understood immediately, cutting off a tongue with a dagger and leaping towards the frog. As he landed, his dagger sliced around the frog's neck, and its ugly head fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 4, still battling ordinary frogs, were stunned. That was too easy. After dealing with the star-spotted frog, Suyu took out his camera from his pocket. Song Qinghuan noticed a few remaining frogs and swiftly took action, her silver flash eliminating them instantly. Peng Si and his 3 companions were dumbfounded, watching the girl in white calmly holding a spear with one hand. They silently regretted their earlier decision to give up 50 of the spoils and battle contribution, realizing they were just bystanders. This girl alone was more than enough to handle a grade 1 beast. Song Qinghuan put away her spear, turned to the 4, and smiled slightly, explaining, this star-spotted frog had just advanced, which made it easier for me to deal with. If it had more time to adapt to its new strength, it would have taken me much more effort. The 4 nodded blankly, still in shock. On the other side, Suyu, already aware of Song Qinghuan's abilities, was focused on capturing the image of the grade 1 star-spotted frog. With a click, he used up the last shot of the film for the day. A system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for recording star-spotted frog, grade 1 beast. You receive a fixed reward of 10 blood chi and 100 strength attribute. Total recorded beasts, 210. Would you like to claim your reward now? Suppressing his excitement over the 100-point attribute boost, Suyu calmly replied, not now. He knew that an immediate increase of 10 points in blood chi would cause a noticeable change in his energy flow, and a 1/3 increase in strength would take time to master. Claiming the reward now wasn't wise. After taking the photo, Suyu instructed everyone to clean up the area. They quickly divided the spoils and cleared the bodies. Perhaps due to Song Qinghuan's overwhelming display of strength, or Peng Si and his group's eagerness to return to school, they parted ways with little conversation. Peng Si and his friends hurried back according to the map. On the way, Lu Qiu asked, Peng Si, shouldn't we invite such talents to our school? I remember the teacher mentioned this during the break. His question drew incredulous looks from the others. Someone retorted, do you think someone like Song Qinghuan would want to join our school? Even if she did, would our school dare to accept her? And would other schools agree? Their discussion left Lu Qiu red-faced. He stubbornly said, well, so you could be a good fit for our school? This time, everyone fell silent. Judging by Suyu's performance, his combat skills were within their school's admission range, and being a young tactician was a significant advantage. Peng Si pondered for a moment before saying, you might not believe this, but I sensed a similar energy fluctuation in Suyu as in Song Qinghuan. Even if it's slightly different, it can't be by much. Hearing this, Lu Qiu fell silent. The group trudged on, their spirits dampened by the day's events, overshadowing any joy from completing their assignments. Suyu smiled as he saw his contribution to defeating the Grade 1 beast. He had also gained access to the Clevel area. He opened his wristband and grinned at his personal panel. Song Qinghuan approached silently, warning, "Don't even think about entering the Clevel area. If you do, I'll knock you out." Su Yu's smile froze, and he quickly assured, "I wouldn't risk my life like that. Don't worry, I won't enter the Clevel area until I'm stronger." "Good," Song Qinghuan replied skeptically. "Any more plans?" Su Yu shook his head. "I've had enough for today. Let's head back." Satisfied, Song Qinghuan nodded. They pulled up the map on their wristbands and started their journey back. On the way, Su Yu curiously asked, "Qinghuan, where did you get that spear?" Song Qinghuan apologized. "Su Yu, I can't give it to you right now." Su Yu's forehead creased in confusion. "I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say you look really cool with it." Song Qinghuan blushed slightly. "Really?" "Yes." The spear was a reward for placing in the top 3 citywide exams 5 times in a row. Su Yu fell silent, thinking, "I've never even made the top 100 in school and once deflated the principal's tires. I should probably give up on getting a spear." After nearly an hour, encountering and easily dispatching a yellow-eyed rabbit along the way, they reached the exit. The soldier in charge of inspections gave Su Yu a second look when he saw his record of participating in a Grade 1 beast kill. As Su Yu and Song Qinghuan walked away, another soldier approached and asked, "Boss, this Su Yu seems impressive. 18-year-old low-level tactician with the ability to help kill a Grade 1 beast. Should we consider recruiting him for the Northwest Military District?" The leader shook his head. "Not so fast. We need to observe more. That girl with him, Song Qinghuan, is a highly regarded talent in Tianyuan City. She and a few others recently killed a Grade 3 beast in the zone during a training camp." The nearby soldiers gasped in surprise. The leader nodded. "So, we're not sure if Su Yu's abilities are genuine. They'll probably come back tomorrow. Send someone to follow them. If he proves his worth, we can't afford to miss such talent." Rumor has it that higher-ups are also interested in Song Qinghuan. If we recruit Su Yu, their relationship might be an advantage. But the most important thing, the leader added, is that Su Yu must have the strength. Otherwise, inviting him would only harm him. "Understood, boss. I'll follow them tomorrow." Su Yu, who had been escorted home by a girl, was now sitting in the living room, facing a group of curious neighbors. The room was filled with laughter and the aroma of barbecue, as these enthusiastic neighbors had already prepared a feast to celebrate. "So, after your assessment as a tactical master today, where did you go?" Aunt Wu's eyes gleamed with gossip, her mechanical pupils seemingly brighter than usual. Su Yu's astounding performance in the assessment hall had already spread throughout Tianyuan City. The news of a prodigy about to be taken under the wing of a tactical grandmaster had caused quite a stir. The neighbors, upon hearing this, quickly slaughtered a pig and prepared wine to celebrate. They hadn't expected Su Yu to arrive so late, just before dusk, accompanied by a beautiful girl. In response to Aunt Wu's interrogation, Su Yu explained helplessly, "After the assessment, we went to the wilderness. Our homeroom teacher was worried I might do something reckless, so he asked Qinghuan to keep an eye on me." "Your teacher really knows you well," one of the uncles quipped, eliciting a burst of laughter. During the conversation, Su Yu was surprised to learn that these neighbors had not only investigated Song Qinghuan's neighborhood, but had also visited her home. "Little Su Yu, you need to work hard," one aunt said meaningfully. "Qinghuan's mother said she's not opposed to you two being together, but she's worried Qinghuan might end up like her, waiting alone." Su Yu was puzzled, but before he could think further, the topic shifted. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan's home was equally crowded with enthusiastic neighbors. Blushing, she faced their questions, while her mother stood by, smiling silently. As the entire Tianyuan city buzzed with talk about Su Yu and Song Qinghuan, Zhang Shijing's home was filled with a heavy atmosphere. The sound of fists hitting a punching bag grew louder, while Zhang Shijing's parents whispered outside the door, trying to give their son space to cope with his heartbreak. After sending off the drunken neighbors, Su Yu finally lay down to rest. Despite his exhaustion, a happy smile spread across his face. In this dangerous world, the warmth of his neighbors gave him an unprecedented sense of belonging. Su Yu got up to receive his system rewards, feeling his physical attributes enhance. He began practicing his body refinement technique, and soon, the room echoed with sounds like firecrackers. Sweat soaked his clothes, and despite the pain, excitement shone through his expression was finally experiencing progress from his training. Outside, Su Jun listened to the noises from his son's room and sighed quietly. "If only I could get you more blood crystals." The next morning, Su Yu was awakened by the commotion in the living room. Opening his door, he saw Song Qinghuan surrounded by the enthusiastic neighbors. Aunt Wu was animatedly recounting Su Yu's childhood embarrassments, on the verge of revealing even more. Su Yu quickly interrupted with a cough. "Ahem, Qinghuan, what brings you here?" At that moment, Sujun's voice called from the kitchen. Come on, let's have breakfast first. Suyu was left bewildered again. Since when does my dad cook? Suyu rode his bike with Song Qinghuan on the back, passing through the neighborhood gate amidst genuine smiles and concerned looks from a group of uncles and aunts. The morning sunlight bathed them in a golden glow. Why did you come looking for me so early? Suyu asked curiously as he pedaled. Song Qinghuan replied matter-of-factly, I knew you'd head to the wilderness today, so I came early to keep an eye on you. Do you always listen to the teacher so well? Suyu continued to probe. After a moment of serious thought, Song Qinghuan answered, not entirely. I'm also worried you'll get yourself into trouble in the wilderness. You're my best friend. Suyu didn't pursue the topic further and instead asked, so, after coming here today, are you scared to come again? Song Qinghuan shook her head immediately. No way. I think the uncles and aunts here are very warm-hearted. Even though I didn't know how to answer many of their questions, I really like them. She paused and added, my mom even asked when you'd come over to our place. Hearing this, Suyu's pedaling slowed down noticeably. He answered a bit awkwardly, sure, when I have time. You can take me? Inwardly, Suyu thought, no, I'm still progressing too slowly. It's bad enough being told off at home by Aunt Wu. I can't afford to be looked down upon by the uncles and aunts at Song Qinghuan's place. This realization intensified Suyu's desire to improve his abilities. The two of them arrived at the steel gate with ease. As they passed through the checkpoint, a square-faced soldier approached Suyu. Hello, Suyu. I'm Yang Kai, a corporal from the Northwest Serious Legion. Would you mind if I followed you today? Yang Kai asked politely. Caught off guard, Suyu instinctively looked at Song Qinghuan. Seeing her nod, he replied, no problem. Yang Kai smiled and assured, don't worry, I'll keep my distance and won't interfere with you. Suyu and Song Qinghuan entered the wilderness, with Yang Kai following at a distance. What's going on? Suyu asked in a low voice. Song Qinghuan explained, major war zones often observe newcomers with potential but uncertainty. Your participation in killing a Tier 1 beast yesterday probably caught their attention, so they want to assess you closely today. Many talents have someone following them during their first time in the wilderness to both evaluate their skills and provide protection. Have you experienced this before? Suyu asked curiously. Song Qinghuan shook her head. No. Our training camp teachers don't allow it, fearing they might poach us. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. Song Qinghuan suggested, Suyu, you should showcase your abilities today. Even if you don't join the Northwest Serious Military Academy, there'll be benefits. If they're really interested in you, it might even make the rejection university anxious. A sly look flashed in her eyes. Suyu was taken aback, realizing for the first time that this girl had a bit of cunning in her. They exchanged a knowing glance. Throughout the day, under Yang Kai's watchful eye, Suyu demonstrated his solid theoretical knowledge. Every small detail became evidence for him to judge the beast's condition. In actual combat, Suyu's combat techniques, clearly honed in the military, and his proficient dagger skills impressed Yang Kai. Though Yang Kai didn't understand why Suyu took a photo after killing each beast, he had already formed a preliminary assessment. The checkpoint sergeant received the information and immediately reported it to the admissions office of the Northwest Serious Military Academy. With solid combat skills, strong theoretical knowledge, and having passed the low-level tactician exam at 18, Suyu had the potential to be groomed into a Tier 3 warrior. Even if his innate talent was lacking, resources could elevate him to lead a top-tier beast hunting team. His relationship with Song Qinghuan was an added bonus. Soon, a message came back from the admissions office. Ensure Suyu joins the Northwest Serious Military Academy as soon as possible. The 3 exclamation points underscored their urgency. In the wilderness, after killing over 10 beasts, Suyu stopped. The system prompted, Beast Encyclopedia Entries 1110. Rewards available. As his first completed system task, Suyu was eager to return home and see what the reward was. Additionally, there were 10 vitality points, 60 agility points, and 20 strength points to claim. If not for the encyclopedia's limitations, Suyu would have loved to stay in the wilderness longer. Let's head back. The homeroom teacher is organizing another trip tomorrow. We need to save some energy, Suyu said. Song Qinghuan nodded, and they pulled up the map to head back. On the way, she frequently glanced at Suyu. She had encouraged Suyu to show off in front of Yang Kai partly to gauge how much he had been hiding. After a day of observation, she had a rough idea. Excluding academic grades, Suyu's martial arts scores could barely make it into the top 100 in Tianyuan City. Given that Suyu recently absorbed a blood crystal, Song Qinghuan believed he would soon improve. If the blood crystal significantly boosted his vitality, Suyu might even break into the top 30. The top 30 in Tianyuan City were all on the verge of breaking through the warrior's threshold. The top 20 had vitality levels around 150, ready to break through at any time, but most students chose to wait until after the college entrance exams to maximize their potential. Of course, those with vitality levels of 200 or more before becoming warriors were in a league of their own. The top 10 geniuses in Tianyuan City had vitality levels around 180, close to 200. Lost in thought, they exited the wilderness. At the checkpoint, the sergeant greeted them with a smile. Suyu, let's formally meet. Jing Yao, a senior sergeant from the Northwest Sirius Military District. Hello, Sergeant Jing. Suyu extended his right hand. No need to be so formal, just call me Brother Jing, Jing Yao said warmly. Are you interested in joining the Northwest Sirius Military Academy? Jing Yao didn't hide his intentions and continued. I can assure you that any resource promises from the 4 top academies, we can match. Plus, by the end of your sophomore year, we'll form an elite beast hunting team around you. By the end of your junior year, you can join the frontline corps as an officer, commanding at least a battalion. The list of benefits was enticing, and Suyu couldn't help but be tempted. What did he need most? Killing beasts to gain vitality. The more he killed, the faster he improved. The military academy was perfect for his needs. Seeing Suyu deep in thought, Jing Yao understood that such a significant decision couldn't be made immediately. He smiled and said, no rush to respond. Take your time to think it through. All right, thank you, Brother Jing. I'll consider it carefully, Suyu nodded earnestly. After exchanging contact information, Suyu and Song Qinghuan left the checkpoint. At the checkpoint, Yang Kai asked puzzledly, Brother, Suyu was clearly interested just now. Why didn't we push harder? Jing Yao shook his head. Youngsters are easily swayed at first, but we want him to join us willingly, not by force. Choosing between the military academy and the 4 great schools is a big decision that requires careful thought. Even if he agreed just now, we couldn't sign him up immediately. It's better to leave a good impression. On the way back, Song Qinghuan curiously asked, Suyu, were you tempted? The things they promised, the 4 great schools can offer as well. If you study tactics under Professor Zhuge Yun, you might directly enter the highest decision-making body of the human race after graduation. Having heard countless promises from various schools, Song Qinghuan analyzed rationally for Suyu. Suyu nodded and smiled. Actually, those resources aren't the main reason I'm tempted. I'm more drawn to the idea of entering the wilderness and barren battlefields early. Song Qinghuan looked at him. Suyu, you seem determined to eradicate all alien beasts and races. Suyu chuckled. Don't you want that too? Of course, Song Qinghuan suddenly realized that this was a common wish for all humans. When they reached Suyu's neighborhood gate, although she knew he wouldn't venture into the wilderness this time, Song Qinghuan still used it as an excuse to escort him home. This time, Aunt Wu and Uncle Li weren't watching from upstairs. Instead, they gathered at the gate to welcome them. Hey, Suyu's back, and Qinghuan is here too. Qinghuan, why don't you come up for a bit? You guys went to the wilderness today. Come up and rest before heading home. Let me tell you, your aunt used to attend New Oriental. How about staying for dinner today? Aunt Wu greeted warmly. Faced with Aunt Wu and Uncle Li's enthusiasm, Song Qinghuan felt a bit overwhelmed. She was about to say her mom was waiting for her at home for dinner when Aunt Wu, holding her phone, said, Qinghuan, your mom said it's fine. She won't cook for you tonight, but asked you to come home early. Why not have her come over for dinner too? It's just a 10-minute bike ride. Song Qinghuan, bewildered, was gently pushed upstairs by Aunt Wu. She looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Suyu shrugged helplessly. See? This is how formidable Aunt Wu can be. During dinner, there was a strange atmosphere at the table. Afterward, Song Qinghuan left with a bunch of food, and Suyu followed with even more. Why did they even make you take the pickled radish from the gate? He wondered aloud. Song Qinghuan smiled shyly. She escorted Suyu home, and in the evening, Suyu escorted her back. As they neared her neighborhood, Suyu abruptly stopped, tying the bag securely to his bike's rear rack. He looked concerned and said, I won't go in. I might not get back tonight. I have to head into the wilderness early tomorrow. Song Qinghuan blinked her big eyes, trying not to laugh. She nodded. All right, you should head back then. After thinking for a moment, she pretended to be stern. You're going straight home. No wandering around. I'll check with your dad later. Suyu looked exasperated. Am I that worrisome? And since when did you add my dad's contact? Song Qinghuan nodded. This morning, after parting ways, Suyu returned home and obediently sent a video to Song Qinghuan. She replied with an okay and sent a voice message telling him to rest early. Seeing this, Su Jun clicked his tongue. TSK, you have to report in real time already? Son, you haven't learned your old man's skills. Suyu ignored him and went to his room. What skills? Reporting to mom even when playing games, he muttered to himself. In his room, Suyu calmed his mind and summoned the system to claim his rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing 1010 Beast Encyclopedia entries. You have earned the title of Junior Collector. Reward, increased cultivation talent level by 1. Total Beast Encyclopedia entries, 11100. With a bang, Suyu jumped up excitedly, hitting his head on the ceiling. Outside, Su Jun shouted, Are you demolishing the house? Suyu ignored him and continued claiming today's rewards for adding new entries. With another boost in vitality, Suyu's aura grew even stronger. He clenched his fists, producing a crackling sound. Seizing the moment of increased vitality, Suyu began practicing his body-strengthening technique. 3 hours later, he collapsed to the floor, panting heavily, and summoned his personal stats panel. Name: Suyu. Talent: E. Ability: Ice Age incomplete. Titles: Junior Tactician, Junior Collector. Skills: Master of Tactical Understanding, Beast Encyclopedia Expert, Intermediate Bicycle Riding. High-dimensional Physique Attribute: 131. High-dimensional Vitality and Spirit Attribute: 300 Hz. Low-dimensional Strength Attribute: 350. Low-dimensional Agility Attribute: 300. His talent had risen from F to E, and he had gained 2 junior titles. His strength and agility attributes had increased significantly due to the vitality boost. Seeing his progress in numbers, Suyu was thrilled. But remembering Song Qinghuan's demonstrated abilities, he quickly calmed down. He was still far from being the top student in Tianyuan City, let alone the National College Entrance Exam champion. After a shower, Suyu sat cross-legged and began practicing his breathing technique. Despite his talent being F or E, he still struggled to sense much improvement in vitality. With a long sigh, Suyu persisted in practicing for over an hour. Progress was slow, but there was some improvement. He consoled himself, maybe one day, his cultivation talent would reach SSS. By then, the hardships he endured now would lay the foundation for his future success. Thinking this, Suyu felt much more at peace. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. Suyu opened his eyes to find Song Qinghuan already waiting at his doorstep. He was puzzled, not understanding why she would come to his house before school. The moment Song Qinghuan saw Suyu, her eyes lit up. Suyu, has your vitality increased again? She asked, her face brimming with joy. Suyu nodded and explained, these past few days, while practicing the breathing techniques and body-strengthening methods, I have indeed felt my vitality increase. It's likely the effect of the blood crystal. Song Qinghuan exclaimed excitedly, Suyu, this is also a sign of talent. Seeing her happier than himself, Suyu nodded along but couldn't bring himself to tell her that one blood crystal only gave him a maximum of 15 points of vitality. He muttered to himself, this case, how embarrassing. Arriving at Tianyuan High School, Class 7 of Grade 12, Lu Long mysteriously sidled up to Suyu. Suyu, I've got a surprise for you. Suyu glanced at him. What is it? Has your vitality increased? Lu Long nodded vigorously, excitedly saying, 5 points. My dad spent over $1 million to buy a vitality pill. My vitality has officially surpassed 130 now. I don't have to worry about not getting into a school. He patted his chest confidently. Suyu, when we go into the wilderness today, stick with me. I'll protect you. Suyu nodded in agreement. I'll trust you with my life then. Lu Long instinctively looked at Song Qinghuan, surprised to see she didn't object. He scribbled on a piece of paper, Suyu, did you really win over the school beauty? And handed it to Suyu. Suyu glanced at Song Qinghuan, who smiled gently at him, and pocketed the note. Lu Long gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. The classroom buzzed with excitement about the wilderness trip, resembling a bustling market. Cheng Yong entered with a thermos, and the room fell silent under his gaze. This time, instead of his usual, you guys are the loudest in the whole school, he fixed his eyes on Suyu with a death stare. Suyu passing the low-level tactician exam didn't surprise Cheng Yong, but Suyu's words to those elders had caused him a lot of trouble. After being reprimanded by the Tactician Alliance of Tianyuan City all day yesterday, he had been called into the principal's office for a serious talk today. Facing Cheng Yong's death stare, Suyu put on an innocent look. Cheng Yong suddenly chuckled coldly, silencing the class. The next moment, his expression returned to normal. Suyu, good job, keep it up. Don't change your nature just because you're going to college. His gaze softened unexpectedly. This made Suyu feel uneasy. Cheng Yong had come to terms with the fact that Suyu would only be his problem for another month. Once Suyu went to Jubiai University, he'd be his classmates' headache. Watching his homeroom teachers alternating cold smirks and kind looks, Suyu felt increasingly on edge. Qinghuan, do you think I should take a day off? We don't really need to go to the wilderness today, Suyu tentatively asked. Song Qinghuan answered seriously, Suyu, don't worry, the teacher won't harm you. Soon, the entire Class 7 gathered on the playground, each with a tactical backpack and a bicycle. Suyu felt like they were going on a spring outing. Of course, it would feel more so if those classmates carrying large knives and hammers put their weapons away. Besides their homeroom teacher Cheng Yong, the combat instructor Niu Ji also accompanied them. With the 2 teachers leading and following the group, the 22 students headed into the wilderness. At the checkpoint, as it was a class activity, Cheng Yong had pre-registered. After a solo verification, he led everyone directly into the wilderness, heading straight for Tianyuan High School's designated assessment area. Before reaching the beast territory, Cheng Yong gathered everyone. Today, we will split into 4 groups of 5. Each group's task is to kill 10 beasts within 8 hours. Zhang Shizheng raised his hand. Teacher, there are 22 of us, so 2 people will be left out. Cheng Yong looked at Suyu. Suyu, you and Song Qinghuan will be a team. Your task is to avoid injury. Many laughed at this, while others looked at him with envy. But they only dared to glance. With Jubi University's direct recruitment invitation and being the youngest tactician in Tianyuan City, Suyu was no longer someone they could mock. Their only consolation was Suyu's abysmal martial arts talent. Suyu felt helpless at the arrangement. He looked at Lu Long, who seemed envious, and shrugged. It's not that I don't want you to protect me, it's that the teacher isn't giving you the chance. Lu Long looked heartbroken. Cheng Yong then started dividing the groups based on strength. Suyu stood obediently with Song Qinghuan and asked, do we have to kill 10 beasts too? Song Qinghuan nodded. Yes, it's like a pre-graduation exam and needs to be recorded. Suyu thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Qinghuan, I have a suggestion. As the group leader, Zhang Shizheng watched Suyu and Song Qinghuan whispering together, jealousy burning in his eyes. Suyu, just wait. I'll prove I'm more suitable for Qinghuan. Once the groups were set, Cheng Yong wasted no time. All right, you can start hunting the beasts now. With that, the group of teenagers, weapons in hand, charged into the beast territory with both excitement and nervousness. Watching from behind, Cheng Yong shook his head. Tisk, they've forgotten everything from the books. He then looked at Suyu. Why haven't you started yet? Suyu asked sincerely. Teacher, do you want me to demonstrate the scouting methods from the books? Cheng Yong's face darkened. Get lost. Suyu and Song Qinghuan quickly dashed away. Cheng Yong told Niu Ji, Niu, you follow groups 3 and 4. I'll take care of groups 1 and 2, along with Qinghuan and Suyu. Niu Ji asked, by the way, did Suyu absorb a blood crystal? I feel his vitality has increased quite a bit. Cheng Yong nodded. Probably, but even with increased vitality, he's likely the same as before. Suyu's image as a battle idiot was deeply ingrained. Meanwhile, the 4 teams had barely ventured 100 meters before encountering a beast. As for Suyu and Song Qinghuan, the moment a beast appeared, Song Qinghuan struck it with her spear. Freeze! Suyu leisurely followed up, finishing it off. This scene left the other 20 students dumbfounded. Chen Yong and Niu Ji, who had just caught up, couldn't help but twitch their eyes and lips at the scene before them. Chen Yong glared at Suyu with gritted teeth, his anger boiling inside. What could have been resolved with a single shot by Song Qinghuan, Suyu deliberately took his time to finish off, clearly trying to provoke his classmates. Chen Yong shifted his gaze to Song Qinghuan, silently blaming her. Is your power really meant for dealing with these low-level beasts? The once tense wilderness trial turned absurdly farcical because of Suyu's antics. Zhang Shizheng caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of his eye and swung his long blade even more fiercely. He ignored their previous agreement to prioritize cooperation, dodged a few times to take a heavy hit from the fire-eye sheep heathen, and then immediately decapitated the beast. After dealing with the creature, he looked challengingly at Suyu, who was busy taking photos of the beast with a camera. Song Qinghuan stood nearby, smiling at Suyu. Zhang Shizheng almost spat out blood in frustration but held back, saying sternly, hurry up and deal with the carcass. We need to move on. Facing the disdainful looks from everyone, Suyu remained unfazed. He examined the batch of beasts with interest, thinking that the school had indeed put a lot of effort into their trial. The first wave of beasts they encountered wasn't very aggressive, and there was no threat even from creatures like the yellow-eyed rabbit, which could slit throats if mishandled. After efficiently handling the carcass, Suyu called out to Lu Long, I'm heading out first. Stay safe. Lu Long, who was currently battling a beast, just kept his head down and continued fighting, not bothering to respond. He thought to himself, so what if you have a powerful partner? Does that give you the right to look down on your buddies? From a distance, Chen Yong watched and suddenly regretted pairing Suyu with Song Qinghuan. He snorted coldly to himself. If I wasn't worried about you dragging others down, do you think I'd let you off this easily? He didn't want to look at Suyu any longer. As time went on, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly ferocious, and some classmates got injured. Chen Yong didn't step in to help, even when it meant broken arms or legs. In his view, if they couldn't handle this trial, they had no business venturing into the wilderness later. Losing a limb was better than losing a life. Of course, this didn't apply to Suyu, who followed Song Qinghuan around, finishing off beasts. While other groups had only managed to kill 4 beasts at most, Song Qinghuan and Suyu returned to Chen Yong with parts from 10 different beasts, still covered in frost. Their classmates from Class 7 cast looks of both contempt and envy at Suyu. Who wouldn't want a powerful and gentle partner? Stimulated, class leader Zhang Shizheng sped up again. Soon, as the trial neared its end, the beasts they faced became even more dangerous. Suyu, bored, yawned. At this moment, Chen Yong said, Song Qinghuan, help watch over Group 4. Teacher Lu Ji, you focus on Group 3. Both nodded and moved quickly to stay close to their assigned groups. The beasts these groups faced now, like bears, snakes, and leopards, were extremely dangerous, requiring constant vigilance and readiness to pull the students back from the brink of death. It was thanks to Song Qinghuan that Class 7's trial only needed 2 teachers. Zhang Shijing led one group, capable of passing the trial on his own. This arrangement allowed the other 3 groups to each have a dedicated overseer. Thinking this, Chen Yong looked at Su Yu, who was staring at him expectantly. With a frown, he asked, "What do you want to say? Which group should I watch over?" Su Yu asked. Chen Yong glanced at him and replied irritably, "What can you do? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Su Yu got the hint. "Then I'll go with group 2. Hearing this, Chen Yong almost slipped off the tree branch. After a moment, he said irritably, "You go with group 1. Keep your distance and learn from the class leader's combat techniques. Just because Song Qinghuan is by your side now doesn't mean you can relax. You'll have to face these beasts alone someday." "Got it," Su Yu responded and dashed off. Chen Yong paused, somewhat doubtful. Has this kid gotten faster? Not far ahead, Su Yu caught up with Zhang Shizheng's group. The area was a designated testing zone, and the beasts along the way had been cleared, so Chen Yong felt reassured letting him follow. Upon catching up, Su Yu did as Chen Yong suggested, perching on a nearby branch to observe Zhang Shijing and his group battling the beasts. The group of 5 had someone with a shield, 2 with spears, 1 with a bow, and Zhang Shijing leading the attack with a long blade. After watching for a while, Su Yu frowned. Zhang Shijing's individual strength was impressive, but his mindset was too focused on solo combat. The other 4 members turned out to be a burden for Zhang Shijing. Facing the ferocious Qing Wangmong, Zhang might have had an easier time if he wasn't held back by them. The intense battle lasted for 10 minutes before the Qing Wangmong was finally subdued. However, the cost was high. 2 team members were knocked to the ground by the beast's tail. One was as pale as a sheet, while the other's arm hung limply at their side. Su Yu watched coldly, without uttering a word. He knew full well that injuries were the inevitable result of inadequate strength. This scene made him acutely aware of how a lack of skill could drag down the team, intensifying his resolve to improve his own abilities. As he observed, he mentally placed himself in the scenario, replaying the entire battle in his mind. Before long, the team encountered the last Biastadicha. This 3-meter-long monster, with its earth-colored body, could blend seamlessly with the ground, hence its name. Zhang Shijing's expression immediately turned serious, knowing that among ordinary beasts, the Dicha was the most troublesome opponent, especially since it could unleash astounding power when severely injured. "Li Hao, Jiang Wei, you're injured, stay back. Yang Shu, Zhang Wei, you 2 help me hold the line," Zhang Shijing quickly commanded. The 2 injured members wanted to persist, but Zhang Shijing had already charged forward. Sparks flew as Zhang's long blade clashed with the Dicha. He rolled continuously, dodging its attacks. Su Yu roughly judged that Zhang had the upper hand in both speed and strength. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhang gained the upper hand. However, just as the Dicha lowered its head, panting and covered in blood, the 2 injured members, eager to join the fight, made their move. As Zhang and the others closed in on the beast, Li Hao suddenly raised his spear and charged forward. Seeing a new target, the Dicha lunged at Li Hao with blood-red eyes and bared fangs. Caught off guard, Li Hao stood frozen, forgetting even to raise his spear to defend himself. Zhang Shijing's face contorted with effort as he desperately tried to stop the Dicha, but he was too far away, and a disaster seemed imminent. At the critical moment, a pitch-black dagger sliced through the air, piercing the Dicha's skull with precision. Blood splattered, covering Li Hao's face. The massive corpse collapsed, pinning Li Hao underneath. Already injured, he coughed up blood from the impact. Despite this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the timely arrival of this dagger, as powerful as a sniper rifle, Li Hao might have met his end. Following the direction from which the dagger came, they saw Yang Shu sitting on the ground, exhaling deeply. Thank goodness the teacher arrived. It turned out that teacher Cheng Yong had received Yang Shu's emergency call and rushed to the scene like the wind, saving Li Hao's life at the last moment. When Cheng Yong arrived with lightning speed, a harrowing scene unfolded before his eyes. A pitch-black dagger, as precise as a sniper's bullet, had shattered the mouth of the ground jackal and pierced through its skull. Cheng Yong instantly recognized the dagger as the one Song Qinghuan had received as a reward during training camp. His heart sank as he realized that Su Yu was using this very dagger today. Following the direction from which the dagger had flown, Cheng Yong saw a familiar figure standing on a tree branch. Despite having anticipated this, he was still somewhat shocked upon seeing it with his own eyes. Simultaneously, Zhang Shijing stared intently at Su Yu, his pupils contracting sharply, his eyes wide open, and words failing to escape his mouth. The other 2 stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Yang Shu hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Struggling to get up, he tried to reassure everyone. "It's okay. The teacher is here." However, No one responded. Following their gaze, he turned around to see Suyu still wearing that enigmatic smile, slowly walking towards them. No, it can't be, Yang Shu muttered in disbelief. Li Hao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The other four watched as Suyu walked past them and retrieved the dagger embedded in the tree trunk. Suyu nonchalantly wiped the blood off the dagger. Looking up, noticed the homeroom teacher quietly observing him from a distance. His face immediately lit up with a warm smile. Hey, teacher, what brings you here? Chung Yong ignored Suyu's greeting, merely glancing at the ground jackal's corpse before issuing a succinct directive. Handle the body and wait here. Your task is complete. With that, he turned ahead towards the second group. After a few steps, Chung Yong paused and turned back to Suyu. Suyu, you wait here too. Don't wander off. Then he looked at the others. Keep an eye on him for me. The students exchanged complex looks with Suyu. Suyu, looking innocent, said, Do I seem like someone who doesn't understand the rules? I just saved a classmate. Shouldn't I get some praise? Chung Yong couldn't fathom Suyu's true intentions. On the way back, he began to reflect on the mistakes he had made today. Firstly, he had overestimated Zhang Shizhing's ability to handle the beasts alone, overlooking his possible lack of experience in leading a team against such creatures. Not assigning a teacher to accompany them was a significant oversight he needed to address. Secondly, he had underestimated Suyu's capabilities, thinking he wouldn't wander off and allowing him to act alone. Although Suyu inadvertently corrected his first mistake, if Suyu had left the area instead of following the group, the consequences could have been disastrous. Chung Yong shuddered at the thought of losing a future tactical master due to his negligence, a loss that even death couldn't atone for. As Cheng Yong was lost in self-reproach, a sudden realization struck him. This can't be happening. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this kid actually major in combat and minor in tactics? At that moment, Chung Yong desperately wanted to contact Zhuge Yun. Just yesterday, they had been discussing Su Yu's future path. By 5 p.m., everyone had gathered. Among the four groups, none had completed their tasks perfectly. Every group had injuries, and one group even had an unexpected sixth participant. The students of Class 7, Grade 3, were fervently discussing this mysterious sixth person. Not long after the assembly, the story of Su Yu saving Li Hao with a dagger spread throughout the class. The homeroom teacher first acknowledged his own mistakes, then sternly criticized Li Hao for his lack of discipline and organization. Zhang Shizhing, who had acted alone, was not spared either. However, Su Yu was puzzled. He had saved someone, so why was he being scolded? Su Yu, the homeroom teacher said sternly, even though you saved Li Hao, do you realize how dangerous your action was? What if the dagger had missed? You could have killed your classmate. Wouldn't you feel guilty for the rest of your life? I know you've made significant progress after absorbing the blood crystal, but mastering the control of that power takes time. Are you really that confident? Hearing the teacher's words, Li Hao, who had just been scolded to tears, felt a chill down his spine. Su Yu, however, maintained his innocent, model student expression. Song Qinghuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. In truth, the teacher's concerns were valid, but he didn't know that Su Yu had an extraordinary advantage. After criticizing almost everyone, including himself, Chung Yong led the group out of the wilderness. On the way, the students, who had been humbled moments ago, resumed their spirited discussions. So that's why Su Yu saved Li Hao. He absorbed a blood crystal. Wow, I wish I could absorb a blood crystal too. If I had a blood crystal, I'd definitely become a warrior in no time. The students chattered, some envious, some jealous, and many convinced that they would gain even more from a blood crystal than Su Yu had. Su Yu ignored these remarks. He thought, if he were in their shoes, he would be envious too. But he wanted to tell them, it's not just the blood crystal. A single blood crystal only boosted his blood vitality by 15 points. As the group exited the wilderness, they began registering their combat contributions for the day at the checkpoint. Su Yu also registered and was about to leave with his wristband when a familiar voice called out, Su Yu, little brother, class activity today? Looking up, Su Yu saw Jing Yao, whom he hadn't encountered in the morning. The entire class 37 turned their curious gazes towards the scene. Su Yu responded concisely, yeah, graduation is coming up. Today is the wilderness trial. Jing Yao flashed a meaningful smile and said, with your skills, Su Yu, passing this trial should be a breeze. By the way, I have some good news for you. He paused, drawing the attention of those around him. The Northwestern Serious Military Academy is willing to upgrade your resources to the next level. If you join, all resources will be S-grade. We guarantee that you will reach the 4th rank warrior level. As soon as he finished speaking, the students of Class 37 were stunned. Someone murmured, guarantee to reach the 4th rank warrior? For many, this was a lifelong dream. Another student, wide-eyed with disbelief, said, the Northwestern Serious Military Academy is actively inviting Su Yu? Isn't the academy most focused on combat prowess? Someone else muttered in confusion. Isn't Suyu just the one who absorbed the blood crystal? Amid the clamor, Cheng Yong's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He quickly stepped over to Suyu and said to Jingyao, Officer, our students aren't ready to think about this yet. Right now, their priority is preparing for graduation and the college entrance exam. With that, he pulled Suyu away from the scene. Jingyao watched them leave, still wearing a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. He thought to himself, their sincerity had been shown, and the next move was up to Suyu. Seeing the other students still in shock, Cheng Yong shouted, What are you standing around for? Are you satisfied with today's performance? Everyone, back to school to write your reflections. With that, he got on his bicycle, pulling Suyu along, leaving the rest of class 37 far behind. As they rode, Cheng Yong's unease grew. He muttered to himself, this situation is beyond just the combat department vying for him. Now even other schools and military academies are in the mix. Do they have no shame? Don't they know I already turned down an invitation from Beta University for him? Feeling increasingly indignant, Cheng Yong pedaled faster. Suyu sat on the back seat, legs dangling, letting Cheng Yong speed ahead. His gaze was fixed on the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After returning to school, Cheng Yong stood at the front of the classroom, surveying everyone with a stern expression. In a serious tone, he said, reflect on today's experience. Each of you is to write a 3,000-word self-reflection. With that, he turned and left the classroom, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Soon after, an ear-splitting roar echoed through the office at Jubilee University, reverberating throughout the entire floor. Passing students quickened their pace, hunching their shoulders, thinking to themselves, who's angered Professor Zhuge this time? Someone whispered nervously, oh no, better double-check this term's assignment. Meanwhile, in Class 7 of the third year at Tianyan High School, the students were busy writing their reflections. Suyu, while writing, was also planning his schedule for the next month. He had gained 10 points of qi and blood today, and with just over 30 days to go, he was confident he could break through to 200 qi and blood and become a true martial artist. Suyu glanced at the beast encyclopedia on his desk, noting 6 new entries. He calculated that at this rate, he could complete this phase of the encyclopedia within a month. He couldn't help but think about his talent level. The improvement from F to E wasn't significant, but reaching D level would at least allow him to keep pace with ordinary people. Thinking of this, a wave of bitterness washed over Suyu. The pain of striving desperately just to reach the level of an average person was something few could understand. He felt increasingly that he couldn't afford to waste any more time at school. Suddenly, Suyu stood up. The classroom fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. Song Qinghuan also looked at him with curiosity. Suyu flashed an innocent smile and softly said, I'm going to the restroom. Only then did his classmates return to their writing. Song Qinghuan, resting her chin in her hand, thoughtfully watched Suyu leave. The class monitor, Zhang Shizheng, glanced at her from afar, sighed deeply, and stood up as well. He had come to realize that both Song Qinghuan and Suyu were now beyond his reach. In comparison, he had nearly cost Li Hao his life today and needed to apologize to Li Hao and sincerely thank Suyu. Instead of heading to the restroom, Suyu went straight to the teacher's office, leaving Zhang Shizheng puzzled. Cheng Yong, seeing Suyu enter, asked warily, what do you need? With a bright smile, Suyu got straight to the point. Teacher, I want to apply for something. Cheng Yong replied coldly, go ahead. Teacher, do you think I still need to attend high school tactical classes? Suyu asked tentatively. Cheng Yong wanted to say yes but nodded and said indifferently, no you don't. Then can I apply to train at home? Suyu's words were cut off by Cheng Yong's immediate retort, in your dreams. Just go to school as usual. Suyu couldn't help but show his displeasure. Teacher, isn't it a waste of my time to stay in school? I might make more progress training at home. Cheng Yong sneered, I don't believe you. You're likely planning to settle in the wilderness. Suyu gave a shy smile, more or less. It's all about self-improvement. Absolutely not. Cheng Yong refused flatly. If you're worried, let Qinghuan continue to follow you. She's wasting her time at school too. Why should Song Qinghuan be your bodyguard? Cheng Yong's voice grew louder. Suyu replied confidently, because she's willing. Cheng Yong fell silent. Just as he was about to reject Suyu's idea, the combat instructor, No Ji, spoke up, glaring at Suyu. Kid, are you ignoring your combat instructor now? Cheng Yong immediately chimed in. Exactly. Your combat skills are terrible, and you want to apply for a leave of absence? You might show off your qi and blood gained from absorbing blood crystals to your classmates now, but what about when you face someone with equal qi and blood? You'll be defeated in a few moves. As he spoke, he noticed a mysterious smile on Suyu's face. Suyu then put on an earnest expression and said, Teacher, if it's purely a skill contest, I can last 3 moves against Teacher Nyo. Nyo Ji was about to speak when Cheng Yong interrupted. Unless you can get Teacher Nyo's approval of your combat skills, forget about it. Suyu pouted, looking disappointed. Cheng Yong inwardly sneered. thinking, "You won't fool me, kid." He shouted towards the office door. Zhang Shizheng informed the whole class to gather on the training ground. Some people need to be reminded of their capabilities. Don't think you can show off just because you have some talent. Suyu looked aggrieved, thinking, "Heaven and earth. I just want to make the most of my time to improve my skills." Outside the office, Zhang Shizheng hesitated for a moment before running back to the classroom. Upon arrival, he immediately gathered the students to head to the training ground. "Class monitor, why are we going to the training ground?" a scrawny boy asked as he caught up. "Maybe for extra combat practice," Zhang Shizheng replied absent-mindedly. The boy, unimpressed, curiously asked, "Did you just go to teach Suyu a lesson? That guy is so arrogant since he absorbed the blood crystal. You should put him in his place." Zhang Shizheng suddenly stopped, his eyes turning cold. "Teach you a lesson? Want me to arrange it for you?" The boy shrank back and walked away sheepishly. Seeing that even the class monitor, who usually disliked Suyu the most, had no intention of confronting him, he joined the others in badmouthing Suyu. However, before the conversation could start, Song Qinghuan appeared before them. "Suyu is not someone you can mess with," Song Qinghuan said calmly, a chill in her eyes, even a hint of blue in her gaze. "And I wouldn't recommend speaking ill of him." The boys noticed frost forming on their noses and quickly waved their hands. "Song Qinghuan, you misunderstood. We didn't mean anything by it." Ignoring them, Song Qinghuan turned and left, convinced that the trip to the training ground had something to do with Suyu. Watching this unfold, Zhang Shizheng thought that even Song Qinghuan's harsh words were gentle. Unfortunately, her gentleness had nothing to do with him. He called out to her, "Qinghuan, I have a question. If Suyu asked you to take a leave to train in the wilderness with him, would you go? Is that what it's about?" Song Qinghuan realized, replying matter-of-factly, "If he's going to the wilderness, of course, I'll go with him." At that moment, Lu Long, who happened to be passing by, felt as if he heard the sound of something shattering. On the playground of Tianyu No. 8 High School, the students of Class 7, Grade 3 stood with their heads bowed, listening to their homeroom teacher, Chung Yong. The scorching sun beat down on them, soaking their uniforms with sweat. "Our Class 7 is a key class at Tianyu No. 8. Chung Yong's voice was stern and loud. "Each one of you is among the top 50 students in the senior year rankings." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the group. "Though one of you isn't even in the top 100. Chung Yong's gaze landed on Suyu. Noticing it, Suyu looked up and gave him a wide grin, showing his white teeth. "You are the pride of Tianyu No. 8, Cheng Yong continued, his tone tinged with disappointment, but today's performance in the wilderness was incredibly disappointing. Without comparing to other high schools, your results today are far below those of your senior classmates from previous years." The students hung their heads even lower under Chung Yong's reprimand, all except for Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Suyu wore a harmless smile, while Song Qinghuan attentively listened, eyes fixed on Chung Yong. "So," Chung Yong's tone softened slightly, "I hope you can clearly recognize your own abilities. In the remaining month or so, think hard about where you can improve and what you can do better." Suyu nodded repeatedly, as if in full agreement with Cheng Yong's words. Seeing this, Chung Yong finally lost his patience and shouted, "Suyu, step forward." "Yes." Suyu responded immediately, striding to the front of the group. Chung Yong's mouth twitched as he turned to Mr. Nyoji, a burly teacher standing nearby. "Mr. Nyo, I'll leave the rest to you." Mr. Nyoji, a large and muscular teacher, stepped forward. The sudden change left the students of Class 7, Grade 3 puzzled, exchanging confused glances. Mr. Nyoji grinned, revealing a set of large white teeth. "Your classmate Suyu thinks he can't learn anything more at school and has requested to take a break from school to study at home. Your homeroom teacher approved his request for tactical courses, but for combat training, he needs my approval." He looked around. "Next, I'll have a purely technical sparring session with Suyu. If any of you think you can do the same and don't want to attend combat classes anymore, feel free to step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the students erupted into a buzz of conversation, looking at Suyu in disbelief. Is Suyu crazy? Has he lost his mind? Sparring with Mr. Nyoji? Mr. Nyoji is a retired soldier. Doesn't matter what kind of soldier Mr. Nyoji was, this is Suyu we're talking about. Has he ever passed a combat class? Amid the discussions, a few students who had been warned by Song Qinghuan remained silent. Lu Long, feeling uneasy, quickly stepped forward to stop Suyu, signaling with his eyes for him to abandon this crazy idea. Mr. Nyoji was infamous for his harsh training methods, known as the living hell teacher who could make students hurt for a month without causing any real injuries. But Suyu just smiled and patted Lu Long's shoulder. "Trust in your brother Suyu's skills." With that, he strode towards the center of the field. The surrounding students immediately made space for them. Mr. Nyoji assumed a standard starting stance, and Suyu mirrored him with a similar pose. However, keen observers would notice that Suyu's stance differed slightly from the usual teachings. "Hey, why does Suyu's stance look different from what the teacher taught?" someone whispered. "When has Suyu ever been standard?" Another voice replied. Fair point. As the discussions continued, Chung Yong suddenly spoke up. He's not off. His starting stance is adjusted based on his own physique. It's the most suitable posture for his body proportions. Chung Yong squinted, as if reassessing Suyu. Hearing this, someone in the crowd instinctively wanted to retort, "You don't know anything." But seeing it was the homeroom teacher speaking, they immediately held their tongue. On the other side, Mr. Nyoji stared at Suyu, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. This kid seems to have some skills, he thought to himself. Begin. Mr. Nyoji shouted and charged forward like lightning, sweeping a leg towards Suyu. Suyu deftly lifted his foot to dodge, and Mr. Nyoji immediately followed with a spinning side kick. This technique, combining feints and real attacks, often confused less experienced opponents. It was one of the 3 killer moves Mr. Nyoji had prepared for Suyu. The watching students held their breath, anticipating Suyu's imminent defeat. But to everyone's surprise, Suyu effortlessly dodged Mr. Nyoji's unpredictable sidekick with a graceful lean back. Not only did he evade, but he also countered with a beautiful spinning back kick. This brief exchange, lasting less than a second, left the students of Class 7, Grade 3 in awe. They couldn't believe that the agile figure before them was the Suyu they knew. As the duel continued, Suyu and Mr. Nyoji's movements became faster. Elbow strikes, whip punches, and straight punches came in rapid succession, dazzling the onlookers. Apart from Song Qinghwan, who remained calm, everyone else was stunned, including Cheng Yong, who squinted in disbelief. Finally, as Suyu's powerful knee strike collided with Mr. Nyoji's downward elbow, Mr. Nyoji stepped back and created some distance. "That's enough," Mr. Nyoji said, panting. "If it's purely based on technique, I can't break your moves." He didn't hide his surprise and then curiously asked, "Do you have a relative who's a retired soldier?" Suyu nodded. "My dad is." "That explains it," Mr. Nyoji said, understanding dawning on his face. "You don't need to attend my combat classes anymore. There's nothing more I can teach you." What the heck? Did he really pull it off? A burst of exclamations erupted in Class 7 of the 3rd grade. The students stared in disbelief at Suyu, who had just passed Mr. Nyoji's evaluation. "Are you serious? The teacher didn't go easy on him, did he?" Someone questioned. "Damn. Has Suyu been playing the fool all along? Is he finally revealing his true strength?" Another classmate speculated. "Maybe he just didn't see the need to show his abilities before because his health wasn't as good as others," someone else suggested. The students chattered away until Mr. Nyoji's voice interrupted their noise. "Does anyone else want to give it a try?" Mr. Nyoji asked, scanning the room with a sinister smile. The classroom instantly fell silent. At that moment, Suyu's gaze turned to Mr. Chung Yong. With a sigh, Chung Yong said, "All right, but we'll need Song Qinghwan too." Before he could finish, Song Qinghwan eagerly responded, "Teacher, I'm willing." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face turned a deep shade of red. Cheng Yong's words were cut short, and the class erupted into a commotion. He waved his hand to quiet them down. "All right, that's enough. Everyone, get out of here. Hand in your reflections before class tomorrow." As he walked towards the office, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Zhuge Yun, don't say I didn't warn you. This is the 2nd time I'm telling you. We've been fooled by that kid Suyu. He might actually join the combat department." A chilling laugh came from the other end of the line. "Oh, is that so?" Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Tianyuan No. 8 High School, the principal, 2 vice principals, and the head of the senior grade were finalizing the list for the upcoming training camp. "Principal, are we really going to put Suyu on this list?" The bald vice principal hesitated. Although Cheng Yong reported that Suyu has shown significant improvement in martial arts after absorbing the blood crystal and has exceptional tactical talent, this training camp is for cultivating combat talents. Isn't it a waste of resources to let Suyu participate? How is it a waste? It's a genius training camp. A genius training camp. Isn't Suyu a genius? The other vice principal argued. The head of the senior grade reminded, "We can let Suyu go, but won't other schools have objections if we do?" All 3 turned their eyes to the principal. Once the victim of Suyu's prank of removing his bike's wheels, the principal stroked his sparse beard in thought before making a decision. "All right, here's the deal. Chung Yong said Suyu has made significant progress. If he ranks in the top 100 in the joint exam a week from now, I'll personally send him to the training camp. Let's see which school's principal has any objections then." In the principal's office, several administrators were reaching a consensus on an important decision. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their discussion. "Come in," the principal said. Teacher Chung Yong entered, and the principal's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Mr. Chung, you came at just the right time. We were discussing Suyu from your class attending the Genius Training Camp for the last half month. I plan to submit his name once he ranks in the top 100 in the joint exam. Can you give us an idea if Suyu can make it into the top 100? Facing the expectant gazes of the principal and the grade director, Cheng Yong hesitated, nodding his head and then shaking it. The grade director asked in confusion, Mr. Chung, what do you mean by that? Chung Yong explained helplessly. I nodded because Suyu has the ability to get into the top 100. Even the top 50 is not a problem. But I shook my head because there's no need to submit his name anymore. What do you mean? The four of them asked in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. Chung Yong revealed a shocking piece of news. Professor Zhuge from Reject North University has already helped Su Yu and Song Qinghwan apply for the joint training camp of the four major academies. What? The training camp of the four major academies in Huagua? Their voices rose and fell, clearly astonished. Chung Yong shrugged. I suggest we notify them both right now. Can they go just by applying? The bald vice principal asked instinctively. Chung Yong explained, Professor Zhuge Yun's intention to mentor Su Yu is well known in the four major academies. Who wouldn't want to make friends with a future tactical master in advance? This matter is practically settled. Hearing this, the four of them couldn't help but blush, realizing their understanding of genius was indeed limited. And what about Song Qinghwan? The principal asked, puzzled. Chung Yong chose his words carefully. You could think of her as a full-time bodyguard, or simply as a companion for Su Yu. Having someone who is bottom of the class around can at least provide some psychological comfort for Su Yu. Hearing this, the four of them exchanged glances. The genius ranked in the top 3 in Tianyun City, Song Qinghwan, was actually being positioned as a mere companion. This realization was hard for them to digest, but they also understood that this was a rare opportunity for Song Qinghwan. After a moment of silence, the principal said, since that's the case, our school should do its best to provide some support before they leave. The next morning, when Su Yu appeared on campus again, he was greeted by envious looks from his classmates. The story of his evenly matched fight with teacher Nyo Ji in the combat class had spread throughout the school, and he was now recognized as the school's second genius. However, Su Yu was more concerned about why his homeroom teacher had suddenly changed his mind and decided not to let him take a leave of absence. Qinghwan, do you know what's going on? Su Yu asked. Song Qinghwan shook her head. I thought you had some new idea. The two were urgently called back to the school by their homeroom teacher right at the gate, and were now waiting in the principal's office. After a short while, Chung Yong and the principal walked in. The principal patted Su Yu on the shoulder, smiling. Well done. When you slashed my tires, I knew you had potential. Su Yu stood straight, looking ahead without a word. Chung Yong couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He got straight to the point. Professor Zhuge Yun from Reject North University has helped you two apply for the joint training camp of the four major academies. The joint training camp of the four major academies? Su Yu and Song Qinghwan said in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. This top-tier genius training camp, known as the mini college entrance exam, was the dream goal of all geniuses. Almost everyone who participated was pre-admitted to the four major academies. However, up until now, no genius from Tianyuan City had qualified to participate. The dual ability genius from Tianyun First High is only considered to have a chance to join the training camp next year. Although Su Yu aims to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam, he is acutely aware that he is far from qualified to enter this elite training camp. After all, it is filled with extraordinary talents who don't even need to take the exam. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Su Yu realized that while he could choose to skip the college entrance exam, it didn't seem like the right path for him as a tactical specialist. Seeing the puzzled expression on Su Yu's face, Chung Yong secretly smirked. He decided to teach this arrogant kid a lesson, to make him understand that there is always someone better and to focus on his tactical studies. Clearing his throat, Chung Yong raised his voice and said, yes, this is the four schools joint training camp. You don't need to question why. Just know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. His gaze shifted between the two students. In the coming week, the school's gravity training room and chi and blood training room will be open to you around the clock. The principal and I hope you can elevate your abilities to a new level before heading to the camp. Turning his attention to Song Qinghwan, Chung Yong's tone became serious. Qinghwan, even though you possess an A-level ability, making you one of the top talents in the city, you must understand that this training camp is so competitive that even those with S-level abilities may not qualify. He paused before continuing, therefore, the principal and I hope you can push your chi and blood to the martial artist limit within the next week. The school will apply for a blood crystal for you to maximize your enhancement. Song Qinghwan nodded earnestly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Teacher, I will give it my all. Standing nearby, Su Yu was confused and couldn't help but interject, Teacher, did you just say Qinghwan's ability is a level? The principal stepped in to clarify for Su Yu. That's right. Qinghwan has an A-level freezing ability, which holds significant potential in combat. Hearing this, Su Yu fell silent. He thought to himself, no wonder an SS-level ability isn't as noteworthy as a regular dual ability. He turned to look at Song Qinghwan, a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Qinghwan, you're much stronger than we imagined. Su Yu's sudden motivational speech left the three people present momentarily stunned. While Song Qinghwan was puzzled, she responded earnestly, yes, Su Yu, I will. Chung Yong glanced at Su Yu, feeling that he was up to something again. Before he could issue a warning, Suyu raised his hands excitedly and shouted, "Teacher, principal, what about me? Can I also get 10 or 8 blood crystals?" The principal's kindly smile froze, and a few veins appeared on his forehead. Chung Yong shot Suyu a cold look and said, "No blood crystals for you. Make good use of the gravity training room and the blood energy training room first. Squeeze out all your remaining potential before asking for more." Suyu deflated momentarily, but quickly perked up again. "Teacher, I want to try those 2 training rooms first. If they don't work well, I still want to train in the wilderness. Understanding more about the habits of different beasts is more helpful for me. Qinghuan can vouch for me. I've been collecting beast samples all along." Chung Yong looked at Song Qinghuan, who nodded in confirmation. Finally, Chung Yong agreed to Su Yu's request. The principal led them to the 2 training rooms deep within the bell tower and briefly explained their functions. Only then did Su Yu realize how many opportunities he had missed. After experiencing the training rooms, Su Yu remained determined to go to the wilderness, but he requested to use the gravity room for 2 hours each day. Chung Yong was speechless, while the principal seemed to support Su Yu's decision. Song Qinghuan expressed her worry and wanted to accompany him, but after persuasion from both the principal and Su Yu, she decided to stay and focus on her training. Su Yu promised to only operate within Zone D and assured her he would come back to pick her up in the evening. Chung Yong stopped Su Yu as he was about to leave and solemnly reminded him, "Remember, staying alive is the foundation of everything. Think about your family and those who care about you." Su Yu put away his frivolous demeanor and solemnly promised not to seek death recklessly. The principal and Chung Yong exchanged a meaningful glance, both seeming to hold some expectations for this young man. In the wilderness, Su Yu cautiously explored, using his knowledge to handle various situations. By dusk, he completed his tasks and returned to the school to spar with Song Qinghuan in the gravity room. After 2 hours of intense combat, they rode their bikes home, chatting and laughing. The principal watched them from the rooftop, feeling nostalgic about youth. As they parted ways, Su Yu suddenly asked, "Qinghuan, have you ever thought that your ability might not just be freezing?" Leaving Song Qinghuan puzzled, Su Yu waved goodbye. In the following days, Su Yu's life became a whirlwind of tension and fulfillment. Before dawn each day, he would set out on his bicycle, traversing the wilderness in search of various exotic beasts. As his hunting experience grew, his movements became more adept, and his understanding of these creatures deepened. It was only at dusk that he would return to school, exhausted, to engage in intense combat, training with Song Qinghuan. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Song Qinghuan gradually realized that despite her best efforts, it was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress Su Yu. This realization left her both surprised and somewhat frustrated, feeling that her progress was too slow. Consequently, she devoted herself even more rigorously to her training. Meanwhile, the theories about supernatural abilities that Su Yu had previously mentioned began to take shape in her mind, leading to new insights. In the wilderness, Su Yu had just finished using his 10th roll of film and dealt with the last beast carcass. 6 men with fierce expressions had been eyeing him from the side. As soon as Su Yu completed his task, they immediately approached with 4 smiles. The leader, a man with a scarred face, enthusiastically said, "Su Yu, my brother, you've almost cleared this area of beasts these past few days. How about considering my offer to join our hunting squad? We could go to Zone C together and hunt those grade 1 beasts. You know our strength. We just need a tactician like you. With you on board, hunting 2 grade 1 beasts a day would be no problem." Su Yu's exceptional performance in Zone D over the past week had caught the attention of several hunting squads. Starting a couple of days ago, teams had begun inviting him to join. However, today's squad, composed entirely of martial artists, was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered. Su Yu politely declined, "Brother Wang, I know you guys are amazing, but unfortunately, I have exams tomorrow and the college entrance exams coming up. I won't have the opportunity to join your squad." The scarred man smiled generously, saying, "No problem, Su Yu. We can collaborate during the summer break after your exams." "All right, Brother Wang. We'll have the chance to work together then. I need to leave now," Su Yu said, taking his leave without further ado. As he left, the faces of the men around the scarred leader showed dissatisfaction. One of them complained, "Brother Wang, we've given him a lot of respect by inviting him. What's his deal? He's just a kid who's not even a martial artist, yet he's acting all high and mighty in front of us." Another chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Wang, I told you it wasn't worth our time to approach him. Why waste time on this kid?" The group grumbled, clearly displeased with Su Yu's attitude. At this point, the scarred man shot them a cold glance, and they immediately fell silent. He said in a stern voice, "Do you think I'm stupid? It's normal for him not to join us now because of his exams. But what about later? Everyone says he has the potential to become a tactical master, but his cultivation talent is limited. He won't be able to match high-level hunting squads anytime soon. Our squad is his best option for rising up." Building a good relationship with such a genius is far better than wasting your time in bars. A man with a mohawk muttered. So what if he's a tactical master? When facing beasts, he still needs our protection. The scarred man glared at him, but, seeing that others seemed to share the same opinion, decided not to argue further. He silently calculated in his mind that the squad needed to find more talent. While the group was discussing, an old man stood on a nearby tree, stroking his sparse beard with a smile. He muttered to himself, "Summer insects cannot discuss ice, but I'm not much better than these kids. Suyu, you've given me so many surprises." The principal, who had been observing Suyu for days, shook his head with a sigh. Through his observations, he had gradually uncovered an even more terrifying truth. Chung Yong had originally hoped to send Suyu to the joint training camp of the four schools to get a reality check, so he would focus on tactics. Now, it seemed that the training camp might be where Suyu truly made a name for himself. A golden carp is not meant to stay in a pond. It transforms into a dragon with the first storm, the principal murmured to himself. Elsewhere, Suyu arrived at the beast registration office to record his day's achievements. Yang Kai, who was in charge of the records, had become increasingly familiar with him. Glancing at Suyu's record, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Suyu, are you collecting different beasts? I've noticed that the beasts you've hunted these past few days are rarely the same." Quite an unusual approach. Suyu nodded frankly. "That's right, Brother Yang. My main goal in venturing into the wilderness is to encounter different beasts and gain more knowledge about them." Yang Kai nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You have your own way of thinking. Got exams tomorrow, right? Good luck with them." "Thanks, Brother Yang," Suyu said as he took the wristband. As Suyu rode off on his bicycle, Jingyao approached Yang Kai and said, "Suyu will definitely rank in the top 3, if not the top 10, in Tianyuan City for this exam." Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Boss, do you really think so highly of him? Suyu is indeed capable, but I thought he would rank around the top 50. Jingyao shook his head. "You don't know this, but his blood energy fluctuations have been getting smaller these days. I suspect he's already passed the threshold to become a martial artist, and has started to learn how to control his blood energy." Wow, so this kid is actually a genius in cultivation too. Yang Kai couldn't help but curse in excitement. As long as he gets enough blood crystals, he's not inferior to those top talents in Tianyun City. Of course, but entering the middle grades isn't just about increasing blood energy. It also requires comprehension, Jingyao added. But Yang Kai was too excited to listen. Who cares about middle grades? If what you say is true, so you reaching the 3rd grade martial artist level is just a matter of having enough blood crystals. A tactician doesn't need to be on the front lines. Having 3rd grade peak strength to endure long journeys is more than enough. Jingyao didn't say more. He was already planning to report to the military academy once the results of the Tianyun City joint exam were out. With solid results in hand, the admissions office would likely send someone in person. In the gravity training room of Tianyun No. 8 High School's clock tower, Suyu's position had moved from the bottom to the top within just a week. He loosened his limbs as Song Qinghuan adjusted her clothes and asked, "Suyu, I feel like you've improved again recently." "I can't beat you anymore," Suyu modestly replied. No, it's just that you didn't use your abilities. If you did, I wouldn't stand a chance, even if there were 10 of me." Song Qinghuan nodded, but then shook her head resolutely. "No way. Whether I use my abilities or not, I can't let you surpass me." Understanding her competitive spirit, Suyu could only agree. All right. We'll increase the intensity of our training tomorrow. Tomorrow, after our exams, we're heading to Martial City." "You're just trying to fool me," Song Qinghuan said with a clever glint in her eyes. "By the way, Suyu, have you checked your blood energy recently?" Suyu shook his head. "No, but I have a rough idea. My blood energy should be around 200. Hearing this, Song Qinghuan's mouth formed an O shape. Suyu didn't plan to hide the matter about his qi and blood. If anyone had questions, he would just attribute it to his father's blood crystal. He intended to say that he was exceptionally gifted, and that one blood crystal had boosted his qi and blood by several hundred points. After her initial surprise, Song Qinghuan's face lit up with a joyful smile. She excitedly hugged Suyu, and spun him around several times until he almost couldn't breathe. Only then did she release him, her ears turning red as she realized her overenthusiasm. After dropping Song Qinghuan off at her home, Suyu leisurely rode his bike back, summarizing his recent gains along the way. His qi and blood had reached 202, and with the 10 points he hadn't claimed yet, it totaled 212. Over the past 7 days, he had increased by 71 points, with 1 point coming from his nightly training. He had surpassed the 200 qi and blood threshold, which the book said was the limit for ordinary people. He had initially planned to break through and become a martial artist before the training camp to impress his teachers. However, upon discovering that he could still increase his qi and blood, he decided not to rush the breakthrough. His research indicated that the qi and blood limit for genius martial artists could be even higher. Rumor had it that one genius reached 300 and experienced 4 transformations during his advancement, allowing him to fight against second and third-tier warriors while still in the first tier. Despite this being from a street vendor book, Suyu chose to believe it, as increasing his chi and blood wasn't difficult for him. Upon arriving home, he claimed his 10 chi and blood reward and checked his personal stats. Name: Suyu. Talent: E. Ability: Ice Age incomplete. Titles: Low-level tactician, low-level encyclopedia collector. Skills: Master of tactical understanding, proficient in beast encyclopedia, intermediate bicycle riding skills. Physical attributes: 212 chi and blood. Mental attributes: 300 Hz. Strength: 980. Agility: 960. Encyclopedia collection: 85100. These days, his strength attribute had increased more than his agility. Suyu estimated that his current strength was comparable to a first-tier martial artist. When sparring with Song Qinghuan, he often held back. Otherwise, he could easily overpower her. Unknowingly, he had caught up with Song Qinghuan. While he still lagged behind her in ability control, his prospects were bright. Suyu began to look forward to the citywide exam the next day, determined to showcase his strength. With this ambition, he drifted into sleep. The remaining 15 entries needed to complete his encyclopedia task no longer troubled him, as completing it would only elevate him from a poor student to an average one. The next morning, the atmosphere at Tianyuan No. 8 High School's senior year section was tense. Suyu was more excited than usual, and Song Qinghuan was also full of anticipation. In her eyes, only she knew how outstanding Suyu had become. She even considered whether she should refrain from using her abilities if they faced each other in the arena, giving him more opportunities to shine. Coincidentally, Suyu was also contemplating whether to surprise Song Qinghuan by demonstrating his ice abilities, proving that they were meant to be together. Compared to the others in their class, their faces were noticeably more expectant. Lu Long clutched his stomach and complained, "Every time there's an exam, my stomach hurts from nerves. I used to comfort myself knowing Suyu would be at the bottom, but now that I see you, my stomach hurts even more." Hearing this, Suyu immediately slapped him on the back. "Hey, Suyu, hit me a couple more times. I think I'm not nervous anymore," Lu Long said, his eyes gleaming. Suyu withdrew his hand in disgust, thinking this guy was weird and deciding to keep his distance. As they were fooling around, Teacher Chung Yong entered the classroom and said to Suyu and Song Qinghuan, "You two, pack your things and come with me." "What things?" Suyu asked, momentarily confused. Chung Yong glared at him. "Didn't I tell you yesterday to pack your stuff for the training camp?" "Oh, right. Qinghuan and I left our things in the bell tower," Suyu quickly replied. "Go get them now." Suyu and Song Qinghuan immediately followed Chung Yong. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting in chatter. "Training camp? Suyu can join the training camp now? If he can't, then can you?" Zhang Shizheng retorted coldly, silencing the doubters. "Wait, isn't the genius training camp 2 days from now? Why are they packing now? Maybe it's not the Tianyuan City training camp? Wow, Suyu and Song Qinghuan might be joining another city's camp. Impressive." The class grew even more lively. Just then, Teacher Nyoji walked in and announced, "Your homeroom teacher has some matters to attend to. I'll be taking over for the next week, and I'll also be in charge of today's citywide exam." Everyone's speculations were confirmed, and envy and jealousy were written all over their faces. Meanwhile, as Suyu picked up his luggage, he curiously asked, "Teacher, didn't you say we'd leave after the exam?" Chung Yong loaded their things into the car and explained, "You need to ask Professor Zhuge Yun about that. He arranged for someone to pick you up first thing this morning." "Do you expect a 6th-tier martial artist to wait around for a day?" "A 6th-tier martial artist?" Song Qinghuan's eyes widened and sparkled. Suyu gasped and instinctively asked, "Teacher, can I take a picture with this expert?" Chung Yong glanced at him. "If you want to risk your life, go ahead, but don't involve me." Suyu nodded, understanding that the teacher meant he should handle it himself. He thought to himself, "Who am I?" Known as the little social butterfly of Pinyin community, inviting a 6th-tier expert for a few photos should be a piece of cake. Before long, they reached the east gate of Tianyuan City. Chung Yong watched in disbelief as Suyu, grinning widely, approached the 6th-tier expert. At that moment, he felt he should turn around and leave with Song Qinghuan immediately. He sighed inwardly, "What a miscalculation. I underestimated this kid's audacity." Suyu held his camera with a harmless smile on his face as he approached the middle-aged man sitting on the old ox. "Senior, I noticed your posture just now. It looks great. Could you hold it for a moment so I can take a picture?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "You must be Suyu." Suyu nodded immediately. "Yes, I'm Suyu from Class 7, Year 3, Tianyuan No. 8 High School." "No doubt about it." "All right then, take one with me and my old buddy here," the man said with a grin, and the old ox let out a low moo. Suyu raised his camera, pretending to find the perfect angle. Despite his carefree appearance, he was a bit nervous inside. Even though the system would automatically correct the photo, he still wanted to do his best. After all, this man was a 6th grade expert, just one step away from being a master capable of guarding an entire region, the strongest person Suyu had ever met. If the photo turned out well, he might get more benefits. When he focused the camera, there were no special prompts. Suyu was a bit surprised that this senior didn't have any abilities. But after pressing the shutter twice, he broke into a bright smile. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've obtained mastery in the martial art. Phantom Step. Congratulations, host. You've gained a high-dimensional attribute. Mental Power 10. Mental Power. It had been days since he'd last gained mental power. Not only that, had unlocked a new category, martial arts. Suyu didn't dare to claim the rewards right away but was already filled with anticipation and excitement. His radiant smile seemed to others to be simply because he'd taken a good photo. Suyu handed the 2 photos to the middle-aged man. Senior, one for you, and one for your old buddy. The man looked at the photos and smiled. Not bad, kid. You're pretty good with a camera. He then showed the photos to the old ox, who let out another moo. Interesting. Very interesting. The man's smile grew even wider. At that moment, Chung Yong approached, looking doubtful. Greetings, senior. I am Chung Yong. Please excuse the child's lack of manners. The middle-aged man waved his hand cheerfully. No worries, no worries. Hop on. I'll make sure to get you to Martial City early today. With that, the old ox slowly stood up, growing larger until it reached a height of 5 or 6 meters. At the same time, the middle-aged man took some large Rubik's cubes from his backpack and threw them on the ground. The cubes quickly unfolded, transforming into a cyberpunk-style carriage. Suyu was stunned. It was his first time witnessing the perfect blend of technology and cultivation. The 3 of them boarded the carriage, finding a gap between the cabin and the wheels that allowed for a smooth, floating ride. Despite the ox pulling the carriage, it felt as steady as a high-speed train from his previous life. Seeing the amazed expressions on Suyu and Song Qinghuan, Chung Yong nodded in satisfaction. He explained, if we traveled on our own from Tianyuan City to Martial City, it would take us a full day due to delays. With the senior's help, we'll be there in less than 2 hours. Tianyuan City was over 1,000 kilometers away from Martial City. Reaching it in 2 hours was as fast as a plane from his previous life. Suyu opened the window, watching the scenery flash by, his eyes filled with awe. Chung Yong continued, that's because there are many areas we can't pass through directly. If it were a straight line, we'd be there in an hour. And that's with a mid-grade beast helping us, saving a lot of unnecessary detours. If it were just us, we'd have to take the safe roads, passing through several cities to get there. Even on the so-called safe roads, we might encounter some low-grade beasts. If we're unlucky, we might run into mid-grade beasts. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to handle a long journey, let alone fight. Song Qinghuan and Suyu nodded seriously. Realizing they didn't even have the strength for a safe journey, let alone saving the world, was a sobering thought. Chung Yong was pleased with their understanding. The carriage ride wasn't quiet for long. Soon, Suyu asked, Teacher, I've been reading about martial arts lately. Is martial arts the same as traditional kung fu? Yes and no, Chung Yong explained. Every form of martial arts evolves from traditional kung fu. With the advent of the martial arts era and the emergence of martial arts masters, these pioneers researched and refined traditional kung fu into what we now call martial arts. The training camp you're heading to might have such martial arts legacies. Hearing this, Song Qinghuan and Su Ye's eyes lit up. Chung Yong continued, but learning martial arts isn't as simple as inheriting it. You need to reach the peak of the 3rd grade warrior stage, fully refining your muscles and bones, and achieving unprecedented control over your body. Only then can you officially learn and perform martial arts. This is merely the qualification to learn. Whether you can master it depends on your comprehension and suitability. Is it that demanding? Song Qinghuan was surprised. Chung Yong nodded, looking at them intently. But there are true martial arts geniuses who can learn and perform martial arts even without fully refining their bodies. Such talents are 1 in a million, and masters compete to take them as disciples. You might encounter such geniuses at the training camp. When you do, you'll realize your combat skills are no match for those who push human limits with martial arts. Chung Yong deliberately looked at Suyu, wanting him to understand there are always people better than you and not everyone can be called a genius. However, he saw Su Ye's face full of excitement and eagerness, even a fighting spirit to compete with all geniuses. Oh no, this kid might really go all out on this path, Chung Yong thought, a bit panicked. After the teacher's explanation, Suyu realized how valuable the phantom step he had just acquired was. It was something that could truly narrow the gap between him and those geniuses. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to reach the training camp. The collector device in his arms was already raring to go. In the classroom of Senior Class 1 at Tianyan High School, Qin Ling was particularly eye-catching today. She had put on meticulous makeup and wore an exquisite outfit, drawing the attention of many young boys. During the morning exam, although Qinling was focused on solving the problems, her mind kept drifting to thoughts of Suyu, imagining how he would tackle these questions. After the written exam, her classmates habitually praised her, predicting she would once again secure the top spot. However, Qinling surprised everyone by saying, "Suyu from class 7 at Ba High School is much better than me?" Her remark left the flattering classmates momentarily stunned. Someone tried to comfort Qinling, saying, "It's okay, Qinling. That Suyu might have a knack for strategy, but I heard he has never ranked in the top 300 in the city's martial arts exams. You consistently rank in the top 5 overall. There's no need to compare yourself to him. You two are not even on the same level." Qinling couldn't be bothered to respond to these comments. She knew that this was just a matter of perception. Not only her classmates, but even the teacher's discussions about Suyu revealed that almost no one understood the true meaning of being a master strategist. A master. A master. A master strategist. Rarer than a martial arts master. How could he and I be on the same level? Qinling thought to herself. At the same time, she was filled with anticipation for the afternoon's martial arts competition. Having been following Suyu's information closely these days, she knew that he now had the strength to rank in the top 300 in the city's martial arts arena competition. Hee, I'll call the top few from the training camp over to take pictures for you then, Qinling secretly planned. 2 hours later, Suyu and Song Qinghuan stood before an endless blood-red city wall, their mouths agape in shock. The middle-aged man put away the carriage, and the big yellow ox reverted to its old, regular self. The wall you're looking at has withstood hundreds of beast tides. Even 7th-rank master-level beasts can only stop at this point. The red on the wall is a mix of beast blood and the blood of our human warriors, the middle-aged man explained to them. Suyu looked at the wall with deep respect. Led by the middle-aged man, they completed the registration and entered the real martial city. Upon entering the city, Suyu and Song Qinghuan were once again wide-eyed. The sky was filled with futuristic floating buildings, and the dome occasionally emitted blue light from a giant shield. The ground was dotted with continuous pavilions and towers. Floating vehicles traversed the sky, while people with long swords and spears were bustling on the ground. At this moment, Suyu couldn't resist taking out his camera to capture the breathtaking scene. "Senior, teacher, Qinghuan, stand here. I'll take a group photo of you," he said, immediately getting to work. Song Qinghuan cooperatively made a peace sign, while teacher Chengyong, despite his reluctance, posed accordingly. The middle-aged man also cheerfully held the old yellow ox. "It's common for young people to be amazed the first time they come to Martial City and want to take photos," the middle-aged man thought. Even though this kid is a bit obsessed with photos, it's not unusual for a genius to have quirks. He recalled other geniuses at the academy who had peculiar habits, like shouting from the highest building every day or running around the school shirtless. Compared to them, Suyu's hobby seemed quite normal, and the photos turned out well, too. Suyu snapped 5 photos in one go, giving everyone a copy, including the old yellow ox. Chung Yong glanced at the beaming Suyu. "Kid, don't tell me your suitcase is filled with film rolls." "Of course not. Only half of it," Suyu replied with a smile. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Suyu's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Mastery in spearmanship. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Mastery in combat. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Mastery in swordsmanship. Congratulations, host. You have gained the attribute. Agility 50. Congratulations, host. You have gained the attribute. Agility 50. Suyu realized that this senior was a versatile master of speed, the perfect target for skill acquisition. Although he didn't receive a martial arts reward this time, mastering spearmanship and swordsmanship was incredibly valuable. Remembering how intermediate unarmed combat allowed him to fight teacher Nyoji to a draw, Suyu became even more excited about the training camp. Genius training camp? Who isn't a half-genius these days? Suyu thought smugly. The middle-aged man continued, "Let's go. I'll take you to register first. The training camp officially starts tomorrow. Today, we'll settle you into your accommodation and help you get familiar with the place. Once you enter the training camp, you probably won't come out until you return to Tianyun City. Senior, will you be the one to take us back then?" Suyu asked eagerly. Cheng Yong's mouth twitched, wishing he could sew this kid's mouth shut. "This is a 6th-rank master. A 6th-rank master. Not your personal chauffeur," he roared internally. Realizing his forwardness, Suyu quickly explained, "I didn't get the chance this time, and I have some cultivation questions I wanted to ask you." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "That depends on whether Professor Zhuge Yun is willing to spend another mid-grade blood crystal to hire me." At these words, everyone's eyes, including Cheng Yong's, widened in astonishment. Just then, the middle-aged man tossed a book to Suyu. Suyu instinctively caught it and saw the title Mysterious Steps written on it. "I noticed your curiosity about martial arts along the way. This mysterious steps is one of my best skills. The content will disappear after 7 days. If you can master it within the training camp, not only will I take you back, but I'll personally come to pick you up next time you visit Marshall City, the middle-aged man said. Really, senior? Su Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Beside him, Chung Yong glared at Su Yu. Hurry and thank the senior. Thank you, senior. Su Yu expressed his gratitude sincerely. He had been pondering how to avoid showing off his mastery of the mysterious steps too soon, as explaining it would be troublesome. Now, the senior had handed him the perfect excuse. The middle-aged man then turned to Song Qinghuan. Young lady, you can learn it too if you want. Thank you, senior. Song Qinghuan replied. Let's go. I'll show you to the registration point first, the middle-aged man said, seemingly unfazed by the act of gifting martial arts skills, and continued to lead the way. Su Yu handed the mysterious steps book to Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, you're more meticulous. You keep it. I'll feel more at ease. Song Qinghuan wanted to say something but remained silent, seeing Su Yu's determined expression. Tianyuan City was abuzz with excitement as the day of the martial arts exam arrived. The top 300 students from the city would battle it out in a grand tournament to determine the final rankings. At the large competition square, the principals from various schools took their seats on the stage, while the 300 students lined up in front of their respective arenas. However, a notable absence caught everyone's attention. Song Qinghuan and Su Yu from school number 8 were nowhere to be found. Qinling anxiously scanned the crowd, unable to find either Su Yu or Song Qinghuan. She wasn't the only one perplexed. The boys who idolized Song Qinghuan were whispering among themselves, trying to figure out her whereabouts. Some who had planned to teach Su Yu a lesson in front of Song Qinghuan could only sigh in disappointment. Su Yu not qualifying, I get that. But why isn't Qinghuan here? One boy grumbled. What's going on with school number 8? Is Su Yu dragging Qinghuan down? I've always said that school number 8 can't nurture real talent, another chimed in. And now, their top 2 aren't even here for the citywide exam. Zhang Shijing listened to the chatter around him, his face expressionless. He mentally noted those who insulted school number 8, determined to confront them in the arena. Just then, Caillou approached Zhang Shijing and asked directly, I remember you and Song Qinghuan are in the same class. Do you know why she isn't here? Caillou's presence immediately drew everyone's attention. Speculations began to arise. Could it be that Caillou also likes Qinghuan? A god and a goddess, that would make sense. Caillou silenced the murmurs with a cold glance. Don't get the wrong idea, he clarified. I have no interest in Song Qinghuan or Su Yu. Song Qinghuan is one of the few opponents who can make me go all out. I just want to know why she isn't here. Zhang Shijing replied. I'm not sure either. Before the exam started today, our teacher took Su Yu and Song Qinghuan away. They're probably not even in Tianyuan City anymore. This news caused a stir in the square. Students began to murmur. Qinghuan and Su Yu aren't in Tianyuan anymore? They're skipping the exam? Isn't it irresponsible for their teachers to take the top student away right before the exam? Caillou frowned and, seeing no one had more information, returned to his spot. Meanwhile, the principals on the stage were also discussing the issue. Curious, one principal asked the principal of school number 8, Old Tang, isn't Qinghuan your top student? Why isn't she here for the exam? The principal of school number 8 stroked his beard and replied mysteriously, the 4-school training camp. These 5 words transformed the other principal's expressions from anticipation to confusion, then to shock, and finally to disbelief. What? The bald principal from school number 3 stood up abruptly. Are you saying Su Yu and Song Qinghuan are attending the 4-school training camp? His voice echoed across the square. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted again. The 4-school training camp? The mini-exam? Are you kidding? Caillou didn't go. So how did Su Yu and Song Qinghuan get in? Isn't Su Yu the one who got rejected by the professor from Beida University? Must be through connections. This is ridiculous. Connections or not, Su Yu's skills are still questionable, even if it's not Su Yu. Song Qinghuan going to the mini-exam is just setting herself up for failure. The students continued their heated discussions. Even Caillou, who had remained composed, now looked unsettled. He had applied for the 4-school training camp before but didn't make it past the first round. Now, hearing that Song Qinghuan and Su Yu were invited was hard for him to accept. Students from school number 8 were equally incredulous. Only Qinling seemed to understand. I knew he wouldn't be eliminated with his skills. She felt happy for Su Yu, but quickly became envious of Song Qinghuan. She shook her head, reminding herself, no, I just want to learn from Su Yu. He's my goal. That's all. On the stage, the principal of school number 8 remained unperturbed. Yes, it's the 4-school training camp. A 6th-rank expert even came to pick them up today. The other principals were at a loss. The principal of school number 1 said, You sly old fox, why keep this good news from us? We could have at least given them some gifts before they left. The principal of school number 8 explained, It wasn't my intention to keep it from you. You all know the caliber of talents at that training camp. Frankly, this trip is to make Suyu focus. So, you can give them gifts when they return. The other principals finally understood and realized they had underestimated Suyu's strategic talent. The principal of school number 1 admitted, "We've been too focused on martial skills. After this exam, we need to discuss the cultivation of strategists among our schools." This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by all the principals. They recognized their own limitations, while the students in the square were still caught up in envy, jealousy, and disbelief. The principals simply smiled, thinking that a little competition would be beneficial. Meanwhile, in Wuching, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan had settled in and arrived at the registration office. A middle-aged man briefed them, "Tomorrow, before the training camp starts, there will be a blood energy test. After the test, you will form teams with the other 104 students. Pay close attention to both your own blood energy and others. Choosing the right teammates is crucial for how you will fare in the next 7 days." Su Yu and Song Qinghuan nodded seriously. Nearby, Chung Yong silently thought to himself, "It's finally happening. This time, we'll make sure you give up on becoming a combatant." The martial arts tournament in Tianyun City was in full swing. Unlike previous years, this year's competition was missing a key figure, Song Qinghuan, who had always ranked in the top 3. However, Caillou's performance became the highlight of the day. From the first match to the semifinals, he defeated his opponents almost instantly, not giving them any chance to react. The audience was well aware that Caillou was spurred on by the news that Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were participating in the elite training camp. As the acknowledged top genius of Tianyun City, Caillou was supposed to be the main contender for this year's college entrance exams. Yet, unexpectedly, the other two received the opportunity to join the genius training camp, a blow that would be hard for any prodigy to accept, especially considering that one had never beaten him, and the other wasn't even qualified to stand on the same stage as him. Caillou tried to remain calm, rationalizing that the joint training camp of the 4 schools had nothing to do with martial arts talent, and that Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were chosen purely because of Su Yu's tactical genius. But on the stage, facing challengers, he couldn't help but strike out directly and mercilessly. The peaceful mindset he once had during sparring was completely gone. On the high platform, the principals of the schools watched in silence. The principal of number 1 high school smiled and said to Tang Yaodong, the principal of number 8 high school, "Old Tang, your number 8 high school really did me a big favor this time." Caillou faced too few challenges in Tianyun City. With Su Yu and Song Qinghuan spurring him on, I have even more confidence in his performance in the upcoming college entrance exams. Tang Yaodong, twirling his small mustache, replied with a smile, "Since I've done you such a big favor, asking for a grade 1 blood crystal in return isn't too much, is it?" The principal of number 1 high school smile froze instantly. On the stage, Caillou's semifinal match was again swift and decisive. Using just 3 moves combined with his swamp ability, he eliminated another perennial top 3 genius. The discussions among the audience grew even more animated. "Wow, Caillou is insanely strong. I used to think the top 3 were close in skill, but now it seems the others are no match for him. Don't be ridiculous. Our goddess Qinghuan hasn't been crushed by Caillou. Ha, that's because Caillou wasn't using his full strength before. Song Qinghuan is no match for him. Exactly, Caillou should be the one going to the 4-school training camp. The principal of number 8 high school should give Caillou the spot. He might even make it to the top 10 in the Northwest region in the college entrance exams and create new history." On the high platform, the other principals looked at Tang Yaodong with interest. Tang Yaodong remained calm and said, "Our student Song Qinghuan relies on her vision, not just talent. Even if I wanted to switch, she wouldn't agree." The group of principals laughed, knowing full well the intricacies behind the situation. In the other semifinal, Qin Ling showcased the terrifying aspect of her abilities for the first time on stage, winning easily. The students below were even more excited. Holy crap, Qin Ling isn't holding back anymore. Isn't she aiming to be a tactician? Are you dumb? Su Yu is the youngest tactician. Is she competing with Qinghuan for attention? Stop it. You're breaking my heart. I need to try too. Maybe I have a talent for tactics. On stage, Qin Ling heard the discussions and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Ever since meeting Su Yu, she felt she needed to be more outstanding in both martial arts and tactics to be worthy of being Su Yu's teammate, and also to compete with Qinghuan. The final match began, with Qin Ling and Caillou standing opposite each other. Caillou's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "I thought today would be boring, but I underestimated you." Qin Ling nodded slightly, without saying much. As the referee announced the start, a mysterious and beautiful pattern appeared in her eyes, adding an exotic charm to her already delicate face. Caillou lunged at her with explosive speed, causing a gust of wind on the stage. Qin Ling initially planned to dodge to the left but changed her mind and faced Caillou's attack head. While the audience was still puzzled, they saw that the left side had turned into a swamp that could devour everything. Seeing through the trap, Caillou didn't hesitate to confront Qin Ling directly. With her martial arts background and the aid of her abilities, Qin Ling was able to match Caillou's strength in close combat. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows. When Caillou withstood several of Qin Ling's powerful kicks, the audience gasped, thinking the title might change hands this time. At that moment, after a punch and palm clash, Caillou's energy suddenly surged. On the high platform, the principal of number 1 high school stood up abruptly, unable to conceal his joy. Old Tang, 2 blood crystals. I'll deliver them to your school, number 8 high, tomorrow. The principal of number 1 high school laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the conference room. The other principals stood up, warmly congratulating him. That kid, Caillou, broke through his limits in the battle. 200 chi and blood. Is our Tianyuan city about to see an ultimate martial artist? Principal Tang of number 8 high school said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Old Lin, it looks like your middle grade chi and blood crystal from number 1 high is finally paying off, the principal of number 3 high school said with a smile. At a time like this, you can't be stingy. If you are, we have a middle grade crystal at number 3 high. Why not have Caillou transfer to our school? Get out of here. Stop daydreaming. Principal Lin of number 1 high waved his hand impatiently. You think you can poach Caillou? No one can take our number 1 high students. His face was full of unconcealed joy. After a brief pause, Principal Lin sighed. It's all about timing and fate. That boy had been stuck at the last step for months. I was thinking if he couldn't reach the limit soon, I'd let him start bone refinement as a martial artist. But today, with the stimulus from Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's issues, plus Qin Ling's outburst, he finally broke through the last barrier. He chuckled proudly. Hey, wasn't that old guy from Tushur bragging about their genius aiming for the Northwest top 10 this year? Now we have one in Tianyuan City too. Next year's resource allocation is looking good. The principals on the high platform were elated by Caillou's breakthrough. They knew this small step signified a huge gap between an ordinary genius and a top-tier one. Below the stage, the students watched Caillou intently. His chi and blood surged, his vitality reaching an unprecedented peak. In the ensuing match, though Qin Ling often saw through Caillou's intentions, her movements were always a beat slower. In less than 20 moves, Qin Ling couldn't hold on and lost. Qin Ling lost. Sighs of regret echoed below the stage. Everyone loves an underdog story, and it almost happened this time. Despite losing, Qin Ling's status among the students soared, second only to Caillou. Even the previously acknowledged top female genius, Song Qinghuan, couldn't compare to her now. Because of this, number 1 high students were even more convinced that those who should join Su Yu in the training camp should be from their school. Their gazes towards number 8 high students were filled with disdain and hostility. The principals on the high platform noticed this but didn't intervene. If a rivalry developed between number 1 and number 8 high, it was something they welcomed. In today's student training, competition is the driving force, whether within schools, within the city, or across the Northwest region and the whole country. Meanwhile, in Wuching, after visiting most of the attractions, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan returned to their lodging. Su Yu used the remaining opportunities of the day to take photos of Song Qinghuan. After all, the big spender had left, teacher Cheng Yong was unlucky, and he didn't dare to randomly photograph strangers. Since coming to Wuching, Song Qinghuan was the best choice to ensure obtaining low-dimensional attributes, and there were still some incomplete abilities to perfect. To Cheng Yong, Su Yu's photo-taking of Song Qinghuan seemed like showing off their relationship in front of him. During dinner, Cheng Yong briefly introduced the situation of the Tianyuan City martial arts competition. Qin Ling's rise and Caillou's breakthrough had become hot topics, along with the news of Su Yu and Song Qinghuan joining the 4 schools' joint training camp. Cheng Yong deliberately conveyed some of the pressure from these discussions to the two, hoping they would be prepared. After Cheng Yong left, Su Yu curiously asked, Qinghuan, they say Qin Ling and Caillou were hiding their strength. Did you ever do that? Song Qinghuan nodded first, then shook her head, confusing Su Yu. After thinking for a moment, she explained, it's not really hiding strength. During my matches with Caillou, sometimes when he trapped me in his swamp, I felt my freezing ability could break through, but I couldn't control that power well. A few times, I thought it might even threaten Caillou's life, so I didn't use it. Abilities not fully mastered shouldn't count as hidden strength, right? Su Yu nodded in understanding and smiled. No worries, after we return from the training camp, we can win without using abilities. Song Qinghuan's eyes widened as she nodded seriously. Yes, we definitely can, she added. I feel like I've gained a deeper understanding of my abilities now, so breaking his swamp shouldn't be a problem. Su Yu laughed. Learn the phantom steps first. Once you master it, his swamp will be a joke. He won't even be able to track your movements, let alone trap you. Song Qinghuan nodded in realization, but then shook her head firmly. No, I'll wait until you learn it first. She handed the phantom steps manual to Su Yu. Su Yu took the manual, still warm from her touch. He wanted to refuse but remembered how stubborn she could be sometimes, so he said, all right, I'll learn it first, then you can practice. Song Qinghuan beamed. Su Yu, you're a genius. I believe you can master it within 7 days. The next morning, news spread from Tianyuan City number 1 high that Caillou was entering seclusion and would not participate in the final phase of the genius training camp. The entire city speculated whether Caillou was about to officially step into the martial artist realm. Everyone eagerly awaited his performance after seclusion. Caillou took the 4-grade blood crystal and entered the Qi and blood cultivation room, stepping onto the path beyond the limit. Meanwhile, in Wuching, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan arrived at the entrance of the 4 schools' joint training camp, waiting for it to start. It was 7 in the morning, an hour before the camp began. 105 geniuses gathered in the square, and the elders who had brought them there wisely withdrew. As tradition dictated, this hour was for the geniuses to get to know each other. Seeing the prodigies around them holding booklets and being well-versed in each other's information, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan exchanged glances and then found Cheng Yong in the crowd. Meeting their gaze, Cheng Yong immediately put on a not my problem look. He thought, you two joined last minute. Where was I supposed to get intel for you? Su Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smirk. Cheng Yong felt an urge to rush into the square and give this kid a good lesson. Su Yu chuckled. Given his past performance, he felt lucky that anyone even bothered to talk to him. Yet, Song Qinghuan was still earnestly cheering him on. No worries, we'll rely on ourselves. Besides, we're mainly here to gain experience. How about we find a place to sit for a while? Su Yu suggested, deciding to take it easy for now. Song Qinghuan always followed his lead. Just as they were about to move, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The first thing Su Yu noticed was the boy's unibrow. You must be Su Yu, right? I'm Su Yincheng. We're family. I'm ranked 4th in the preliminary rankings of this training camp, Su Yincheng said straightforwardly. Su Yu, have you formed a team yet? My team already has 4 members, all with vitality levels over 200, and 2 of them have S-level abilities. If you join us, we're confident we can secure a top 3 spot in this camp. Su Yu didn't immediately respond. Song Qinghuan, however, was visibly excited, eager for Su Yu to agree. Su Yu politely replied, I'm sorry, but there are 4 of you, and there are 2 of us. If I were alone, I would gladly join you. Su Yincheng was a bit surprised. He glanced at Song Qinghuan and then back at Su Yu, saying seriously, I've heard you're an excellent strategist, making the best decisions on the battlefield. That should be your forte. Su Yu beamed with confidence. But even strategists have their youthful recklessness. Su Yincheng was taken aback again, then laughed. You're an interesting guy. I hope we can be friends in the future. As he turned to leave, he added, if you were alone, many top teams would consider teaming up with you since you're a strategist. But if you insist on teaming up with Song Qinghuan, it might be challenging. Be prepared for that. After all, 3 carrying 2 is much harder than 4 carrying 1. It's just not practical. After Su Yincheng left, Su Yu immediately felt Song Qinghuan's piercing gaze. Why didn't you agree? She complained. We agreed to team up. They have a shot at the top 3. Do you think I can't do it myself? Su Yu replied nonchalantly, looking around for a place to sit. Song Qinghuan followed him helplessly. The geniuses who initially planned to invite Su Yu gave up when they learned he insisted on teaming up with Song Qinghuan. Some suspected it was a ploy by Su Yincheng and approached Su Yu to invite him anyway. Su Yu refused each time unless Song Qinghuan could join. After several rejections, everyone believed it. Gradually, Su Yu was ignored again. Every scene in the square was watched by the surrounding elders who hadn't left. Cheng Yong wanted to rush over and scold Su Yu, but felt the boy wasn't doing anything wrong. Just then, someone beside him remarked, he sure reminds me of you back in the day. Cheng Yong turned around in surprise. What are you doing here? Zhuge Yun, dressed in a robe and hat, smiled. My good old classmate is here. Of course, I had to come and greet you. He continued. This kid has some spirit. If he had agreed, I'd have to seriously consider if he'd betray us in the future. Why can't it be that he simply lacks the qualities of an excellent strategist? Cheng Yong retorted. Zhuge Yun glanced at him. I chose him as my disciple, so I'll decide what qualities he has. Humph. Cheng Yong scoffed, showing his disdain. Disciple? What if he ends up in the combat department? Zhuge Yun looked at Su Yu from a distance. If he chooses combat, I'll make sure he understands what cruelty means. Let's go. There's nothing interesting to see here. How about watching from above for the next few days? Let's go. Cheng Yong agreed without hesitation. The two left the crowd, heading to the sky ladder beside the square, which took them to a floating building at the top. Led by Zhuge Yun, they passed through several checkpoints to a room spanning hundreds of square meters. The room was projecting a holographic view of the square, with every student's conversation audible. The admissions directors of the 4 major universities were observing their favorite talents. Each had a team of dozens of data analysts behind them. Seeing the two enter, they greeted them warmly. Feng Wan, the admissions director of Pingyuan University, was the first to approach. Professor Zhuge, it's an honor to have you here helping us supervise the exam. Zhuge Yun smiled. I had to come, or how else could you agree to let Su Yu participate in this training camp? Deng Ji, the admissions director of Nanjing University, also smiled. A talent that Professor Zhuge values is someone we definitely can't miss. This must be the famous Cheng Yong, one of the legendary Northern defense strategists, right? Cheng Yong, long time no see. It seems you've been living a peaceful life. Barding, the admissions director of Dongji University, said coldly. His words chilled the atmosphere in the observation room. Remembering past events, the directors quickly changed the subject. Professor Zhuge, how do you think Suyu will perform this time? Deng Ji asked. Zhuge Yun had a peculiar expression. You all know why I brought him here. The four directors exchanged knowing smiles. Feng Wan focused all the cameras on Suyu. At that moment, Suyu was teaching Song Qinghuan a footwork technique. Qinghuan, I practiced last night and have basically mastered it. We have 6 more days. Practice hard. Suyu's voice echoed in the observation room. Everyone fell silent, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Is this kid flirting? The silence in the conference room was broken by Qian Yun, the admissions director of Jubi University. He turned to Zhuge Yun and curiously asked, Brother Zhuge, did Zhou Zhan give the mysterious step to Suyu? Zhuge Yun nodded slightly and explained, I asked Brother Zhou to bring this kid to Wuching. Unexpectedly, Suyu managed to get his hands on Zhou Zhan's signature technique, the mysterious step, just by taking a few photos of him. The room fell silent again, eyes filled with astonishment. The renowned martial arts technique, mysterious step, exchanged for just a few photos? Someone couldn't help but mutter, maybe we should take some photos for Zhou Zhan too? Zhuge Yun chuckled lightly and added, this technique only lasts for 7 days. If the kid can't learn it in time, he'll miss his chance. Qian Yun suddenly understood and laughed, shaking his head. So Brother Zhou is just playing with a child. Learning a martial art in 7 days is pure fantasy. Batten from Dongji University interjected. There seem to be only 8 trainees in this camp who have learned martial arts before becoming martial artists. Qian Yun nodded in agreement. These 8 come from martial arts families, exposed to martial arts from a young age, and possess unique talents. Their preliminary rankings are all in the top 10, and it looks like they are ready to lead their teams. He then teased Brother Zhuge. If Suyu really masters the mysterious step, our combat department might want to steal him away. Zhuge Yun ignored Qian Yun's teasing and turned to Cheng Yong. Your student really has your flair from back in the day? Cheng Yong's forehead creased slightly, and he retorted, not much worse than you. You always brag without a draft. The 2 former classmates exchanged jabs, making the others laugh, except for Batten, who remained silent. Feng Wan remarked nostalgically, ah, youth. We were like that when we were young too. Deng Ji suddenly chimed in. You never had Suyu's knack for making girls happy. Feng Wan immediately fell silent, looking around awkwardly. Cheng Yong sensed some gossip brewing between the two. The group didn't chat for long, and soon dispersed to observe the talents they had their eyes on. Zhuge Yun brought Cheng Yong to his spot and handed him a list. This is the basic information of the students in this training camp. Cheng Yong quickly skimmed through it. Before the camp officially started, the 4 universities had conducted a preliminary ranking of the 105 students. Suyu unsurprisingly ranked 105th, and Song Qinghuan was 102nd. As Cheng Yong read, he muttered, 101, Chow Chow Chow, blood energy 195, power. Good luck. Preliminarily judged to be level or higher. This, 102, Song Qinghuan, blood energy 191, power. Ice, a level. 103, Lin Yin, blood energy 187, power. Hypnosis? And you gave an a level rating? Zhuge Yun calmly responded, he can hypnotize himself, and a level isn't unreasonable. Cheng Yong had no words and continued reading. 104, Fu Yu, blood energy 179, power. Mind control a level. This ability seems more normal. He didn't have the heart to read out Su Yu's information. After reading, he curiously asked, so these last 3 are the teammates you found for Su Yu? Zhuge Yun righteously replied, don't talk nonsense. These 3 have potential powers that need to be developed. Since Su Yu and Song Qinghuan are here, the training camp decided to let them try too. Cheng Yong pouted, showing his serious doubts. The 3 clearly intended to join Jubi University, making it obvious they were chosen as Su Yu's teammates. The 4 universities training camp had an unwritten rule. Students with the same intended university should team up, as many teams formed here would stay together until the end of their university years, and sometimes even for life. It's not that I doubt you, but I can't see how this 5-person team can make any waves, Cheng Yong commented. Zhuge Yun gave him a look of disbelief. Make waves? With your student's blood energy of 150? Cheng Yong felt a surge of frustration. He's also your future student. Zhuge Yun fell silent. Both took a moment before simultaneously saying, our tactical department doesn't need martial arts talent. Nearby, fellow Jubi University teacher Qian Yun sighed. Are all Jubi University graduates like this? Meanwhile, the team formation on the square was becoming clear. Most had already made their connections in advance, and with ample preparation, 5-person teams quickly formed. Only a few were left standing alone. Suyu and Song Qinghuan sat by a flower bed, watching like outsiders. Suyu recalled what the uncle had said yesterday and remarked, "I naively believed we'd form teams after the blood energy test." Song Qinghuan comforted him, "It's okay. We're here to gain experience. It doesn't matter who we team up with." Suyu glanced at her and feigned seriousness. "Qinghuan, you need a better attitude. We're here to compete for the top spot. Our goal is to secure second place and aim for first." Song Qinghuan immediately changed her tone and echoed, "Yes, secure second and aim for first." The two were clearly bored and talking nonsense when a tough-looking guy approached them. "Hello, I'm Fuyu, ranked 104. If nothing goes wrong, we should be teammates." Suyu stood up and curiously asked, "Wait a minute, can you explain what this preliminary ranking is?" Fuyu replied mechanically, "The preliminary ranking is based on past performance and achievements. It's a projected ranking made by the 4 universities. Every student participating in the camp receives this list." Suyu and Song Qinghuan exchanged glances, clearly hearing this for the first time. "Do you have it with you? Can I take a look?" Suyu asked. Fuyu nodded and took out a piece of paper from his pocket, listing the 105 students' names and rankings. Suyu, fully aware of his position, started from the bottom. "I'm last. Qinghuan, you're 4th from last. Ever been ranked this low before?" Song Qinghuan nodded obediently and then laughed. "It's fine. I was prepared for this. So, it looks like the 5 of us will be a team?" Suyu pointed to the bottom 5 names. Fuyu nodded, finally showing some expression. "We should thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have this chance to join the camp." Suyu waved it off. "No big deal. Since it's destined to be us, we might as well form our team proactively. Do you know who the other 2 are?" Fuyu nodded expressionlessly and pointed to 2 people in the crowd. One had a confident smile as if he were the chosen one, while the other looked around curiously like a little cat. Suyu led the group to find Lin Yin, the chosen one. This young man indeed had a strikingly handsome appearance, with refined features and a well-proportioned build, as if he had stepped right out of a comic book. However, his overly perfect looks gave off a strange sense of dissonance, as if each feature was outstanding on its own but somehow didn't quite harmonize together. When Lin Yin saw the 3 approaching, he flashed a confident smile. "I knew I wouldn't be left out. Are you here to invite me to join your team?" So you couldn't help but tease, "Yeah, I'm the last on the list, he's second to last, and you're 3rd from the bottom. It would be a crime against nature if we didn't team up." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yan's confidence as the chosen one vanished, and he slumped in dejection. "I knew it. In the end, it's us bottom dwellers banding together for warmth." The stark contrast in his demeanor shocked Suyu and Song Qinghuan, while Fuyu just nodded indifferently, seemingly unsurprised. Fuyu explained, "His ability is hypnosis. He can hypnotize others and himself, even altering his appearance and height. A year ago, he was a short, chubby, average-looking student. Since awakening his ability, he's grown from 160 centimeters to 182 centimeters in a year, and his small eyes and flat nose have morphed into large eyes and a high-nose bridge." Song Qinghuan and Suyu were even more astonished upon hearing this, with Song Qinghuan's eyes practically sparkling. Suyu curiously asked, "If he can hypnotize himself to look more handsome, can he also hypnotize himself to have better talents?" Fuyu nodded. "In theory, yes. But so far, his hypnosis effects are quite limited." Lin Yin quickly added, "That's just for now. As I gain better control over my ability, my talents will definitely become the best among all humans." Suyu looked at him appreciatively. "Lin Yin, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Let me take a couple of photos of you later. I'll even autograph them for you." Lin Yan's face lit up with emotion at these words. "Suyu, you really get me. Forget photos and autographs. I'll do anything for you." Suyu instinctively took 2 steps back. "Lin Yan, I trust you won't hypnotize your teammates." Lin Yan hurriedly assured him, "Don't worry, Suyu. Unless you ask me to, I won't use my ability on you. Let me tell you, many people in our class want me to hypnotize them, so they can have Dre." He cut himself off as he felt a chill in the air, quickly shutting his mouth. "Is this the famous Qinghuan?" Lin Yin quickly changed the subject. Song Qinghuan nodded coolly, already feeling a strong aversion to this oddly attractive person, worried he might be a bad influence on her dear Suyu. The team of 4 had just successfully formed, and were about to find their last teammate when a girl with twin pigtails approached. "Are you Suyu? I'm Xiao Xiao. I've heard about you. It's because of you that I was lucky enough to join this training camp. By the way, are you still looking for someone? If you don't mind my lack of strength, can I join your team? I have a special ability. Good luck. People around me also become lucky. Teaming up with me will definitely bring great fortune." Suyu glanced at Song Qinghuan, a look of helplessness on his face. These teammates all seemed a bit unusual. Suyu replied, "Xiao Xiao, we were just about to invite you to join our team." "Really? Lucky me." Xiao Xiao jumped up in excitement, her twin pigtails bouncing. I told you, I'm really lucky. Fuyu introduced her again. Xiao Xiao's ability is luck. She's been lucky since she was a child, winning lotteries, finding money on the street, and discovering blood crystals in the wild. However, her extreme luck also caused her to lose the chance to become an extreme warrior early on. Her current chi and blood level is 195. Reaching 200 is necessary to break through and become a warrior. Suyu asked curiously, what's an extreme warrior? Fuyu explained, an extreme warrior is someone who pushes their chi and blood to 200 before using a blood crystal to break through the human body's limits. The opportunity to break through only comes the first time a blood crystal is used. If a blood crystal is used before reaching 200, even the highest quality blood crystals won't help break through the limit afterward. Song Qinghuan immediately grew concerned. Suyu, what should we do? You won't have a chance. Suyu sighed. Qinghuan, do you really think I can reach 200 without using a blood crystal? Song Qinghuan suddenly realized. Oh right. Xiao Xiao, however, seemed unfazed. Actually, blessings can come in disguise. People say I ruined my future by finding that blood crystal early, but I don't think becoming an extreme warrior is the only path. They say extreme warriors can at least reach the 8th rank, but our country has only produced a few such masters. There are dozens of extreme warriors every year. Fuyu responded calmly, but becoming an extreme warrior speeds up bone refinement and increases the chances of evolving abilities or awakening new ones. Without becoming an extreme warrior, there's always a gap compared to other geniuses. Lin Yin nodded in agreement. Suyu and Song Qinghuan finally realized how sheltered they had been in their small city of Tianyun. Suyu turned to Song Qinghuan and emphasized, Qinghuan, don't use that blood crystal. You must strive to become an extreme warrior. The principal gave Song Qinghuan a blood crystal and advised her to use it if she felt her chi and blood were blocked, aiming to reach the limit of 200 before the training camp ended, in preparation for the college entrance exams. Song Qinghuan originally planned to use the blood crystal as soon as possible to improve her strength and better assist Suyu. However, Suyu dissuaded her from using it. Song Qinghuan didn't agree immediately. She was used to following Suyu's advice on minor matters, but insisted on making her own decisions on major issues. Suyu saw through her thoughts and decided not to rush in persuading her, believing that once his own extraordinary chi and blood levels were revealed, Song Qinghuan would naturally aim to become an elite warrior. He deeply understood Song Qinghuan's strong competitive spirit towards him, especially from their experiences in the gravity training room. Fuyu was surprised by Song Qinghuan's reaction, as he was accustomed to her compliance with Suyu. However, Fuyu quickly refocused on his own issues, as his chi and blood had been stuck at 179, unable to break through to Song Qinghuan's level of 182. At this moment, Lin Yin chimed in, elite warriors differ too. The quality of the blood crystal affects the overall outcome. It's said that using a 9th grade blood crystal to break through the limit can potentially reach 300 chi and blood, achieving 9 extreme transformations and awakening its level or higher ability. Lin Yin spoke excitedly, her eyes sparkling as if she were already envisioning herself as the greatest genius. Fuyu threw cold water on her excitement. That's just a rumor. So far, humanity has only acquired 2 9th grade blood crystals, both used on master-level warriors. A 9th grade blood crystal would never be used on a non-warrior. Lin Yin was abruptly pulled out of her daydream. This information was eye-opening for Suyu, the country bumpkin. Although he wasn't sure if a 9th grade blood crystal would be used on non-warriors, he knew that reaching 300 chi and blood and undergoing 9 transformations wouldn't be difficult for him. Xiao Xiao joined the conversation, mentioning that the training camp not only offered high-grade blood crystals as rewards, but also had some hidden blood crystal rewards. This revelation left everyone present, including Fuyu, in shock. Xiao Xiao explained, Brother Suyu, didn't you know? The first prize in the training camp is a fixed high-grade blood crystal. Entering the camp grants you a mid-grade blood crystal, and the higher your ranking, the better the rewards. Everyone wants to use high-grade blood crystals to break through their limits and unlock their full potential. Besides the 5 of us, others' chi and blood levels are probably around 200, with some possibly stuck at 199. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun couldn't help but glance at Cheng Yong again. Cheng Yong, irritated, said, What are you looking at? Do we need to tell them all this in our small city of Tianyun? That would just crush their confidence. Zhuge Yun questioned, I can understand them not knowing about elite warriors, but why didn't you tell them about the rewards? Is your school trying to pocket their prizes? Cheng Yong retorted angrily, Nonsense. If you keep slandering me, I'll fight you. Didn't you say this trip was to show Suyu the harsh realities of the world? With such impure motives, do I still need to tell him about the rewards? The directors of the other 4 major schools looked at the two with strange expressions, regretting not arranging separate rooms for them. They were puzzled by how these tactical-minded people didn't spare their own students and curiously turned their cameras towards Suyu. On the plaza, Su Yu's eyes lit up when he learned the reward was a high-grade blood crystal. He said to Song Qinghuan, "Qinghuan, give me that first-grade blood crystal. I'll get you a high-grade one in return. Your talent deserves a high-grade blood crystal." Su Yu's sincerity was evident, with no hint of deceit. In the observation room, all eyes were on Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong quickly distanced himself. "Don't look at me. Look at him. He used to be the best at coaxing girls out of their training resources." Zhuge Yun's expression twitched, feeling helpless about his uncommitted student. After a deep breath, he slapped Cheng Yong's shoulder and said, "He better mean it, even if it's a wild dream. Otherwise, I'll show him what cruelty means." Everyone looked at this tactical master, feeling the terror in his smile, and sympathized with Su Yu once more. On the plaza, after some inquiries, Su Yu finally understood the situation. Lin Yin and the others didn't blame them for not knowing anything, mainly attributing it to their irresponsible team leader. The atmosphere remained quite amicable. Seeing the right moment, Su Yu took out a camera from his pocket. "Come on, since we're teammates now, and I don't have any gifts for our first meeting, let me take a picture of each of you as a present." The three didn't suspect anything, even Fu Yu cooperated. Su Yu aimed the photo collector at the three. The system immediately responded. Target identified. Possessing S-level ability mental control. Target identified. Possessing S-level ability reality manipulation. Target identified. Possessing SS-level ability fortune's favor. Another SS-level superpower, and it's one with an incredibly mystical attribute. Mental control, reality manipulation, and luck enhancement. Any one of these abilities alone would make this training camp worth every penny. In comparison, even high-grade or mid-grade blood crystals pale in significance. These three abilities are the true ultimate rewards. Su Yu's gaze wandered over the three superhumans. First, there was Fu Yu's mental control, only one character different from mind control, yet worlds apart in function. Just hearing the name conjured up countless applications in Su Yu's mind. Next was Lin Yan's reality manipulation. Just the name alone indicated its extraordinary nature, and being rated SS level meant it had god-ear potential. So you couldn't help but wonder if, when fully developed, Lin Yin might achieve the legendary one-thought grandmaster status. As for Qiao Qiao's luck enhancement, an SS-level ability that touches upon the rules of the universe, Su Yu made a mental note. Starting today, he would persistently take photos of Qiao Qiao until he acquired this powerful buff. With that thought, Su Yu raised his camera and snapped photos of the three of them in quick succession. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of the shutter echoed. Strength 10, Strength 10, Agility 10. The system's notification sounded in Su Yu's mind. Although he didn't get another golden attribute, he wasn't discouraged. After photographing the three, he turned his lens towards Song Qinghuan. One click later, a photo of her smiling radiantly emerged. Strength 20. The system notified again. As expected, Song Qinghuan was truly his lucky charm. After handing the photos to the four of them, Su Yu's gaze became more profound. His eyes now held a mix of inquiry and expectation as he looked at them. Lin Yin, perceptive as always, noticed the change. He nudged Fu Yu carefully and whispered, "Why do I feel like Su Yu is looking at us differently after taking those photos? Has he finally realized how handsome I am?" Fu Yu, with an expressionless face, ignored his usual vain remarks. However, he too noticed the change in Su Yu's gaze and felt a spark of curiosity. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly activated his ability. At that moment, Su Yu, who was complimenting Song Qinghuan on her photogenic qualities, felt a subtle string being plucked in his mind. Without hesitation, he turned to look at Fu Yu. Fu Yu, whose mental probe had failed, was taken aback when their eyes met. Su Yu smiled innocently and asked, "What's up, Fu Yu? Did you discover something?" Fu Yu shook his head and remained silent. Su Yu let out a soft "oh," as if nothing had happened. Internally, he thought, having a mental superhuman in the team requires caution. Not sure if it's because my mental strength is high or if it's due to the system, but Fu Yu's mind-reading attempt definitely failed. Still smiling, Su Yu turned to the two girls and said, "Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, how about I take a group photo of you two?" "Sure." Xiao Qiao responded happily. Song Qinghuan, however, looked puzzled. She knew that for Su Yu, taking photos was a way of gathering intelligence. But she wondered, isn't one photo enough? Holding up the camera, Su Yu emphasized, "I'll take 2 photos, one for each of you." "That's fine then." Song Qinghuan's cautious expression instantly relaxed. Just then, the grand clock in the square chimed 8 times, signaling the time. The bustling square fell silent. A man in a black leather jacket strode into the square and ascended the platform. "Good morning, everyone. I am your instructor for this training camp, Wei Kuan." His voice was loud and clear, resonating through the silent square. Everyone's eyes were glued to him as he smiled and said, "You can just call me instructor." "Good morning, instructor." The chorus of voices from the young prodigies was perfectly synchronized. Wei Ikuan nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, The training camp is starting. You may leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers around the square began to disperse, not a single one lingering. Once only the 105 students remained, Wei Ikuin suddenly struck the air with his palm. Visible ripples spread from his palm, quickly forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire square. Fu Yu took the initiative to explain to Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. This is a technique only masters can use. Its main purpose is to prevent our abilities from being exposed to the outside world. Su Yu nodded, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Wei Ikuin on the platform. He thought, a middle-aged 6th-rank warrior contributed one martial art and some mental strength to me. I wonder what I could get from this master-level expert. However, he restrained his urge to take out his camera. Though he loved adventure, he was not foolish. On the platform, Wei Ikuin's sharp gaze scanned the crowd. Not bad, your energy and spirit are much better than the previous batch. I won't waste words. This training camp will follow the same format. 5 days of free hunting, 1 day of free activities, and the final day will be a grand tournament. He continued to explain the rules in detail. During the 5 days of free hunting, you will form teams of 5. Each team will select a leader and enter the wilderness behind me to hunt. A regular beast scores 10 points, a first-rank beast scores 100, a second-rank beast scores 1,000, a third-rank beast scores 10,000, a fourth-rank beast scores 100,000, and a fifth-rank beast scores 1,000,000. A playful smile appeared on Wei Ikuin's face, a friendly reminder. Last year, a team tried to hunt a 4th-rank beast and ended up completely wiped out. By wiped out, I mean they lost their lives. The 105 students were fully attentive. Even though most of them were familiar with the training camp rules, which were similar to the college entrance exams, nobody dared to lose focus. Since it's free hunting, you're free to hunt 5th-rank or even 6th-rank beasts. I won't stop you. It's your choice. Wei Ikuin added, however, I must warn you that during the first 5 days, all teams are in a cooperative state. Any internal conflict will result in immediate disqualification from the camp. His expression turned serious. I know you're all geniuses and want to prove yourselves. You'll get your chance, but not in the first 5 days. The 6th day is free activity day, where teams will compete against each other, and points can be stolen. I hope this day will be lively. Wei Ikuin's serious demeanor vanished, replaced by a playful smile. The final day's grand tournament will feature the top 10 teams by points. There will be additional rewards for individual matches. I've finished explaining the rules. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. The square remained silent. Wei Ikuin nodded. Good. Then let's proceed with the blood energy test. After that, you can freely form your teams. He took out a booklet. Listen for your name. Come up when called. Gao Shi, pre-ranked 1st, 3-time champion of the Eastern War Zone exams, participated in hunting a 4th-rank beast. Hao Jiming, pre-ranked 2nd, 3-time champion of the Southern War Zone exams, faced a 4th-rank beast alone and successfully escaped. Linlin Wu and Yin Cheng Su's names caused quite a stir in the square. These two prodigies had not only secured the top spot in their respective district exams for 3 consecutive years, but had also individually slain Tier 3 beasts. When Ikuin Wei introduced them, his tone was filled with evident pride. 4 blood energy detectors lit up simultaneously, displaying the same number, 200. No one questioned this preliminary ranking, as most of the people present had been defeated by them in previous exams. Yu Su stood in the crowd, his eyes fixed intently on the 4 individuals on the high platform. A fierce determination burned within him as he resolved to surpass these rivals and claim the top spot in the college entrance exams. Participate in slaying Tier 4 beasts, single-handedly take down Tier 3 beasts. Yu Su calculated silently. The difference between Tier 1 and Tier 4 beasts isn't huge. At best, I can handle a Tier 1 beast, but the gap isn't insurmountable. I might just need a weapon that can break through their defenses. He pondered his strategy carefully. Beasts below Tier 5 couldn't control their blood energy, so the differences mainly lay in their strength, speed, and resistance. Yu Su believed that with some clever thinking, he could bridge this gap. In the observation room, Yong Cheng and Yun Zhuge closely monitored Yu Su's expression. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Yun Zhuge couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure the data you gave me was correct? This kid looks like he's ready to take down the top 4. Yong Cheng responded calmly, "It's normal. After all, this is the same kid who dared to deflate the principal's tires right after enrolling. If you told me he wanted to take down Kunkin, I wouldn't be surprised." Yun Zhuge shot Yong Cheng a disdainful look. "Is this how you teach students? You're turning a tactical genius into a reckless brute." Yong Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain and simply looked up at the sky. In just an hour, he had taken the blame for several of Yu Su's actions. Despite his teasing, Yun Zhuge's eyes showed increasing admiration for Yu Su. He had initially planned to decide whether to take Yu Su as a disciple after he entered Jubiai University, but now he felt that Yu Su was practically tailor-made to be his apprentice. If you have talent and strength, who wouldn't want to be a fearless warrior? Yun Zhuge thought to himself. Why bother using your brain when you can solve problems with your fists? On the square, the four celebrated prodigies placed their hands on the detectors simultaneously. As expected, the machines displayed the number 200. Iku and Wei nodded in approval. All right, you can go prepare your teams. The four of them descended from the platform without any interaction. Whether due to their pride as geniuses or the fact that the team leader's reward was higher than that of team members, they were not going to form teams. The next group also showed four individuals with 200 blood energy. It wasn't until the third group that people started teaming up. The ninth-ranked Yao Yu headed straight for Yinsheng Su, and the two shared a hug and a kiss, causing a wave of exclamations. No way, showing off their relationship? I shouldn't have looked. Unbelievable. Yinsheng Su and Yao, you must be doing this on purpose. This scene lightened the atmosphere in the square. Yu Su shook his head in disdain, his eyes inadvertently meeting Qinghuan's songs. Her face flushed instantly. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if we did that too? She asked. Yu Su looked puzzled. Oh? The blood energy test continued. Over a dozen groups all showed the maximum of 200 blood energy. Everyone present was a genius, so it became routine. Yu Su was more concerned about the fact that, although half the people had finished testing, the top 8 teams had not yet formed. Even those ranked from 10th to 20th remained solo. When the 16th group took the stage, the numbers on the machines caused an uproar. Jianxin Wu blood energy 234. Shuo Lu blood energy 238. They've broken through the limit? 234 and 238. They must have used at least tier 4 blood crystals. Are they trying to secure the top spot by breaking through early? Doesn't make sense. Even breaking through, they can't beat Gao Shi and the others. I don't get it. The training camp's blood crystals are rare. Even the last place gets better rewards than regular school-provided ones. In the observation room, the eyes of the 4 training directors sharpened instantly. Ji Ding tied up her long hair, a cold glint in her eyes. Something's off. They used rare blood crystals for their breakthrough. I've seen their profiles. Their schools and backgrounds can't provide mid-tier rare blood crystals. They must have support from some powerful families. Wan Feng nodded in agreement. This might happen again in the future, but usually with those ranked at the bottom trying to make a last-ditch effort. Their preliminary rankings are in the middle. Except for a gap with the top 10, they aren't far behind others. There's no reason to prepare like this unless someone had prior knowledge of the training camp rewards. 8-tier blood crystal, right? Zhuge Yun suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the observation room. Qian Yun immediately became alert. Facing the stares of the 3 others, he hastily defended himself. I didn't say anything. Zhuge Yun's lips curled into a knowing smile. He slowly revealed his reasoning. The news that Rain Master and Blood Master ambushed and killed 3 8-tier exotic beasts has already spread throughout the human alliance. These 2 masters have always valued the younger generation, so offering 1 or 2 blood crystals as training camp rewards isn't surprising. He paused, glancing around the room. I only confirmed it now because of the reactions from those major families. For a grandmaster, an 8-tier blood crystal is a treasure for forging a golden body. But if these young talents use it, it could create astonishing individuals. Zhuge Yun's gaze fell on Gao Shi's data. Gao Shi's ability is S-tier Dark Devouring. If he uses an 8-tier blood crystal to break through his limits, his power would be unimaginable. In comparison, a few rare mid-tier blood crystals are nothing. As Zhuge Yun's analysis sank in, the observation room fell into deep thought. Initially, everyone was shocked by the leak of the information, but upon reflection, his deduction made perfect sense. A woman from the data team couldn't help but express her indignation. But that's so unfair to the others. Barton responded calmly. Fair? When have we humans ever enjoyed fairness against exotic beasts and other races? Besides, the intentions of those families don't matter. What matters is that nurturing a true genius benefits all of humanity. Their support for people like Wu Jianqin and Lu Shuo is genuine. If every family were willing to do the same, we could save resources and create opportunities for more potential talents. Meanwhile, the blood energy monitoring on the plaza was nearing its end. Following Wu Jianqin, several more talents with blood energy values exceeding 200 emerged. Without exception, these talents joined the top-ranking teams. Suyu wasn't particularly concerned about the team arrangements. What mattered to him was that he was no longer the only one to break the 200 mark. His hope of standing out seemed to have faded. When Song Qinghuan and others took the stage, Suyu's interest in the blood energy monitoring had waned significantly. However, he seemed to have forgotten one crucial point. Unlike those who broke through their limits with high-tier blood crystals, he had reached beyond 200 with just a single 1-tier blood crystal. That potential was what truly made him remarkable. Song Qinghuan, Fu Yu, Qiao Qiao, and Lin Yin slowly walked onto the stage, forming a line. The gathered geniuses focused their attention on them. Except for the relatively unknown Song Qinghuan, the other 3 had garnered varying degrees of attention. Fu Yu, a psychic ability user, could not only read minds but also influence others' mental states. Compared to the extreme martial artists present, his potential might not be the highest, but his baseline was firmly in the grandmaster realm. Even the top-ranked Gao she couldn't guarantee breaking through to the 7th grade grandmaster level, while Fu, you could easily surpass this threshold. However, fate seemed exceptionally fair. While granting him psychic talents, it also imposed a 180 blood energy limit on him. Despite his family's best efforts, they couldn't help him break through. His elders suggested absorbing blood crystals directly, but Fuyu insisted on pursuing the path of an extreme martial artist. He knew that without becoming an extreme martial artist, even as a 7th grade grandmaster, his progress would be much slower than his peers. This limit made many strong individuals lament for this genius. Xiao Qiao and Lin Yin drew attention due to their unique abilities. Theoretically invincible, their abilities initially attracted numerous grandmasters eager to take them as disciples. However, as time passed and their abilities revealed more limitations, interest waned. Compared to the top geniuses present, they always seemed to lag slightly. The monitor displayed Xiao Qiao blood energy 199, Song Qinghuan blood energy 196, Lin Yin blood energy 187, Fuyu blood energy 179. In the observation room, several admissions directors closely watched the unfolding events. Deng Ji's gaze fell on Xiao Qiao, her eyes gleaming with appreciation. Xiao Qiao used a blood crystal early on, but just one first-grade crystal brought her blood energy close to the limit. Despite the gap with others, her future is still promising. If she can further develop her abilities, her potential is limitless. Feng Wan nodded in agreement, indeed. But honestly, I have higher hopes for Song Qinghuan. Director Batting from Dongji University focused on Song Qinghuan. The data shows her blood energy was 193 just a week ago. In 7 days, she raised it by 3 points within the extreme range. If she weren't from the small city of Tianyuan, her performance today might rival anyone here. Qian Yun, the admissions director from Jubiai University, immediately became defensive, batting, "Don't I our school student? The entrance exams haven't even started, so how can she be yours? The final choice depends on who shows the most sincerity." Batting retorted bluntly, "Exactly. Just because these kids are leaning towards Jubiai doesn't mean they're yours yet." Feng Wan chimed in, "That's right. Their final decision hasn't been made." Qian Yun remained silent, internally calculating how to retain these geniuses. At that moment, Zhuge Yun suddenly laughed. "So, are you all planning to poach my student too?" "No way. No way." Feng Wan quickly waved his hand. "So you has no better mentor than you, Professor Zhuge. We wouldn't dream of poaching him." Batting also assured, "Rest easy, Professor Zhuge. Even if this kid wanted to join Dongji, we'd send him back to Jubiai." Deng Ji smiled slightly. "I'd like to, but our school's tactical grandmasters aren't taking disciples anymore." On the plaza, Wei Yikuan announced the final participant, Suyu, a low-level tactician, flawlessly solved Jubiai University's junior year final exam problems while still in high school. Compared to his martial prowess, breaking Professor Zhuge Yun's record as the youngest tactical grandmaster is more anticipated by the Human Alliance. Wei Yikuan's introduction was noticeably more detailed than the previous 4, seemingly to avoid any embarrassment for Suyu, emphasizing that martial prowess wasn't his main focus. Nevertheless, the geniuses on the plaza turned their attention to the monitor, curious about this future tactical grandmaster. Listening to the introduction, Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Martial prowess isn't important? Sorry, tactics are just my hobby. Martial arts are my main focus," he thought, placing his hand on the device and mobilizing his blood energy. Suddenly, Wei Yikuan's expression changed. Simultaneously, the admissions directors in the observation room stepped forward in unison, even Zhuge Yun showing a look of surprise. Beep beep beep. The test ended, and the data displayed on the device plunged the plaza into silence. Suyu blood energy 212. This youth, hailed as a tactical genius, was also an extreme martial artist. After a brief silence, the plaza erupted into a frenzy. What's going on? Wasn't Suyu's blood energy supposed to be around 120? Is the device broken? Less than 100 blood energy and one first-grade blood crystal directly broke the limit? Are you kidding? Students began to chatter, even those in the top ranks showing disbelief. Wei Yikuan knew this was Suyu's real blood energy value. He didn't ask for a retest but calmly announced, "Suyu, blood energy 212. Although his tone was steady, he couldn't help but pause while recording the data. He couldn't fathom what kind of genius could leap from under 100 blood energy to the extreme martial artist realm in just 2 weeks. The geniuses on the plaza had mixed feelings. Damn, it's really 212. This guy is not only an extreme martial artist, but also a Jubiai University junior-level tactician. I think Suyu should be the most sought after." "Stop talking. I bet the top teams are reconsidering their lineup. Do you think Suyu will join if we invite him? Didn't he insist on bringing his girlfriend? Are you stupid? Suyu is now a powerhouse himself." Bringing Song Qinghuan with 196 blood energy is a piece of cake. Gao Shi, Su Yin, and others began to waver. A 5-day hunt with Su Yu would significantly boost efficiency. However, inviting Su Yu meant dropping 2 people, and they weren't sure if it was worth it. If Su Yu were alone, there would be no hesitation. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the 4 admissions directors and Zhuge Yun all turned puzzled looks towards the equally shocked Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong stood in the observation room, facing the expectant gazes of everyone, yet he struggled to provide a reasonable explanation. Su Yu's rapid progress, from a blood energy level below 100 to surpassing the limit in just a week, was indeed unbelievable. He's a genius, I've said it all along, Cheng Yong reiterated. But this clearly failed to convince the crowd. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Everyone knew Su Yu was a genius, but no one had anticipated such an astonishing martial prowess. In a week, his blood energy surged from below 100 to 212, and more critically, he broke the limit. Such training speed was unheard of and shocking. Qian Yun, the head of admissions at Jubiai University, was the first to break the silence. Everyone, didn't we all agree not to compete with Professor Zhuge for students? So let's not target Su Yu. Feng Wan looked confused. Did I say that? Qian Yun shot him a cold glance. Director Feng, there's surveillance here. If you can't recall, I can pull up the footage to refresh your memory. Feng Wan hastily smiled. Oh, right, I did say that. But it was just a joke, wasn't it? Admissions can't be taken lightly, and we didn't put it in writing, so don't take it seriously, Director Qian. Despite their prestigious positions, Feng Wan and the other directors, Ba Ting and Deng Ji, shamelessly vied for advantage in the admissions process. Qian Yun looked at his unscrupulous colleagues, his lips twitching. He turned to Zhuge Yun and suggested, Zhuge, with Su Yu's talent, whether he focuses on tactics or combat, he will excel. We need to collaborate and ensure some shameless people don't steal our student. Zhuge Yun responded with a forced smile. Of course, if Su Yu wants to train in both disciplines simultaneously, it's not impossible. Cheng Yong, standing nearby, hesitated to speak. Training in both disciplines? That's a pipe dream. Who has the energy for that? The atmosphere in the observation room grew instantly tense. The previously amiable group dropped their facades and confronted each other heat, unwilling to back down. They were competing not only for Su Yu but for other outstanding students as well. The director's data analysis teams joined the fray, making the observation room as chaotic as a marketplace. Cheng Yong watched the scene unfold, amazed at what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, the presidents of the 4 prestigious universities also learned about Su Yu's extraordinary martial talent. Except for Jubiai University, the other 3 presidents immediately contacted their tactical masters, urging them to come out of retirement to recruit Su Yu. These masters, who had previously avoided competing with Zhuge Yun, set aside their reservations upon learning of Su Yu's remarkable talent. In the observation room, Qian Yun was busy coordinating while Zhuge Yun, who had recognized Su Yu's potential early on, remained unusually calm. He curiously asked, every year, the training camp gives students a talent rating. What's Su Yu's rating now? This question made everyone pause to think. Deng Ji was the first to speak. The rating mainly targets martial talent. If we include Su Yu's tactical talent, an SSS rating wouldn't be excessive. But right now, we only know his blood energy cultivation speed is fast. We need more observation since our information is limited and mostly inaccurate. The group's attention once again focused on Cheng Yong. He yawned and looked around, avoiding their gaze. No information, inaccurate information. Is that my fault? He muttered to himself. But one thing is certain. Regardless of Su Yu's actual strength, the fact that he reached the limit with just 1 first-grade blood crystal indicates his martial talent is at least level. The talent rating at the 4 prestigious universities directly impacted resource allocation after admission. The geniuses who attended the 4 university training camp started with an S-level rating. Compared to Tianyuan City and other schools, the 4 universities had stricter standards. For instance, Song Qinghuan's rating was S-level in Tianyuan City and military schools, but only a level in the 4 university training camp. As the discussion heated up, everyone's attention shifted to Su Yu in the square. After measuring his blood energy, Su Yu returned to Song Qinghuan's side under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing her anxious yet expectant expression, Su Yu gently tapped her forehead. What are you thinking? Don't you know showing affection too much can be dangerous? Song Qinghuan pouted. Who's showing affection with you? The surrounding people watched this scene, and while Su Yinqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat offended, the others wore resentful expressions. They silently grumbled. This guy's too much. Isn't this showing affection? You might as well hug and kiss in front of us. Despite their internal complaints, they continued approaching the pair. Su Yu, I'm Zhang Dachuan. Our team just needs 2 more members. We already have 2 with over 200 blood energy. With you and Qinghuan, we have a good chance of making the top 5. Someone spoke up first. Top 5? With your team's strength, a lavishly dressed youth scoffed. Su Yu, join us. We all have spiritual tools, and if you need one, we can even give you one. Suyu, compared to spiritual tools, the training camp ranking is more important to us, another chimed in. A crowd surrounded Suyu and Song Qinghuan. Fuyu, Lin Yin, and Xiao Qiao, who were pushed aside, hadn't yet reacted. Fuyu remained expressionless, while Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao worriedly asked, "Do we need to find new teammates?" At that moment, Suyu, being pulled in different directions, suddenly raised his hand and loudly declared, "Everyone, I will only be the team leader." The moment the words left his mouth, the crowded room fell silent. Suyu swallowed back the words, "I want to be number one." Just the requirement to be a team leader had almost discouraged everyone, so he decided it was best to keep such bold statements to himself for now. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, their sense of ease didn't last long. The well-dressed young man from earlier shouted, "No problem, you join our team, and we'll make you the leader." Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao were stunned. They weren't the only ones. Most people in the square couldn't comprehend the young man's actions. Offering a spiritual weapon just for joining, and willingly giving up the leader position, was unheard of. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the young man smiled brightly and continued, "Suyu, I have no other requests. I just hope that when we go to university, we can still be teammates. I can cover all your spiritual weapon expenses for the 4 years of college." This declaration caused another uproar. The crowd murmured, "Wow, who's this rich kid? So generous. I think his name was Shiman Boshue during the blood test. Could he be from the Shiman family that runs the Divine Weapon Pavilion? Most likely. Wow, do they need any more team members? I'm not greedy." Listening to the discussions around him, Suyu, though unfamiliar with the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Shiman family, could sense the sincerity. He smiled genuinely and declined, "Shiman, to be honest, I'm tempted, but I've already found my teammates. Maybe we can collaborate next time." Shiman Boshue's face showed a hint of disappointment, but quickly returned to normal. "In that case, we'll have to wait for another opportunity." He paused and added, "But there's one thing I must emphasize." Suyu looked at him curiously, Don't call me Shiman. You can call me Boshue or Brother Boshue," Shiman Boshue said earnestly. Suyu was a bit confused but nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Boshue." After turning down all team invitations, Suyu returned to Lin Yin, Xiao Qiao, and Fuyu. Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao looked at him, their eyes filled with gratitude. Suddenly, Lin Yin burst into exaggerated tears. "Suyu, I'm so touched. Having a friend like you makes my life complete." His over-the-top act left Xiao Qiao, who was also moved, in a daze. Suyu looked at the drama king speechlessly and sincerely said, "Don't get me wrong. I just think your abilities are more suited for hunting." Lin Yin immediately dropped the act and said righteously, "Suyu, I admire your honesty. I actually think the same." Suyu couldn't help but tease, "With your acting skills, it's a pity you don't pursue a career as an actor." Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao both nodded in agreement. As the four joked around, Fuyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "With your abilities, choosing us isn't the best decision. You should at least join a team that can make the top 10. Winning in the arena would earn you academic credits for university. From what I know, the training camps arena is the easiest place to earn credits in the 4 major colleges. You'll regret not making it." Suyu smiled nonchalantly, "You might be right, but I believe our team has the potential to reach the top 10, or even the top 3. His confidence wasn't baseless. Far superior strength and agility for his level, expertise in tactics, combat, firearms, swordsmanship, and martial arts like the Phantom Step gave him the confidence to refuse other teams. More importantly, his ambition to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam was something beyond ordinary understanding. Additionally, the S-level abilities of his teammates were a significant reason why Suyu insisted on not switching teams. Compared to high-grade blood crystal rewards and credits, the S-level abilities of fantasy reality and mind control, as well as the SS-level lucky favor, were far more enticing. Suyu said seriously, "So, from any perspective, the 5 of us are the most suitable team." Fuyu nodded and introduced his ability. "My ability is of the mental type. I can read minds and exert some mental control, but that requires the other person to be very weak. My blood strength is 179 cards, which you all know I've been stuck at for a long time. However, in actual combat, I believe I'm not weaker than others. My weapon is a bow and arrow, and because of my ability, I never miss." Suyu responded with a smile. "All right, we'll discuss the specifics later. Let's go to the instructor to get our wristbands first." "Sure, let's make it official." Lin Yan's nonsensical remark earned him eye rolls from everyone, including Fuyu. The 5 approached Wei Ikuan to register their identities and receive their team wristbands. Once the wristbands were on, there was no turning back. Wei Ikuan specifically asked Suyu if he was sure, and seeing Suyu's confident gaze, he grew more curious about this promising student. After officially forming the team, the 5 stepped off the platform. The rest of the crowd began to talk. I don't get why Suyu insists on teaming up with them. Looks like this training camp's last place team is decided. What a pity. If Suyu joined us, we could aim for the top 10. I'm not interested in their ranking. I'm just wondering if Suyu can be a competent strategist. I don't know if he's qualified, but if he were my strategist, I'd trust him. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Chung Yong smiled at Zhuge Yun. So, do you regret picking such weak teammates for Suyu now? Zhuge Yun shook his head. Who knew this kid was hiding so much? If I had known, I wouldn't have let him join this training camp. Now we might lose him. Chung Yong reassured him. Don't worry. I have a feeling he'll choose our Jubei University. Zhuge Yun's eyes were deep. Can you guarantee he'll choose the strategy department? Chung Yong was silent for a moment, then reluctantly said, maybe he could minor in the strategy department. Chung Yong, get out. Zhuge Yun roared. In the observation room, the two old classmates started arguing again. The others, used to this, continued focusing on their work. Wei Yikuan announced an hour for team formation, and the training ground immediately erupted with noise. Amidst the chaos, Suyu's team formed with astonishing speed, becoming the first to complete their lineup. Following closely were the 8 teams led by prodigies, who had already made their selections well before the assembly. Interestingly, despite Suyu's impressive blood value being revealed and causing quite a stir, none of these prodigies extended an invitation to him. Especially after hearing Suyu declare his intention to be the team leader, people like Gao Shi began to take him more seriously. With Suyu's team established, the training ground buzzed with discussions. Most people doubted the strength of Suyu's chosen teammates, believing that his team posed no threat in the upcoming hunting competition. However, Gao Shi, Su Yinchen, and others quietly took note of Suyu's team. Perhaps due to a genius's intuition, they sensed that this seemingly ordinary team might turn out to be a formidable opponent. Once the teams were formed, Suyu immediately led his group to a quiet corner to begin their pre-battle preparations. This hour was not only for team formation, but also a crucial time for them to prepare before entering the wilderness. Suyu had a few questions he wanted to clarify before stepping into the unknown dangers ahead. The 5 of them sat in a circle and Suyu began. Since we're now teammates, I think we need to get to know each other better. Fuyu has already introduced his specialties. Lin Yin, Xiao Qiao, and Qing Huan. Why don't you give a brief introduction as well? The 3 nodded in agreement. Song Qing Huan spoke first. My ability is ice manipulation, and my weapon is a spear. My main combat style is to infuse my ability into the spear, which can partially freeze enemies or beasts, reducing their agility and speed. At full power, I can freeze 5 first-grade beasts for 5 seconds, or focus all my power to instantly kill 1 first-grade beast. However, using my ability leaves me in a weakened state. The others listened intently. Fuyu, somewhat surprised, said, I've seen your records before. It seems like your ability is much stronger than what's documented. Song Qinghuan explained. That's because I haven't fully mastered my ability yet. Still not fully mastered? Fuyu pursued. Song Qinghuan nodded to confirm. Fuyu seriously remarked, I have a feeling your ability might be rated higher than the recorded grade. Accurately assessing abilities has always been a challenge for the human alliance. Unlike blood values, abilities can't be measured precisely with instruments and are often judged based on practical effects and historical cases. Since the martial arts era began, abilities have emerged alongside it, and there have been instances where SS-grade abilities were mistakenly rated as grade, or grade abilities were wrongly considered SS-grade. Song Qinghuan's a grade rating was already a bold assessment in Tianyuan City, where a grade ability users were extremely rare. Fuyu's comment made Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao lower their heads, as they were typical examples of overestimated ability ratings. Lin Yin, feeling a bit uneasy, introduced himself. My ability is hypnosis, once rated SS grade, now a grade. But I think even this rating is too low. Suyu agreed with this, which moved Lin Yin, as it was rare for someone to believe in him. My weapon is a long sword, and my swordsmanship is top-notch, better than any teacher at our school, Lin Yin added. Suyu curiously asked, is that also because of your ability? Without hesitation, Lin Yin replied, no, it's purely because of my martial arts talent. Suyu fell silent, suddenly feeling that Lin Yan's declining ability rating might be due to his stubbornness. Lin Yin continued, I can hypnotize ordinary beasts and people weaker or in worse condition than me. I can only hypnotize severely injured first-grade beasts. Also, I can hypnotize myself to temporarily gain someone else's strength. This revelation intrigued the others. Can you gain their abilities too? Fuyu asked. No, Lin Yin admitted, and I can't hypnotize those much stronger than me. My best record is gaining the strength of a peak first-grade warrior for 30 seconds. Apart from Suyu, the others looked a bit disappointed. That's all for me, Lin Yin concluded. Xiao Qiao immediately raised her hand. My turn. My weapon is a whip, and I'm lucky enough to hit vital points or weak spots of beasts easily. My ability is good luck, though I'm not exactly sure how it works. But being with me, your luck will definitely improve. We might even encounter weakened beasts as soon as we enter the wilderness. Xiao Qiao's words left the group in silence. After the introductions, everyone turned their attention to Suyu. Suyu briefly said, "My strength and speed far exceed normal levels. I'm proficient in martial arts, marksmanship, and swordsmanship." He then added, "Oh, and I recently learned the martial art Mizong step." In the observation room, several master-level figures exchanged glances. Did this kid really learn Mizong step in one night? Chung Yong questioned skeptically. He probably thinks just mimicking a few steps counts as learning it. Qian Yun agreed. This explanation was accepted by those present. In the plaza, Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao looked at Suyu with envy, genuinely believing his words. With the introductions complete, Suyu prepared to share his bold idea. He first looked at Fuyu. "Fuyu, have you ever thought about synchronizing our mental frequencies, like controlling radio waves? If we could do that, our communication in the wilderness." Before Suyu could finish, Fuyu's eyes lit up. Though he hadn't tried it before, he felt it was worth a shot. If it worked, it would be quite interesting. In the observation room, the listeners also became intrigued by Suyu's suggestion. Ba Ting remarked, "If Fuyu can really do that, he'll be highly sought after on the battlefield." Synchronizing everyone's mental frequencies means that on the battlefield, true telepathic communication can be achieved. Suyu's idea caused a slight stir in the square. All eyes turned to Fuyu, the psychic ability user, hoping he could accomplish this seemingly impossible feat. Fuyu closed his eyes and concentrated intensely. Everyone in the observation room held their breath, watching every move on the square. Suyu was filled with anticipation, confident that Fuyu could succeed, even if it required more attempts and time. Suddenly, Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao simultaneously turned to look at Lin Yin. A strange connection had formed among them, with their thoughts flowing like a gentle stream through each other's minds. "No way, did it really work? Can you guys actually read my thoughts?" Lin Yin asked in astonishment. "Take a guess," Suyu teased. Song Qinghuan's face instantly turned red as she shyly thought, "Suyu is amazing. No wonder I like him. How embarrassing. Why are all my thoughts coming out?" Song Qinghuan's face flushed to her ears. Suyu cleared his throat. "I think we should save this method for combat situations." As soon as he finished speaking, the strange connection vanished. Fuyu opened his eyes and, with a neutral expression, analyzed, "I'm still not proficient. Right now, I need to concentrate fully to control it precisely. In the short term, it might not be usable in combat. When using it, one of you will need to protect me. Also, not all thoughts will be perceived in the same frequency. If you forcefully suppress your thoughts, others won't be able to sense them." Everyone listened intently and nodded in agreement. Suyu smiled. "No problem, we can practice more. If it's not dangerous facing the beasts, we can try it a few more times. Maybe after a few attempts, we'll be able to control it while fighting. As for suppressing thoughts you don't want others to know, I have some experience." He shot a glance at Song Qinghuan, who wished she could bury her head in the ground. Suyu continued to share his insights. "While in that state, you can try to actively channel your mental energy to create a private domain within the frequency, so not all thoughts are perceived by others." Song Qinghuan, Lin Yin, and Xiao Qiao looked confused. Suyu asked, "Is this hard to understand?" The three of them nodded simultaneously. Fuyu explained, "To achieve that, your mental energy needs to reach at least 200 Hz. Without mental energy training, it's practically impossible before we become martial artists. I've been training in mental energy techniques since childhood, and I'm only at 210, with no progress in the past 2 years." The people in the observation room exchanged glances, astonished by Suyu's powerful mental energy. The eyes of several master-level individuals lit up, especially the three from outside Jubiai University, who began considering how to win over these gems. Suyu turned to Lin Yin. "Have you ever hypnotized yourself into thinking you're not human?" Lin Yin quickly stepped back. "Suyu, although my ability is special, I'm not a pervert." Suyu clarified, "I mean, have you ever tried hypnotizing yourself into being a beast or a plant? If you can do that, you'd be a natural scout in the wilderness." Lin Yin tried it, and instantly, all eyes in the square were on him. Wei Kuan suddenly appeared before them. "Was that grade 3 wind wolf aura from you? Don't simulate beast auras in the square. It can cause a disturbance." Lin Yin excitedly realized he could indeed mimic beast auras, even those of mid-tier beasts. Suyu quickly stopped him. "Calm down. You'll have plenty of chances in the wilderness." In the observation room, Deng Ji and others began re-evaluating Lin Yan's potential, considering if he was also worth vying for. Before even becoming a martial artist, Lin Yin could already mimic the aura of a third-rank exotic beast, even deceiving a master-level expert. This far surpassed simple hypnosis abilities and was arguably the most powerful disguise ability known so far. The people in the observation room couldn't help but wonder. If Lin Yan's strength increased further, could he simulate the aura of the strongest beings? Such an ability would be invaluable to humanity, deserving an SSS rating. In a short period, 2 abilities with real value rated as SSS had emerged, leaving everyone feeling a bit overwhelmed. Qian Yun couldn't help but ask Zhuge Yun, Brother Zhuge, could Su Yu's talent be not in tactics, but in unlocking others' potential? Fu Yu and Lin Yan seem reborn under his guidance. Zhuge Yun glanced calmly and replied, Brother Yun, you're mistaken. This is precisely part of tactical talent. Fully utilizing everyone's maximum potential is the duty of a tactician. Seeing Cheng Yong's skeptical look, Zhuge Yun added without changing his expression, of course, Su Yu's talent in this regard is indeed extraordinary. Everyone was shocked, their eyes once again focusing on Su Yu. If Fu Yu and Lin Yan had their potential unlocked by him, what about Xiao Qiao? Xiao Qiao blinked her big eyes, looking at Su Yu with anticipation. What about me? What can I do? Su Yu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said in front of everyone, Xiao Qiao, you are our team's lucky charm. Just being with us is the greatest boost. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao felt a mix of disappointment and joy. After a moment's thought, Su Yu added, from now on, keep telling yourself, you are our lucky charm. With you around, we will all be blessed with luck. Xiao Qiao thought seriously and replied, I think I've always believed that. Su Yu nodded silently and said, then your belief is correct. Believe in yourself. After dealing with Xiao Qiao, Su Yu turned to Song Qinghuan, who was looking at him expectantly. He said, your ability is not just to freeze. You can encase everything in ice. One day, with a wave of your hand, you could bring an ice age to a planet, a galaxy, or even the entire universe. Although Su Yu's words seemed exaggerated and no one, including Song Qinghuan, believed them, she still smiled happily. In the observation room, Feng Wan suddenly laughed. We expect too much, hoping he can unlock new abilities for everyone. Fu Yu and Lin Yan are already pleasant surprises. Others who felt their expectations unmet also nodded in agreement. Batten checked the time and said, on the contrary, I'm more interested in seeing Su Yu's actual strength. Dengji echoed, yes, I'm curious about what rank he can achieve with this underdog team. Batten responded, top 15, maybe. If Fu Yu and Lin Yan had met Su Yu earlier, top 10 wouldn't be impossible. In the square, as the time to enter the wilderness approached, all teams began their tense pre-battle preparations. Su Yu told his teammates, let's agree on this. If we encounter few and weak exotic beasts, we should give Fu Yu more opportunities to practice his abilities. Fu Yu hesitated. This is a points competition. Spending time on me practicing my abilities might not be a good idea. Su Yu smiled and explained, that's why you need to master your abilities quickly. Once you do, the time we spend on you will pay off manifold. Besides, we won't always let you try. We'll seize the opportunities. After Fu Yu nodded in agreement, Su Yu turned his gaze to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, your main tasks are scouting and baiting. Once you spot an exotic beast, I'll analyze it, and you mimic the aura of the same kind to scout closely. If the target is in an unfavorable environment for us, you can simulate the main prey of the exotic beast, and we'll set an ambush while you lure them out. Lin Yan raised his hand. I can only mimic the beasts I've seen. Su Yu smiled. No problem. Exotic beasts don't get along with each other. Mimic an intruder of the same rank, and they'll come looking for you. Can you simulate mid-rank exotic beasts? Yes. Lin Yan confirmed firmly. Su Yu nodded, not saying more, but forming a plan in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Qiao eagerly raised her hand again, swinging her twin tails like a swing. What about me? What's my task? Su Yu sincerely replied, you are the team's strongest boost. With you, I guarantee we can achieve at least a top 10 finish. His expression and tone were so sincere that Xiao Qiao fully believed him. Then I'll stay within 10 meters of you. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, you and I are the main combat forces. Be prepared for a tough 6 days ahead. Song Qinghuan's face was resolute. Su Yu, don't worry. I won't drag you down. Soon, the 1-hour preparation time was up. Wei Yikuan returned to the square, scanned the crowd, and said, it looks like everyone is ready. Follow me. He led the group across the square into a nearby military training base. Passing through the patrolling crowds, they reached the depths of the base, where a horizontal brass door appeared. Wei Yikuan explained, beyond this door lies the wilderness. Inside, life and death are at your own risk, unless someone breaks the training camp rules. Otherwise, the camp will not intervene. I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you want to go down? Yes. All 105 people answered in unison, without hesitation. Wei Yikuan nodded, stood above the brass door, and took out a silver key. With a gentle grip, the key turned to powder, falling on the door and emitting a dim light. As the light grew brighter, the door gradually opened. Wei Yikuan looked at the crowd, a smile playing on his lips. 10 seconds. If you can't make it down, you can turn back. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed towards the brass door, jumping down one after another without considering what awaited them below. A group of people took a leap, but as they passed through the bronze gate, they landed steadily, as if the jump was just an illusion. This miraculous feeling made everyone turn back to look at the mysterious gate. Turning to face forward, under the gray sky, towering trees obscured their vision. Ahead, several paths wound into the depths of the forest, disappearing into the distance. Clearly, choosing a route became the first challenge everyone faced. The scene fell into silence as everyone pondered seriously. Interestingly, many eyes instinctively turned to Suyu, seemingly eager to see how this tactical genius would decide. Song Qinghuan and Xiao also instinctively looked at him. Suyu first looked at Fuyu, who calmly said, "The training camp is different every year. Choosing a route right at the beginning? I don't recall that ever happening before." Suyu nodded and, under everyone's watchful eyes, turned to Xiao Qiao. "Xiao Qiao, you can pick any path you like." This statement left everyone stunned. Someone couldn't help but think, is this the professional quality of a tactician? Shouldn't they scout first before making a decision? Xiao Qiao was momentarily taken aback. "Huh, you want me to choose?" "Yes," Suyu explained. "Whichever path you feel good about, whichever you think suits us, we'll take that one. You're our team's lucky charm. If not now, when will you show your worth?" Hearing this, Xiao Qiao's eyes widened with excitement. Under everyone's gaze, she looked at the paths ahead and began playing a game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo with her delicate fingers. This scene drew even more skeptical looks. Suyu rubbed his nose and reassured the other three team members, "It's fine. Xiao Qiao's ability is good luck. We'll just follow her lead." Song Qinghuan nodded seriously, Fuyu remained expressionless, and Lin Yin stood tall, trying to showcase his looks. Suyu's team chose the path based on mysticism, and other teams soon lost interest in them. Each team began to demonstrate the knowledge they had learned, some scouting ahead, others analyzing the soil and trees, looking like a group of scientific researchers. "All right, this one." Xiao Qiao suddenly lit up and pointed to the rightmost path. "Let's go." Suyu immediately led the group into the forest. Seeing Suyu's team take the lead, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yinqing also led their teams into the wilderness, each choosing a different path. As they ventured deeper, the once impenetrable canopy of towering trees began to thin out. Along the way, Xiao Qiao played eeny, meeny, miny, mo a few more times to decide their direction. Suyu's team's route choices were entirely based on their trust in mysticism and Xiao Qiao's ability. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Baiting watched the hesitant teams at the starting point and snorted, "Thinking 1,000 times won't help if you don't take the first step. They'll only fall further behind." Others nodded in agreement. The data team noted indecisive in the profiles of these geniuses, which would become a crucial reference for their future admissions to the 4 major academies and for being chosen by masters. "Oh, are Suyu and his team about to encounter a beast?" Deng Ji suddenly noticed Suyu's team on the monitor, drawing everyone's attention. On the screen, Suyu's team had stopped. Suyu signaled everyone to stay put and climbed a tree to scout. He gestured and sniffed the tree bark. His teammates' eyes filled with anticipation. They were growing impatient, having not encountered any beasts so far. After examining several tree trunks and discovering some droppings in the bushes, Suyu finally concluded, black-tailed killer bees. Based on these marks, there are at least 2 of them, each above the 1st grade. The other 4 immediately gathered around. Lin Yin looked at the trees and, seeing only small marks, remarked, "Wow, it's true that specialization matters. I've taken tactical classes too, but I couldn't tell. I just know this droppings are from a beast and quite fresh." Everyone chuckled. Suyu looked deeper into the forest. "They should be close. Our first hunt of this training camp is finally here." Their faces showed a mix of excitement. Following Suyu, the team moved forward cautiously. "We're here." Suyu signaled them to stop again. "Any further and we'll be intruding on their territory." He turned to Lin Yin. "Can you mimic the scent of a regular killer bee?" Lin Yin nodded. "No problem. Then mimic the scent, go in, circle around, and scout. Use the wristband if there's anything unusual. Once you've scouted, come back immediately." Suyu added seriously, "No matter how many beasts there are, do not engage on your own." "Got it," Lin Yin responded. Instantly, their perception of him changed. Although he still looked human, they instinctively thought of him as a killer bee due to his ability. Watching Lin Yin flap his wings and fly deeper, Song Qinghuan remarked, "Lin Yan's ability is truly amazing." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Suyu smiled. In the observation room, the admissions directors had already upgraded Lin Yan's ability to class. Although they didn't know its limits yet, his current performance was impressive enough. While evaluating Lin Yan's ability, they were even more eager to see the extent of Suyu's skills. Soon, Lin Yan excitedly returned with a report. "A 3rd grade injured queen bee. And there's a hive." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 immediately perked up, ready to face the impending challenge. Lin Yin carefully observed the swarm of bees in front of him, his expression serious as he reported to his companions, "This swarm has just been through a fierce battle. Inside the hive, there's an injured Tier 3 queen bee and 2 critically wounded Tier 2 black-tailed killer bees. Outside, there's a perfectly healthy Tier 2 black-tailed killer bee patrolling. Additionally, there are 8 Tier 1 black-tailed killer bees and 27 normal black-tailed killer bees." Fu Yu's eyes lit up. Where there's a hive, there's honey. The honey from black-tailed killer bees can enhance the functioning of the human body's organs. Su Yu turned to Qiao Qiao, teasing, "An injured Tier 3 beast and honey classic Qiao Qiao." Lin Yin immediately knelt on one knee, exaggeratingly saying, "Goddess of fortune, accept my worship." Qiao Qiao blushed and smiled shyly. "I'm just happy to be able to help everyone." Song Qinghuan chimed in, "Qiao Qiao, you're too modest. Without you, we wouldn't have such good luck." Even Fu Yu, with his usual indifferent expression, nodded in agreement. Su Yu quickly formulated a battle plan. "Our primary targets are those 3 killer bees, especially the 2 Tier 2 ones. Otherwise, the queen might consume them to recover. Lin Yin, you mimic the aura of a peak Tier 1 wild bull and charge into their territory from the other side. Wild bulls are a prime source of nutrition. They'll definitely send the healthy Tier 2 killer bee after you. Fu Yu, you go with Lin Yin. Can you handle the other killer bees?" Both nodded simultaneously. "Qinghuan, you focus all your strength on freezing those 2 dying Tier 2 killer bees. Qiao Qiao, you handle the normal killer bees and the remaining Tier 1 killer bees. I'll take care of the queen." Seeing the skeptical looks from everyone, Su Yu sighed. "You can come help me once you've finished your targets. I can hold off an injured Tier 3 killer bee for a while." Everyone began their preparations. Fu Yu lightly tapped his chest, and a lightweight mechanical armor quickly enveloped him. He then took out a golden cylinder, which instantly unfolded into a golden longbow, with a quiver of arrows ready on his back. Su Yu watched intently, his envy evident. Lin Yin took out 2 crescent-shaped blades, Qiao Qiao retrieved a green long whip, and Song Qinghuan held a silver spear. They all turned to look at Su Yu, who silently drew a pitch-black dagger from his waist. Fu Yu didn't mince words. "Su Yu, are you really going to face a Tier 3 queen bee with that little dagger?" Su Yu replied confidently, "It's not the weapon that matters, it's the individual's skill." As they moved into position, Song Qinghuan asked with concern, "Su Yu, do you want to use my spear?" Su Yu lightly tapped her head. "Silly girl, if you give me your weapon, what will you use?" Fu Yu communicated through his wristband, "Su Yu, do you need a weapon? I have spears, swords, and knives in my backpack." Su Yu didn't respond, thinking to himself, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? We're already splitting up now, so it's no use." "We're in position," Fu Yu reported again. "Lin Yin, release your aura," Su Yu ordered. "Understood," Lin Yin replied. "We'll hold here," Su Yu instructed. The 3 of them stopped simultaneously on a tree branch. After silently counting to 10, Su Yu shouted, "Go!" Su Yu led the charge, and everyone unleashed their full strength. After a few swift movements, the massive hive came into view. A swarm of normal killer bees buzzed around, their black stingers aimed at the 3 of them. "Qiao Qiao, clear the way," Su Yu shouted. The green long whip lashed out, precisely striking down several killer bees that couldn't dodge in time. The whip struck precisely at the junction between the killer bee's abdomen and thorax, causing the ordinary killer bee to stagger in midair. Su Yu shouted, "Qinghuan," and then launched himself like a cannonball, his dagger gleaming coldly as he pierced through the abdomens of 2 first-grade killer bees in an instant. Song Qinghuan was astonished by Su Yu's terrifying speed and power, but she did not dare to slack off and followed closely behind. Fixing her gaze on 2 second-grade killer bees ahead, Song Qinghuan's eyes turned sky blue, and tiny ice crystals formed on her delicate face. A chill filled the air. Even Su Yu, who was charging ahead, could feel it. The queen bee, initially ready to devour the killer bees, suddenly realized that the 2 delicacies before her had turned into lifeless ice sculptures. As she lightly touched the ice sculptures, they shattered into pieces. The queen bee's eyes turned blood red, emitting a piercing shriek. She frantically flapped her wings, the buzzing sound resembling a helicopter's rotor, stirring up fallen leaves and sand. The weakened Song Qinghuan wanted to join the battle, but Su Yu commanded in an indisputable tone, "You and Xiao Qiao deal with the other killer bees." No sooner had he spoken, Su Yu's black dagger clashed precisely with the queen bee's stinger, producing a crisp metallic sound. The queen bee flapped her wings, and the fur on her upper body bristled like steel spikes, rushing towards Su Yu. Simultaneously, her stinger redirected, attempting to block Su Yu's retreat. In a split second, Su Yu tapped his foot and evaded the attack with a bizarre maneuver. As they brushed past each other, he reversed his grip on the dagger, slicing accurately across the queen bee's previous wound. The queen bee let out an even sharper screech, plunging into complete madness. Her stinger thrust towards Su Yu like a torrential rain. Su Yu continuously dodged, evading the lethal attacks. Towering trees fell one after another, and deep pits appeared on the ground. Amidst the flying debris, many ordinary killer bees were also inadvertently injured. Song Qinghuan and Xiao could no longer see the specific situation from the side. Meanwhile, in the observation room from afar, everyone watched Su Yu's fierce battle with the queen bee with clear astonishment written on their faces. Cheng Yong was speechless, finally closing his mouth in silence. Even the usually composed Zhuge Yun couldn't remain calm, thinking to himself, "It's over. My student might really be taken away." The first time Su Yu dodged the queen bee's attack, the observers were merely impressed by his speed, which was already comparable to a peak first-rank martial artist. However, as Su Yu continued to narrowly avoid the queen bee multiple times, their focus shifted from his speed and strength. They were astonished to realize that in just one day, this young man had not only learned the elusive Mizong step, but had also mastered it to a level far beyond the basics, reaching proficiency. As the battle progressed, the once rugged battlefield, littered with fallen trees and potholes, gradually became stained with blood. Su Yu moved nimbly around the queen bee, each strike of his dagger precisely targeting its wounds. Even if it took time, he was confident he could defeat the injured third-rank queen bee. In the observation room, silence reigned as everyone watched Su Yu's agile maneuvers. His lethal dagger skills, speed and strength on par with the peak first-rank martial artist, his blood energy surpassing limits, and his overnight mastery of martial arts all left them in awe. More impressively, this young man possessed tactical talents that future grandmasters admired. When the other team members finally dealt with the beasts before them, a prompt suddenly appeared on their wristbands. Ding! Congratulations to Su Yu's team for reaching the top of the leaderboard. The four of them were initially stunned, then let out a sigh of relief. As the dust settled, they saw Su Yu sitting atop the now-dead queen bee, panting and casually stroking its now-soft fur. Song Qinghuan rushed over and jumped down. Seeing her, Su Yu gave a wry smile and said, "I messed up. I should have borrowed your spear. Using a dagger was exhausting." Song Qinghuan's tense expression turned into a smile. Su Yu then looked at his blood-stained clothes and worriedly said, "Great, I think I didn't bring enough clothes. By the way, I just got a notification that we're in first place. Qinghuan, check our points, will you?" Song Qinghuan nodded obediently and replied, 14,070. "We're in first place, and the second team only has 7,800. Su Yu grinned. "I told you I'd bring back a high-quality blood crystal, didn't I?" As they were talking, Xiao popped her head out from the pit, excitedly shouting, "Look, I found a second-rank blood crystal in the hive." She proudly waved the crystal. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan exclaimed in unison, Xiao, you really are our lucky charm." Hearing this, Xiao's eyes immediately curved into crescents. The three of them began to clean up the battlefield, and soon Fu Yu and Lin Yin also returned. After dealing with all the corpses, and Su Yu taking a few photos, everyone's attention turned to the towering beehive in front of them. Lin Yin, curious and expectant, said, "I wonder how much honey we'll get if we break it open." Fu Yu suddenly handed Su Yu a silver scroll, saying, "Su Yu, you're the team leader, you should do it. I'm not skilled with a spear, and it would be wasted on me. Better to use it to boost our team's strength." Su Yu took the scroll without hesitation. This was no time for modesty. "Borrowing this," he said, gripping the scroll, his blood energy surging. The scroll activated and transformed into a spear emitting a silver glow. Su Yu wielded it effortlessly, finding that it channeled his blood energy as if it were an extension of his body. Without hesitation, Su Yu leaped up, and with a flash of silver, the tall beehive collapsed, spilling amber-colored honey. As Lin Yin prepared to collect the honey, Fu Yu reminded, "This honey isn't from the queen bee's core. Only the innermost part will be beneficial." Hearing this, Su Yu continued to slice through the hive layer by layer with the spear, like peeling a fruit. Finally, at the center, surrounded by the sweet scent of honey, a small pool of golden honey was revealed. "Should we drink it directly? Or is there another way to consume it?" Su Yu looked at Fu Yu. "Just drink it. Its enhancement effect is limited but sufficient for the four of you," Fu Yu replied. "You're not drinking?" Lin Yin asked. "I've had it before. Only mid-rank or higher can enhance my internal organs," Fu Yu explained. The other four silently took out their cups and began drinking the honey without any decorum. From the initial burning sensation in their organs to the eventual blandness like regular honey, the golden honey gradually emptied. Lin Yin had wanted to take some as food but felt too nauseous after drinking it all. Seeing everyone eager to leave, Su Yu stood up and said, "Let's find another place to rest. Our next target is the second third-rank beast. If it injured this queen bee, there must be another beast nearby." Everyone agreed, quickly packing up and following along. Soon, they found a tree hollow to rest in. Fu Yu kept watch, while Su Yu and the others each found a corner to meditate. Having just absorbed the honey, It was the perfect time to enhance their blood energy. Of course, while Song Qinghuan, Xiao Qiao, and Lin Yan were diligently meditating, Suyu was mentally confronting the system. System, care to explain? Ordinary beasts give 1 blood energy, first-rank beasts give 10. Shouldn't third-rank beasts give at least 100? Why only 250? The system responded, the host has reached the true limit stage. At this stage, collecting ordinary beast illustrations no longer increases blood energy. First-rank beasts provide 1 blood energy, second-rank beasts provide 5, third-rank beasts provide 10, and fourth-rank beasts provide 20. Suyu was taken aback, recalling the legend of 9 transformations at the limit of blood energy 300. So, 150, 180, 200 are limit values. After breaking 200, there are 9 limit values from 250 to 300. Third-rank beasts give 10, so I need to defeat 5 more? System, claim the reward. The leaderboard prominently displayed the name Suyu's team, with their points surpassing 10,000 in one go. Everyone knew this meant they had slain a Class 3 beast. Su Yinqing's team had just finished off a few Class 2 beasts. He glanced at the leaderboard on his wristband, seeing Suyu's name at the top, and sighed, what a pity. If Suyu had joined us, I'd have an 80 chance of claiming the top spot in this training camp. Yao Yu comforted him, it's okay. His absence actually makes our team more cohesive. Su Yinqing nodded, completely ignoring the feelings of the other 3 team members. They didn't mind, though, since they had willingly latched onto him and even received payment. A spark of determination flashed in Su Yinqing's eyes. Let's go. We need to hunt a few Class 3 beasts to boost our score. Letting those at the bottom of the rankings sit comfortably at the top? They might be okay with it, but I'm not. Elsewhere in the wilderness, Wu Linlin saw the leaderboard and smirked. Oh, Suyu actually led his team to kill a Class 3 beast. A girl with a high ponytail questioned, Sister Wu, could it be they stumbled upon an injured beast? Suyu's the only one with exceptional vitality. The others haven't even reached 200. I heard Suyu's martial talent is poor. Maybe his vitality is just inflated. Wu Linlin frowned. Xiao Mei. The girl with the ponytail immediately fell silent. Wu Linlin continued. No matter how they did it, points are points. Never underestimate anyone, especially here where everyone is a genius. Suddenly, her expression turned sharp. I've sensed the location of that Class 3 beast. Let's go. The 5 girls, exuding confidence, armed themselves and headed toward the beast. Meanwhile, the top-seeded team led by Gao Shi, including Wu Jianqin and Lu Shuo, waited silently on a cliff. They had turned off their wristbands, focusing entirely on their prey, knowing that only by killing it could they secure their top position. The points on the leaderboard fluctuated wildly, with the gap between the second place and Su Yu's team narrowing. In a tree hollow, Song Qinghuan opened her eyes, a look of delight on her face. Fu Yu turned around, a hint of envy in his eyes. Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan also looked at Song Qinghuan. Suddenly, a stronger wave of vitality erupted. Everyone looked at Su Yu in shock. Brother Su Yu, did your vitality increase again? Lin Yan asked. Su Yu clenched his fist, feeling the boiling vitality. Yeah, absorbing this honey boosted me quite a bit. I feel like I could take down that queen bee with one punch now, he joked, knowing it was just an illusion. The others were speechless, and Fu Yu once again felt the gap between them. Su Yu smirked and immediately began practicing his body-strengthening techniques to consolidate his newfound strength. In the observation room, Feng Wan asked numbly, has this ever happened before? Deng Ji recalled, yes, but that person reached 300 vitality through training, mentioning that genius made everyone tense. Bating said, regardless, Su Yu has proven his vitality can still increase. Even if he doesn't undergo 9 transformations, 5 or 6 would be enough to set him apart. He emphasized, our Dongji University has experience nurturing such talents. We should have him join us. As soon as he finished speaking, the observation room fell into a brief silence, followed by an uproar. Damn it, have you no shame? Su Yu was discovered by our Jubi University. Old Feng, don't stop me. Let's settle this outside. Whoever wins gets Su Yu. Only Nanqing University deserves him. We won first place in the last martial arts exchange. And you have the nerve to bring up that fluke? Cheng Yong watched the grandmasters lose their composure, worried if he'd ever make it back to Tianyuan City. He glanced at Su Yu on the screen, thinking who would have guessed a week ago that he'd caused such a stir among these grandmasters. Cheng Yong nudged Zhuge Yun. Hey, remember why we brought Su Yu to this training camp? Zhuge Yun, in the midst of trying to claim Su Yu, froze and then wore a pained expression. No worries. Discovering such a genius by accident is something to be happy about. Yeah, happy. But your smile looks worse than crying. Cheng Yong, you're pushing it. I'm already mad at you. Are you really Su Yu's teacher? 3 years as his homeroom teacher? And you only rated Song Qinghuan's ability as A? With her talent, you've been wasting time in Tianyuan City. Cheng Yong pointed at Zhuge Yun. his hand trembling. If you think you can do better, go ahead. You don't know a thing. In the observation room, the argument among the four admissions officers abruptly halted. Their eyes collectively turned towards the corner, where Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong were engaged in an even fiercer quarrel. As they exchanged barbs, Zhuge Yun shouted at the officers, "Don't even think about filming. I have the video of you throwing shoes at each other." Before he could finish, chaos erupted in the observation room once again. The teachers responsible for data analysis were unfazed by the scene. They exchanged knowing glances and sighed in unison. Every year, the four-school training camp was like this. Only this year it was livelier with Professor Zhuge in the mix. They thought to themselves that once the camp ended, they would have to sign those wrist-straining confidentiality agreements again. Meanwhile, Suyu was fully immersed in practicing his body refinement technique. Over an hour had passed, and the other four waited patiently without a hint of dissatisfaction. They all knew that Suyu was the main combat force of the team, and his strength improvement was crucial for their performance in the training camp. Besides, they had mentally prepared to be at the bottom before they came. Now they had a chance to compete for the top 10, which was already quite satisfying. Lin Yin kept a close eye on the points leaderboard, slapping her thigh in frustration every now and then. In just an hour, Suyu's team had dropped from 1st to 6th place. The other teams were catching up, and at this moment, the top 10 teams had all surpassed the 10,000 point mark. The 7th place team was only a little over 1,000 points behind them. The top 3 teams had widened their lead. Su Yincheng's team was at the top with 38,000 points, followed closely by Wu Linlin's team with 36,900 points, and Hao Jiming's team in 3rd with 36,700 points. The 4th place had dropped sharply to just over 20,000 points. What surprised everyone was that Gao Shi, who was expected to rank 1st, still had 0 points and was in last place. Suyu stretched, his joints cracking audibly. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said. Fuyu calmly responded, "No worries. Your strength improvement benefits us all." Suyu nodded and got straight to the point. "We've lost quite a bit of time, and the point gap has widened. We need to target the Tier 3 beast next. The beast that injured the Queen Bee should be nearby. Let's find it." "All right," Lin Yin cheered, raising her hands in excitement. "Let's get back to 1st place." The group left the tree hollow, and under Suyu's lead, the traces of the beast's activity became increasingly evident. They arrived at a cave entrance, where Suyu stopped. "Sunshade bat, one of the natural enemies of the black-tailed killer bee," Suyu explained. "There should be no more than 2 or 3, probably just one Tier 3 sunshade bat, or the queen bee wouldn't have survived." Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Yin, who looked troubled. "I've never encountered this before." Suyu chuckled. "Sunshade bats are extremely cautious. Even if you mimic their scent, you might still get attacked." He then looked at Fuyu. "I think this is a great opportunity. Sunshade bats excel at sonic attacks, which can dizzy all animals and disrupt our communication. Want to give it a try?" Fuyu nodded. "If it's really just one Tier 3 beast, we can give it a shot." "All right, let's get started." Suyu conjured a silver spear out of thin air. Lin Yan's eyes widened. "We're just going in like this?" "A wounded Tier 3 beast shouldn't be a big problem for the 4 of us," Suyu explained. "Lin Yan, you release the queen bees sent at the cave entrance, and the sunshade bat inside will definitely come out. As for the rest of the battle plan, we'll communicate like this." He tapped his forehead. The group moved to the cave entrance. Fuyu hid inside a hollowed-out tree, while Lin Yan stood guard beside him. Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao held their weapons, vigilantly waiting at the entrance. They held their breath, and that peculiar feeling returned. Without needing a signal from Suyu, Lin Yan immediately released the scent identical to that of the Tier 3 queen bee. In an instant, an ear-piercing screech echoed from the depths of the cave. The 5 of them covered their ears simultaneously as a massive shadow burst out of the cave. Suyu and Song Qinghuan, in perfect sync, thrust their silver spears at the sunshade bat's massive wings. Xiao Qiao leaped back 3 steps, her whip snapping towards the bat's head. The bat's wings flapped with a force that far exceeded Suyu and Song Qinghuan's expectations. The 2 were pushed back, but Xiao Qiao's whip landed squarely on the bat's head. A harrowing scream pierced the sky. The bat's wings flapped again, sending surrounding rocks flying towards Xiao Qiao. Faced with the sudden attack, Xiao Qiao, initially flustered, seemed to have an epiphany. She dodged left and right, retreating and maneuvering with agility, almost as if she had mastered the elusive footwork technique. Though not as mysterious as the actual technique, she displayed remarkable agility. With a few swift moves, Suyu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao engaged in a fierce battle with the eclipse bat. Suyu faced it hidden, while Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao attacked from the left and right flanks. The trio moved nimbly, constantly changing positions, making it difficult for the eclipse bat to target them. Their attacks were precise and well-coordinated, allowing them to protect each other while inflicting damage on their adversary. As the battle raged on, the once imposing wings of the eclipse bat began to tatter, while Suyu and his companions remained agile and unscathed. When the eclipse bat realized it was outmatched and attempted to flee, its damaged wings could no longer lift it higher. Seizing the critical moment, the trio leaped into action, using the surrounding trees for leverage. Xiao Qiao's long whip coiled around the eclipse bat like a serpent, while Su Yu and Song Qinghuan simultaneously pierced the creature's chest from either side. The eclipse bat let out a horrific screech, and Su Yu unleashed a burst of incredible strength, slicing upwards with his spear and nearly tearing the creature in half. He followed up with another strike, a flash of silver light, driving the spear through the eclipse bat's head. With a thud, the eclipse bat's lifeless body crashed to the ground. The battle was over, and the group slowly returned to their senses from the intense combat. Lin Yin excitedly shouted, "Next time it's my turn. Xiao Qiao, you guard Fu Yu next time. I want to join the fight too." Recalling the scene, she felt her blood boiling, even though she had only watched from the sidelines. The battle had been exhilarating, seemingly without danger, and filled with a sense of accomplishment. Just getting up, Fu Yu calmly said, "There's no need. Next time, I can handle it alone. I feel much more confident now. A few more times, and I might be able to join the fight." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes, clearly intrigued by the tactical maneuvers during the battle. Everyone turned their eager gazes towards Suyu, awaiting his next instructions. Feeling the pressure of their expectations, Suyu quickly ran to the backpack, grabbed a camera, and said, "You guys go ahead and debrief. I'll take some photos of the corpse." The room remained silent. The admissions officers were quietly calculating the boost Suyu's abilities had shown in the recent battle. Deng Ji, who also wielded a spear, couldn't hold back and spoke first. "Everyone, Suyu's spear skills are indeed as he claimed. His mastery in techniques like thrusting, sweeping, chopping, and stabbing far surpasses the average person. If he were to learn spear martial arts, he would definitely progress rapidly." Qian Yun immediately reminded, "Ahem, Teacher Deng Ji, let's not forget that as admissions officers, we are not allowed to take on disciples." He keenly noticed that everyone present was trying to prove that their school was the best fit for Suyu. Silently, Qian Yun cursed. "Tisk." Deng Ji, unhurried, smiled and said, "Of course, I know we can't take on disciples. But don't forget, my teacher is the #1 spear master in Huagua. What if my teacher takes him on?" Qian Yun couldn't hold back any longer. "Tisk, Deng Ji, do you have no shame? If that's the case, wouldn't Suyu have to call you senior sister?" Deng Ji, with a matter-of-fact expression, replied, "If he becomes my teacher's disciple, he would naturally call me senior sister." Feng Wan, who used a sword, immediately interjected, "Deng Ji, don't forget that Suyu also said he's skilled with the sword." Deng Ji retorted without hesitation, "Well, Teacher Feng, let me ask you, is your teacher the #1 sword master in Huagua?" Feng Wan was at a loss for words. As another argument seemed imminent, Zhuge Yun suddenly spoke softly, "Everyone, compared to Su Yu's martial prowess, isn't his tactical talent in this battle the truly outstanding aspect? 3 non-martial artists, unscathed, even easily killed a third-grade beast. Su Yu's every command was precise, with no wasted movement. I'd like to ask, do any of your universities have a master more suitable than me to teach Suyu tactics?" Despite the presence of tactical grandmasters in the other 3 major academies, Zhuge Yun's confidence left them speechless. After a moment of silence, Deng Ji suggested, "No problem, Professor Zhuge Yun. We at Nanjing University are willing to co-train Suyu with you." Qian Yun immediately objected. "Deng Ji, what do you mean? It's bad enough you're trying to poach our student, and now you're after our teachers too." Deng Ji quickly denied, "I didn't mean that. How could I? You're overthinking it." Others chimed in, "Actually, I think Teacher Deng Ji's proposal is good. Professor Zhuge, would you consider it?" The observation room descended into chaos once again. Chung Yong smiled as he watched Zhuge Yun's back. A tactician, or military advisor in old terms, Zhuge Yun's confidence made it clear that the role of a tactician might soon shed its past image. After Su Yu's team killed the third-grade Shadow Bat, their ranking on the leaderboard jumped to 4th place. At this point, the geniuses in the wilderness no longer doubted Su Yu's team's ability to kill third-grade beasts. Once might be luck, but twice is skill. Watching Su Yu's team gain another 10,000 points, Himei from Wu Linlin's team felt inexplicably annoyed, as if she had been slapped in the face. She made a mental note of Su Yu's name, vowing to show him what true martial talent was if they met in the ring. Not only Himei, but other teams hovering in the top 10 also set their sights on Su Yu. Chai Zhonglai, ranked 52nd, stopped his team to analyze. Their team has unique abilities. I think they killed a third-grade beast mainly by leveraging their abilities. Their raw strength is definitely not as strong as ours. So, I have an idea. Since they're good at killing beasts, why don't we take their points to push for the top 3? The suggestion was met with approval. Chai Zhonglai immediately ordered, "Let's go. We'll trace Su Yu's path." After 2 consecutive battles, they must have left many traces. By the 6th day, their hard-earned points will be ours. The 5 of them turned and started sprinting back. Meanwhile, other teams in the wilderness also decided to target Suyu. As many teams viewed Suyu as the ultimate prey in this hunt, Shimenbueshiwe, ranked 9th, noticed this and immediately called his team. Let's go. We can't let brother Suyu be ambushed. Since we recognized him as a friend, we must help him in need. His team appeared a bit reluctant. Shimenbueshiwe then shouted, if you help brother Suyu, I'll give each of you a grade spiritual weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 became enthusiastic. Since brother Bueshiwe said so, of course, we'll support you. If Suyu is your friend, he's our friend too. Shimenbueshiwe was touched. Guys, I'm truly fortunate to have friends like you. At the cave entrance, Suyu's team had just finished dealing with the shadow bat's corpse. Suyu happily put away his camera, savoring another rich harvest. 10 vitality points, 10 spiritual points, and 300 strength points. Having just boosted his vitality, Suyu knew he needed to pace himself. They all looked towards the cave. Suyu asked, so, should we explore inside? Lin Yin, excited, replied, of course. With our lucky charm Qiao Qiao, there might be valuable treasures inside. Everyone turned to Qiao Qiao. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, I'm not as lucky as you say, just occasionally fortunate. Suyu smiled. Let's go. Even if there are beasts inside, it's good for us since we still need more points. With that, he led the way into the cave. Half an hour later, the 5 of them emerged empty-handed and a bit dusty from the cave. Suyu and the others didn't mind, but Xiao Qiao walked at the back, her eyes full of guilt. As the leader of the team, Suyu quickly noticed Xiao Qiao's low spirits. Instead of immediately comforting her, he decided to observe the situation first. He wasn't very familiar with Xiao Qiao's abilities, so this was a good opportunity to watch her closely. He planned to leave the comforting and counseling to Song Qinghuan, as girls might find it easier to communicate with each other. However, ever since Xiao Qiao started feeling down, it seemed like the group's luck had run out. During their hunt that day, they finally found a suitable 3rd-grade beast to kill, only to have a 4th-grade beast suddenly appear and disrupt their efforts, causing the prey to escape. Not only did they waste their efforts, but they were also chased for several miles by the 4th-grade beast. As night fell, Suyu noticed everyone was in poor condition, having depleted much of their energy. He suggested, let's find a suitable place to rest. We've been fighting all day, and everyone is tired. Let's recover our energy tonight, and continue hunting tomorrow at dawn. The wilderness is too dangerous at night. Safety first. Everyone agreed. Soon, Suyu led them to a suitable cave. They killed a few 1st-grade yellow fong rats inside and took over the temporary shelter. Song Qinghuan offered to chat with Qiao Qiao, while the 3 boys checked their wristbands for the leaderboard. When they saw the rankings, they were stunned. The top position had changed hands again. Gao Shi, who had been at the bottom with 0 points, had suddenly topped the leaderboard with a 10th sandpoint lead. It was clear that Gao Shi's team had killed a 4th-grade beast. Recalling their own encounter with a 4th-grade beast earlier, Suyu felt a bit helpless. This is tough. None of our weapons can break through a 4th-grade beast defense. We need at least grade weapons. I'm still using this grade weapon I borrowed from you. He patted his silver spear, looking at its nearly blunted tip with a pained expression. Fuyu, whose face rarely showed any emotion, displayed a rare bit of regret. I didn't apply for a grade weapon from my family before joining the training camp because I didn't think we'd have a chance to go for 1st place. Suyu chuckled and teased, Fuyu, there's a difference between us. You didn't apply, and we just don't have the money. Lin Yin nodded vigorously in agreement. But we shouldn't be too pessimistic, Suyu continued. Our current score is 36,000, putting us in 5th place. As long as we don't let the gap widen too much and focus on the 6th day, we still have a chance to go for 1st place. His words left the others momentarily stunned. Fuyu asked, you want to ambush other teams? Lin Yin added, it's not like other teams are ambushing us. Suyu was puzzled. Isn't the 6th day designed for those of us with subpar weapons but superior skills? In team battles, weapon advantages are less significant. Teamwork and individual skill are what matter most. I have the individual skill, and we have the teamwork. Why can't we be the final day's big boss? Lin Yin suddenly understood. I get it. So I need to fully master my abilities in the next 4 days. Fu Yu's usually squinted eyes opened slightly, showing a determined glint. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Deng Ji smiled and said, looks like the 6th day will be interesting this year. Feng Wan asked, Professor Zhuge, if Fu Yu can fight while using his abilities, what do you think their final ranking will be? Pointing at the leaderboard, Zhuge Yun answered, if Fu Yu can manage that, aside from the top few, they would be unbeatable for the rest. No one in the observation room doubted the tactical master's words, only feeling a sense of awe. With an ability user and a tactician, Su Yu's team, which had been trailing behind, now had a clear advantage over others. The gap in individual skill was completely bridged. In team battles, it would likely be a showcase of Su Yu and Fu Yu's prowess. Back in the cave, So he was pondering whether to target everyone on the last day or just take out the first-place team. After all, his strength would significantly improve over the next 5 days. His greatest confidence came from the fact that in this small wilderness, his rate of improvement far exceeded everyone else's. While others were hunting, he was leveling up. Suyu was deep in thought. Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan have returned. Xiao Qiao's complexion has visibly improved, and her eyes are sparkling with renewed energy. Lin Yin, always observant, immediately rushed over, holding a wildflower he had picked from who knows where. Hey, our lucky charm is back. He handed the wildflower to Xiao Qiao with a look of admiration. Nearby, Fuyu, who had been meditating to sense his abilities, also opened his eyes and gave Xiao Qiao a gentle nod. It was clear that everyone in the team had noticed Xiao Qiao's earlier low spirits. Though no one had mentioned it, their concern was evident. Suyu looked directly into Xiao Qiao's eyes, his tone firm. Xiao Qiao, you have to trust us. Even if our luck isn't always perfect, we have the strength to come out on top. Yes, to be number one. Lin Yin immediately echoed, continuing his role as the team's morale booster. Xiao Qiao took a deep breath and confessed, I'm sorry, everyone. It's my own issue. Whenever others expect my luck to work, it doesn't. I've been doubting whether I really have an ability, or if it's just occasional good luck. You do have an ability, and it's an SS level 1. Suyu responded without hesitation, his voice full of conviction, as if he had personally witnessed Xiao Qiao's ability rating. He continued to analyze. Think about it. Every time your luck seems off, isn't it when you're doubting yourself? Xiao Qiao frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Suyu pressed on. So you see, this proves you have this ability. It's just that your ability brings luck, not makes every dream come true. If it did, it wouldn't be an ability. It would be godlike. Lin Yin suddenly shouted, startling Suyu. Xiao Qiao finally broke into a smile. Seeing this, Suyu intensified his pep talk. Because you're not a god, your luck is an ability, which means sometimes things don't go perfectly. But just because expectations aren't met doesn't mean you're not lucky. Without you, there might have been a mid-level or even high-level beast in that cave today. He concluded lightly, Xiao Qiao, your ability is luck, not wish fulfillment. Believe in yourself, and we believe that with you, every step we take is a lucky one. Of course, we did have a bit of bad luck later today. This made everyone laugh, and Xiao Qiao's smile grew even brighter. Fuyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. So what happened this afternoon proves even more how important you are to us. Xiao Qiao. Suyu glanced at Fuyu helplessly, thinking, why does someone always have to steal my lines? Xiao Qiao's eyes became resolute, and she said earnestly, thank you, everyone. I understand now. I'll continue to bring us good luck. Meanwhile, in the observation room, someone suddenly asked, didn't you say today that Suyu has never lied? This question plunged the room into silence. After a moment, someone muttered softly, so, Xiao Qiao's ability really is SS level? Is Xiao Qiao's superpower really at SSS level? The 4 admissions officers fell into deep thought simultaneously. They couldn't help but wonder if Suyu truly knew, or if he was just brainwashing Xiao Qiao. This doubt was not without reason. Reflecting on this morning, when Suyu claimed to have mastered the phantom step overnight, everyone thought he was bragging. However, shortly thereafter, he demonstrated a mastery-level phantom step. Not only that, he could easily guide Fuyu and Lin Yin, enhancing their abilities to strategic levels. In comparison, saying Xiao Qiao's superpower was SSS level didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Now, every word from Suyu was worth serious consideration. Qian Yun speculated boldly, perhaps Suyu has awakened a superpower that allows him to discern others' abilities. Everyone looked in unison at Suyu's mentor of 3 years, Cheng Yong. Seeing him equally puzzled, they realized that these 3 years of interaction seemed meaningless. Cheng Yong had already given up resisting this realization. Zhuge Yun suggested, we don't really need to speculate here. After the training camp, we can just do a superpower test and ask him directly. If he can truly identify others' abilities, I think the positions of you admissions officers might be at risk, he said half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Someone said, if he really has that ability, why not let him take over our jobs? Feng Wan, you're too confident. Another person teased. Suyu's ambitions surely extend beyond being an admissions officer. Cheng Yong rarely spoke up. That's right, don't be fooled by his current demeanor. Given the chance, he'd dare to become the president of Wu University. Seeing Cheng Yong so serious, everyone agreed that Suyu indeed had a bright future. The data team also noted in Suyu's file, suspected to have the ability to discern other superpowers, has ambitions to become the president of Wu University. In the cave, the matter with Xiao Qiao was settled. Everyone started preparing to train and recover their energy from the day's battles. Xiao Qiao volunteered to take the first watch since she had expended the least energy today. No one objected, as the night was long, and the 5 of them could take turns. Suyu took out a blood crystal he had obtained from Song Qinghuan, ready to start his training. Yes, he had managed to softly acquire this blood crystal. Fuyu curiously asked, Suyu, can you still use the blood crystal to boost your energy? Suyu nodded. Of course. Fuyu was silent for a moment, recalling how Suyu had once used a first-tier blood crystal to boost his energy from 100 to over 200. He suddenly felt it was acceptable and said, in that case, go ahead and absorb that second-tier blood crystal. Isn't it our shared loot? Suyu, though often taking advantage of others, had never coveted the team's shared spoils. Fuyu's tone was calm but generous. Just a second-tier blood crystal. The more your strength increases, the more it benefits all of us. I agree. Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Suyu suspected he hadn't been training seriously at all. Song Qinghuan also opened her eyes and said, Suyu, I think Fuyu is right. From the cave entrance, Qiao Qiao shouted, Brother Suyu, you're the team leader. This second-tier blood crystal should be your reward. With 4 out of 5 team members in agreement, Suyu knew that any further refusal would seem insincere. All right, I'll use this second-tier blood crystal for training. As Suyu spoke, Qiao Qiao immediately took out the second-tier blood crystal from her backpack and handed it to him. The moment Suyu received the blood crystal, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected a second-tier blood crystal. Can be used to upgrade the encyclopedia collector. Suyu was startled. So second-tier blood crystals can be used for upgrades. Does this mean third-tier, fourth-tier, and so on? The day's hunting had made him forget about upgrading the encyclopedia collector. Without much hesitation, he took out his camera and, under the familiar gaze of the others, took a picture of the second-tier blood crystal. His quirky habit of taking pictures was something everyone had grown accustomed to. After taking the picture, Suyu held the blood crystal with both hands at his dantian and began practicing his breathing technique. Within 10 seconds, the others saw the blood-red crystal turning into an ordinary stone at a visible speed. The 4 were stunned, and if not for the fear of disturbing Suyu's training, they might have exclaimed out loud. They had never seen anyone absorb a blood crystal so quickly and completely. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the encyclopedia collector. Encyclopedia collector D, 2020 film slots available, 45 superpower slots available, slight increase in probability to acquire superpowers, skills, and attributes. Second-tier blood crystal boosts energy 1. Seeing the system prompt, Suyu suppressed the urge to jump in excitement. He carefully reviewed the system message. The daily collectible slots had doubled, and the superpower slots had increased to 5. This meant his capacity and growth rate had significantly improved. The only somewhat disappointing part was the energy boost of just 1. System, claim today's reward, Suyu silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, his energy was fully restored, and his energy level surged once more. Those who hadn't yet started training were utterly shocked. Goodness, does Suyu ever give us a break? Someone muttered in amazement. In the observation room, the expressions on the faces of the directors became increasingly numb. This was the second time Suyu had boosted his energy in a single day. If he were still below the 200 threshold, they could understand, given the recent absorption of a blood crystal. But he was already above the 200 threshold, making his rapid progress almost unbelievable. This left the geniuses striving for minor improvements in a state of dismay. Everything about Suyu seemed too effortless. No one knew how to evaluate him. After a long pause, Deng Ji finally said, It seems our country is about to produce an absolute martial artist. In the cave, after claiming his reward, Suyu once again summoned his personal panel. Suyu opened his personal dashboard and carefully examined his attributes and skills. His name remained Suyu, with an A-level superpower talent, mastering the incomplete martial art of the Ice Age and the elusive mysterious steps. His titles included low-level tactician and low-level encyclopedia collector, and his skills encompassed master of tactical understanding, proficient in gunmanship, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat, intermediate in dagger skills, and intermediate bicycle riding skills. In his higher dimensional attributes, his physique was at 281, and his vitality and mental strength were at 349 he. For lower dimensional attributes, his strength reached 2080, and his agility soared to 2419. His encyclopedia collection progress stood at 91 out of 100. Looking at these figures, Suyu felt a surge of joy. He was just 19 points shy of the 300 limit in vitality, which he could easily reach by tomorrow even without hunting a third-rank beast. He also needed just 9 more entries to complete his encyclopedia collection task. He anticipated that if everything went smoothly tomorrow, his vitality would hit the limit, and his martial arts talent would advance another level. Suyu noted significant improvements in his attributes, a slight increase in mental strength and substantial growth in strength and agility. Although these basic attributes couldn't fully represent his overall power, the data strengthened his resolve to claim the top spot. However, he didn't let these numbers get to his head. Suyu constantly reminded himself that there's always someone better, and that the training camp was full of hidden talents. His companions possessed unique abilities, and other geniuses shouldn't be underestimated. Even if he secured the top position in the training camp, it would only be the beginning of a long journey in martial arts. In the grand scheme of things on Blue Star, his current power was still insignificant. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu calmed himself and truly entered a state of cultivation. He knew the road ahead was long, and now was not the time for arrogance. Meanwhile, at the academic committees of Jubiai University, Dongji University, Pingyun University, and Nanjing University, the feedback from the first day of the training camp had caused a stir. It wasn't surprising that the geniuses from major families had reached the extreme state early, or that Gao Shi could kill a 4th-ranked beast unscathed from the get-go. However, the 5th-ranked team had members who surprised everyone. Fu Yu's mental control abilities allowed for seamless real-time communication. Lin Yin could deceive a master-level expert by simulating a beast's aura. Song Qinghuan's level ability to instantly freeze 2 second-ranked beasts from a distance and continue fighting was astonishing. And then there was Qiao Qiao, who possessed an SS-level luck ability mentioned by Suyu. Before confirming whether Suyu truly had such capabilities, the 4 universities chose to believe rather than doubt. Even if it turned out to be untrue, it wouldn't matter. But if it were true, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. Thus, on the first day, they rated these 4 individuals as SSS. Historically, ratings given on the first day rarely changed, and if they did, it was usually an upward adjustment. As for Suyu, the 4 universities agreed that an SSS rating was insufficient to convey their level of importance. They stamped an infinity symbol on his file. Since the founding of Wuda, fewer than 5 people had received this symbol. Suyu's emergence even caught the attention of the education department. They convened a meeting, instructing the 4 universities not to disclose any information about Suyu before the college entrance exams. All records of his performance in the training camp were classified as top secret, and anyone leaking this information would be charged with treason. When Cheng Yong received this news, he sighed deeply. He realized that as one of the insiders, he wouldn't be able to return to Tianyuan City anytime soon. However, he understood the need for such measures. After all, humanity's real enemies weren't the beasts in the wilderness but the alien races on the desolate battlefield and the traitors within humanity's ranks. The education department had never publicly acknowledged a fact. Each year, some of the geniuses participating in the 4 universities' training camps died unexpectedly before the college entrance exams. Just as Cheng Yong left Zhuge Yun's room, Principal Tang Yaodong called, inquiring about Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's situation in the training camp. After a moment of silence, Cheng Yong simply replied, "They're doing all right." The principal detected the hesitation in his voice and immediately grew serious. "Mr. Cheng, tell me the truth. If Su Yu and Qinghuan are being mistreated or bullied in the training camp, I'd rather have them back as ordinary geniuses in Tianyun City. If Su Yu wants to pursue martial arts, what's wrong with that? As teachers, we should respect their choices and not force our own ideas onto their lives. No matter how well we plan for them, if they're unwilling, it's all in vain." The principal's protective stance was evident as he spoke at length. Cheng Yong hesitated several times, but finally sighed deeply and shared what he could. "Principal, rest assured. Su Yu's team is currently ranked 5th in the training camp. Do you think they'd be mistreated or bullied?" Hearing this, the principal's solemn tone instantly turned cheerful. His voice came through the phone, filled with ease and joy. "See? I knew Professor Zhuge wouldn't act recklessly. It's not really a setback. It's more about giving the kids some exposure." The principal paused, his tone carrying a hint of concern. "But I do feel for the kids who had to team up with them. Cheng Yong, if you get the chance, make sure to convey my thanks. Those real geniuses agreeing to team up with kids from a small place like ours must have been quite a sacrifice for them." On the other end of the line, Cheng Yong remained silent, his gaze unfocused as he recalled the 3 teammates of Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. Images of their performances during training flashed through his mind, and a wry smile crept onto his lips. "Yeah, quite a sacrifice," he silently added. "They probably never realized how exceptional they were until they met Su Yu." The principal seemed oblivious to Cheng Yong's silence and continued, "All right, I'll leave you to it. If things don't work out, have them come back. I've saved spots for Su Yu and Song Qinghuan in our Tianyuan City's training camp. They can continue participating here." With that, the principal cheerfully hung up the phone. Cheng Yong let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Participate in Tianyun City's genius training camp? Principal, you're really afraid our other geniuses in Tianyuan City aren't getting enough of a challenge, aren't you?" Meanwhile, at the genius training camp in Tianyun City, a group of young faces was streaming out of the Qi and Blood training room. Each person's face was etched with exhaustion, yet they couldn't hide their excitement. They gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing the day's gains. To prepare for the final push, these geniuses were only sleeping 3 hours a day, spending the rest of their time honing combat skills or enhancing their Qi and Blood. Wang Yang, currently ranked 2nd in the camp, squeezed next to Qin Ling, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Qin Ling, did you hear? I heard that Kai Yu has successfully advanced to a warrior." They say he'll be back at the camp to train with us soon. Wang Yang's voice lowered a bit, tinged with excitement, and it's not just him. The instructor said that after Su Yu and Song Qinghuan finish the 4 schools training camp, they'll join us for the final stage of training. We should definitely ask them what new knowledge they've gained. Although Wang Yang said ask, his eyes were filled with a competitive spirit. The mention of these 2 names elicited similar reactions from other geniuses in the camp. Everyone was silently competing, eager to see how they measured up against Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. The instructors at the camp had been using Su Yu and Song Qinghuan as motivational examples. Unintentionally, the targets in everyone's minds had become these 2 legendary geniuses. As a result, the atmosphere in the training camp grew even more intense and competitive, with everyone striving to catch up to those 2. The next morning, Su Yu awoke from his cultivation of the body refining technique, feeling the surge of energy and blood within him. He gently roused the other 4, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The increase in energy and blood is too rapid. I still need time to control this power, Su Yu said as he stretched his muscles. Actual combat is the best way to hone it. The 5 of them worked together to push aside the massive stone blocking the cave entrance. As soon as they stepped outside, they found themselves face-to-face with a 2nd-grade ghost-faced fox. Su Yu's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Xiao Xiao. Look, your luck has come again. Xiao Xiao nodded firmly. Yes, today will definitely be even luckier. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yu had already shot out like an arrow. His speed was on par with the ghost-faced fox, skillfully dodging its deadly claws. In a swift motion, Su Yu leaped above the fox, his fist descending like thunder onto its spine. With a resounding crash, dust flew everywhere. Though the ghost-faced fox's thick fur seemed intact, its spine was unmistakably crushed. Su Yu's strength has increased a lot since yesterday, Fu Yu remarked in awe. His ability to convert energy and blood is truly astonishing. Lin Yan watched the battle intently, his beautiful eyes focused with determination. He was trying to hypnotize himself to replicate Su Yu's combat techniques. The fierce fight lasted only a moment before the ghost-faced fox was left in a mangled state. Su Yu, enduring the pungent fox odor, finally decided to end it. He pulled out a silver scroll from his sleeve, and with a flash of silver light, a spear pierced the fox's skull. Su Yu clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his body, his muscles sculpted to perfection. He pulled out a camera, and a system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for recording the 2nd-grade ghost-faced fox in the bestiary. Rewards, agility 30, energy, and blood 5. Total entries, 92100. After dealing with the fox's corpse, the group continued their hunt for the day. Lin Yan suggested using the corpse as bait, but the idea was quickly rejected due to the nauseating stench. Meanwhile, in the observation room, 4 admissions officers and 2 new observers were closely monitoring Su Yu's performance. Su Yu's energy and blood have increased so quickly. Is it because his conversion rate is exceptionally high, or did he gain dozens of points in energy and blood yesterday? Someone speculated quietly. Perhaps it's a bit of both, another replied softly. On the screen, Su Yu scanned the surroundings warily. The scent of blood is strong. There was a fight here recently. The yellow-eyed rabbit we were tracking might have been eaten by another beast. Everyone gripped their weapons, staying alert to their surroundings. Lin Yan mimicked Su Yu's movements, carefully observing the ground for clues. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao screamed. Lin Yan, watch out! Su Yu quickly intervened, pulling Lin Yan aside. A massive creature burst forth like an out-of-control train, crushing the surrounding trees to splinters. It was a gigantic rock serpent, its jaws wide open, releasing a foul stench into the air. A rock serpent, a 3rd-grade beast, very close to reaching 4th grade. Su Yu quickly analyzed, then issued commands. Xiao Xiao, Lin Yan, distracted. Qinghuan, find an opportunity to restrict its movements. I'll face it, Hedon. Fu Yu, construct a mental link. The 5 moved into action immediately. Su Yu, wielding his silver spear, charged at the rock serpent. He used the spear like a staff, striking the serpent's head with force. The others coordinated their attacks seamlessly. In just one exchange, the 3rd-grade peak rock serpent was already struggling to keep up. In the observation room, a burly man with a flushed face broke into a pleased smile. This kid's got some serious skills. Su Yu and his team worked seamlessly together, making the massive rock serpent seem clumsy despite its brute strength. The serpent's sweeping tail and rock-hard head struck with tremendous force, but could only vent its fury on the surrounding trees. Each attack was devastating, reducing tree trunks as thick as several people's embrace to splinters under its power. After several rounds, the area within a few kilometers had turned into a desolate wasteland. Under Su Yu's near-omniscient command, the team deftly dodged each of the rock serpent's attacks. Although they managed to avoid the blows, the sight of the destroyed trees and rocks left them with lingering fear. One hit could end their training camp experience prematurely. Everyone felt like they were dancing on the edge of a knife dance, terrified, yet exhilarated. The incessantly harassed rock serpent grew increasingly agitated, its murky eyes radiating violent rage. After dodging an attack with a leap, Lin Yin looked at his already chipped dual blades with distress. What do we do? My other blade is chipped too. His weapons were in a sorry state. And he wasn't the only one. Besides Song Qinghuan, who continuously used her spear to freeze the serpent's body, Xiao Qiao's whip was also on the verge of breaking, and Suyu had long been using his spear as a staff. Facing the serpent's tough scales, the group felt helpless. Suyu repeatedly smashed his staff onto the serpent's head. Though it showed signs of disorientation, they knew that if they continued like this, they would be the ones to suffer. The wear and tear on their weapons and their diminishing strength would become critical issues. Despite seeming to have the upper hand, danger was constantly looming. Fuyu, how are you feeling? Can you join the fight yet? Suyu asked telepathically. The group, connected by their minds, had various thoughts, but Fuyu remained silent, focused on dodging the flying debris. After several seconds, he finally responded. Give me 3 more minutes to adjust? Okay. Suyu suddenly exerted his strength, slamming the serpent's head into the ground. Huh. Suyu, are you holding back? Song Qinghuan asked. That's some serious power, Xiao Qiao exclaimed. Wow, can I hypnotize myself to have that kind of strength? Lin Yin wondered. Dodging the serpent's sudden lunge, Suyu's eyes flashed with determination. I'm not holding back. I just haven't unleashed my full power yet. Leave the next 3 minutes to me. Don't let your weapons get completely ruined. It's only the second day. With that, he charged forward like a war god. The team witnessed a scene reminiscent of the ghost-faced fox from the morning. While fighting, Suyu mused, luckily, these beasts only have brute strength and tough bodies. If they could use their own energy like humans, even a second-tier beast would be a tough match for us. The team was speechless, thinking, actually, even without using energy, they're hard to deal with. In the following 3 minutes, the team witnessed the thrill of absolute power, making Lin Yin yearn for it multiple times. Suyu chose to block his mental feedback, leaving Lin Yin unaware. To this, Fuyu could only think, is high mental strength just an excuse to be capricious? After a full 3 minutes, Suyu slammed the serpent into the ground again, and Song Qinghuan followed up with a freezing attack. Suddenly, an arrow flew straight at the serpent's eye. The serpent tried to close its eye, but Song Qinghuan's freezing technique slowed it down. With a clang, the only grade spiritual weapon in the group finally left a mark on the serpent's surface. Finally, a breakthrough. Everyone thought simultaneously. Arrows kept flying, each more forceful than the last as Fuyu fully adapted to the battle. With Suyu holding the serpent at bay, Fuyu even engaged in close combat. The serpent's frantic struggle turned the area into a sandstorm. Boom. Outside the dust cloud, Xiao Qiao and Lin Yin, who had been waiting, finally heard silence and sighed in relief. So exhausting, even with Suyu's guidance during the fight. Otherwise, we'd be dead tired. Suyu pulled his spear from the serpent's eye, exhaling deeply, and lamented the lack of a suitable weapon. Looking at the staff in his hand, he couldn't help but smile wryly. You've only been with me for 2 days and already need to retire? Are you taking this opportunity to push me to improve? Wait, it's not over? What's going on? The voice in their minds left everyone stunned. Everyone suddenly realized that the mental synchronization was far from over. From the beginning, Suyu had been confident but deliberately concealed it. He skillfully created a tense atmosphere, allowing Song Qinghuan, Lin Yin, and Xiao Qiao to genuinely experience the thrill of battle. Suyu's goal was to continuously challenge his teammates, forcing them to break through their limits. Otherwise, the victory would come at a heavy price. The mental synchronization abruptly ended, and they saw Fuyu walking towards Suyu. They quickly followed. Before they could speak, Fuyu bowed deeply to Suyu and sincerely said, "Thank you." Lin Yin let out a sigh of relief from behind and teased, "Phew, you scared me. I thought you were going to get yourself killed." Suyu smiled and explained, "As you said, we are a team now. Your improvement benefits all of us immensely." He turned to Xiao Qiao and Lin Yin and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry for putting you through this. Your weapons took a beating too." Both of them immediately reassured him it was fine, while Song Qinghuan stood quietly aside, a faint smile on her lips as she watched Suyu. Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no one demanded compensation for the damaged spiritual artifacts or mentioned the enormous debt he owed. He thought to himself, I can handle anything, just not paying back money. Then, he took out his camera to take his usual photos, while the others used the time to recover their energy. In the observation room, everyone was already accustomed to Suyu's behavior. It seemed that nothing he did could surprise them anymore. Only Cheng Yong looked regretful and said, "It's a pity. If their weapons were a bit better, winning first place wouldn't be an issue." Zhuge Yun pretended not to hear Cheng Yong's comment, knowing it was a jab at him for not providing better weapons to Suyu. But Chung Yong hadn't mentioned it beforehand either. To change the topic, Zhuge Yun suggested, Fu Yu and Su Yu make a perfect team. I propose we try to get them both into the same university. No one in the observation room objected, but no one responded either. They all understood that while they could arrange for them to enter the same university, deciding which one would require careful discussion. Luckily, with two influential figures present today, the observation room didn't turn into a chaotic argument. The morning passed quietly. Su Yu was now just one step away from completing his bestiary collection task, alternating between battles and rest. Not only that, but his vitality had reached its true limit. When he realized that the unclaimed rewards could boost his vitality to 300, Su Yu understood that any further collection would no longer grant vitality bonuses. This situation was not uncommon, similar to how the breathing techniques no longer enhanced vitality once one officially became a warrior. In just 2 days, Su Yu's vitality had increased by nearly 100, and the bestiary collector had been upgraded. This progress left him both satisfied and surprised. Since his vitality could no longer be enhanced, Su Yu turned his attention to the gold mines around him. Whether it was completing the SS-grade Ice Age or acquiring the abilities of the other three, any successful attempt would be a significant leap forward. By the campfire, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were roasting rabbit meat. Su Yu checked the leaderboard on his wristband and found that he had jumped to second place with over 50,000 points. However, this did not make him happy. Instead, he frowned. After carefully inspecting the top 10, he confirmed one thing. Except for the constantly changing 10th place and their own suddenly ascended team, the points of the other participants had hardly moved. They are hunting 4th-grade beasts, Su Yu suddenly said, drawing everyone's attention. He explained that the leaderboard had not changed all morning, so it was likely that today would see a surge of points, similar to how Gao Shi had gained 100,000 points in one go yesterday. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao frowned. Xiao Qiao said worriedly, "What should we do? Our weapons are almost worn out, and it's getting tough to kill 3rd-grade beasts." Fu Yu looked at Su Yu. "So, as you said, our target can only be set for the 6th day." Song Qinghuan asked, "Su Yu, are you planning to hunt other teams on the 6th day?" "Exactly." Lin Yan chimed in excitedly. Brother Su Yu said that if we fight as a team, we'll have a better chance, so there's no need to worry too much. Su Yu turned to Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. "What do you two think?" "I haven't discussed this with you yet." Song Qinghuan analyzed seriously. "If we're going to hunt other teams, we should start preparing now. Otherwise, we might not even see anyone by the 6th day, and that would put us at a disadvantage. Also, I think we should start hiding some of our strengths, like Fu Yu's mental communication ability. We can't let others know about it." Xiao Qiao blinked and said, "I'll follow your lead. I'll do whatever you all decide." Their responses were within Su Yu's expectations. Song Qinghuan was always decisive, even more so than many men. Xiao Qiao, on the other hand, was overly obedient, often placing others' opinions above her own. Su Yu nodded and added, "If our hunting target is everyone, we don't need to worry about not finding anyone. All teams must return to the Bronze Gate before the 7th day. So we can just block the entrance." Lin Yan's eyes widened. "Are we really going that far?" Song Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Su Yu didn't delve deeper into the discussion. There were still many things to consider for the 6th day. For now, it was enough for everyone to agree on the plan. "Can we eat now?" Fu Yu suddenly asked, causing everyone to chuckle. Meanwhile, in the cave where Su Yu's team had previously battled the Bat of Eclipse, Shiman Buoshue and his team were searching for a 4th-grade beast. After a fierce struggle, they barely escaped from one such beast. During their rest, they checked the leaderboard and saw that Su Yu's team was in 2nd place, prompting dissatisfaction among Shiman Buoshue's teammates. "Brother Buoshue, it's not that we don't want to keep searching with you, but you must understand that we're here for the training camp, not to play bodyguards for Su Yu's team. Our points have dropped to 17th place while Su Yu's team is in 2nd. Who's protecting whom is now uncertain. Brother Buoshue, we teamed up with you because we believed in your strength and thought you could lead us into the top 10. We've fallen too far behind the others and can't afford to waste more time." Seeing Shiman Buoshue still hesitating, the four continued, "Brother Buoshue, Su Yu may be your friend, but we are your brothers who just went through life and death with you. You can't just abandon us for him." Shiman Buoshue sighed deeply. "All right, brothers, it's my oversight. Let's focus on hunting from now on as you suggested." "Brother Buoshue." The others looked at him expectantly. Realizing their intent, Shiman Buoshue quickly took out 4 scrolls from his space wristband. In the observation room, Chung Yong said to Zhuge Yun, "You should have assigned Shiman Buoshue to Su Yu's team. That would have solved their biggest problem right now." Zhuge Yun dismissed the comment, simply observing, "The kid has a good temperament. It's rare to see someone like him these days." Chung Yong nodded. "He needs a good teacher and a mischievous friend to really bring out his potential." Zhuge Yun glanced at someone, sensing a hint of implication. Back in the wilderness, Su Yu's team resumed their hunt. With their luck buff fully active, They soon encountered 6th second-grade giant tooth rabbits. They easily defeated them with Suyu barely exerting himself. Suyu skillfully collected the bestiary entries, completing his task with the last giant tooth rabbit. With a soft click, a somewhat unflattering photo was produced. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing 100,100 beast entries. You have earned the title of Ordinary Collector. Reward, Cultivation Talent Level 1. Martial Arts Insight Enhanced. Total beast entries. 1001000. Martial Arts Insight Enhanced? Suyu was surprised. Besides his talent level rising to grade, there were additional rewards. Claim reward. Suyu instantly felt a profound clarity in his mind. He noticed that his already proficient skills in spear, sword, and combat techniques suddenly integrated seamlessly, offering new insights. His understanding of martial arts, especially in combining his phantom step technique with other skills, reached new heights. It was as if a cloud had lifted from his eyes, revealing an expansive martial arts horizon. Song Qinghuan noticed that Suyu seemed lost in thought. She walked over and asked, Suyu, what's on your mind? Did you discover something? Snapping back to reality, Suyu smiled faintly and said, I've had a realization. A realization? Song Qinghuan didn't quite understand. Suyu explained, I've made a new breakthrough in martial arts. Hearing this, Song Qinghuan's face lit up with joy for him, and she didn't press for details. Seeing her so adorable, Suyu raised his camera and aimed it at her. Qinghuan, give me a smile. Song Qinghuan obliged with a radiant smile, and Suyu clicked the shutter. As the camera clicked, a system notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the incomplete SSS-grade ability, Ice Age. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, my luck is unstoppable. Claim the reward. The system immediately responded, detected that the host possesses the incomplete SSS-grade ability, Ice Age. The ability is now being fused. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete SSS-grade ability, Ice Age. A strange sensation surged through Suyu's entire body, as if every cell was undergoing a mysterious transformation. Just as Song Qinghuan was about to ask again, Suyu suddenly lifted her up, both of them beaming with joy. The other 3 members of the team turned away tactfully, pretending not to see the scene. In the observation room, Chung Yong chuckled. No worries, everyone will get used to it. These 2 are the golden couple of our city. Although the others were fed a dose of sweetness, they were more curious about Suyu's so-called realization. As Suyu spun Song Qinghuan around, her face turned completely red. Suyu exclaimed excitedly, Qinghuan, you're my lucky charm. At this moment, Xiao Qiao looked over quietly, her tone slightly resentful. Captain, you've changed. You said I was your lucky charm. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Suyu hurriedly explained, you're all my lucky charms. Both of you are my stars, okay? After packing up, the team continued their hunt. On the way, everyone was curious about what Suyu had realized. Suyu took the initiative to ask, Qinghuan, have you had any difficulties with practicing the Mizong step these past few days? Song Qinghuan thought for a moment and replied, not really. Whenever I didn't understand something, I figured it out by watching you demonstrate and guide me. Suyu almost fell off a branch in surprise. He realized that martial arts comprehension varies greatly among individuals. It seemed his journey to surpass others was still long, and he silently encouraged himself. In the observation room, Chung Yong looked innocent. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Who would let a kid who hasn't become a martial artist learn martial arts? It's a waste of time. The red-faced man and the tall, thin guy chuckled, agreeing that this unexpected situation was actually a pleasant surprise, indicating a promising future for the team. After being dealt a blow by Song Qinghuan, Suyu quickly adjusted his mindset and continued leading the group in search of traces of alien beasts. An hour passed with no signs of them, and Xiao Qiao began to doubt her abilities. The other 4 quickly reassured her, with Suyu offering encouragement. Xiao Qiao, you have an SS-grade ability. Be confident and steadfast. Xiao Qiao nodded firmly. Captain, I believe. Just then, Suyu's expression changed, signaling everyone to be quiet. Someone's coming, he said softly. Lin Yin looked surprised. Someone's coming? Suyu explained that he had heard 5 people stepping on branches. Soon, Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan confirmed. Exactly 5 people. It seems like another team. Are they here by chance, or are they targeting us? Fuyu looked serious. Suyu suddenly showed a playful smile. Doesn't matter if they're targeting us. Lin Yin, can you hypnotize yourself into believing you're injured? Imagine you're gravely wounded, pale, weak, and your energy is depleted. Following Suyu's instructions, Lin Yin quickly appeared severely injured. Suyu then directed, Fuyu, support him. Lin Yin weakly said, I feel awful. Though the others didn't understand Suyu's intention, they followed his lead. At that moment, another team appeared before them. Fuyu immediately used his ability to synchronize the 5 newcomers' minds. Suyu's voice echoed in their heads. The leader is named Pangwon, with a Qi and blood level of 200, ranked 22nd. The other 4 also have Qi and blood levels over 200. Their team is aiming for the top 10. Since there hasn't been any score change all morning, I thought they were hunting a 4th-ranked beast. Now it seems they're hunting us. Suyu advised, act normal. We're just a bottom-ranked team. Lin Yin joked, more like a bait team. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Haha, makes sense. Song Qinghuan also smiled. On the other side, Pang Wan and his team smirked upon seeing Suyu, their smiles widening at the sight of Lin Yan's injury. However, as they approached, they put on a facade of concern. Suyu, what happened? Do you need help? Pang Wan asked, feigning concern. Suyu replied sincerely, we fought a 3rd-ranked giant-toothed rabbit and were exhausted. While resting, we were ambushed by a 2nd-ranked ghost-faced fox. Xiao Xiao internally questioned, isn't that the fox the captain used as a toy? Song Qinghuan also thought to herself, so Suyu can lie without batting an eye. I can't take his words at face value. Suyu, hearing their thoughts, helplessly responded through their mental link. Qinghuan, I can hear you. Hey, Suyu, you guys really have the worst luck. Penguin sighed as he stepped forward to help Lin Yan. A glint of something flashed in his eyes. Is there anything we can help with? The instructor said we're all teammates now, so don't hesitate to ask. Suyu looked grateful. Thank you for your concern. We'll find a place to rest and recover. We don't want to hold up your hunting. Those points are important. All right then, Penguin said, a strange look in his eyes. I see your team is already in 2nd place. At this rate, others might catch up to you. His tone carried a hint of regret. Suyu lowered his head, looking remorseful. I was too aggressive, pushing everyone to hunt non-stop. If we hadn't gotten lucky at the start and encountered 2 3rd-grade beasts fighting each other, we wouldn't have aimed for the top 10. It's my fault for being too greedy as the leader. Song Qinghuan stepped forward and held his hand gently. Suyu, don't blame yourself. We made this decision together. We don't blame you. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Yeah, Captain, it's not your fault. Fuyu remained expressionless, while Lin Yin let out a barely audible scoff. Pangwon took it all in, smirking inwardly. He had gathered all the information he needed, and even sensed some discord within Suyu's team. In his eyes, the 50,000 points Suyu's team had were as good as his. Yes, Suyu, don't blame yourself, Pangwon said with faint concern. Get some rest and continue hunting. That's what's important. Otherwise, this teammate's injury would be in vain. Lin Yin cursed inwardly. He doesn't even know my name. Fuyu stood expressionless as Xiao Xiao thought. He's definitely hoping we'll help them earn more points. What a schemer. Pangwon clasped his hands in farewell. We won't hold you up any longer, Suyu. We'll continue hunting. Take care, and see you around. Thank you for your concern. Until we meet again, Suyu responded, clasping his hands in return. Pangwon's team moved away swiftly. Fuyu retracted his powers, and Lin Yin immediately dropped his injured act. Ugh, that was awful. Never pretending to be hurt again. Lin Yin complained loudly. He was just checking if I was really injured. Fuyu nodded. He seems to be a psychic too. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. What if he overheard us? Fuyu calmly explained. He wouldn't have detected our mental communication unless he matched my frequency, and his mental strength exceeded that of all 5 of us combined. Xiao Xiao patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness. Suyu pondered. He probably marked Lin Yin with a mental imprint. They'll likely track us down on the 6th day. An imprint? Lin Yin immediately began inspecting himself. Fuyu explained. It's a psychic mark, probably a part of his abilities. How do we get rid of it? Lin Yin asked urgently, feeling like he had something dirty on him. It will fade over time, or if you move far enough away. If your mental strength were as strong as Suyu's, you could erase it easily, Fuyu replied calmly. Meanwhile, Pangwon confidently told his team, don't worry. I've marked them. Let's start hunting. Suyu's team got lucky with 20,000 points, but they have an injured member now. We can't rely on their bottom feeder points to make it to the top 10. Captain, but if we add their points to ours, we'll secure a top 10 spot, a teammate said. Haha, don't get too confident, but our chances look good, Pangwon laughed. A red-faced man suddenly asked, do you think Suyu's ability lets him see others' abilities? His mental strength is so high. Could his ability also be psychic? The group in the observation room pondered this. If Suyu's ability was indeed psychic, it would significantly lower the difficulty of breaking through to a 7th-grade warrior. Combined with his already extraordinary vitality, approaching the 8th-grade golden body stage, it seemed Suyu had already overcome the 2 biggest hurdles to becoming a top-tier warrior. For him, the breakthroughs before the 6th grade seemed the hardest. After encountering Pangwon's team, Suyu found a secluded spot to rest, playing the part thoroughly. If their points suddenly spiked right after parting ways, it would be obvious they were fooling others. He used this time to analyze the leaderboard. Previously, he thought those with slow points growth were secretly hunting fourth-grade beasts. Now he realized many were likely hunting them. Lin Yin joined in the analysis. Do you think Shimin Buoshue is after us too? Suyu thought for a moment. It's possible. Their points haven't moved much since yesterday, but they've been increasing rapidly since this afternoon. They might have had some trouble yesterday. Xiao Xiao said. No worries. With Suyu here, anyone coming after us is just delivering points to us. Lin Yin agreed confidently. As they spoke, the leaderboard suddenly shifted dramatically. Teams led by Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yinqing each gained 10,000 points, dropping Suyu's team from 2nd to 5th. But it didn't stop there. 2 more teams gained 10,000 points each, pushing Suyu's team to 8th place. The speed of these point increases left everyone watching stunned. Turns out, taking down a 4th-grade beast is much faster than fighting each other, Suyu sighed. Before they could process it, Lin Yin exclaimed, Whoa, a team is missing. Everyone quickly scanned the leaderboard. Suyu calmly analyzed. Team Yao Qiong, previously ranked 7th, is gone. They likely went after a 4th-grade beast. Xiao Qiao was stunned, her voice trembling. Gone as in dead, Fuyu said coldly. The light-hearted atmosphere among the 5 turned tense. Death was suddenly very close. They realized this wasn't a game. It was a deadly battle with no room for mistakes. Meanwhile, the shadow of death loomed over the other teams in the small wilderness as well. In the observation room, the images of various teams on the projection screen fell into silence. Batting chuckled softly, breaking the stillness. 3 consecutive warnings, and she still wants to take on a Tier 5 beast. This Miao Qiong is not only endangering herself, but also others. East Pole University will not admit her. As soon as he finished speaking, another admissions officer chimed in. Those 2 who used their teammates as shields, I propose revoking their exam qualifications. Agreed. 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 The admissions officers from South City University, Pingyun University, and Jubai University all echoed in unison, unanimously agreeing to reject Miao Qiong. Thus, Miao Qiong, an extreme martial artist with beginner-level martial arts skills and strength fire control abilities, was completely shut out. Outside the small wilderness, Wei Ikuan brought out 5 severely injured individuals. They lay on wooden planks, at the mercy of the medical staff, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Particularly, the 2 students who betrayed their teammates seemed as if they were already lying in their coffins. The disappearance of Miao Qiong's team and the change in the leaderboard rankings made the members of Su Yu's team more vigilant. They began to meticulously check their weapons and backpacks, with Lin Yin even readying her shoelaces several times. Su Yu silently watched the leaderboard, saying nothing. After a moment, Su Yu stood up and looked around at everyone with a determined gaze. We're starting the hunt. If Gaoxi's team can hunt a Tier 4 beast every day, relying on the points from the teams behind us won't be enough to secure first place. The chemistry between the 5 of us is far from optimal. Our goal is to be number 1, and in the coming time, I will push all of us to our limits. Everyone's eyes shone with determination. Su Yu's expression relaxed slightly as he continued. Since we need to maximize our synergy, there's something I haven't told you all. The group looked at Su Yu, who stood under a tree, puzzled. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes glowed blue. In an instant, the towering tree behind him transformed into a massive ice sculpture. Within a 5-meter radius, grass, wood, and stones were all frozen. A cold wind swept through, causing Lin Yin to shiver and rub her arms. With a crash, the ice tree behind Su Yu shattered and collapsed like a pile of building blocks. Su Yu calmly said, I've also awakened an ability. Song Qinghuan stood frozen in shock. Su Yu, you and I, we have the same ability? Su Yu nodded. Really? 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 Song Qinghuan suddenly rushed over and hugged Su Yu, almost slipping on the icy ground. She excitedly muttered, Su Yu, you. So you have an ability too, and it's the same as mine. This isn't a dream, is it? Nearby, the 3 others shivered from the cold brought by Su Yu's ability. They thought to themselves, as if it wasn't shocking enough, now we have to deal with this lovey-dovey scene. The observation room fell silent once again. An ability that could freeze an entire area in an instant was definitely above rank, in the realm of domain-level abilities. Now, there were 2 such geniuses, one of whom was recently speculated to have a psychic ability. A data team member picked up a pin, then put it down, hesitantly asking, Director, should we update our records? Qin Yun pondered for a long time without speaking. The red-faced man smiled. No need to change anything. I have a feeling this kid's surprises are far from over. Let's keep watching. It's been a while since we've seen such a prodigy in China. The tall, thin middle-aged man also smiled. It's about time we had one, isn't it? He looked around at everyone and solemnly announced, from now on, all information regarding Su Yu's abilities is classified as top secret. All assessment information during the training camp is also classified. Let him show what he wants to show. Don't guess or ask about what he doesn't. Understood? Everyone immediately stood up and nodded seriously. Understood, Minister. He paused, then added, also, filter all information about Suyu from elementary to high school. Remove any misleading information. I want the public to see Suyu as a genius who awakened his martial arts talent and abilities from a single Tier 1 blood crystal. Nothing else should be mentioned. In the small wilderness, Suyu understood that everything he displayed now was likely being closely monitored by the training instructors. This was a decision made after careful consideration. The four-school joint training camp was a significant project directly overseen by China's education department. If he didn't dare to showcase his talents here, he wouldn't have another chance. He never intended to keep a low profile. He wanted to grow quickly and safely. Now that the time was right, it was time to showcase himself. Fortunately, Suyu's image as a genius had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. When he revealed his powers, the four teammates were shocked but quickly accepted it. After all, if they could enhance their vitality to over 200 with a blood crystal, awakening a special ability wasn't that surprising. What was even more remarkable was that Suyu's ability was strikingly similar to Song Qinghuan's, as if it were destined. Song Qinghuan firmly believed this, her eyes sparkling with joy. Under the gloomy sky, a hellhound with fur like flames suddenly appeared before them. Lin Yin nervously whispered, Brother Suyu, how do we deal with this beast? No one expected that right after Suyu showcased his true strength, they would encounter a fourth-rank beast. Their lack of weapons capable of penetrating its defenses was still a critical weakness. The shadow of Miao Qiong's team, which had just disappeared, still loomed over them, causing their hands to sweat as they gripped their weapons. In contrast, Suyu stood unarmed and appeared calm and composed. He casually flexed his wrist and shouted, Fuyu. Fuyu immediately activated his ability, synchronizing the team's mental frequencies. Without hesitation, Suyu dashed forward, conjuring a silver staff out of thin air with his left hand. His eyes glowed blue, and the staff was instantly covered in a layer of ice emitting a chilling aura. The hellhound, enraged at the sight of the tiny human, let out a deafening roar. All three heads opened their jaws wide, revealing gleaming, sharp teeth as it lunged at Suyu. Its fangs were clearly much tougher than the ice staff in Suyu's hand. Suyu swiftly swung his staff horizontally, forming an ice shield in front of him. At the same time, Song Qinghuan, her eyes also glowing blue, teleported to his side. Fuyu's face twisted with effort as he drew his bowstring. Xiao Qiao's whip lashed out, producing a thunderous crack. Lin Yan's aura surged, releasing the presence of a fifth-rank beast. Fuyu's ability then triggered a mental disruption. The previously aggressive hellhound suddenly lost its nerve, its fierce momentum dissipating as it even considered fleeing. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Suyu shouted, Qinghuan, no holding back, unleash everything. In an instant, the two SS-level abilities, Ice Age, erupted simultaneously. Suyu and Song Qinghuan's powers intertwined, and a biting cold wind swept through the area. Within a kilometer, countless leaves turned to ice crystals and fell. At the center of the battle, the extreme cold emitted a blinding light. The tremendous power shattered Suyu's staff and ice shield. Song Qinghuan, exhausted from the energy expenditure, began to falter, but quick-thinking Xiao Qiao darted in to catch her just in time. As the dazzling light faded, a massive ice sculpture stood in its place. The faces of the demonic three-headed dog, now completely frozen, were still locked in an expression of panic, frightened by Lin Yan's fifth-tier beast aura. Confirming it showed no signs of life, Lin Yan let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. However, the moment he touched the ground, he jumped right back up, shouting, so cold, so cold. The chill quickly spread through his body. Lin Yan looked around in disbelief and asked, is this your ability? Suyu smiled and replied, exactly as you saw. That statement seemed to flip a switch, and everyone burst into laughter. Song Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. So my ability is that powerful. After a short rest, Lin Yan carefully examined the ice sculpture of the demonic three-headed dog, still amazed. He suddenly suggested, Suyu, let's take a group photo with it. This is the first fourth-tier beast I've helped take down. He gazed at the ice sculpture as if admiring a piece of art. Suyu readily agreed and called everyone over to the ice sculpture. Come on, let's take some photos with the sculpture. With a series of clicks, the photo session was over. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications echoed in Suyu's mind. Congratulations, host. Mental attribute 5. Congratulations, host. Strength attribute 10. Congratulations, host. Skill. Intermediate whip mastery. Congratulations, host. Skill. Intermediate spear mastery. Detected host spear mastery has reached proficiency. Intermediate spear mastery will auto-fuse, resulting in a slight proficiency boost. Congratulations, host. Agility attribute 500. Congratulations, host. Strength attribute 500. Congratulations, host. Acquired level ability fragment, Hellfire 13. Suyu felt a surge of excitement as he realized the system had new functions. After handing out the photos, he found a spot to sit down and began communicating with the system. System, if intermediate spear mastery can boost my proficiency, what happens if I get advanced spear mastery? The system replied, skills below master level can be upgraded through fusion of the same level. Note, the same skill cannot be extracted from the same target repeatedly. This information delighted Suyu, as it significantly lowered the difficulty of acquiring master level skills. He continued to ask, what about level ability fragments? Do I need to collect the same ones? The system explained, higher tier beasts have a greater chance of dropping corresponding ability fragments. Fragments of the same ability can drop from beasts with the same bloodline. What are the odds? Based on your current collection level, the chance of obtaining an S-level ability fragment is 1 in 10,000. So you pondered this, then asked about upgrading abilities. Can abilities be upgraded? Abilities below SSS level can be upgraded. The exact method needs to be discovered by the host. This crucial information thrilled Suyu. If abilities could be upgraded, many lower-level abilities would also be worth considering. With 5 ability slots and future opportunities for enhancement, he had more room for trial and error. Just as Suyu was immersed in his thoughts, a scream snapped him back to reality. He looked up to see Qiao Qiao picking up a blood crystal from the shattered ice sculpture. Qiao Qiao, you really are a lucky charm, Suyu exclaimed. Holding the 4th-tier blood crystal, Qiao Qiao excitedly shouted, Lucky, Captain, do you want to absorb this blood crystal? All eyes turned to Suyu. He calmly raised the camera. Lucky girl, say lucky lucky. With a bright, confident smile, Qiao Qiao raised the blood crystal for the photo. However, the system's prompt surprised Suyu. Detected 4th-tier blood crystal. As the host has reached the limit, this crystal can only be used for blood recovery. Suyu asked the system, can't this 4th-tier blood crystal upgrade my collection device? The system succinctly replied, conditions not met. With the camera already raised, Suyu decided to focus on Qiao Qiao. With a click, a photo of Qiao Qiao beaming with joy was captured. At that moment, a yellow flash appeared on Suyu's face. Congratulations, host. Acquired SS level ability. Incomplete lucky blessing. Would you like to claim it? Suyu was ecstatic inside, but maintained a calm exterior. This was the result of practicing in front of the mirror for an entire night before coming to the training camp. Claim the reward. Congratulations, host. Acquired SS level ability. Incomplete lucky blessing. Ability buff enhanced, increasing the host's chances of acquiring abilities, skills, and attributes. Suyu glanced at the time on his wrist device. Martial Era, May 18, 218. He silently decided that he would celebrate this day every year. It was his lucky day, his lucky number. Despite the tumultuous excitement inside, Suyu's expression remained calm. Under Song Qinghuan's gaze, he handed the photo to Qiao Qiao and said, no need. I haven't fully converted the blood crystal I absorbed yesterday. I don't think I'll need any more blood crystals for now. Let's keep this mid-tier blood crystal since it's rare. Using it just to restore my blood would waste its value. Qiao Qiao obediently put the blood crystal and the photo into her backpack. Suyu continued, after that battle, we've all exhausted ourselves. The environment here is unique, and no beast will disturb us for a while. Let's take this time to recover. Hearing this, everyone sat down. Lin Yin even used his backpack as a cushion. Meanwhile, in another location where a group of geniuses had just finished hunting a 4th-tier beast, they were resting. They habitually checked the leaderboard, but when they opened it, they rubbed their eyes and reopened their wrist devices. The leaderboard remained unchanged. For a moment, curses echoed through the wilderness. Suyu, interesting. The defeat of a single 3rd-rank beast could be attributed to luck. However, when Suyu's team consecutively hunted 2, 3, and even 4 of them, it was clear that this was no coincidence. What was even more shocking was that they successfully hunted a 4th-rank beast. At this moment, Suyu's team saw their points skyrocket by 100,000, silently proving wrong every genius who had underestimated them. Their first-day ranking was no fluke. They not only demonstrated the strength to remain in the top 10, but also showed potential to vie for the top 3 or even higher positions. The changes on the leaderboard caused an uproar. All the geniuses who were monitoring the rankings paused what they were doing, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They couldn't comprehend how Suyu's team of 5, with 4 members having blood energy below 200, 2 of whom had abilities that didn't directly enhance combat, and 1 with a mental ability that was of limited use against beasts, managed to hunt a 4th-rank beast under Suyu's leadership. Many found it hard to accept this reality. Suyu, hailed as the next tactical master, had never been underestimated. but he had never been seen as a true rival either. After all, their paths seemed different, and any force comparison felt somewhat unfair. Yet, in this scenario, Suyu led 4 teammates with blood energy below 200, first killing 3rd-rank beasts and then a 4th-rank beast, propelling their points to 2nd place and firmly securing a spot in the top 10. Confusion, disbelief, shock, and even bewilderment flooded the hearts of many geniuses. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Gao Shi, who had just completed a 4th-rank beast hunt, stood up and dusted off his clothes. He initially thought that hunting one 4th-rank beast a day would be enough to secure the top spot in the training camp. But now, he had to acknowledge the threat from Su Yu's team. While others were still astonished by Su Yu's team hunting a 4th-rank beast, Gao Shi keenly noticed that they had killed a 3rd-rank and a 4th-rank beast in just 1 hour. This indicated that this previously overlooked team had the capability to take down a 4th-rank beast in a very short time. A glint of anticipation flashed in Gao Shi's eyes. He had thought that only Hao Jiming was a worthy opponent in this training camp. Now, it seemed there was another intriguing tactical genius. "Captain, should we officially enter the warrior realm?" Lu Shuo suggested. His reminder made the other team members realize the astonishing speed at which Su Yu's team killed the 4th-rank beast. This efficiency was currently beyond their reach. To avoid being surpassed by Su Yu's team, Lu Shuo proposed breaking through to the warrior realm. Although the 4-school training camp prohibited warrior realm participants, it did not forbid students from breaking through during training. Over the years, many prodigies had used breakthroughs to become warriors, achieving results far beyond expectations. Of course, such a choice meant sacrificing many future possibilities. The training camp never discouraged this, as making choices and accepting consequences was a lesson these future pillars of humanity had to learn. Gao Shi shook his head. "No need. The potential from the blood crystals you absorbed hasn't been fully digested. You still have room for improvement. Every bit of progress will significantly enhance your bone-tempering speed and difficulty. It's not yet time for you to sacrifice your future. But Captain, Su Yu's team is advancing rapidly. If we don't secure 1st place, won't we waste your efforts?" Wu Jianqin voiced her concern. A confident light flashed in Gao Shi's eyes. "If Su Yu can lead 4 people with blood energy below 200 to 2nd place, why can't I lead you to 1st? He smiled. "From now on, we'll focus on night hunts." Since Su Yu had prematurely initiated this points battle, Gao Shi no longer needed to slowly coordinate with his team. Previously, he had allowed Wu Jianqin and the others to fully engage in battles, stimulating the residual blood crystal potential within them. After hunting the 4th-rank beast, he had given them ample time to digest it. Now, with the 1st place at risk, he understood that continuing this way would be self-limiting. At the same time, in Wu Linlin's team, Hime began her official breakthrough to the warrior realm. Upon learning that Su Yu's team had hunted a 4th-rank beast, she was greatly motivated and immediately demanded to break through, vowing to help Wu Linlin surpass Su Yu on the leaderboard. Despite Wu Linlin's attempts to dissuade her, she eventually agreed to her request. Wu Linlin knew that if they aimed for the top spot, the other 4 members would inevitably need to break through to the warrior realm. After all, they were up against Gao Shi, a genius thriving in the wilderness. One member of Wu Linlin's team had already broken through to the warrior realm. Meanwhile, in Hao Jiming's team, which was ranked 2nd in the preliminary rankings, the other 4 members also began their breakthrough training, except for Hao Jiming himself. Hao Jiming stared intently at the leaderboard, but he never focused on the Su Yu team, which was ranking high. In his eyes, the only rival was Gao Shi. Meanwhile, the other top 8 teams gradually became aware of a startling fact. Not only could the Su Yu team kill 4th-grade beasts, but their kill speed was even faster than their own. This realization caused subtle changes within each team, with many members beginning to break through and become warriors. In the lower-ranking teams, those who had originally viewed the Su Yu team as hunting targets were now meticulously searching for traces left by Su Yu and his group. However, upon seeing the astonishing changes on the leaderboard, everyone simultaneously stopped in their tracks, exchanged looks, and fell into silence. The power to kill 4th-grade beasts? Hunt a team like that? They couldn't help but curse their own stupidity and regret wasting an entire day. Reluctantly, these teams shifted their focus to other targets, deciding to fight to the death. The exit of the Miao Qiong team, combined with the Su Yu team's remarkable performance, left 2 spots in the top 10 open for the remaining teams to compete for. The intensity of this upcoming battle would likely be no less fierce than the fight for the top spot. Not far from Su Yu and his team, the Penguin team was fighting with all their might. The 5 of them used every trick in the book and finally succeeded in defeating a 3rd-grade beast. Penguin couldn't wait to check his team's latest ranking. However, when he opened the leaderboard, his pupils contracted sharply and his eyes widened. "Captain, what's wrong? Did another team get eliminated?" a concerned teammate asked. "Please don't let it be Su Yu's team, or all our efforts will have been in vain." Penguin shook his head heavily. "No, just look at the leaderboard yourself." The team members quickly opened the leaderboard, and a series of exclamations erupted. "Holy crap! 10,000, 100,000, 150,000? Holy crap. Really? Is this a joke? They can't be cheating, right? Oh my god, can this be real? Their shocked voices echoed through the wilderness. Pangwon was momentarily lost in confusion. Unlike other teams who immediately recognized the Suyu team's strength, having witnessed Lin Yan's weakened state and knowing their stroke of luck, Pangwon started to have second thoughts. This doesn't make sense. They all voiced their deep-seated doubts in unison. Captain, doesn't one of their team members have a luck-based ability? I heard she used to find blood crystals just by walking around. Could it be possible that they stumbled upon a severely injured fourth-grade beast? Pangwon pondered, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. His team exchanged puzzled looks. One of them bravely asked, if we encountered a half-dead fourth-grade beast, would we be able to kill it that quickly, especially with one of us seriously injured? Pangwon opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted by another team member. But Captain, do you really think they could kill a fourth-grade beast with one person seriously injured and their weapons nearly broken? This question left Pangwon speechless. Just then, one of the team members suddenly stood up, slapping his thigh in realization, damn, could they have been deceiving us all along? Pangwon immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. I checked Lin Yan's condition with my spiritual power. He's genuinely injured and extremely weak. There's no way he could fake that. His tone was filled with absolute certainty. For a moment, the team fell into silence, each member lost in thought. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis was voiced. Is it possible that Professor Zhuge is giving them special treatment, sending them a nearly dead fourth-grade beast? This idea seemed to provide a plausible explanation, and a look of sudden understanding appeared in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the observation room, all eyes were on Zhuge Yun. His mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said with interest, ladies and gentlemen, you must clear my name afterward. Back in the wilderness, Pangwon's team found a reason that they could barely convince themselves with, but it still couldn't fully resolve their inner conflict. Captain, what should we do? Unless they're really just lucky, whether they're getting special treatment or have real strength, we can't hunt them down. One team member pointed out their dilemma. Why not? I'm going to take down those who rely on favoritism and backdoor deals. A young team member shouted indignantly. Right. We can't let this slide. The training camp is supposed to be fair. Another team member agreed. Their emotions stirred up. Faced with his team's agitation, Pangwon sighed deeply. All right, let's focus on hunting beasts for now. I've marked them, so we won't have trouble finding them on the 6th day. On the evening of the 5th day, we'll go after them. If they really have strength, we'll give up on targeting them. If it's just luck or favoritism, then they can't blame us for being ruthless. They need to learn that on the battlefield, luck and favoritism won't save them. By the end, Pangwon almost felt like a hero of justice. A team member timidly asked, what if they're really strong? Won't we be walking into a trap? Are you stupid? With their high points, unless they want to be first, they have no reason to attack us. Another team member retorted immediately. With that, Pangwon's team's overworked brains finally got a brief respite. Meanwhile, following the same path, Shimin Buoshue's team quickly climbed to 12th place thanks to their spiritual weapons. Seeing Suyu jump to 2nd place with 100,000 points, Shimin Buoshue's worries subsided, and he focused on hunting beasts. After chasing down a 3rd-grade giant-toothed rabbit, Shimin Buoshue suddenly felt a chill. What's going on? Why does it feel like winter up ahead? He muttered to himself, frowning. Brother Buoshue, I feel the temperature drop too. Should we go that way? Team member Niu Zichang asked hesitantly. Shimin Buoshue enthusiastically replied, yes, it's said there are relics in the wilderness. Maybe we'll get lucky and find one. Seeing the hesitation on the other four's faces, he added, don't worry. I have life-saving items that can get us out safely unless we encounter high-grade beasts. Niu Zichang's hesitation vanished, replaced by a determined expression. If Brother Buoshue wants to check it out, we'll follow, even if there are high-grade beasts. We 4 brothers will risk our lives for you. Shimin Buoshue was moved to tears. With brothers like you, I can die without regret. Let's go. If there are relics, you all can choose the treasures first. I, Shimin Buoshue, don't need anything. With that, he charged forward. The other 4 followed closely, their faces showing complex emotions. In the observation room, Su Yu and his companions were resting. The top 8 contestants were either resting or breaking through their limits. They witnessed the conversation between Shimin Buoshue and his 4 brothers. Chung Yong sighed. What loyal brothers? Batten, who had been silent, snorted, causing everyone to pause. Zhuge Yun looked displeased and was about to speak when Chung Yong stopped him. At this moment, Deng Ji spoke first. These kids are still worth cultivating. Although they gathered around Shimin Buoshue because of his spiritual weapon, they didn't abandon each other when facing a 4th-grade beast. They still considered each other during the fight. A red-faced man nodded and added, that's right. We teachers aren't perfect, so we can't demand perfection from these kids. Everything requires guidance. which is why our martial arts university exists. Moreover, seeing isn't always believing, and hearing isn't always the truth. We need to understand their perspectives and hearts. They gathered around Shimin Boshue because of his spiritual weapon, but that doesn't mean there's no loyalty. Shimin Boshue values martial brotherhood, so they cater to his interests. What's wrong with that? Back in the wilderness, Shimin Boshue eagerly approached the source of the cold wind. When they finally arrived, Shimin Boshue was initially disappointed that it wasn't the relic he had imagined. But soon, a look of joy appeared on his face. Brother Suyu, I've been looking everywhere for you. Shimin Boshue called out enthusiastically. Suyu and his companions exchanged puzzled looks. Lin Yan whispered, Brother Suyu. He gave himself away right away? Should we keep pretending? Suyu replied helplessly, I thought we agreed not to pretend anymore. Wasn't that your idea? Xiao Xiao giggled, but acting is so much fun. Song Qinghuan simply said, Fuyu remained silent, but Suyu was sure he felt the same. Looking for us? Suyu asked, his tone cautious. Shimin Boshue laughed self-deprecatingly. It's a bit of a joke. After you killed the third-grade beast yesterday, many teams targeted you. I wanted to warn you, but I couldn't find you. And now, you've killed a fourth-grade beast. I guess I was worrying for nothing. Behind him, Niu Zichang grumbled. Because of you, we wasted a whole day. We could have been in the top 10 by now. Suyu was taken aback, looking at Shimin Boshue with surprise. He thought to himself, this guy is truly a unique snow lotus in this wilderness. Song Qinghuan and the others were cautiously eyeing the group led by the newly arrived Shimin Boshue. Lin Yan whispered, Yuga, do you think Shimin Boshue is telling the truth? Xiao Xiao responded quietly, I don't think he's lying. Fuyu cautiously added, let's wait and see. It's always good to be wary of others. Lin Yan suddenly remembered, oh, isn't there family in the spirit weapon business? How about we buy some spirit weapons from him? Song Qinghuan frowned. In this situation, we might get ripped off easily. As the five of them were lost in their thoughts, Shimin Boshue noticed Lin Yan's serious injury. He quickly walked over and said with concern, Lin Yan, I have a first-grade healing pill here. Take it quickly. From the looks of your injury, it might affect your core. Unfortunately, I didn't bring more specific medicines. As he spoke, he took out a small crystal bottle from his bracelet and handed a red pill to Lin Yan, looking slightly regretful. Lin Yan was secretly pleased, thinking, he even knows my name. He must be telling the truth. Seeing this, Suyu said to Lin Yan, drop the disguise. Since they mean no harm, there's no need to deceive them. Lin Yan immediately dismissed the disguise and instantly went from looking half-dead to full of energy. Shimin Boshua's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously glanced at the pill in his hand, surprised. He hasn't even taken the pill yet? How did he recover so quickly? Suyu took the initiative to explain, Boshue, I'm sorry. We've encountered people who had ill intentions towards our team before. When we heard your group approaching, we had Lin Yan pretend to be injured. Shimin Boshua's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yan. Is Lin Yan's ability that unique? Did he also mimic a beast's aura in the plaza earlier? Hearing this, Lin Yan immediately demonstrated his ability, changing his aura to mimic a beast. Shimin Boshue and his teammates were amazed and nodded in approval. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Suyu seized the opportunity to make a request. Boshue, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help us. Shimin Boshue smiled broadly. Do you need my help? Great. Suyu explained, before you came, we fought a fourth-grade beast, and our weapons got damaged. We were wondering if you might have any spare spirit weapons. A grade would be sufficient, and we're willing to trade this fourth-grade blood crystal for them. Xiao Xiao handed the blood crystal to Suyu. Suyu continued, this rare fourth-grade blood crystal, could it be exchanged for four-grade spirit weapons? Everyone braced themselves for rejection. In such a competitive environment, giving weapons to potential rivals seemed like asking for trouble. However, Shimin Boshue's reaction was unexpected. His face darkened, and he spoke with emotion. Suyu, do you not consider me a friend? Trading a rare fourth-grade blood crystal for just four-grade spirit weapons though. You think I'm a greedy merchant? Suyu and the others were stunned, then overjoyed. Lin Yan praised silently. As expected of someone who knows my name, this Shimin has great potential. Suyu quickly explained, Boshue, I didn't mean it that way. We're already very grateful that you're willing to sell us spirit weapons out here. I made this request because I trust your character. Shimin Boshue waved his hand, interrupting Niu Zichang behind him. What weapons do you all use? Let me see what I have. You're aiming for the top 3. The grade weapons won't do. I'll give you grade weapons. Lin Yan, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Xiao, and Suyu each described their weapon needs. Fuyu mentioned that his weapon was still intact and didn't need replacing. Shimin Boshue then took out 3 scrolls and handed them to Lin Yan, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Xiao. They unrolled their weapons. Xiao Xiao's light green whip, Song Qinghuan's icy spear, and Lin Yan's paired blades. Shimin Buoshue detailed the features and advantages of each weapon. Finally, he handed a dark red scroll to Suyu. Suyu felt its unusual weight. Shimin Buoshue explained, "This spear weighs 118 pounds and is 13 feet 7 inches long. Despite its weight, it retains the agility of a spear." Suyu activated the scroll, revealing a spear with a golden tip, black shaft, and blood-red patterns. Even Suyu, with his limited experience, recognized it as at least a grade weapon. Suyu held the spear in one hand, exuding an aura of dominance. The crowd, upon seeing the long spear, couldn't help but gape slightly, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. The four people behind Shimin Buoshue were eager to speak but couldn't find the right words. After all, the spiritual weapon was Shimin Buoshue's personal item, and he had the right to gift it to anyone he pleased. Shimin Buoshue watched the reactions with satisfaction, a smug smile curling on his lips. He turned to Suyu and said, with a hint of pride in his voice, "Brother Suyu, are you pleased with this weapon? This spear is called the Overlord Spear, and it lives up to its name. When wielded, it strikes with the force of an overlord descending upon the world, unstoppable. It is the prized treasure among the crade spiritual weapons of the Divine Armory Pavilion." Pointing to the blood-red patterns flowing on the spear, he continued, "These are blood energy patterns. With regular nurturing through your blood energy, the spear will truly recognize you as its master. Even better, it has self-repairing capabilities." To everyone's surprise, Suyu put away the spear and handed it back as a scroll. "Brother Buoshue, this spiritual weapon is too valuable, and a grade spear will suffice for me." Shimin Buoshue was stunned, his face darkening instantly. It was the first time in his life that someone had returned a gifted spiritual weapon. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Brother Suyu, I considered you a friend, yet you insult my goodwill. If you don't want it, then leave it in the wilderness. I, Shimin Buoshue, will never take back what I've given." Caught off guard by this reaction, Suyu reluctantly took back the scroll. Just as he was about to speak, Shimin Buoshue suddenly changed his attitude, smiling as he said, "Brother Suyu, if you really want to thank me, use this spear to secure first place in this year's training camp and make a name for yourself in the college entrance exams. That would be the best advertisement for our Divine Armory Pavilion." Suyu nodded in agreement, still confused, while those around them were even more puzzled. What kind of world is this? Someone gives away a crade spiritual weapon, gets rejected, and then says they'd rather discard it than take it back? Such capriciousness. Suyu forced a smile and handed a 4th grade blood crystal to Shimin Buoshue. Before Shimin could speak, Suyu quickly said, "Brother Buoshue, I know you don't need this, but it's our token of appreciation. If you don't accept it, you're not treating us as friends." Shimin Buoshue, at a loss for words, had no choice but to accept the blood crystal. Suyu's team members sighed in relief, as if not giving the crystal would have been a huge loss. Still feeling uneasy, Suyu asked, "Brother Buoshue, is there anything else I can help you with?" Shimin Buoshue was taken aback and shook his head. "No, I don't need any help." Suyu, prepared for this, immediately suggested, "How about this? Our team will join yours in hunting exotic beasts. Consider it a thank you for your timely help. Don't refuse. Friends should help each other. It's not true friendship if it's one-sided." Shimin Buoshue scratched his head, finding this friendship both troublesome and novel. Suddenly, he recalled something and said excitedly, "Right? We previously encountered a 4th grade exotic beast and almost got wiped out. I know where it is. Brother Suyu, do you think we can take it down together? I want revenge." Suyu's team immediately began preparing their gear. "Let's go. We'll help you get your revenge," Suyu said, gripping the Overlord's spear tightly. Shimin Buoshue felt a rush of excitement in his chest. However, Niu Zichang frowned and interrupted their enthusiasm. "Even though you just killed a 4th grade exotic beast, are you really in any condition to take on another one? Look at Song Qinghuan and the others. They're exhausted. This is a 4th grade exotic beast we're talking about. One mistake, and you could lose your lives. This is too reckless, and I don't agree." Shimin Buoshue also realized the gravity of the situation and awkwardly said, "Right, Brother Suyu, maybe we should go tomorrow?" Niu Zichang insisted, "Captain, we can't just stay here." Suyu smiled at Niu Zichang. "Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. It's not our whole team going, just me. You don't need to come. Only your captain and I will go." "Brother Buoshue, do you dare to join me in seeking revenge?" Niu Zichang and his team stared in disbelief. One person hunting a 4th grade exotic beast? That's insane. But Shimin Buoshue made up his mind. "Brother Suyu, I'm willing to go with you. Don't worry, I have my own means of survival if things go south." "Then let's go, Buoshue. You lead the way," Suyu said, ready to move. However, Song Qinghuan and the others also picked up their bags. Shimin Buoshue was puzzled. "Didn't you say Brother Suyu alone was enough?" Lin Yan smiled. "We're coming to cheer you on." Though puzzled, Shimin Buoshue was swept along with them. Left behind, Niu Zicheng and his team exchanged looks, unsure of what to do. Finally, Niu Zicheng said gravely, "Let's follow them. If Suyu wants to risk his life, so be it, but Shimin Buoshue is still our captain." Along the way, Suyu and his companions closely followed Shimin Buoshue's footsteps, and the surrounding scenery gradually became familiar. As they ventured deeper, everyone's expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Eventually, Shimin Buoshue stopped in front of a cave. Suyu couldn't help but speak up. "Buoshue, don't tell me that Forder beast is inside this cave." Shimin Buoshue nodded slightly. "That's right. When we came looking for you earlier, we noticed signs of a battle outside and decided to check inside the cave. To our surprise, it was hiding a 4-tiered dark cave lizard." As soon as she finished speaking, Niu Zicheng and the others caught up and let out a cold snort upon hearing the news. The group paid no mind to their reaction and instead turned their gaze to Qiao Qiao, then back to Suyu. Everyone thought to themselves, "One is a goddess of luck, and the other's words come true. This is unbelievable." Suyu rubbed his nose, finding the situation somewhat amusing. It suddenly became difficult to explain, but then he thought, maybe this would make Qiao Qiao believe in her abilities even more. In their mental space, they showered Qiao Qiao with praise for her luck ability, expressing that without her, they might have faced disaster on the first day. Qiao Qiao's cheeks turned slightly red from the compliments. Suyu turned to Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, can you mimic the aura of an earth dragon?" Lin Yan hesitated, then nodded and shook his head. Fuyu said coldly, "Just mimic it. No one's asking you to become one." Lin Yan glanced at the unfeeling man. "You don't understand. Even if I don't actually transform, I end up believing I am one. That disgusting feeling experiencing it once is enough." Suyu nodded slightly, realizing that Lin Yan's ability was the most complex among them and required him to explore it himself. "Then mimic the aura of a 3-tiered giant-toothed rabbit," Suyu suggested. Lin Yan nodded, his pupils contracting as if his soul briefly left his body. Immediately, the aura of a 3-tiered giant-toothed rabbit burst forth. Suyu launched an attack towards the cave entrance, as if to bury the entire cave. Niu Zicheng and his group swiftly moved to nearby tree branches to observe. With a powerful sweep of the Overlord's spear, sand and stones fell from the cave entrance. Suddenly, a pitch-black dark cave lizard, spanning several dozen meters, lunged out. It had no scales. Its smooth body was covered in a slimy substance, and its head lacked eyes. It opened its large mouth, probing the air with its long tongue, filling the air with a nauseating stench. As the group was overwhelmed by the repulsive smell, the dark cave lizard's tongue shot towards Lin Yan like an arrow, moving so fast it was nearly untraceable. Just as it was about to strike Lin Yan, his legs suddenly swelled. With a bang, the ground beneath Lin Yan caved in, and he leaped into the air. His leap far exceeded that of an average person, leaving Niu Zicheng and the others in awe. In their mental space, Suyu and the others acknowledged Lin Yan's progress. As Lin Yan had mentioned, the more he mimicked the giant-toothed rabbit, the more he seemed to gain not only its aura but also its unique abilities. This leap was a deliberate attempt, triggered by the dark cave lizard's attack, allowing him to unleash the powerful leg strength of the giant-toothed rabbit. However, despite Lin Yan's high jump, the dark cave lizard's sticky tongue seemed to extend indefinitely, still following closely behind. "Brother Suyu, I'm out of strength. It's up to you now," Lin Yan shouted from midair. "So quick to give up?" Qiao Qiao teased. Lin Yan was stunned. Suyu's lips curled into a smile as he dashed towards the dark cave lizard. He flipped the Overlord's spear from his back, spun around, and struck down at the lizard's tongue with all his might. Boom! A massive pit appeared where the dark cave lizard had been, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Niu Zicheng and his group, watching from the tree branches, widened their eyes in shock. "Whoa, is that the strength of a normal person?" one of them muttered. Although Suyu's strike didn't hit the lizard's tongue, the moment he approached, it sensed extreme danger. The tongue retracted faster than Suyu's spear could strike. Suyu didn't stop. He followed through with an upward thrust, aiming directly at the lizard's terrifying head. The dark cave lizard turned nimbly, swinging its tail to collide with Suyu's spear. The tremendous force pushed Suyu back several meters. Shimin Buoshue looked at him with concern. Suyu felt the Overlord's spear in his hand, a look of excitement appearing on his face. He no longer had to worry about his weapon. Since his base strength and speed were inferior to the dark cave lizard's, it was time to unleash his blood energy. Suyu's muscles began to swell with blood, and his aura surged dramatically. At this moment, Suyu stood with a gun in one hand, looking like a reincarnated warlord from a distance. The dark cave lizard, sensing the danger, half crouched in a defensive stance, its tongue flicking out as it prepared to strike. Suddenly, the dark cave lizard launched a fierce attack. Its long tongue shot out like lightning, moving so fast it became a blur. Song Qinghuan and the others silently assumed combat positions, while Niu Zicheng and his group on the tree branches also drew their weapons. Shimon Boishue quietly placed his right hand on the bracelet on his left wrist, ready to protect Suyu at any moment. The lizard's assault was like a storm, its tongue attacking with the ferocity of a machine gun. Towering trees fell one after another, and the ground was scarred with deep trenches. Yet, amidst this barrage, Suyu moved with ghostly agility, not only emerging unscathed but also counterattacking the lizard's tongue with precise strikes. Niu Zichang and his group were stunned. Someone muttered, "This must be martial arts." Niu Zichang shot him a glance, thinking it was an obvious conclusion. Just as everyone was on edge, the air suddenly filled with the scent of blood. The lizard's long tongue snapped in midair, and a piercing scream echoed through the wilderness. Suyu acted decisively, Brother Boishue. You and Qinghuan block the entrance. Don't let it escape. Without hesitation, Shimon Boishue and Song Qinghuan moved to seal the cave entrance. Niu Zichang and his group formed a perimeter to trap the creature. With its tongue severed, the dark cave lizard's threat significantly diminished. Suyu moved in closer, effortlessly dodging attacks while delivering powerful blows. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. Finally, Suyu seized an opportunity and drove his spear through the lizard's head. The golden spear tip pierced through, and blood dripped down its shaft, starkly audible in the silence. A fourth-grade exotic beast had fallen. A strong scent of blood permeated the air. Suyu's black-gold spear pierced through the head of the dark cave lizard, its blood-red patterns seemingly devouring the beast's life. With a squelch, the spear retracted, and the lizard's head thudded heavily to the ground. The once ferocious beast instantly lay lifeless. Niu Zichang involuntarily stepped back, the snapping of a branch underfoot echoing sharply. He and the other three were stunned by the scene before them. An individual who hadn't even reached the martial artist realm had single-handedly killed a fourth-grade dark cave lizard. This was an unprecedented feat. The way the four looked at Suyu had changed dramatically. Their initial arrogance vanished, replaced by deep shock and admiration. They had seen Suyu kill third-grade beasts alone before, which was impressive but something they believed they could achieve with time. The five of them working together to kill a fourth-grade beast was remarkable, though achievable. However, witnessing Suyu single-handedly slay a fourth-grade beast shattered all their pride and confidence. At this moment, they realized the chasm between them and Suyu was insurmountable. In the observation room, Chung Yong looked at the thoroughly demoralized geniuses and stroked his chin. I remember your initial goal was to have these geniuses put Suyu in his place, right? Zhuge Yun glanced at his tactless classmate and sighed, putting him in his place? Now I'm worried Suyu might make them all emo. The strategic genius we talked about ended up crushing these martial arts talents. The irony is almost poetic. Suddenly, Zhuge Yun felt he could accept Suyu joining the combat division. He imagined the scene where, in a decapitation strike by the enemy, they would find the head to be the biggest boss. It was a thrilling thought. Feng Wan interjected, come to think of it, we have to thank Professor Zhuge Yun for bringing Suyu to this training camp. Otherwise, we'd have missed out on a rare talent. At these words, Qian Yun's face turned bitter. He thought to himself, damn it, just when the prize was within reach, these guys want to snatch it away. In the observation room, everyone had mixed feelings. Deng Ji looked at Niu Zichang and the others and said, actually, it's good for them to see the gap between themselves and true prodigies early on. This way, they'll work harder instead of making excuses, thinking they could do the same under different circumstances. We've seen too many talents who aimed too high and ended up wasting their potential. Feng Wan shook his head with a wry smile. I just hope they don't lose heart. Batten snorted. If they do, it's better they do it now rather than waste national resources. After Suyu killed the fourth-grade dark cave lizard, the geniuses in the wilderness witnessed Suyu's team score increase by 50,000 points, bringing their total to over 210,000, placing them firmly at the top of the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Shimon Boishue's team also gained 50,000 points, bringing their total to over 70,000 and placing them ninth. Clearly, the two teams had cooperated to kill a fourth-grade beast. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, don't Suyu and his team ever run out of energy when killing beasts? At this moment, Gaoxi was instructing his team to rest and prepare for nighttime hunting. Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and other team members were still in the midst of breakthroughs and couldn't participate in hunting. For now, Suyu's team held a seemingly unshakable position at the top, continually surprising everyone. No one would dare accuse them of favoritism again. In the wilderness, Pang Wen and his team, who had just killed a third-grade beast and were recovering, also noticed Suyu's team's rising score. A hot-blooded youth shouted in frustration, Captain, their score went up again. This favoritism is too blatant. This time, no one in the team echoed his complaint. Pang Wen remained silent and quietly removed the mental mark from Lin Yan. They had done nothing today, and encountering Suyu's team was purely coincidental. Even so, Pang Wen couldn't understand. If you're this strong, why deceive us? Are you even after our points? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He suddenly suggested, "That team is definitely up to something. We should move to a different area, away from them." Seeing his team still confused, Penguin explained, "Let's move out, choose a new path, or hunt other teams but not stay in this area." When they still looked puzzled, he clarified, "Stay away from Suyu's team. Better to not make the top 10 than to be last." They immediately understood and agreed. "Let's go. Let's move out now." In front of the cave, Suyu sat down to recover after killing the dark cave lizard. Although it was satisfying to kill a 4th-grade beast alone, it had greatly drained his energy. If not for sheer willpower, he wouldn't even be able to hold his spear. Suyu realized again the drawback of his poor talent, extremely slow recovery of energy. Even though his talent had reached the level of an average person, it would still take him 3 days and nights to fully recover his energy. Knowing that Shimon Boishue and the others were waiting, Suyu stood up after recovering a little. Shimon Boishue said excitedly, "Suyu, your bravery rivals that of the legendary Lu Bu." Suyu thought, "This guy must have read too many comics as a kid." He humbly replied, "Boishue, you're exaggerating. I consumed a lot of energy too. It's not as easy as it looks. I'm planning to stay here and recover my energy. What are your plans?" Shimon Boishue looked at Suyu, and then at the 4 others. He wanted to say they should wait for Suyu to recover, but eventually, he gritted his teeth and said, "Suyu, we'll continue hunting. If we can't make it into the top 10 with these 50,000 points, we wouldn't be worthy of being your friends." Niu Zichang and the others also came forward to bid farewell, their attitudes much more respectful than before. As they left, Shimon Boishue kept glancing back 3 steps at a time. Seeing this, Suyu quickly looked at Song Qinghuan and hastily explained, "Qinghuan, you have to believe me, there's really nothing between us." Suyu's unexpected remark made everyone burst into laughter. Song Qinghuan was initially confused, but Lin Yan's hearty laugh was contagious, causing the corners of her mouth to lift and her eyes to sparkle as she sweetly glanced at Suyu. Even the usually stern Fuyu couldn't help but crack a slight smile. That one sentence seemed like magic, instantly relieving the day's accumulated tension from their intense battles. Unfazed, Suyu took out his camera and began positioning the dark cave lizard's corpse in various angles using his overlord spear. Unlike before, when he was merely collecting data, this time he genuinely wanted to capture a cool photo of his first solo kill of a tier 4 beast. However, to onlookers, his actions seemed more like he was desecrating the corpse. This scene caused the teachers in the observation room to exchange worried glances, silently questioning if Suyu was still normal. The system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dark Cave Lizard Tier 4 Beast entry. Attribute reward. Agility 500. Received Strength Hellfire Ability Fragment 1. Host can restore 100 of blood and energy." Suyu was stunned again. He thought to himself, wasn't there supposed to be a 1 in 10,000 chance? How did I just collect another one so easily? He couldn't help but worry, "System, if you keep this up, people are really going to think I'm cheating." Driven by curiosity, Suyu asked the system, "What's this new blood and energy restoration feature?" The system explained, "The host's blood and energy levels have reached their limit. Future rewards for collecting data entries will now include blood and energy restoration." Suyu inquired further, "Can I still increase my blood and energy through data collection in the future?" The system responded, "The host's newbie protection period is about to end. To increase blood and energy levels, the host must collect different data entries." Suyu realized, "So I'm still in the newbie protection period? What other changes will there be after it ends?" The system continued, "The system will introduce a bond collection feature. By collecting bonds, the host will receive various rewards. For specific changes, please explore on your own." Suyu pondered these changes. Although increasing blood and energy levels would become more difficult, he now had a way to restore them, and the new bond system seemed promising. In his view, the system's assistance would be greater after the newbie period, albeit with increased difficulty. After all, if it were too easy to become overwhelmingly powerful, it wouldn't be as interesting. The upcoming challenges and rewards filled Suyu with anticipation. He realized that the so-called newbie period likely referred to the stage before becoming a true warrior. Although he already met the promotion criteria, he decided to wait a few more days out of caution. After all, a sudden surge in blood and energy levels to 300 in just 2 days could attract unnecessary attention. Given the uncertainty about the world's higher powers, he knew it was better to be safe. He planned to wait at least 4 or 5 more days before making a decision. After taking the photo, Suyu opened his wristband to check the points leaderboard. His team held a solid first place with 210,000 points, followed closely by Gao Shi's team with 200,000 points. The next 6 teams had points ranging from 100,000 to 150,000. The 9th place was Shimon Boishue's team with over 70,000 points, while the teams ranked 10th to 15th had over 50,000 points each. The rest had fewer than 50,000 points. The leaderboard had clearly formed distinct tiers. Those vying for the top 3, those aiming for the top 10, and those just along for the ride. Suyu carefully noted the information of each team, including the seemingly insignificant bottom 5. He knew that arrogance was the strategist's greatest enemy. Noticing Suyu checking the points, Lin Yin came over, curiously asking, why haven't the other team's points changed? Are they still hunting tier 4 beasts? Don't they need to rest? Suyu smiled and replied, if they were just hunting tier 4 beasts, that would be fine. I'm more worried they're planning something. Lin Yin didn't quite understand, but Song Qinghuan's eyes sparkled as she guessed. Could someone be about to break through and become a warrior? Suyu nodded in agreement, adding, so our points are not as secure as they seem. Xiao Qiao immediately suggested, then let's go hunt more beasts. Suyu, however, shook his head and refused. Let's rest first and review our battles from the past 2 days. Despite the urgency to catch up on points, he didn't want his team to continue hunting without rest. As the captain, he had the responsibility to ensure their safety while aiming for first place. After today's intense battles, everyone's blood and energy were severely depleted. Rest was essential. Suyu spoke firmly, and although the team was eager to hunt more beasts, they didn't oppose his decision. Suyu silently added that if the other prodigies pushed too hard, he wouldn't hesitate to flip the table. With 300 blood and energy, the transformation of the 9 extremes, and the system's help in restoring blood and energy, he was looking forward to his performance in the upcoming challenges. He even hoped the other prodigies would target him, as he had yet to truly fight another person. The group rested on the spot, avoiding the dark cave and instead recovering their blood and energy outside. Song Qinghuan, who hadn't trained in mental energy techniques, was particularly exhausted and could only rest with closed eyes to recover. She felt anxious, worried that she wouldn't be able to help Suyu in the next fight. As she pondered, Suyu approached her and gently said, Qinghuan, focus on training your blood and energy. Try to reach 200 as soon as possible. With the Overlord's spear, we won't need to rely on abilities like before. Though a bit reluctant, Song Qinghuan quickly realized her mistake in thinking. She obediently nodded, all right, I'll follow your lead. With that, she began to concentrate on her breathing exercises. Nearby, Lin Yin looked at Suyu expectantly, seemingly waiting for his guidance. Noticing her change, Fuyu commented, Lin Yin, it seems the mark on you has disappeared. Lin Yin immediately moved around, feeling much more relaxed. At that moment, Suyu's ears twitched and he alerted, someone's coming again. He glanced at Lin Yin and advised, stop pushing yourself so hard. Lin Yin chuckled and began to recall Suyu's battle stance, trying to learn from it. Meanwhile, Pengwan and his group were hurrying along. Pengwan confidently said, we're almost there. We've been here before, let's try to get out before dark. If we can't part with tears in our eyes, can we still part with a smile? This lyric suddenly flashed through Suyu's mind as he gazed at the bewildered faces of Pengwan and his group, momentarily lost in thought. In the mental realm, everyone else looked confused. Pengwan stood frozen, his toes digging into the ground as if trying to leave marks. This unexpected reunion filled him with regret, cursing himself 100 times over. Why did you remove the mark? Are you stupid? Even if you couldn't hunt them, the mark could have at least helped you avoid them. The 10 of them stood in awkward silence, the air thick with unease. Lin Yan's overwhelming aura left Pengwan's group dumbfounded, their minds filled with countless questions. They recalled the morning when Lin Yan had been weak after being ambushed by a second-tier beast, and now seeing her ready to take on 5 opponents was beyond comprehension. Finally, Suyu cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. Pengwan, what's going on with you guys? Pengwan forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. We decided to hunt in a different area. With you guys here, all the points will be yours. Our team admits we can't compete, so we're moving to a less competitive spot. Suyu warmly advised, I see. Pengwan, it's getting dark soon. Make sure you stay safe on your way. Both sides tacitly agreed, not to mention the events of the morning. Pengwan's team hurriedly left. Once they were far enough away from Suyu's group, Pengwan thought it might be best not to hunt other teams during this training camp. He muttered to himself, thinking that relying on his own strength to secure a top 10 spot might be safer. The sight of Pengwan's team retreating evoked chuckles from Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. However, Lin Yin seemed worried. Suyu, do you think I've ruined my image? Will they spread rumors about me? I'm usually very honest at school and never lie. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. This unexpected episode had eased everyone's tension. Let's go. Since we're all back, let's head to our usual spot for the night, he said, picking up his backpack. Returning to the cave from the night before felt like a lifetime ago. Suyu looked at his personal stats and felt a wave of emotion. In less than 24 hours, his stats had undergone a dramatic change. His base speed now rivaled that of a second-tier beast, his strength was almost on par, and he had gained a complete SS-level Ice Age ability, along with fragments of the SS-level Fortune's Favor and 2 S-level Hellfire abilities. Suyu decided to temporarily raise his blood energy to 290, giving himself a chance to consolidate his gains. In the familiar cave, his blood energy surged once more. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the directors exchanged glances. The red-faced man squinted and asked, after such a big battle, his blood energy is already restored? Zhuge Yun turned to Cheng Yong. How can this kid recover his blood energy so quickly when he didn't even have 100 earlier? Cheng Yong was speechless. If he knew the reason, he wouldn't be facing such disdain today. At that moment, a staff member from the data team explained. The records show that Suyu had a congenital issue from birth, causing his blood energy to be lower than normal. His rapid increase in blood energy began after Su Jun gave him a first-tier blood crystal. Qian Yun pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. So, it was this grade 1 blood crystal that cured the child's hidden illness, restoring his innate talents, rather than the crystal itself having such powerful effects? The Minister of Education heard this and smiled meaningfully. He shook his head gently and responded calmly, as I said before, the exact reason for his rapid progress isn't important. What we need to know is that he is now a talent absolutely worth nurturing. He then turned his gaze to the young assistant beside him. Xiao Yang, how's the investigation I asked you to conduct? Xiao Yang straightened up immediately and reported, Minister, after a thorough investigation, we found that Su Yu has never had any contact with the alien races. Among the people he has interacted with, only teacher Cheng Yong has had any contact with him. Unless teacher Chang has betrayed us, it's impossible for Su Yu to have been corrupted by the aliens. Upon hearing this, everyone in the observation room simultaneously turned their gaze to Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong was stunned, looking bewildered, thinking, how did this conversation suddenly turn to me? Before Cheng Yong could defend himself, the Minister of Education smiled and concluded, then we can also rule out the possibility that Su Yu's changes were caused by the aliens. Everyone present nodded in agreement, even Batting, who had always been skeptical, had no objections this time. At that moment, a man with a slightly flushed face suddenly interjected, speaking of which, I heard that your annual talent camp is as lively as a marketplace. Why isn't anyone fighting over Su Yu this time? Has everyone just assumed he's going to Jubei University? Before he could finish speaking, Qian Yun chimed in with a hint of pride in his voice, Director Wang, you have a keen insight. However, before he could continue, he was interrupted by the protests of others. Qian Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we ever assume Su Yu is going to your Jubei University? Our Jubei University has the best tactical masters in the entire country. If Su Yu doesn't come to us, where else would he go? Our Nanchang University has the best spearmen in the human race willing to take Su Yu as a disciple. Vice President Ling of our Dongji University is even willing to take Su Yu as his last disciple. The man's one comment seemed to ignite a fuse, plunging the observation room into heated debate once again. Meanwhile, he and the minister quietly slipped away from the noisy scene together. Walking down the silent hallway, both of their faces involuntarily showed a relieved smile. The emergence of more and more talents undoubtedly gave them great confidence. However, whenever they thought of the severe situation on the desolate battlefield, this joy was quickly dampened. They silently prayed in their hearts. May these talents grow faster, even faster. The future of humanity rests on the shoulders of these young people. Night fell, and the wild echoed with the roars of strange beasts. Darkness surged like a tide, ready to envelop the land completely. At the iron gates of Tianyuan City, a group of exhilarated teenagers returned from the wilderness. Brother Caillou, you're now the only one among us who can single-handedly take down a second-grade beast, one boy exclaimed excitedly. Can we challenge a third-grade beast tomorrow? The group gathered around Tianyuan City's top prodigy, Caillou, showering him with praises. Despite the compliments, Caillou maintained a cautious demeanor. I've just broken through as a martial artist, and my control over my strength isn't yet refined. To lead everyone in hunting a third-grade beast, we might need to wait a couple more days. It's okay, Brother Caillou. With you here, our team is sure to take first place this time. Even if we don't hunt a third-grade beast, our achievements are still the best. Another chimed in confidently. Caillou nodded without further comment. He was no longer satisfied with being the top in the prodigy training camp. His eyes were set on the upcoming college entrance exams and the return of two individuals from the Four Schools training camp. Known as a gathering place for national talents, Caillou was curious about how much stronger Song Qinghuan would be upon her return. He hoped she would be significantly improved, or else the renowned training camp would be a disappointment. As for Su Yu, Caillou didn't see him as competition but admired his tactical genius. Students from the first high school surrounded Caillou and Qinling, while another team was led by Li Wei from the third high school and Wang Yang from the seventh high school. The rest were students from the 8th high school and others whom they looked down upon. Although no one said it outright, the presence of Su Yu and Song Qinghuan had caused the students from the 8th high school to be silently ostracized in this training camp. Doesn't the 8th high school have two geniuses at the Four Schools training camp? Surely, you don't need to team up with us ordinary folks. Students from other schools sneered during team formation. Are you waiting for your geniuses to return and lead you to glory? It would be awkward if they come back and have no team to join. Such remarks constantly provoked the students from the 8th high school. They yearned to prove themselves, but their school's resources were inferior to those of the 1st and 3rd high schools. With Song Qinghuan absent, the gap widened even more. While other teams, led by several prodigies, easily killed 1st-grade beasts and hunted 2nd-grade ones, the 8th high school students struggled to take down even a single 1st-grade beast. Watching others brimming with confidence, Zhang Shijing said with determination, "This is our true strength. We've always relied on Song Qinghuan. Now that she's not here, we should prove ourselves even more. At least, until they return, we shouldn't fall too far behind." "Zhang Shijing, are you sure Suyu is as strong as you say?" someone asked curiously. Zhang Shijing nodded. "Trust me, he's not only a tactical genius, but also a martial arts prodigy. As long as we don't give up, we might catch up when Suyu and Song Qinghuan return. We still have half a month." The students from the 8th high school nodded, motivating themselves. They didn't really care if Zhang Shijing's words were true, they just needed a reason to keep going. Meanwhile, at the 4 schools training camp in Wuching, the small wilderness was completely shrouded in darkness. The roars of beasts were eerily piercing. In this pitch-black environment, a figure wielding a heavy black iron sword clashed relentlessly with a 4th-grade wild bear. With the first strike, Gaoshi was pushed back dozens of meters. The second time, he retreated 5 meters. The third time, just 2 steps. By the 4th strike, the bear roared in fury as Gaoshi sent it flying with his sword. Despite being dwarfed by the 6-meter turtle bear, Gaoshi's every swing forced the beast to retreat, creating a powerful visual impact. With a blood vitality of 200, yet not having reached the martial artist realm, Gaoshi fought the 4th-grade bear fiercely in the dark, growing more courageous with each clash. Hours later, the bear never imagined it would be exhausted to death by a mere human. After severing the bear's head, Gaoshi remained vigorous. For people who had been guarding the area to prevent the bear's escape hurried over. Under the light, they stared in disbelief at the bear's corpse kneeling on the ground, astonished that a 4th-grade bear had been taken down like this. In the observation room, several supervisors had witnessed Gaoshi's near hand-to-hand combat with the bear. Compared to Suyu's swift, dragon-like spear techniques, Gaoshi's combat style was far more visually striking. Deng Ji sighed. It seems Gaoshi has significantly improved his control over his abilities. According to the records, Gaoshi had never experienced such an intense battle before. Feng Wan nodded slightly, deep in thought. He analyzed, for ordinary people, the main limitation in hunting exotic beasts is the depletion of their vital energy. But for Gaoshi, the real bottleneck lies in the consumption of his mental strength. In the darkness of night, his vital energy seems inexhaustible. Batten nodded in agreement and added, clearly, he has also made significant progress in his mental strength training. From his current performance, it seems that a 4th-grade exotic beast is no longer a challenge for him. The admissions officers continued their in-depth discussion. They noted that although Gaoshi's abilities allowed him to disregard the depletion of vital energy, his control over it had improved qualitatively. From the 9-fold strike he used today, his ability to control vital energy had far surpassed previous levels. Records showed that he could only manage 3 stacked strikes at most before, but today's final strike reached the 5th level. Listening to everyone's analysis, Deng Ji couldn't help but marvel. If he continues to grow at this rate, given time, Gaoshi will undoubtedly become a war god on the desolate battlefield, feared by all alien races. However, Deng Ji then shifted the topic to another prodigious young man. But, compared to Gaoshi's precise control over vital energy, have you all noticed that Suyu seems to have no concept of this at all? She continued to elaborate on her observations. Suyu's spear skills are undoubtedly impressive, and his use of the phantom step is masterful. But when it comes to using vital energy, he seems to only know how to unleash it fully, lacking meticulous control. This might be an area he needs to focus on improving in the future. As a martial artist, he might rely on his talent to outshine many prodigies. But once everyone advances to become martial artists and their vital energy deepens, facing opponents who can skillfully control their vital energy, he might lose his advantage. A glint of determination flashed in Deng Ji's eyes as she continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, our South City University has the most extensive experience in controlling vital energy among the 4 major academies. To nurture this future prodigy of the human race, I believe Suyu joining our South City University is the best choice. And of course," she turned to Professor Zhuge with a sincere tone, "Professor Zhuge, we also earnestly invite you to become a lifetime honorary professor at South City University." Deng Ji's words were like a heavy blow, causing the previously nodding crowd to change their expressions instantly. Qian Yun's eyebrows shot up as he squeezed out his words through clenched teeth. "Deng Ji, don't go too far." Facing Qian Yun's anger, Deng Ji remained innocent, smiling as she retorted, "How am I being excessive? I'm doing this for Suyu and for the benefit of our human race." The next morning, as the darkness of the wilderness gradually faded, each team prepared to end their night of rest and training. In the cave where Wu Linlin's team was staying, Hime suddenly erupted with energy, her blood and qi surging. Her skin began to excrete a large amount of black substance, filling the cave with a pungent odor. The other 4 members widened their eyes in shock and immediately held their breath. After undergoing 3 rounds of transformation, Hime's skin was covered with several centimeters of black impurities. As the transformation ended, her aura gradually stabilized. Wu Linlin and the others, covering their noses and mouths, approached to check on her. They saw Hime slowly open her eyes, which now shone with unprecedented brightness. Despite the unpleasant smell emanating from Hime, who looked like a lump of black mud, Wu Linlin had fortunately chosen a cave with a spring the night before. As soon as Hime opened her eyes, she was almost overwhelmed by her own odor. Without greeting anyone, she quickly dashed into the spring. Moments later, a refreshed Hime, with skin as smooth as jade, emerged from the spring, which had turned into a pool of black water. The cave still reeked, so the group quickly packed their belongings and fled outside. Once outside, everyone eagerly asked Hime about her breakthrough to becoming a warrior. Hime took a moment to feel her changes and replied, "My qi and blood have increased by at least 10 points, and my control over my body has improved. Most importantly, my mind feels exceptionally clear, and my body is incredibly light." She then looked earnestly at Wu Linlin. "Linlin, don't worry. I will help you reclaim our points and ensure Suyu doesn't trample us." Wu Linlin was taken aback, not recalling any conflict with Suyu. They hadn't even exchanged words, and if given the chance, she actually wanted to get to know Suyu better. But seeing Hime's strong competitive spirit, Wu Linlin went along with her. "All right, once you get used to it, we'll start hunting 4th grade beasts." Hime nodded firmly. "Yes." She silently vowed, "Suyu, I'll show you that if you can hunt 4th grade beasts, so can we." When someone realizes they are wrong but refuses to admit it, they often fall into a frenzy trying to prove themselves right. That day, the wilderness was destined to be filled with a foul smell. The admissions office directors found that 12 students had broken through to become warriors overnight, including all 4 members of Hao Jiming's team. The most noticeable change in becoming a warrior is in one's physique. Although strength, speed, and qi and blood might not show significant improvement, the ability to recover and use qi and blood sees a qualitative leap. Moreover, the direction of qi and blood enhancement becomes clearer. Warriors need to temper 64 upper limb bones and 62 lower limb bones in sequence. Each tempered bone increases the corresponding qi and blood and strengthens that area's ability. Tempering all upper or lower limb bones brings one to the peak of a 1st grade warrior, while tempering all 4 limbs bones makes one a peak 2nd grade warrior. The qi and blood gained from tempering bones depends on individual talent, and the speed of tempering relates to the limits reached in previous stages. The more transformations undergone, the faster the bone tempering, with fewer obstacles. It's said that warriors who complete 9 rapid transformations will face no obstacles in tempering bones below the middle grade, and their bone strength will far exceed others in the same realm. Upon learning this information, Suyu became even more determined to break through and become a warrior as soon as possible. However, when he saw that Gao Zai's team had gained 300,000 points overnight, reaching a total of 500,000 and taking the top spot, he was stunned. He thought he was doing well, but he hadn't expected anyone to be even more formidable. Seeing Suyu deep in thought, Fuyu hesitated before advising, "Suyu, it doesn't really matter if we get 1st place. Don't rush to break through to become a warrior just to win. Your qi and blood can still improve, and you might even use blood crystals to enhance further. You have a good chance of reaching the realm of an absolute warrior. With your talent, I believe the 4 major academies would be willing to provide you with a high-quality blood crystal." Song Qinghuan, glaring at Suyu with clenched teeth, added, "Don't do anything foolish. You know what's more important, right? Otherwise, we'll knock you out and wait until the training camp ends." Her fierce words, paired with her little tiger teeth, even stunned Lin Yan standing nearby. "Sis, do you really think the 4 of us can knock your boyfriend out? I didn't hypnotize you, did I?" Song Qinghuan seemed to hear his thoughts. A determined look flashed in her eyes as she confidently said, "Don't worry, if needed, I'll be the first to charge." Lin Yan immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. Xiao Qiao optimistically added, "No worries, maybe we'll bump into a dying 5th rank alien as soon as we step out. That way, the captain won't need to break through early or get knocked out." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "Xiao Qiao, you have a point. I believe you." The group seriously debated whether to knock out Suyu or to hunt a 5th rank alien beast. Suyu stood to the side, completely bewildered. He couldn't remember ever saying he needed to break through early. Besides, wasn't his blood energy already at 300? Wait, maybe it wasn't. Just then, with a loud boom, Suyu's blood energy surged again. Everyone froze, turning stiffly to look at him. Suyu grinned and said casually, "I'm not in a hurry. I just absorbed a 2nd rank blood crystal, so my blood energy is increasing rapidly." What are you all discussing? Song Qinghuan led with a chuckle, and the other three, including Fuyu, joined in with forced laughter. Their smiles seemed to say, so what if your blood energy is increasing quickly? Despite this, everyone felt a bit more reassured. Seeing this, Suyu signaled for everyone to prepare for the hunt. Still a bit uneasy, Song Qinghuan quietly approached him and asked seriously, Suyu, you're not lying to me, right? You have to have your blood energy maxed out before you can break through. Suyu looked at her and flashed a bright, sunny smile. Qinghuan, do you really think I'm that dumb? Hee hee, I don't think you are, Song Qinghuan replied, laughing along with him. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Zhuge Yun was anxiously asking around, can someone please get a blood energy detector in there? I need to know this kid's blood energy level right now. He thought to himself, this guy's dual cultivation in combat and tactics is practically a done deal. Now, he was most curious about what other tricks this kid might pull off. On the third day of the training camp, Gaoxi's team topped the leaderboard with a staggering 500,000 points, sparking a frantic points chase among the other teams. Suyu's team, having gained 130,000 points in the morning, temporarily held second place. However, the situation took a sharp turn in the afternoon. Points surged explosively across the board, with the lower-ranked teams climbing by the thousands and the top 8 teams soaring by the tens of thousands. Hao Jiming's team overtook Suyu's team, trailing Gaoxi's team by only 30,000 points. Teams led by Wu Linlin and Su Yinqing also made significant gains, each adding around 150,000 points. In stark contrast, Suyu's team only managed to gain 70,000 points in the afternoon, making them appear lackluster. Suyu grew anxious and even considered cheating. Yet, the entire afternoon passed without encountering a single fourth-grade beast, leaving them to watch helplessly as other teams' points skyrocketed. As night fell, Suyu and his team occupied a cave to rest. After a day of intense fighting, the other 4 members were too exhausted to move. Seeing his teammates' fatigue, Suyu decided to take on more responsibility. While everyone was recovering, Suyu secretly planned to break through and become a warrior. Although this move seemed sneaky, he believed the time was right. His chi and blood had reached 300, the optimal point for a breakthrough. Suyu decided to act first and explain later, aiming to complete 9 transformations before informing his teammates. In the observation room, several admissions officers noticed Suyu's unusual behavior. Batten exclaimed, that's not the breathing technique posture. It's the body tempering technique. What is he trying to do? Qian Yun's eyes widened. Is he planning to break through to become a warrior? Deng Ji frowned and asked, what's his chi and blood level? Everyone replied in unison, we don't know. Feng Wan suddenly stood up and shouted, what are you all doing? Get old way to stop that kid now. Is he crazy? Opting for a breakthrough to become a warrior just to get first place in this training camp. Mada, Cheng Yong, how do you train your students? He turned to Zhuge Yun. Why are you laughing? Do you think Suyu breaking through early means he'll major in your tactics department? Let me tell you, that's not happening. Even if he breaks through early, he's still a martial arts prodigy. Meanwhile, Wei Yikuan, who was guarding the wildlands, also faced a dilemma. According to the rules, they couldn't interfere with the student's decisions, but he couldn't ignore the situation. With a loud crash, the stone at the cave entrance shattered. Suyu and his team immediately went on alert, weapons in hand. Suyu, having just mobilized his chi and blood, stood in front with his overlord spear, his expression serious and his aura more formidable than any fourth-grade beast they had encountered. To their surprise, it was Wei Yikuan at the entrance, carrying a chi and blood detector. The unexpected scene left everyone stunned. Wei Yikuan glanced at them and said, what, do you want to fight me? He put down the detector and turned to Suyu. Come on, kid. Always thinking about breaking through to become a warrior. Let's see your chi and blood level. Not even at 300 yet, and you're this eager? As he finished speaking, an even stronger killing intent emanated. Song Qinghuan stared intently at Suyu, and the atmosphere turned icy. In the observation room, the previously agitated officers were now leisurely sipping tea, with a look of schadenfreude on their faces. They thought, let's see how you handle this now, kid. Under everyone's gaze, Suyu walked to the detector without a word and placed his hand on it. His chi and blood surged, and the numbers on the detector fluctuated. Chi and blood 300. The cave fell into a dead silence. In the observation room, the officers simultaneously spat out their tea and stood up, staring at the 300. Zhuge Yun calmly remarked, well, the kid really has 300 chi and blood. Not bad, a student I had my eye on. Do these masters think we tactics folks are brainless? In the cave, Wei Yikuan was also stunned. He had Fuyu test it too, and the result was 179. Wei Yikuan scratched his head and muttered, it's not broken. Fuyu, who had just turned, visibly paused. Suyu smiled and walked over to Song Qinghuan. Qinghuan, see? I didn't lie to you. Song Qinghuan looked remorseful. I'm sorry, Suyu. I shouldn't have doubted you. Suyu comforted her. Don't say that. Even the instructor didn't believe me. Do you think you're better than the instructor? I'm happy you care about me. Song Qinghuan felt a deep sense of guilt, recalling how she hadn't fully trusted Suyu before. She resolved to change. Suyu, from now on, no matter what decisions you make, I'll support you unconditionally. No matter what. I believe in you. Feeling her sincerity, Suyu was about to speak when Wei Ikuin interrupted. Stop, stop. You two are both good kids. Neither of you is wrong. Suyu, come here. Suyu obediently walked over. Wei Ikuin said solemnly, although your chi and blood have reached 300, I advise you not to break through to a warrior just yet. Why, instructor? Suyu asked. If you want to be the strongest in your realm, you should try breaking through using high-grade blood crystals. Wei Ikuin's words left everyone stunned. With chi and blood already at 300, could he still use high-grade blood crystals to break through? Wei Ikuin spoke slowly and deliberately, his gaze piercing as he stared at the young man before him. What is your martial ambition? Suyu answered without hesitation, his voice firm and eyes shining with determination. To make all exotic beasts food for our people, and to drive the desolate aliens off Blue Star. Wei Ikuin wasn't surprised by this answer. He nodded slightly and pressed on. Do you think becoming a 7th-rank master will be enough to achieve that? Suyu shook his head, indicating no. What about 8th-rank golden body, 9th-rank grandmaster, or even a god king? Wei Ikuin continued to probe, his tone carrying a hint of a test. I don't know, Suyu replied honestly, his brows furrowing as he pondered the question. Wei Ikuin's expression grew serious as he surveyed the surroundings before focusing back on Suyu. I can tell you that even a 9th-rank grandmaster or a god king cannot fulfill your martial ambition. In this world, exotic beasts can reach the level of 9th-rank grandmasters, and the aliens are even more formidable. A single grandmaster alone cannot expel them from the desolate Blue Star. Our current grandmasters and god kings can only hold up the sky for you young ones. The atmosphere in the cave became tense, and everyone held their breath, listening intently to Wei Ikuin's every word. From his speech, they gleaned some insights about the desolate battlefield, gaining a clearer understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. Wei Ikuin continued, we don't yet know what incredible and powerful realms lie beyond the 9th rank, but if you want to achieve your martial ambition or even come close to it being undefeated in your realm is what you should strive for. Even if we don't know the vast world beyond the 9th rank, being invincible within the 9 ranks would honor the sacrifices of our countless ancestors. At the very least, it would prevent our people from being as passive on the desolate battlefield as they are now. After he finished speaking, a slight smile appeared on Wei Ikuin's lips. So I'm telling you now, you are far from reaching your ultimate potential. There was a predecessor of ours who, after reaching a blood vitality of 300 absolute units, used a blood crystal to harness the power of an 8th-rank beast and tempered his entire body, achieving an indestructible essence as a 1st-rank warrior. From then on, he was invincible in his realm, not just among our people, but even against the desolate aliens. Are you willing to try? Suyu grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Instructor, if an 8th-rank blood crystal can have such an effect, wouldn't a 9th-rank one be even better? Wei Ikuin almost lost his composure, a vein of exasperation appearing on his forehead. 9th-rank beasts don't have blood crystals. When they break through to the 9th rank, their blood crystals transform into the essence of the Tao, becoming their foundational core. They don't have blood crystals as such. Suyu showed a hint of disappointment, though he didn't even possess a blood crystal above the 3rd rank. He thought to himself, one must dare to dream. Without daring to dream, how could one drive away the aliens and storm their homeland? Wei Ikuin noticed Suyu's thoughts, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He continued, setting aside the matter of 9th-rank blood crystals, just using an 8th-rank blood crystal to temper your entire body would grant you immense power, but also significantly increase the difficulty of further breakthroughs. Choosing such a path means your bone refinement speed, which should be hundreds of times faster than others, would no longer be an advantage. Additionally, the blood vitality required for your bone refinement would be hundreds of times that of ordinary people. This gap might make your cultivation speed slower than that of your peers. So, answer me again. Do you want to pursue the path of being invincible in your realm? Suyu thought for a moment and asked, Instructor, can you tell me the current realm of the last person who chose this path? Wei Ikuin's gaze deepened, and he spoke softly. He has already sacrificed himself. Wei Ikuin then detailed the story of that fallen hero. At the 6th rank, he was ambushed by 8 alien grandmasters. He killed 6 and wounded 2. Ultimately, 4 alien golden body warriors and 2 god kings intervened, preventing our grandmasters from helping, and they forcibly killed Lu Ling. In his final moments, Lu Ling chose the forbidden self-destruction technique, injuring the essence of 2 golden body warriors, leaving them unable to recover to this day. His life was short but magnificent. The 5 young people in the cave stood in solemn respect. Lu Ling's name was new to them, but they felt deeply moved by his bravery and sacrifice. Su Yu's eyes were resolute, his voice unwavering. Instructor, I want to follow this path. If Lu Ling could kill 7th rank grandmasters and injure 8th rank golden body warriors at the 6th rank, then so can I. Wei Yikuan's tone grew stern as he asked again, are you sure? You must understand that Lu Ling took 15 years to go from a 1st rank warrior to a 6th rank warrior. If he hadn't chosen this path, he might have become a grandmaster or even an 8th rank golden body warrior in those 15 years. If he hadn't instilled fear in the aliens, we might now have another grandmaster among our ranks. Wei Yikuan laid out the pros and cons clearly. Among the higher-ups of their people, Lu Ling's choice was still a matter of debate. Some believed Lu Ling chose the wrong path, causing their people to lose a powerful warrior. Others believed that martial artists should always strive for higher limits, as that was the only way their people could ever hope to turn the tide. Amidst the heated argument, the second absolute martial artist after Lu Ling chose a different path. However, today, the third absolute martial artist has emerged. The Minister of Education made an unprecedented decision, handed the choice over to Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes were resolute, showing no sign of hesitation. He looked directly at the teacher in front of him, speaking steadily. Teacher, didn't you just say that merely becoming a grandmaster won't fulfill my martial aspirations? If I back down now, wouldn't it prove that my martial aspirations are just a joke? His lips curled into a slight smile. At the very least, instilling fear in the alien races isn't a bad outcome either. Wei Yikuan burst into laughter upon hearing this and turned to put away the blood pressure monitor. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Thud. A mouthful of blood spurted from Su Yu's mouth. Su Yu. Captain. What's wrong? Brother Su Yu. Why are you coughing up blood? Song Qinghuan and the others immediately rushed to Su Yu's side, their faces filled with concern. In the observation room, several admission office directors stood up abruptly, their pupils contracting in shock. However, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the corners of Zhuge Yun and the Minister of Education's mouths. This kid is something else, they thought to themselves. Wei Yikuan was also stunned, about to step forward to check on Su Yu. But Su Yu, nonchalant, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly said, Instructor, isn't it against the rules for you to interrupt my advancement to martial artist? My breakthrough was interrupted, causing mental damage. I probably won't be able to attempt another breakthrough for a while. This could very well lead to us losing our chance at first place. Shouldn't you compensate our team for the loss? Breaking the rules, mental damage, missing out on first place extortion, blackmail, and coercion. Su Yu was hitting all the marks. Wei Yikuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. As a grandmaster, he had never encountered such a situation before. In the observation room, the 4 admission office directors simultaneously looked at Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong. As expected, those who play tactics have no bottom line, they thought. Someone couldn't help but whisper, does Su Yu still remember his high-spirited, heroic demeanor just now? Speak up, what do you want? Wei Yikuan's lips twitched as he stared sharply at Su Yu, who was being held tightly in Song Qinghuan's arms. Su Yu appeared limp and weak, almost seeming to enjoy the embrace. In a frail voice, barely audible, Su Yu spoke, Instructor, forget about my personal loss. The main issue is that our squad missed out on first place because of this. Shouldn't the training camp offer some compensation? That would be fair. Wei Yikuan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Su Yu quickly listed off, 1 grade 8 blood crystal, 4 grade 7 blood crystals, and forget about the rest. No, Wei Yikuan refused flatly, the veins on his forehead almost popping out. Hearing this, Su Yu immediately started coughing violently, as if he might pass out any second. Wei Yikuan finally couldn't stand it anymore. Stop, stop, stop. Just say it. What do you really want? High-grade blood crystals are out of the question. All blood crystals are rewards, and the camp doesn't have extras. 4 sets of grade spiritual tools. Su Yu declared without hesitation, his tone revealing he had been prepared for this. Wei Yikuan stared hard at Su Yu's calm face, as if trying to see if this extortionist would feel any shame. However, instead of feeling embarrassed, Su Yu pushed further, Instructor, if you could throw in some spiritual cultivation techniques, that would be even better. Wei Yikuan sneered and began detailing the rarity of grade spiritual tools, trying to dissuade Su Yu. But Su Yu suddenly pulled out a tyrant spear from nowhere and asked about its value. Upon learning it was worth 1,000 credits, Su Yu feigned surprise. Oh, a classmate I've only met twice gave this to me. Wei Yikuan was so taken aback by this statement that he nearly choked. He decisively announced, training camp dismissed. 5 grade spiritual tools, 1 for each of you. He then produced 2 spiritual cultivation techniques for Su Yu to choose from. Without hesitation, Su Yu chose the 100 refinements technique. Wei Yikuan, wasting no time, tossed the jade slip containing the technique to Su Yu, then swiftly grabbed the blood pressure monitor and dashed out of the cave, as if staying a moment longer would lead to more extortion. Inside the cave, The others looked at Suyu with eyes full of amazement and disbelief. Suyu explained that he had planned to tell everyone after his breakthrough but was worried that without the blood pressure monitor, no one would believe him. Lin Yin suddenly chimed in, pointing out that Suyu's act of pretending to be sick needed improvement and demonstrated a frail, Lin Dayu style stance. The group couldn't help but laugh, surprised that Lin Yin was thinking about improving her scamming techniques even at a time like this. After the laughter died down, everyone quickly returned to their training. Suyu began practicing the 100 refinements technique, diligently trying to gather his intangible spiritual power like strands of rope. The Jade Slip mentioned that if one could transform their spiritual power into countless fine threads on the first try, it would be considered a success. Suyu focused intensely on this challenging task, determined to make a breakthrough in his spiritual cultivation. So, for the first time, Suyu began practicing this method step by step. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and followed the guidance of the cultivation technique, feeling the changes within his body. Before he knew it, a thread of spiritual energy began to materialize in his mind. He carefully manipulated these threads, gathering them together as instructed. As time passed, the threads gradually formed a sturdy rope. Once the rope took shape, Suyu took a deep breath and attempted to stretch it by a millimeter. At that moment, a wave of intense pain surged through his entire body, as if he were being torn apart. His brows furrowed, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat trickled down his face. This pain was nothing like the serene clarity promised by the Ju Shan technique. Practicing the 100 refinements method felt like having countless steel nails drilled into his skull, each one piercing deep into his soul. The final agony was akin to having his spirit torn asunder, making it nearly impossible to breathe. However, after that excruciating pain, when the threads of spiritual energy finally dispersed, Suyu suddenly experienced a profound clarity from the depths of his mind. It was like seeing the sun after a storm, or taking a gulp of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. He almost exclaimed refreshing, but was soon overwhelmed by the next wave of pain. The cultivation continued, with each cycle of tension and release becoming more distinct. On the surface, each movement seemed the same, but in reality, the pain increased exponentially each time. After completing one cycle, the difficulty of the next cycle would rise accordingly. It was no exaggeration to say that the pain from this cultivation surpassed any earthly torture. Throughout the long night, Suyu's expressions shifted constantly, sometimes relaxed, sometimes contorted in agony. He repeated the cultivation over and over, seemingly without end. In the observation room, everyone stared at the monitor, dumbfounded. At that moment, they were certain that Suyu would be the brightest star of this era. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but he also had an indomitable spirit. To complete a full cycle of the 100 refinements method on his first attempt demonstrated a level of perseverance that astonished everyone present. Gradually, they began to understand why Suyu's progress was so rapid. He had not only the talent, but also an unwavering determination and exceptional resilience. In their eyes, Suyu seemed to radiate a brilliant light, heralding the birth of a legend. Suyu thought there might be something wrong with him. After completing his first mental tempering, his body started to strongly resist the second one. However, as the number of sessions increased, this resistance gradually turned into anticipation and excitement. It felt like leveling up in a game, and Suyu grew more and more determined, his competitive spirit igniting as he wondered how far he could push himself. Each completed mental tempering brought a tidal wave of accomplishment. This feeling wasn't just a fleeting pleasure but a fierce longing for the next challenge. Balancing between pain and enjoyment, Suyu truly embodied the phrase, no pain, no gain. At dawn the next day, Suyu successfully completed his 100th mental tempering. As the threads of control filled his mind again, he slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his gaze shone with an extraordinary brilliance, seemingly capable of seeing through everything. The 4 people waiting nearby didn't dare to meet his eyes, fearing he could see through them entirely. Suyu felt as though every blade of grass and tree in the cave was under his control. He knew this was just an illusion brought on by his increased power, similar to how a sudden boost in physical strength can make one feel invincible. It was ignorance that led to this illusion of having the world in his grasp. Closing his eyes, Suyu calmed his mind. When he opened them again, the sharp light had vanished. Despite this, he couldn't hide his excitement. For the first time, he demonstrated his extraordinary talent without relying on the system, truly feeling like a prodigy. Fuyu looked at Suyu with a complex expression and asked, "Have you completed a cycle of mental tempering?" Suyu nodded, "Yes, although the process was painful, the end result was refreshing and clear. I can't yet sense the resilience of my mental strength, but I feel my control over it has improved significantly." As he spoke, a faint blue light appeared in Suyu's eyes, and ice crystals began to form in his hand. Slowly, an ice sculpture in the shape of a rose took form in his palm. Though it was just a rough shape and not very intricate, It was enough to make everyone present stare wide-eyed. Improved control over mental strength meant enhanced abilities. In other words, in just one night, Su Ye's power had made a significant leap. Fuyu, expressionless, said, "They say the 100 tempering method needs to be done gradually, typically taking 100 days to complete a cycle. You did it in one night. I'm sure teacher Wei Ikuan left you the awakening technique yesterday. Otherwise, your mental tempering speed might outpace your mental strength growth." Suyu smiled. "No worries. The 100 tempering method also improves mental strength, just not as quickly as the awakening technique. Plus, the higher the mental strength, the harder the tempering. Now is the perfect time for me to practice the 100 tempering method." Fuyu nodded in agreement indeed. "When I reach the martial artist stage, we'll start practicing the 100 tempering method too. He'll come to you for guidance then, Captain." Their conversation left the other three puzzled. However, Song Qinghuan understood one thing. To fully utilize her abilities, she needed to train her mental strength, possibly even practicing two methods simultaneously. Seeing Su Ye's rapid progress, her sense of urgency grew. Everyone packed up and prepared for the day's hunt. Suyu glanced at the leaderboard. Gao Zai's team was in first place with 850,000 points. Overnight, their score had skyrocketed by 350,000, more than the combined total of the 9th and 10th places. Other teams' scores had increased normally, with no such overnight surge. Su Ye's team, with 470,000 points, was barely holding on to second place, trailing first by nearly half. Everyone looked at the scores, hesitant to speak. Gao Zai's team had shown the ability to kill 3 fourth-rank beasts in one night. To catch up, Su Ye's team would need to hunt at least 7 fourth-rank beasts in the next 2 days. Yesterday afternoon, Hao Ziming's team also demonstrated the ability to earn 300,000 points in just one afternoon. Su Ye's team's ranking was precarious. Seeing everyone frowning, unsure of what to do, Suyu smiled and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to catch up." His eyes gleamed with excitement. Yesterday's scheming had confirmed one thing for Suyu. In this training camp, he could fully showcase his talents. As for the consumption of physical strength, he didn't need to worry too much. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the admissions directors were having a heated debate about Su Ye's development path. Qian Yun exclaimed, "I know Suyu has shown a talent for mental training, and his abilities are very strong. But I disagree with focusing more on mental training at this stage. Physical training is the foundation. Mental training shouldn't take up too much of his time." Feng Wan stood up to counter. "You all know Suyu chose the path of invincibility at the same level. His bone tempering speed won't match others. Focusing on mental strength early on could better harness his abilities. This doesn't conflict at all. Since his progress will be slow initially, he needs to build his defensive capabilities first." Deng Ji frowned. "But making him train his mind while tempering his bones will slow down his already slow progress even more." Feng Wan immediately retorted, "But his combat power will increase faster." Bating interjected, "Don't forget, Suyu isn't just training in martial arts. He's also in the tactics department." Everyone turned to look at Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun smirked. "I thought you all forgot about that. If we keep discussing, will you also think Su Ye's tactical training is a waste of time?" No one spoke, but they were indeed thinking that. Zhuge Yun said calmly, "You're all too impatient. I know you want Suyu to rise quickly, but it shouldn't be rushed. Are you saying our race can't last 10 or 100 years? We don't need to worry about that. We should give him a century to explore on his own. Instead of arguing here, you should explain why you prevented my student from breaking through to a martial artist yesterday, possibly causing him to miss out on the first place and an 8th rank blood crystal. Suyu doesn't understand the stakes, but you're not planning to brush it off with a few token gestures, are you? Last night, Suyu had resorted to extortion and trickery. Today, a tactical master calmly stepped in to seek justice for his student. Many years later, the 4 retired admissions officers would still jump up and curse the tactician's shamelessness when recalling the unequal treaty signed that morning. Since then, the joint training camp of the 4 schools had established a strict rule. Tacticians were banned from the observation room. At that moment, Suyu, in the small wilderness, was unaware that his uninitiated mentor had secured significant benefits for him, while also attracting a lot of animosity. He stood before a grade 4 pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He hadn't encountered a grade 4 exotic beast all afternoon yesterday, and now, on his first outing of the day, he had already spotted one. It was undoubtedly a good omen. Before Suyu could speak, Fuyu had already synchronized their mental frequencies. The blood-red patterns on the Overlord's spear flowed as Suyu shot towards the pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit like an arrow. Fuyu harassed it with arrows from the periphery, while Song Qinghuan, Lin Yin, and Xiao Qiao spread out to encircle the beast, coordinating with Suyu. The battle erupted instantly. The pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit swatted away the Overlord's spear with its sharp claws and then pounced towards Lin Yin. Suyu was prepared. His eyes glowed blue as countless ice spikes appeared out of thin air, targeting the beast's back. Watching this, Song Qinghuan nodded to himself. He realized he had been using Ice Age only for its freezing effect, stuck in a fixed mindset. As Suyu showcased his talent for supernatural abilities, his vigor burst forth, his speed matching the pale grass yellow-eyed rabbits. He exploited the flaw Lin Yin intentionally exposed, unleashing astonishing power, and swept the beast away with a single spear strike. The rabbit crashed through several towering trees before getting up, its small eyes full of confusion. It could sense that Su Yu's vitality wasn't strong, unable to comprehend how this small human had sent it flying. Su Yu didn't give the beast time to think. He unleashed his full vitality, dashing to the rabbit in an instant. Ice spikes attacked, freezing traps ensnared, and the brutal Overlord Spear technique combined with ghostly footwork left the beast bewildered within a few short rounds. The other four, initially on high alert, calmed their surging blood. They all shared the same thought. So, we were just here to go through the motions. They then witnessed Suyu shattering the head of the pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit, now frozen and pierced with ice spikes, with a single spear thrust. From the start of the fight to the demise of the beast, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. Compared to the effort it took to kill the dark cave lizard previously, this time Suyu's combination of supernatural abilities and martial arts was a complete one-sided crush. The four stood in disbelief, watching Suyu adjust his camera to take photos, still finding it hard to accept. In the observation room, the admissions officers no longer wanted to discuss how strong Suyu's talent was or how promising his future could be. They shared a single question. This kid exhausted his vitality in his first fight. What does he plan to do next? Zhuge Yun smiled and said, "Do you think Suyu might have done this on purpose to show you? Didn't you say earlier that even if Suyu breaks through to become a martial artist, he wouldn't necessarily secure first place? What about now? If he becomes a martial artist and his vitality recovery speed increases, do you think it's difficult for them to kill 4 or 5 grade 4 exotic beasts in a day? He's showing you through his actions that he has the capability to take first place if he wants to." The 4 admissions officers fell silent. This tactician had already tricked them many times, and engaging further might lead to another trap. But they had to admit Zhuge Yun made sense. The observation room fell quiet, and under the occasional persuasive words of a certain tactical master, the master-level experts began to feel a sense of guilt towards Suyu. Meanwhile, in the small wilderness, other teams had just set out, or were still training. As they checked their rankings and compared themselves to other teams, they saw that Su Yu's team had gained another 100,000 points. In Wu Linlin's team, 2 more girls had broken through to become martial artists today. Hime, looking at the widening gap between their team and Su Yu's, said ambitiously, "Let's go, sisters. Today, no matter what, we must surpass Su Yu's team. With Lin Lin and Wen Xian plus the 3 of us as martial artists, I don't believe we can't beat them." Although the others didn't echo her words, their expressions were resolute. Hao Jiming, leading 4 grade 1 martial artists, had just discovered a grade 4 exotic beast. Seeing that Su Yu's team had killed a grade 4 exotic beast at dawn, he wore a playful smile. "Interesting, but how long can you keep this up without becoming martial artists?" On the other side, Gao Shi, looking at the leaderboard, felt his first place position was in jeopardy. Shaking his head in resignation, he prepared to recover his mental energy. At that moment, Wu Jianqin, Lu Shuo, and others simultaneously said, "Captain, we need to break through to become martial artists now. If we can help you as martial artists, we can hunt at least 1 more grade for exotic beast tonight." Seeing their determined faces, Gao Shi hesitated, but then closed his eyes to recover his mental energy. The other 4 exchanged glances and made up their minds. The points battle had entered a fever pitch. It was time to advance to martial artists. After dealing with the pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit's carcass, Suyu sat down to recover his vitality. The other 4, seeing his significant depletion, did not rush to continue hunting but instead focused on improving themselves. However, just 10 minutes into their breathing exercises, Suyu stood up. The 4 exchanged puzzled glances. Song Qinghuan took the initiative to ask, "Suyu, what's wrong?" Suyu grinned. "I'm fully recovered. We can continue hunting. Our hunt has only just begun." As his words fell, the 4 on the scene, along with the admissions officers in the observation room, all widened their eyes. Zhuge Yun also froze momentarily, raising an eyebrow. He suddenly felt the need to find an excuse to leave the observation room. When everyone thought that Suyu would need at least a few hours to recover his combat strength, he announced his full recovery after just 10 minutes of meditation. This scene once again shocked everyone present. Halfway through the training camp, Suyu had continually redefined the concept of genius in just a few days. In the observation room, the admissions directors from the 4 major academies experienced a cycle of shock, numbness, and then shock again. They had seen all kinds of prodigies, but never someone as versatile as Suyu. Suyu's performance repeatedly shattered their understanding, breaking the 200 blood energy limit, mastering complex martial arts overnight, demonstrating at least S-level special abilities, advancing from a 200 level to a 300 level absolute martial artist in 3 days, and now showcasing an astonishing blood energy recovery speed. Each achievement was enough to leave ordinary geniuses in the dust. What was even more remarkable was Su Yu's exceptional tactical talent. He seemed able to sense others' abilities and completed a cycle of the 100 refinements method on his first try. These feats led the admissions directors to marvel. Perhaps the sky is his only limit? In the silent observation room, someone softly voiced this thought, and the others nodded in agreement. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they watched Su Yu on the screen, as if seeing the hope for humanity's future. The alien invasion had lasted for centuries. Although humanity had produced many geniuses, many perished or were assassinated by aliens before they could mature. Those who survived had become the backbone of humanity's forces on the desolate battlefield. They fought bravely and ultimately laid down their lives in foreign lands for the survival of their people. No one knew when this war would end, but the emergence of talents like Su Yu, Gao Shi, and Hao Jiming gave them confidence that one day, someone would lead humanity to victory and avenge their fallen. These young geniuses were the flames of hope in their hearts. At this moment, Su Yu's team was on their way to hunt alien beasts. A silent atmosphere pervaded the group, each member contemplating how to grow stronger and support Su Yu in battle. They were acutely aware that they might currently be a burden to Su Yu, a realization that weighed heavily on them. Su Yu sensed his teammates' psychological changes but chose not to console them. He understood that this was a necessary part of everyone's growth, including his own. When they eventually stepped onto the desolate battlefield, he too might feel like a burden at times. To Su Yu, being a burden was not frightening. Losing the desire to grow stronger and fight side by side was. As long as they maintained this mindset, even if they temporarily lagged behind, the stronger members of the team would be willing to help them grow. They knew that one day, these teammates would become their most reliable comrades. While his teammates were pondering how to assist him, Su Yu was also exploring ways to improve more quickly. Yesterday, he had resolutely chosen the path of being invincible at the same level, fully aware of the two major challenges it posed: increased difficulty in bone refinement and issues with blood energy consumption. Su Yu had his own solution for the blood energy consumption problem. Killing a 4th-grade alien beast would fully restore his current blood energy, and this recovery could be stored. By accumulating enough blood energy recovery rewards over time and using them during bone refinement, he could maintain a vigorous blood energy state. This would significantly reduce the time and resources needed for blood energy recovery, allowing him to keep up a top-tier bone refinement speed. Moreover, the system would unlock new functions after the novice period ended. Therefore, while the admissions directors assumed that Su Yu's choice of invincibility at the same level would slow his progress, Su Yu himself was never worried. He was more focused on how to excel and turn his martial ambition from a mere slogan into reality. As Su Yu pondered these issues, the expressions of the 5 team members suddenly became tense simultaneously. As expected, after not encountering a single 4th-grade beast all afternoon yesterday, the probability of encountering one today was extraordinarily high. Su Yu's team immediately went into combat mode, each member swiftly drawing their weapons and unleashing their abilities. Su Yu, wielding the Overlord's spear, charged at the beast like a bolt of lightning. This time, he wasn't performing alone. Fu Yu closed his eyes slightly, extending his mental power like threads, synchronizing with his teammates while continuously attempting to disrupt the beast's mind. Lin Yin took a deep breath, hypnotizing himself into becoming a 3rd-grade saber-toothed rabbit. His body began to emit the aura of the rabbit, with his leg muscles visibly bulging and his strength visibly increasing. He mimicked the beast's movements, ready to join the battle at any moment. Song Qinghuan's abilities were no longer limited to simple freezing. She waved her hands, sending ice spikes, ice spears, and hailstones flying towards the beast in rapid succession. At the same time, she tried to coordinate with Su Yu's abilities, creating ice shields along his attack path to provide extra protection. Xiao Qiao's long whip traced graceful arcs in the air, striking the beast accurately time and again. Her keen eyes observed the beast's reactions after each hit, quickly analyzing potential weak points and conveying the information to Su Yu through eye contact and hand signals. Meanwhile, she silently chanted "fall over, cramp," cursing the beast in her mind. After the intense battle ended, everyone was utterly exhausted. Just as Su Yu was about to suggest a longer break, Fu Yu spoke up first. "Su Yu, once you're rested, let's continue hunting. Don't worry about us. You can handle it alone. We may not be much help, but at least we won't hold you back." The other team members nodded in agreement, their eyes resolutely fixed on Su Yu. Faced with his teammates' determination, Su Yu had no choice but to relent, though he still reminded them, "It's fine if you want to develop your abilities, but make sure to control your energy and blood consumption. I don't want anyone getting hurt due to negligence." Everyone solemnly nodded in agreement, and then sat down to recover. During this brief rest, the leaderboard updated once again. Less than an hour had passed since their last increase of 100,000 points, and Su Yu's team had gained another 100,000 points. Their total score had reached 670,000, closing the gap with Gao Shi's team, which stood at 800,000. While other teams were busy fighting, Su Yu's team was quietly closing the gap with the first place. By the end of the morning, when everyone checked their wristbands for the rankings again, they couldn't believe their eyes and rubbed them in astonishment, staring at the top spot. Su Yu? What's going on? Curious voices echoed around. Looking at the team names, Su Yu's team had astonishingly reached 970,000 points. In less than 6 hours, they had gained 500,000 points. This number left everyone in shock and disbelief. In Wu Linlin's team, Hime stared at the rankings and points on her wristband in silence. The other team members were also speechless. It felt like two players with cheats had suddenly appeared in the game, severely affecting everyone else's experience. Hime asked in confusion, Linlin, do you think we still have a chance to surpass them? Wu Linlin shook her head but remained firm in her tone. It might be hard, but that's no reason to give up. We still have the day after tomorrow to hunt other teams. The situation is still uncertain. Despite Wu Linlin's attempt to boost morale, everyone knew deep down that Su Yu's team was on a different level. If they challenged them on the 6th day, they might not only fail to get first place but could also lose their spot in the top 10. Wu Linlin didn't say much more, but her expression was not overly dejected. She always knew that there were many geniuses stronger than her in the world. For these extraordinary talents, she had learned to take it in stride. She was more focused on surpassing herself. On the other side, Hao Jiming's team had just finished a morning of intense combat, killing 2 4th-rank beasts and 4 3rd-rank beasts. Now, they sat around the campfire, not even caring about the burnt rabbit meat. As the team leader, Hao Jiming looked more serious than ever. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, next, I hope everyone is prepared. We will hunt them the day after tomorrow. His tone was resolute. Hao Jiming clearly understood that with Su Yu's team's hunting speed, if they maintained this momentum in the afternoon, catching up would be impossible even if they wore out their spiritual weapons. Since competing in hunting was hopeless, all hopes were pinned on the battle the day after tomorrow. For him, if they couldn't get first place, second place was no different from last place. In Gao Shi's team's cave, the other 4 members were still in the process of breaking through. Gao Shi repeatedly wanted to throw his wristband aside. The points leaderboard was severely affecting his mood. He had anticipated being surpassed by Su Yu, but not so quickly. Various speculations swirled in his mind. Had Su Yu already reached the warrior realm? But then, what's the point of getting first place? No, he should still have room for improvement. There's no need to break through early just for the first place. Could he, like me, recover his vitality quickly? Then how does he handle his spiritual power? Gao Shi paced back and forth, his thoughts growing more chaotic. Worried about affecting others' breakthroughs, he finally returned to his spot and began to cultivate his spiritual power. Instead of dwelling on the points deficit, he was more curious about how Su Yu managed to achieve this. Hao Jiming had already decided to target Su Yu. Gao Shi decided not to focus too much on the points and to do his best. Whatever rank he achieved, so be it. After all, he had tried his best, and his father couldn't blame him for not getting first place. The only fault lay in having such formidable competitors. At this moment, Gao Shi was eager to meet Su Yu. It was the first time in his life that he had thoughts like cheater and hack about someone else, usually reserved for how others viewed him. As night fell, Su Yu's team's points soared by another 600,000 in the afternoon. All the teams were numb with shock, marveling at the extraordinary performance of Su Yu's team and wondering how much Gao Shi's team could catch up tonight. The leaderboard displayed. First place, Su Yu's team 1,470,000. Second place, Hao Jiming's team 1,020,000. Third place, Gao Shi's team 850,000. For admissions directors gathered around Zhuge Yun, urging him to closely monitor the changes in the leaderboard. Qian Yun was the first to speak, his eyes sharp as he stared directly at Zhuge Yun with a cold sneer. Look at your student's ranking and tell me, how exactly did we make your student miss out on first place? Deng Ji chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I never thought I'd see the day when Professor Zhuge would misjudge something. I've heard you are a master strategist on the battlefield. Facing their accusations, Zhuge Yun remained unfazed and responded calmly. If my student can get first place, it's because of his own ability. If you influenced him, that's on you. Do these two things really conflict? Have you ever considered that if it weren't for you? Before Zhuge Yun could finish his sentence, the 4 admissions directors had already turned and walked out of the observation room, leaving the space in silence. Cheng Yong stood to the side, barely containing his laughter. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, his voice calm but with a hint of questioning. Is this the student you've been teaching for 3 years? Cheng Yong's smile froze, and he awkwardly defended himself. What's wrong? I've mainly been teaching him how to be a person these 3 years. Heh. Zhuge Yun chuckled lightly, saying no more. Another night passed quietly. Gao Shi's team accumulated only 650,000 points overnight, far below everyone's expectations. By now, everyone had come to a consensus. Barring any unforeseen events tomorrow, the first place in the team hunting stage would undoubtedly go to Suyu's team. This result left everyone feeling a bit dazed. It seemed like just yesterday that Suyu's team was ignored in the plaza, and now they had already secured the top spot. The rapid turn of events was hard to believe. Inside the cave, Fuyu's energy suddenly surged, waking the other four. Lin Yin opened her eyes, delighted, and asked, "Fuyu, did you break through?" A rare smile appeared on Fu Yu's usually stoic face as he nodded. "Yes, my energy has finally increased. Energy level 179. This breakthrough was significant for him, as he had been stuck at this bottleneck for nearly a year. Fuyu understood that this breakthrough was closely tied to the pressure brought by Suyu, the intense battles of the previous day, and the luck brought by Qiao Qiao. He sincerely felt that every member of the team was his benefactor. As everyone was celebrating Fuyu's breakthrough, Suyu suddenly tensed up and asked warily, "Wait, do you feel that vibration?" The group was stunned, unable to react before Suyu had already burst through the cave entrance. The other four quickly followed him outside. The scene before them was terrifying. The sky was filled with a dense swarm of birds and beasts, blocking out the sun. In the distance, towering trees were falling one after another, creating deafening crashes. Suyu stood frozen, muttering to himself, "A beast tide?" With those four words, the expressions of the four who followed him out turned to shock and fear. An unprecedented crisis was rushing towards them. "Damn!" Lin Yin couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the overwhelming number of exotic beasts. Suyu reacted immediately, shouting decisively, "Run!" The ground shook violently, and the sky was completely covered by a dense swarm of birds and beasts, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Although the beast tide had not yet reached them, the situation was urgent. Suyu led the charge, clearing the way ahead. Fuyu quickly synchronized his mind, while Lin Yin anxiously asked, "Brother Yu, where are we going? This is a beast tide. Are we going to leave the training camp early?" Suyu responded calmly, "Don't panic. I'm not sure if this is part of the training. If it is, there should be a notification on our wristbands. If not, the instructors will give us directions within 3 minutes." As they dashed through the forest, everyone kept a close eye on their wristbands. Meanwhile, other teams in the wilderness were also encountering the beast tide, with some even freezing in place. When the lower-tier exotic beasts charged at them, they forgot to even resist. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed, several admissions officers swooped in to rescue the panicked prodigies. The wristbands continuously broadcasted updates about teams withdrawing. Within just 5 minutes, only 14 out of the original 21 teams remained, and the team ranked 9th had disappeared from the leaderboard. Lin Yin took a sharp breath as he looked at his wristband. Everyone's expressions were tense. While fending off ordinary sharp-beaked sparrows with his spear, Suyu said calmly, "Stay calm. This is likely part of the training. Conserve your energy. We can handle the regular beasts. Hold on for 5 more minutes, and the training camp should provide further instructions." Just then, Lin Yin excitedly shouted, "Got it? The instructor has posted a map. It looks like we need to head to that location." As Suyu led the way, he checked his wristband. The map displayed a red castle and a yellowed, indicating their position. Soon, 13 other green dots, representing the other teams, appeared on the map. Suyu quickly analyzed, "Let's move and rendezvous with the nearby team." Lin Yin was puzzled. "Shouldn't we head straight to the castle?" Suyu explained, "The castle might not be safe either. I've noticed that the beast tide's speed seems controlled. Otherwise, we wouldn't be escaping this easily. I suspect the real challenge will be defending the castle, and we can't do it alone." Meanwhile, Gao Shi and his team, who had just finished a night of hunting, also encountered the beast tide. Gao Shi said with lingering fear, "Good thing this didn't happen last night, or we wouldn't have had a chance to run." They also decided to merge with the nearest team. In the rear, 4 admissions officers and Wei Ikuan were controlling the exotic beasts while monitoring the teams via their wristbands. Deng Ji remarked, "This batch isn't too bad. Last year, half the teams were eliminated as soon as the beast tide hit. At least they know to regroup first." Batten commented coldly, "The tide has just begun. Defending the castle is the real test." Fengwan agreed, "Right? These kids have been hunting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier exotic beasts in the wilderness, treating them like prey. Only when they face the beast tide will they understand that individual strength is meaningless against it." In the observation room, Zhuge Yun watched as Suyu and the other teams converged, a look of anticipation in his eyes. He was eager to see how this lone tactician would perform in the castle defense. In the wilderness, Suyu was surprised to find that the nearest team was led by Shimen Buoshue. Shimen Buoshue was almost moved to tears upon seeing Suyu. After regrouping, Suyu immediately plotted a route based on the map. Niu Zichang asked in confusion, "Why are we taking such a big detour?" Suyu pointed to 3 spots on the map and explained, "These wind gaps, bushes, and grassy slopes are perfect habitats for windwolves, which are pack animals. If we run into them, He didn't finish his sentence but started moving. with the others following closely behind. Thus, teams that had planned to avoid each other until the sixth day began to gather ahead of schedule due to the beast tide. A castle standing solitary in the wilderness appeared before everyone's eyes. On its towering walls, crossbows and laser cannons stood side by side, with the dome's electric grid flickering a blue light. The moat surrounding the castle was calm, reflecting this steel fortress built to fend off beast hordes. The words Watchtower City were engraved solemnly on the tightly shut iron gate. Leading 4 squads totaling 20 people, Suyu cautiously approached the castle. As they neared, the heavy iron gate slowly opened. Without hesitation, everyone quickly rushed inside. A man dressed in black stood behind the gate, his gaze fixed on Suyu. Suyu nodded slightly, recognizing him as Hao Jiming. There are already 7 squads in the city, Hao Jiming reported directly. 2 injured, 12 warriors, and 20 with special abilities. He raced a summary of their abilities. He handed over a booklet. Suyu took the booklet, secretly impressed. Hao Jiming, who had planned to hunt Suyu's squad tomorrow, was now handing over all the information without reservation. Though I'm not sure of your exact level, Hao Jiming admitted, I trust the Tactical Alliance's assessment standards. Until the training camp ends, my squad will follow your lead. With Hao Jiming, who ranked 3rd in the preliminary rankings, taking the lead, the other squads quickly pledged their allegiance to Suyu's command as well. Suyu nodded in agreement. The beast horde should still be some time away. Everyone, take this time to recover your energy. Saying this, he began to study the booklet Hao Jiming had given him. When he saw the words, space travel, next to Hao Jiming's name, Suyu paused, thinking, I'll need to take more photos of this guy. He then continued to browse the other abilities. Control of earth elements, life regeneration, sonic attacks, meteor summoning, and even corpse control. Each of the 20 ability users was unique and powerful. As Suyu considered how to combine these abilities, he also kept an eye on his own ability slots. After forming a few rough plans in his mind, he began to inspect the weapons and equipment within the city. This solitary castle in the wilderness had 4 gates named after the mythical creatures, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu. Inside, inscriptions detailed the origin and mission of Watchtower City. Since the first year of martial arts, beast hordes had been humanity's most formidable crisis, with countless cities falling to these monstrous invasions. In light of this ever-present threat, Watchtower cities were established. Standing alone in desolate lands, they were tasked with holding off the first wave of beast attacks and alerting the major cities. Each Watchtower city typically housed a garrison of 300 soldiers. These defenders, upon entering the city, were prepared to sacrifice themselves on the front lines. Their goal was to use their lives to buy time for their compatriots. Holding the city for just 1 day and 1 night under the beast horde was considered a mission accomplished. The inscriptions following the brief introduction of Watchtower City were accounts of heroic deeds written in blood. Zhang Qin, commander of the Guseling Watchtower City, led 300 soldiers to defend for 3 days and 2 nights, buying precious time for Shieling City to successfully fend off the beast horde. All but the communications officer Cheng Qiaoyi perished heroically. Ouyang Yun, commander of the Jiuqing Watchtower City, led 600 people to hold for 7 days and nights. Reading these heroic tales, Suyu felt a deep sense of respect. At this time, other squads began to arrive. As the elected commander, Suyu issued his first order. Everyone was to come before the inscriptions. As these talented individuals read the words seemingly carved in blood, they were left with one thought. Hold the line. They had to defend this city for at least 1 day and 1 night, or they would dishonor the sacrifices of their predecessors. After the pre-battle briefing, Suyu checked the roster and noticed that Gao Shi and 2 other squads had yet to arrive. He glanced at the map and saw they were only a few kilometers away but had been lingering in one spot. His brow furrowed, sensing they might be in trouble. He handed the roster to Hao Jiming. Here's the initial defense plan. I'll go assist Gao Shi's team. You handle this for now. Hao Jiming immediately passed the roster to Su Yincheng beside him. It's up to you. I'll go with Suyu to fetch Gao Shi's team. Before Suyu could speak, he explained. My ability can take us there quickly. Suyu's eyes lit up. You can take someone with you? Just 1 person, Hao Jiming replied. That's enough. Let's go, Suyu said decisively. Hao Jiming placed a hand on his shoulder, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the 2 vanished into thin air. Inside Watchtower City, Su Yincheng looked at the roster with a wry smile. Did those 2 just dump this on him? As he reviewed the list, he was stunned. Was Suyu serious? Assigning 20 people to each of the Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu gates, but only their squad and another to guard Zhuke? Insanity. In the wilderness, after several space jumps, Hao Jiming and Suyu neared Gao Shi's squad location. Suyu estimated that each jump covered about a kilometer. This was an incredible skill. More importantly, Hao Jiming seemed to have plenty of mental energy left. Sensing Suyu's thoughts, Hao Jiming explained. Using it in battle is different from using it for travel. Suyu nodded. It has great potential for development. Hao Jiming said no more. Both accelerated towards Gao Shi's direction. Moments later, the top three on the leaderboard met in the wilderness for the first time. However, there was no time for greetings or challenges. For Grade 4 Windwolves were besieging Gao Shi's team, and Gao Shi was clearly struggling. Su Yu observed that Gao Shi was doing his best to protect his team, and his mental energy was severely depleted, making the situation dire. Without hesitation, Su Yu brandished his black gold spear, and Hao Jiming wielded his soft sword. They joined the battle, with Hao Jiming aiding Gao Shi while Su Yu charged at two Windwolves, unleashing his full strength. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were stunned for a moment. What about defending the city? They shouted in unison. If you use all your energy now, what will you do later? Su Yu's sudden burst of energy left not only Gao Shi and Hao Jiming in shock, but also the two ferocious Windwolves, who were stunned by his relentless strikes. In their bloodthirsty eyes, a hint of confusion, almost like that of a puzzled husky, flickered. Hao Jiming squinted, filled with questions. Despite Su Yu wielding a Crade spirit weapon, the Overlord Spear, it was improbable for an ordinary Crade weapon to easily slay a 4th-rank beast with a single strike. He pondered silently. Could this brute be a strength-type Esper? And that ghostly movement, could it be the legendary Phantom Step from martial arts? Beside him, Gao Shi was thrilled. This guy is a beast. No wonder their points are so high. He hefted his heavy Xian iron sword and charged at the Windwolves. The 4 4th-rank beasts had frustrated him earlier, and now he finally had a chance to vent his anger. He lunged forward with wide, sweeping strikes. Hao Jiming, with a slight frown, followed closely with his flexible sword. The battle formation quickly took shape. Su Yu against two 4th-rank beasts alone, while Gao Shi and Hao Jiming teamed up against one, leaving the last to the remaining 14 members. Soon, Hao Jiming and Gao Shi defeated their beast. The air thickened with the scent of blood. The two Windwolves, still being chased by Su Yu, sensed their companion's death and immediately thought of fleeing. Seizing the moment, Su Yu's eyes suddenly glowed blue. The two who had been about to assist him stopped in their tracks. An ability? He has other abilities he hasn't used yet, they thought in astonishment. In an instant, an ice age-like frost spread, freezing the two Windwolves who had lost their will to fight. Su Yu swiftly pierced the skull of one, then flashed to anticipate the other's escape route post-defrost. With a thunderous crash, he struck down, crushing the wolf's spine. A faint whimper escaped its throat before Su Yu mercilessly drove his spear through its head. Two 4th-rank beasts were thus slain. Hao Jiming and Gao Shi exchanged shocked glances, speechless. The last Windwolf was easily dispatched by the three of them together. Despite his depleted energy, Su Yu still took out a camera to photograph the beasts. Hao Jiming hesitated to speak, but Su Yu preempted him, saying, "Let's move. The beast tide could come at any moment. We don't have time to recover." The group quickly advanced and finally reached Watchtower City. The city's residents, seeing them return safely, breathed a sigh of relief. However, noticing Su Yu's weakened state and Gao Shi's exhaustion, they couldn't help but worry about the imminent battle to defend the city. Back in Watchtower City, Su Yu asked Lin Yin to gather information on the others, while he sat down to recover. Surprisingly, before Lin Yin could finish, Su Yu was already back on his feet, looking revitalized. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, with Hao Jiming's eyes wide open. Seeing their astonishment, Su Yu smiled sheepishly and explained, "I recover quickly. You could consider it a special ability of mine." The group fell silent. Having just witnessed Su Yu's ice element control, they were even more bewildered. They were all geniuses, but how could the gap be so vast? Hao Jiming silently calculated. Could his team of 5 take down Su Yu? He fell into deep thought. Su Yu's spatial teleportation made him nearly unbeatable in solo combat. Given a chance, he could deliver a fatal blow. But could the other 4 hold Su Yu for a few seconds? And if Su Yu's spear hit them, could they still fight? Though Hao Jiming had a chance to deliver a fatal blow, Su Yu's immense power made any strike potentially lethal. In the end, Hao Jiming abandoned the idea of challenging Su Yu's team and looked forward to the upcoming arena battles. He was eager to see who would come out on top. As everyone began to truly grasp Su Yu's formidable strength, Su Yu seized the moment. He glanced at the group and raised his voice, "Fellow students, you must have seen the stories inscribed on this monument." He pointed to the Watchtower monument in the city, and everyone turned to look. Su Yu continued solemnly, "For the soldiers of Watchtower City, holding the city for a day and a night was their minimum duty. They protected those behind them with their lives. They gave their lives so we could be here today. We may not be the Watchtower army, but we are in Watchtower City now." His voice grew more passionate. At this moment, with the beast tide about to strike, Su Yu stood on the city wall of Watchtower City, his gaze resolutely sweeping over his comrades. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "I want to defend this Watchtower City for a whole day and night, to protect this monument from being trampled by the beasts, to uphold the honor of the Watchtower army. Who is with me?" Defend Watchtower City. Su Yu led the shout, his voice echoing across the wall. To everyone's surprise, the first to respond was Hao Jiming. He clenched his fist tightly and followed with a shout, Defend Watchtower City. The 70 students within Watchtower City seemed to be inspired, and they shouted in unison, their voices as powerful as a roaring army. Standing beneath the towering Watchtower monument, each of them couldn't help but envision the brave figures of the Watchtower army who had sacrificed their lives. They wondered if those predecessors had also shouted, Defend Watchtower City, before heroically going to their deaths when facing the beast tide. Although everyone knew in their hearts that the instructor wouldn't actually let them sacrifice their lives in this small wilderness, at this moment, their eyes shone with a determination as if they were truly ready to fight to the last moment to defend the city. So you took a step forward and said loudly, Step forward when you hear your name. Qinglong Gate, Gao Shi. Here. Gao Shi responded loudly. Baihu Gate, Hao Jiming. Here. Hao Jiming stood straight. Shuangwu Gate, Su Yincheng. Here. Su Yincheng answered steadily. Qinglong Gate, Wu Linlin. Here. Wu Linlin's clear voice rang out. So you cleverly arranged everyone based on their abilities, making the most logical pairings. Each gate had 20 people, totaling 60 from the 3 gates, and the arrangements were quickly made. Only their squad of 5 and 5 first-rank warriors remained. Zhuke Gate, Su Yu shouted. Then he himself stepped forward. The other 9 followed closely, standing behind him. Seeing the hesitant expressions on Gao Shi and the others' faces, Su Yu's lips curved into a slight smile as he said, Before worrying about us in Zhuke Gate, make sure the beasts don't break through your gates first. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cold snorts echoed around. Su Yu chuckled inwardly, thinking that young people are indeed easy to provoke. He took out 3 sheets of paper filled with writing from his pocket and handed them to Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yincheng. The 3 of them took the papers, quickly scanned them, and showed puzzled expressions. They wondered to themselves, this guy has been in front of us the whole time, so when did he write out the detailed plans for everyone's abilities? Standing atop the city walls, these young prodigies seemed to transcend time, meeting the countless watchmen who had once stood their ground unwaveringly. In the distance, a dark horde approached, towering trees toppled, and a surge of ferocious beasts advanced. On the walls, some operated laser cannons while others wielded large crossbows. The strongest fighters took the initiative to confront the enemy outside the gates. Of the 4 gates, apart from the Vermilion Bird Gate guarded by Su Yu, the other 3 were each led by 2 top-10 ranked prodigies, taking turns to fend off the attackers. 10 stood at each gate to block the enemy, while another 10 provided fire support, rotating every hour. Su Yu held the Vermilion Bird Gate steadfastly, while others took turns facing the enemy. Among the 5 classmates he carefully selected, 4 possessed abilities with massive destructive power, and 1 could accelerate healing. These 5 were also martial artists with strong recovery abilities. Su Yu alone replaced 2 top-10 ranked prodigies, making the most rational arrangement for the defense of the entire Watchtower City. In the observation room, Cheng Yong also drafted a defense roster, which was almost identical to Su Yu's. The only difference was that he reduced the number of defenders at the Vermilion Bird Gate to 16, easing the pressure there. Zhuge Yun commented, Your arrangement is reasonable, but it leaves no room for error at any gate. If there's a coordination issue, no one can cover it. If one gate falls, the other 3 will be in vain. Cheng Yong acknowledged this but pointed out that according to Su Yu's plan, the Vermilion Bird Gate had a much higher chance of being breached. Even though Su Yu could recover quickly, he still needed time. If the others couldn't hold on, all efforts would be in vain. Zhuge Yun neither agreed nor disagreed, instead asking Cheng Yong what he would do in Su Yu's position. Cheng Yong replied that he would choose Su Yu's plan because a tactician must trust themselves at critical moments. However, he added that he wouldn't choose to confront the enemy outside the city, believing that relying on the city's defensive weapons was the correct strategy. Zhuge Yun noted that Su Yu's arrangement might be testing the limits of Wei Yikuan and others, knowing it was just a trial. Zhuge Yun was more interested in what decisions Su Yu would make when truly facing a dire situation. Above the small wilderness, several admissions directors were also discussing the situation. Deng Ji suggested inviting a few tactical geniuses in the future, but Feng Wan proposed not inviting tacticians into the observation room anymore. The others agreed. Zhuge Yun thought to himself that the promises he received from these masters this year were solid. As for inviting tactical geniuses to the training camp, he found it unrealistic since not every tactical genius could be as outstanding as Su Yu. Deng Ji expressed doubt about whether the young prodigies could hold out for a day and a night. Batten coldly pointed out that the highest record was only 6 hours, and no cohort in the past 10 years had lasted until nightfall. Qian Yuan, however, had high hopes for Su Yu, Gao Shi, and Hao Jiming. As the suppression of the beast tide was lifted, the beasts charged madly, destroying everything in their path. Weaker beasts were even trampled to death by their stronger counterparts. At each gate, the prodigies prepared for battle. Gao Shi hefted his heavy black iron sword. Hao Jiming brandished his silver-white sword, and Su Yin and Yao Yu readied themselves. Su Yu, holding his mighty spear, shouted, "Defend the Watchtower City to the death." The other three gates echoed, "To the death." In front of Watchtower City, a group of prodigies displayed an unstoppable momentum. In the distance, a dark mass of beasts surged like a plague of locusts, charging towards the city. The roars of various exotic creatures were deafening, and the ground trembled. The sky gradually darkened, and the arrival of the flying beasts felt like the onset of the apocalypse. On the city walls, guards gripping laser cannons and large crossbows were sweating and gulping nervously. When the beasts in the horde finally became distinguishable, the laser cannons atop the four city gates lit up simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The laser cannons fired in unison, creating dozens of blood-red explosions within the black mass of beasts. The surge of the beast horde was momentarily halted, but was quickly filled in by the following waves. Wind wolves, earth jackals, bronze foxes, shadow leopards, and silver-toothed elephant saw creatures Su Yu had documented in his bestiary merged one after another. In the sky, shade bats, sharp-beaked sparrows, killer bees, and ghost-faced birds swarmed towards the city. Just as these flying creatures were about to breach the defenses, a blue electric grid suddenly covered the sky above Watchtower City. Shade bats and killer bees crashed into the grid and disintegrated instantly. Meanwhile, giant crossbows aimed skyward and fired in unison. Fire! The command echoed from all four gates. Whiz! Whiz, whiz, whiz! Arrows sliced through the air, piercing flying beasts and continuing into the distant horde. Upon impact, the bombs within the arrows exploded, claiming yet more beast lives. A ghost-faced bird, reduced to just its head, fell beside Su Yu. He flicked it away with his spear, remarking, "Good thing the city's electric grid only activates externally. Otherwise, these arrows would explode right above us." Technology is crucial. Fu Yu responded, "Against these low-tier beasts, these weapons are effective. But they won't work against mid-tier or higher." Su Yu squinted into the distance, smiling. "The good news is this horde seems to be all low-tier beasts. They're here. Let's move." As the beast horde approached Watchtower City, the moat briefly slowed their advance. The prodigies at the four city gates wielded their spiritual weapons and launched an offensive. The first line of battle formed on either side of the moat, the prodigies appearing tiny like ants but creating waves of blood in the horde. Top fighters like Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yincheng targeted third-tier beasts. Around them, large-scale ability users summoned meteors, flames, and tidal waves, delivering devastating blows to ordinary and first-tier beasts. Continuous support came from laser cannons and crossbows behind them. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Song Qinghuan unleashed the largest range ice ability, freezing a kilometer radius and causing hail to fall, matching the destructive power of other large-scale abilities. The mental synchronization team, centered around Su Yu, advanced like a meat grinder, relentlessly slaughtering the incoming beasts. Fu Yu's abilities once again proved their strategic value. Not far away, four admissions directors observed the battlefield. Qin Yun sighed. "It seems we provided them with too many resources. At this rate, holding out until nightfall won't be a problem." Deng Ji shook her head. "You can't say that. Previous cohorts had plenty of laser cannons and explosive crossbows too, but some ran out within an hour." Zhuge Yun's voice came through the wristband. "Don't compare those brutes to my students. They couldn't even manage basic resource usage. I don't know how you admitted them to the training camp. Even if they weren't tacticians, they should have taken tactics classes. I'm extremely concerned about our country's tactical education." Silenced by the tactician's disdain, the four directors had no retort. While previous prodigies indeed seemed foolish, they merely panicked in the face of overwhelming hordes, especially after an hour of continuous combat, forcing them to deplete all resources. Ba Ting calmly analyzed, "It's just the beginning. According to Su Yu's plan, they can reasonably use resources to last a day and a night, possibly even with some leftover. But the key issue is fatigue. Whether they can successfully rotate shifts is crucial." He added, "Nonetheless, this is the most picturesque battle scene in the 10-year history of the Beast Horde assessments at the training camp. They've already surpassed previous cohorts." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun's lips curled slightly. To him, these students' achievements would likely become a benchmark for future generations. The battle projection in the observation room showed that, with the cooperation of the prodigies and weaponry, the surging horde was held at bay 100 meters from the moat in front of Watchtower City. The data team teachers were stunned. It was a scene they had never witnessed before. Everyone understood that the main reason for this change wasn't that this cohort of prodigies was stronger, but because they had a tactician, Su Yu. 55 minutes into the battle against the beast horde, the situation on the wasteland had become increasingly dire. Low-tier beasts swarmed in like a relentless tide, and even without the threat of higher-tier beasts, the elite warriors began to feel overwhelmed. Their clothes were soaked in sweat, their breathing grew labored, and each swing of their weapons became heavier. However, amidst this chaotic battlefield, the five-person squad from the Vermilion Bird sect stood out like a beacon. Suyu, resembling a precise beast-slaying machine, brandished his overlord spear, creating flashes of cold light. His basic strength and speed had surpassed that of ordinary second-tier beasts, making him unstoppable among the horde. His mastery of the martial art, Phantom Step, allowed him to maneuver gracefully through the chaos, moving like a fish in water, untouched by the beasts around him. The other four members of the squad bore injuries and were covered in dirt and blood. In contrast, Suyu's bloodstains all came from the beasts he had slain. Notably, Song Qinghuan had also begun to demonstrate her grasp of the Phantom Step. Although she hadn't mastered it overnight like Suyu, she had learned the advanced technique in just 5 days, showcasing her extraordinary talent. At the 58th minute mark, after another round of laser cannon and crossbow barrages, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise sects began rotating their teams in groups of 5. Following 3 intense rounds of bombardment, the initial 10 fighters were all replaced. The small gate beneath the steel barrier, which only allowed one person through at a time, was once again sealed shut. Key fighters like Gao Shi and Hao Jiming quickly began their recovery, while those who had expended less energy took over the laser cannons and crossbows. During the rotation, everyone's first question to the communications officer was, "How's the situation with the Vermilion Bird sect?" Upon hearing that Suyu was still fighting and in good condition, the elite warriors couldn't help but curse him in their minds for being a freak, before immediately focusing on their recovery, unwilling to waste a single second. Someone holding an entire defensive line by themselves greatly motivated these proud warriors. Even the normally gentle Gao Shi and Wu Linlin were determined not to let any mistakes happen on their watch. The first rotation was completed smoothly. The admissions officers, who had witnessed previous elite assessments, couldn't help but marvel at the well-coordinated battlefield tactics. Under Suyu's arrangements, the warriors' strengths were maximized, with many combinations achieving more than the sum of their parts. With the support of the lookout tower's advanced weaponry, what seemed like a desperate defense was being managed with remarkable order. Suyu's tireless performance on the battlefield had become a familiar sight to the officers. As the second group of elite warriors took the field, Deng Ji suddenly noticed a detail. Look, not only are the laser cannons and crossbows firing simultaneously, but their abilities are also being released in perfect sync. Did Suyu plan even this? The other instructors focused their attention and indeed saw that the use of large-scale abilities was well coordinated. With top fighters like Gao Shi and Hao Jiming in the first group, this coordination wasn't as apparent. However, now with the second group focusing on abilities, the synchronization was almost down to the second. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun calmly explained, compared to physical exhaustion, mental fatigue is harder to recover from. He has to meticulously plan the use of abilities and mental energy. If he couldn't think of this, he'd be no different from a brute with just raw strength. As he finished speaking, everyone instinctively glanced towards the battlefield outside the Vermilion Bird sect, where the figure of Suyu was fighting fiercely. They all understood. This guy was certainly no brute. None of them had ever said so. Zhuge Yun couldn't hear their silent thoughts and continued. Suyu treats your prized beast horde assessment like a city defense game. The admissions officers remained silent. Zhuge Yun added, I must remind you, not just any tactician can achieve what Suyu has. Don't overestimate lower-tier tacticians, and recognize that Suyu's tactical talent is on par with his martial prowess. He was sincere about the first part, but less certain about the latter. Suyu's tactical genius was already extraordinary, yet his martial talent was even more astonishing. It defied logic. Thinking this, Zhuge Yun glanced at Cheng Yong with a sigh. It's all your fault. Cheng Yong looked up innocently. It's not my fault. Whatever Suyu studies or wherever he goes, I was just his high school teacher for 3 years. At this moment, on the battlefield outside the Vermilion Bird sect, the tip of Suyu's spear was coated in a thick layer of blood. If it wasn't for his recent failure to pierce the neck of a silver fang elephant with a single thrust, the battle-hardened Suyu might not have even noticed. His blood energy surged, causing the dark red overlord spear to tremble slightly, as if responding to its master's killing intent. The bloodstains fell away, revealing the blood-red patterns on the gun that now appeared even more vibrant. Suyu felt an even stronger connection with the Xianwang gun, his blood surging as he executed a flawless spinning back thrust. The gun moved like a dragon, and in an instant, the neck of the silver-tusked giant elephant was blasted open, leaving a gaping wound. Suyu swiftly withdrew his long spear, his eyes scanning the approaching beasts with lightning speed. The massive body of the silver-tusked giant elephant collapsed with a thundering crash, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He leaped onto the fallen elephant, gripping his spear tightly, and couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude towards his brother Shimen Buoshue. Without this divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to dominate the battlefield so effectively. As this thought flashed through his mind, Suyu realized he had several rewards for his blood and chi that he had yet to claim. The only concern was mental fatigue, but in this seemingly endless battle, the benefits of practicing the 100 tempering method became apparent. The repeated mental strain had surprisingly endowed him with a sense of growing courage and prowess as he faced the fight ahead. Just as he believed that greater rewards awaited after countless trials, Suyu was certain that continued fighting would eventually yield results. His gaze grew more resolute, his movements more fierce. At that moment, a new shift began. Gao Shi and the others stood up and once again coordinated to contact the Vermilion Bird Gate, inquiring about Suyu's status. This time, Lin Yin responded succinctly and powerfully. Vermilion Bird Gate is secure. Captain Suyu is in his element. These words instantly ignited the spirits of those inquiring. Their eyes collectively turned towards the battlefield outside the city, burning with determination. A single thought surged through their minds. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Who isn't a genius here? How could we let you hog all the glory? As the prodigies prepared to showcase their skills, Suyu's voice suddenly echoed through their wrist communicators. Don't get careless. The battle has just begun. Conserve your strength. Hearing this, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others couldn't help but have question marks appear in their minds. They silently wondered. Isn't this guy fighting on the front lines? How does he have the time to command the battle? Suyu moved like a phantom among the beasts, his Ba Wang spear relentlessly reaping lives. Copper foxes and wind wolves lunged at him with their agile movements, but he always managed to evade them by a hair's breadth. On the battlefield, Suyu single-handedly held off nearly all the third-tier beasts. The other 4 members of the team joined forces to deal with the first and second-tier beasts as well as the ordinary ones. As elites among elites, they navigated the horde effortlessly. After Suyu skewered 2 wind wolves with his spear, he quickly turned off his wristband communicator and charged towards 2 silver-tusked elephants. The third shift was the time when these prodigies were most likely to become complacent. The ease of the first 2 hours could easily lead them to think, the beast tide is no big deal. Once this thought took root, they would start neglecting their consumption of blood energy and mental strength. Although they had an hour of rest after each round, it was far from enough for this prolonged battle. Eventually, this accumulated fatigue would be the final straw that broke them. Suyu understood that complacency and underestimation were hidden dangers. For this makeshift team, all he could do was constantly remind them during the fight. As for the effectiveness, he had no time to worry. After all, this wasn't a real city defense battle. Everyone's performance was being watched by the masters present. The final evaluation of these prodigies would depend on their own intelligence. In the continuous combat, Suyu found that his understanding of weapons spear, sword, and saber had qualitatively improved. Particularly in the art of the mysterious step, it felt as though a new world had opened up to him. The system had granted him a mastery level in this technique, allowing him to move like a ghost in battle. However, Suyu realized that using it solely for evasion didn't fully exploit its potential. He began to experiment with the technique's characteristics, deliberately creating openings to lure beasts into attacking, thus creating better opportunities for counterattacks. The mysterious step could be used not only for defense, but also in conjunction with spear techniques for luring and ambushing the enemy. In the relentless combat, Suyu's martial intuition gradually began to shine. However, Suyu was still quite rough in his use of blood energy. While he constantly reminded others not to waste their blood energy and mental strength, he himself often overused it. A beast that could be killed with 5 points of blood energy would often see Suyu using 10 or even 15 points. This contrast appeared rather amusing to the admissions officers. Qian Yun remarked, Suyu's martial talent and comprehension are undeniable. The only pity is that he hasn't had a good teacher to guide him in the proper use of blood energy. In the observation room, Cheng Yong, facing disdainful looks from the others, flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. How was I supposed to teach him? Tell me how. This kid's blood energy didn't exceed 100 for 3 whole years. How was I supposed to teach him to use it? Laughter echoed from the wristbands of several admissions officers. Cheng Yong turned to see Zhuge Yun stifling a laugh and immediately barked. What's so funny? I was Suyu's homeroom teacher for 3 years. Deng Ji quickly said, Teacher Cheng Yong, South City University excels in guiding blood energy usage. You should know, our combat techniques are famous for their precision in blood energy use. Baiting retorted bluntly, precision, my foot. Suyu's blood energy recovers quickly. There's no need to be stingy with it. Eastern Polar University's combat techniques are the best for him. Explosiveness, overwhelming force. Your South City University is just petty. Seeing that the admissions officers were about to argue again, Zhuge Yun calmly interjected. Regarding combat techniques, there's no need to argue. Don't forget your promise to me. The group immediately fell silent, inwardly grumbling, you want everything. Aren't you afraid your students will bite off more than they can chew? At the gates of the Vermilion Bird, when Song Qinghuan and the others returned to Su Yu's side, Su Yu felt a great sense of relief. Although these four might not be as powerful as the previous four warriors, with Fu Yu's mental synchronization, their coordinated efforts made them a formidable unit on the battlefield. On the city walls, the students watched as Su Yu's team of 5 worked together, even pushing back the beast tide. Their eyes were filled with awe that never faded. Among them, Li Tianyu from Hao Jiming's squad recalled their captain's decision to target Su Yu's team. In hindsight, he couldn't help but think that the idea was somewhat hasty. Su Yu stood like a war god in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, his teammates working in perfect harmony, as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Li Tianyu shook his head silently, unable to see how anyone could defeat this elite squad. On the city wall, everyone watched the figure holding a long spear with unwavering bravery, their eyes filled with admiration. Who wouldn't want such a comrade and commander on the battlefield? On the other 3 fronts, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yincheng carefully controlled their energy bursts, striving not to waste a single ounce of their strength and spirit. Su Yu's feat of fighting continuously for 3 hours was already a fact they couldn't match. If they fell before Su Yu, it would be a disgrace, and they wouldn't be able to face him in the future. Thus, they calculated every move on the battlefield, never using 2 strikes when 1 would suffice. After an hour of fierce combat, they were surprised to find that their energy consumption was even less than in the first round. Once they retreated inside the city, they tacitly avoided discussing the situation at the Vermilion Bird Gate. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice came through their wristbands. Everything is fine at the Vermilion Bird Gate. Commander Su Yu has pushed back the beast horde by 5 meters. This news hit Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Su Yincheng, and Wu Linlin like a heavy blow. Their eyes instantly turned red, and they cursed inwardly, "Damn it! Are you kidding me?" Each of them stood up silently, looking towards the Vermilion Bird Gate, secretly sighing at how Su Yu was truly extraordinary. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Su Yu was drenched in the blood of the beasts, looking like a war god in a blood-red cloak. Holding his mighty spear, he stared down the beast horde. These once ferocious creatures now showed signs of fear, not daring to take another step forward. After 3 hours of continuous slaughter, Su Yu had lost count of how many beasts he had killed. But amidst the horde, the terrifying aura emanating from his entire being made even the fiercest beasts retreat in fear. Su Yu suddenly halted and raised his device to take a photo. As the shutter clicked, he quickly charged back into the battlefield. Lin Yan's voice came through the wristband, giving real-time updates on Su Yu's status to everyone. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and other prodigies listened to these reports, their expressions gradually becoming indifferent. They silently glanced towards the Zhuke Gate, filled with doubt about this tactical genius. Time ticked by. Lin Yin reported Su Yu's situation every hour through the wristband. Initially, these reports served as a blatant provocation to the many prodigies. However, as the 9th and 10th hours passed, news of Su Yu's relentless combat in the wilderness became a source of motivation for everyone to keep going. As time wore on, more and more participants found their strength and spirit waning. An hour of recovery now seemed like a drop in the ocean. The shadow of failure loomed over everyone, and darkness silently engulfed the entire land. Outside Zhuke Gate, Su Yu wielded his mighty spear, charging back and forth among the beasts without showing any signs of fatigue. The aura of killing intent emanating from him completely intimidated the ordinary and first-grade beasts. As night fell, darkness fully enveloped the small wilderness. On the watchtower, several powerful spotlights turned on simultaneously, illuminating the entire battlefield. Under the lights, the scene was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with an overwhelming stench of blood in the air. Facing the increasingly ferocious beast tide, Su Yu paused to catch his breath, leaning on his spear. He profoundly realized that the wisest choice when facing a beast tide was immediate retreat. Without strategic-level strength, any resistance would ultimately be overwhelmed. This first-hand experience made him admire the warriors of the watchtower even more. Su Yu looked back at the solitary city standing in the wilderness, understanding that they were guarding not just the city, but also the land and countless compatriots behind it. As the beasts attacked again, his eyes grew more resolute. He picked up his spear and charged back into the beast tide, undeterred. At some point, wounds began to appear on Su Yu's body. The nocturnal beasts were noticeably more frenzied and fierce. Just as everyone started feeling overwhelmed, a 4th-grade beast appeared on the battlefield. Su Yu, who was deep in the front lines, was the first to notice. Retreating, he loudly warned through the communication device, "A 4th-grade beast has appeared. Wounded, man the laser cannons and crossbows. Everyone else, prepare for battle." No sooner had he spoken than the exhausted prodigies rose to their feet. Despite their extreme fatigue, they unhesitatingly picked up their weapons and rushed to the battlefield. Su Yu had no time to focus on the other factions. He quickly claimed the final reward, feeling an increase in strength, agility, and spirit, with his vitality fully restored. Hold the line. I'm going to take care of that fourth-grade beast. Suyu, covered in blood, grinned. A faint smile appeared on the otherwise numb faces of the others. Song Qinghuan reminded, be careful, if it gets too tough, fall back immediately. Suyu nodded. Don't worry, I'm not reckless. Before he finished speaking, he was already charging toward the fourth-grade beast with his spear. Song Qinghuan and the others exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, and you say you're not reckless? Elsewhere on the battlefield, the situation was equally dire. In the darkness, Gao Shi seemed perpetually at his peak, charging alone with his heavy iron sword toward another fourth-grade beast. Their clash of brute force caused collateral damage to the surrounding ordinary beasts. Outside Baihu Gate, Hao Jiming flashed to the front of a fourth-grade beast. Using his special abilities, he continuously wore down the beast while guiding it to kill other beasts. In front of Xuanwu Gate, Su Yincheng and his girlfriend Yao Yu fought side by side. Yao Yu's mighty hammer caused cracks in the ground with each strike, which spread to the fourth-grade beast's feet, slowing it down. Su Yincheng's Guandao swung with lightning and thunder, each strike landing on the beast with electrifying impact. On all fronts, the fourth-grade beasts were suppressed by the prodigies. Observing from a distance, several admissions officers watched the scene. Feng Wan chuckled. It seems our challenge was set a bit too easy. For fourth-grade beasts don't seem to be giving them much trouble. Qian Yun shook his head. Easy? In previous years, whoever saw a fourth-grade beast? Without Suyu, our setup might have never been seen. Deng Ji nodded and smiled. It's not just Suyu. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, they are also rare prodigies. This is indeed the era of prodigies as everyone says. Qian Yun continued. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, Su Yincheng, these few are talents not seen in decades, even centuries. With so many prodigies emerging in the same year, it's no wonder this era is called the era of prodigies. The path of martial arts has been explored by predecessors, and resources for cultivation have greatly improved. In a sense, the era of prodigies was an inevitable phenomenon. Everyone hopes these prodigies will grow quickly and lead humanity to a new era. Inside and outside the training camp, there is constant chatter and speculation. Who will become the leader of this age of exceptional talents? Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, or the rising star, Wu Linlin? Under the dome, the eyes of several master-level experts are fixed on Suyu. At this moment, outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Suyu faces a fourth-rank beast once again. This time, he does not choose the quick and overwhelming tactic of explosive energy. Instead, he engages in a grueling battle that lasts for over 10 hours. During this lengthy fight, Suyu's control over his energy and blood has progressed from a beginner's level to that of an average prodigy. Although he still cannot match Hao Jiming's precision, the combat skills he displays leave the 4 admissions directors in awe. Even more surprising, they notice that Suyu seems to be improving continuously during the battle. On the battlefield, Suyu moves with agility and unpredictability, using feints, dodges, and advances to make the 4th-rank barbarian bear appear clumsy. Every strike and roar of the bear seems to be under his control. His spear techniques are impeccable, demonstrating the 6 arts of thrusting, parrying, pressing, covering, lifting, and piercing, as if he were filming an instructional video. Deng Ji watches intently, exclaiming, Suyu's battle footage could be used as a university spear technique tutorial. But Baiting has a different opinion. The spear techniques, yes, but his fighting style, no. His mastery of the elusive footwork is beyond what a university student could learn. At that moment, other reports of 4th-rank beast kills start coming in through the wristbands, with a time difference of less than 5 minutes. After dozens of consecutive thrusts, Suyu finally defeats the 4th-rank barbarian bear as well. While the others are waiting for his response, a 5th-rank beast suddenly appears. Suyu's low voice comes through the wristband immediately. A 3-headed demon dog walked gracefully among the beast horde, and no other creatures dared to approach within 100 meters. Suyu quickly took a photo of the giant bear and, while retreating, ordered through his wristband, laser cannons, crossbows for cover. Everyone fall back to Watchtower City. He repeated the command several times, and the wilderness erupted with the roar of laser fire and crossbow bolts. The personnel outside the city swiftly retreated, and the firepower temporarily held back the beast tide. Inside the city, everyone gathered. Suyu calmly analyzed. The 5-star demon dog is likely the instigator of the beast tide. If we kill it, we can pass the assessment. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others, who had just killed a 4-star beast, were exhausted and looked at Suyu with a complex mix of emotions, deeply feeling the disparity. In the observation room, Cheng Yong teased, Old Yun, are you trying to show Suyu the reality gap so he'll honestly learn tactics from you? Zhuge Yun ignored him, secretly pondering that Suyu's abilities were not limited to ice elements. Face slapping was his true talent. He sneered, don't look favorably on this kid in the future. or it might not trigger his innate talent. Chung Yong immediately stopped gloating. In Watchtower City, facing the impending beast tide, Suyu asked everyone, "Do we give up or continue?" Despite their fatigue, their eyes were resolute, and they gripped their weapons tightly. The steel gates were being battered, and the wall-mounted laser cannons had all gone silent. Suyu turned to Song Qinghuan. "Do you still have any strength left?" After receiving a positive response, he decisively ordered, "Take down the demon dog in 10 minutes." The city gates were breached, and the beasts surged in. Suyu and Song Qinghuan stepped forward simultaneously, their eyes glowing blue, and shouted in unison, "Ability Ice Age." With his mental power breaking through 400 Hz, Suyu showcased his strength for the first time. A flash of white light blinded everyone momentarily, followed by a cold wind. When their vision returned, they were stunned. Everything except the group had been frozen, with beasts locked in various poses. 3 seconds later, footsteps echoed in the silent, icy world. Suyu quickly issued orders. "The beasts will thaw in 10 minutes. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Su Yincheng, Wu Linlin, come with me. The rest of you, kill the frozen beasts. Fu Yu, synchronize our mental frequencies." Xiao Qiao supported the exhausted Song Qinghuan, and the others sprang into action. Veins bulging on his forehead, Fu Yu instantly synchronized their mental frequencies. Su Yu and his team rushed out of the city, finding the outside world equally frozen. Under the dome, the admissions officers were stunned. Qian Yun exclaimed, "This isn't an A-level ability." Deng Ji declared, "SS level, Ice World." Zhuge Yun was curious about Su Yu's mental strength, and Ba Ting bluntly said, "This kid is a real monster." Everyone agreed, while Chung Yong looked up at the sky, self-mocking. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Gao Shi and the others adjusted to the synchronized mental frequencies, their thoughts intertwining. Suyu reminded them that their thoughts were now shared, receiving simultaneous complaints from the four for not mentioning it earlier. Despite the awkwardness, they had no time for distractions, facing the 5-star demon dog. The only lingering thought was how Su Yu's team was truly extraordinary. The battle was about to erupt. Faced with the formidable 3-headed demon dog, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others were racking their brains on how to defeat it. At this moment, Su Yu suggested that everyone introduce their unique abilities and martial arts first. Just as Gao Shi was about to speak, he suddenly closed his mouth. Through mental synchronization, Su Yu instantly understood the capabilities of the four. Gao Shi's ability was Dark Devour, which could drain the blood and energy of beasts in the shadows, maintaining his combat state as long as his mental strength was sufficient. His martial art, Ninefold Strike, perfectly complemented his ability, allowing each hit to unleash extreme power, stacking multiple layers. "Su Yu, you're quite something," Gao Shi praised through their mental link. Likewise, Su Yu responded, though secretly envious of Gao Shi's perfectly matched abilities and martial arts. He resolved to take numerous photos of Gao Shi after the assessment, as this martial art would be useful to him as well. Hao Jiming's ability was space teleportation, and his martial art was Sword Rain, capable of unleashing the power of 7 swords simultaneously, creating a nearly guaranteed kill in the same realm. Old 6. Su Yu teased through the mental link. Hao Jiming was speechless. Wu Linlin possessed the ability of wood growth, which not only included wood element manipulation, but also had healing properties. Her martial art was the renowned 8-trigram staff, emphasizing the creation of Tai Chi, 2 elements, for symbols, and 8 trigrams, ensuring continuous and relentless combat. "Why didn't you comment on me?" Wu Linlin asked, dissatisfied. "Quite impressive," Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Lastly, Su Yincheng's ability was Thunder Element, with a significant paralyzing effect. His martial art, the Heaven's Net Blade technique, could trap enemies like fish in a barrel, leaving no escape. Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at the talent around him. Meanwhile, the others were also envious of Su Yu mastering a movement-based martial art. These types of martial arts took the most time and were the hardest to improve. Most prodigies would choose to learn them after fully tempering their muscles and bones. However, as family-trained geniuses, their training schedules were meticulously planned. All this exchange happened in an instant. With a clear understanding of his teammates' strengths, Su Yu immediately took control of the situation. He and Gao Shi simultaneously launched a frontal attack on the 3-headed demon dog. The demon dog's 3 heads bore expressions of disdain, as if toying with prey. It raised its paws and lunged at the two. Initially thinking it could easily swat them away, it felt an unexpected resistance. A look of confusion appeared on its faces. Su Yu and Gao Shi were pushed back hundreds of meters, both remarking on the monstrous strength of a 5th-rank beast. They immediately launched another attack. This time, the demon dog opened its 3 massive jaws, intending to tear them apart. At this critical moment, Su Yincheng and Wu Linlin intervened, disrupting the demon dog's left and right heads. Meanwhile, Hao Jiming suddenly appeared behind the demon dog's head, striking multiple times. In a flash, their cooperation was seamless. Under their combined efforts, Hao Jiming's sword successfully pierced the demon dog's skull. However, with a sharp clang, the sword hit bone and could go no further. Blood trickled down the demon dog's forehead, and its expression turned vicious. What had been a playful attitude turned into a fierce assault, with its tail, limbs, and heads all becoming deadly weapons. Each attack was powerful enough to severely injure the five, rendering them completely out of combat. Through their mental link, Suyu attracted the demon dog's main attacks while directing his teammates' movements. Wu Linlin, retreat 10 meters, stop, bend down. Su Yincheng, don't retreat. Stop. Initially, everyone found Su Yu's commands hard to follow, but after a few evasions, their coordination improved. As geniuses, they could immediately grasp the meaning behind each of Su Yu's instructions, leaving only trust as the final step. For a moment, it seemed as if all five had mastered a phantom-like movement, continuously wearing down the demon dog, which could never land a hit. The movement-based martial art, mental synchronization, and Su Yu's commands shone brilliantly. On the surface, the situation looked promising. However, the brief 5-minute battle had drained the five more than an entire day's worth of fighting. Meanwhile, the demon dog's wounds were slowly healing. A fifth-rank beast's entire body, muscles, and meridians had been tempered by the world's spiritual energy. As long as its blood and energy weren't exhausted, and its head and heart weren't destroyed, any injury could heal by mobilizing its energy. Su Yu and his team's attacks were like a drop in the ocean. In the observation room, Qian Yun asked, "Should we prepare to end this assessment?" Feng Wan nodded. "They've done their best." The other two directors agreed. The Beast Tide and the fifth-rank beast were designed to let these prodigies experience failure and understand that cross-realm kills of beasts were insignificant in the early stages. Su Yu had already surprised them by leading this group. It was time to end this Beast Tide assessment. They decided to stop the assessment once Su Yu's 10-minute ice time ended, to avoid uncontrollable casualties. However, in the observation room, Zhuge Yun smiled slightly, waiting for the admissions directors to be proven wrong. He remembered that Su Yu and his team still had a trump card. He shook his head, thinking this kid was quite cunning. Outside the Zhuge gate, the ice sculptures began to show signs of melting. Wu Linlin was almost hit by the demon dog's tail but was saved by Hao Jiming's quick teleportation. The demon dog was returning to its playful state, like a cat toying with a mouse. After saving Wu Linlin, Hao Jiming disappeared from the battlefield. Two more people joined the mental link. In the observation room, Cheng Yong asked, "Does that count as cheating? How could it be cheating? Did the rules say it wasn't allowed?" Zhuge Yun replied without hesitation. On the battlefield, the frozen beast gradually awakens. For admissions officers and instructor Wei Ikuan stand ready to suppress the imminent beast tide. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Hao Jiming is nowhere to be seen, leaving Su Yu to lead the others in continuing to fend off the demonic three-headed dog. Initially, their strategy of attrition managed to enrage the giant beast. However, as time went on, the demonic three-headed dog resumed its stance of toying with its prey. It seemed indifferent to Wu Linlin and Su Yinchen's attacks, as if merely swatting away mosquitoes. In contrast, it was more eager to engage in a brute force contest with Su Yu and Gao Shi, determined to prove its strength. With 10 minutes left on the countdown, everyone was showing signs of exhaustion, except for the still formidable demonic three-headed dog. Just as the Ice Age effect was about to wear off, Hao Jiming suddenly appeared, accompanied by Shimen Buoxue, who held a jade disc. The two of them appeared directly on the beast's back, but the giant creature remained oblivious, still charging at Su Yu and Gao Shi. High above, several masters who were preparing to intervene paused when they saw Shimen Buoxue. Qian Yun and Baiting whispered to each other, discussing the necessity of using the blood sacrifice. At that moment, Shimen Buoxue unhesitatingly struck the demonic three-headed dog with the jade disc. The disc instantly embedded itself into the beast, causing it to suddenly collapse. This artifact, known as blood sacrifice, could instantly drain the life force of a 6th-grade beast, rendering it powerless. As the demonic three-headed dog fell, Gao Shi unleashed an incredible burst of energy. He roared and executed the 6th level of the 9-fold overlap, swinging his heavy black iron sword at the beast's head. Simultaneously, Hao Jiming appeared above the left head, delivering his ultimate move, 7 Swords of Rain. Su Yu, not to be outdone, aimed his black gold spear at the central head, attacking with all his might. At this critical moment, the Ice Age effect completely dissipated. The trio's attacks landed on the demonic three-headed dog's head simultaneously, leaving it defenseless. Meanwhile, Lin Yin burst out from the Vermilion Bird Gate, unleashing the might of a 6th-grade golden lion beast with an earth-shattering roar. Under the combined assault, the heads of the demonic three-headed dog exploded, halting the beast tide in its tracks. Lin Yin roared again, and a golden lion's phantom appeared outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. The leaderless beast horde fell into chaos, some bewildered and others fleeing, none daring to approach the imposing golden lion. With the battle over, Su Yu, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Lin Yan, and Shimin Buoxue collapsed to the ground, sharing triumphant smiles. They looked at the dispersing beast tide in disbelief, filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This feeling was not just about their improved strength, but also a sense of legacy and hope for the future. High above, the masters watched the young warriors with eyes full of hope. Dengji remarked that these kids had created an unrepeatable miracle. Qin Yun agreed, joking that such a feat would be unbelievable even to the alien races. Wei Yikuan asked what the next step should be, given that the original plan did not account for them actually repelling the beast tide. At that moment, Zhuge Yun's voice came through the wristbands, teasing that this castrated version of the beast tide was still too weak. Dengji proposed that all participants be granted a spot in the next round of the tournament and rewarded with 1,000 academic credits each. The others quickly agreed, and after Wei Yikuan nodded in approval, he vanished. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, everyone was exhausted except for Su Yu, who remained energetic. Under the envious gazes of the others, he took out his camera to photograph the corpse of the demonic three-headed dog, commemorating his first time slaying a 5th-grade beast. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for gaining agility 1000. Congratulations, host, for gaining strength 1000. Congratulations, host, for gaining spirit 50. Congratulations, host, for acquiring strength ability fragment. Hellfire 33. The second full-class ability, Hellfire, was now in Su Yu's possession. As he felt the intertwining powers of Ice Age and Hellfire within him, a true blend of ice and fire formed inside. He couldn't help but wonder who the unlucky first victim of this terrifying combination attack would be. With his new ability, Su Yu's strength and agility attributes soared once again. Comparing himself in secret, he realized his base stats now rivaled those of specialized ability users. A bold idea flashed in his mind. If he could acquire another enhancement type ability, could he stand toe-to-toe with 3rd or 4th rank martial artists? Just as Su Yu was about to gather Gao Shi and the others for a commemorative photo, Wei Yikuan suddenly appeared before him. Su Yu reacted quickly, raising his hand to snap a photo. The system prompt immediately sounded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Basic Leg Technique Mastery. Wei Yikuan glanced at Su Yu, who beamed as he handed over the photo. Instructor, look at this. You look incredibly handsome. Wei Yikuan accepted the photo with a stoic expression. Su Yu calculated internally this cunning teacher was not easy to deal with. He needed to strike the right balance, neither too familiar nor too distant. Su Yu was secretly pleased. As expected, the stronger the target for his photo collection, the better the rewards. A casual snapshot had granted him a master-level skill. He quickly reviewed his skill levels: basic, intermediate, proficient, master. Aside from the previously upgraded tactical understanding, this was his first direct acquisition of a master-level skill. A profound understanding of leg techniques surged through him, making Su Yu feel as if he could easily master any leg martial arts. This was the benefit of solid fundamentals. However, Su Yu's photo-taking was just a minor episode. As soon as Wei Yikuan appeared, all the students were immediately assembled. He scanned the crowd, noting the exhaustion and injuries on their faces, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Congratulations on successfully repelling the beast tide, Wei Yikuan began. From now on, all 14 teams will advance directly to the next round. Upon entering the university, each of you will also receive a reward of 1,000 academic credits. The announcement triggered a wave of cheers. 1,000 credits were valuable enough to exchange for a 6th-rank beast or some rare techniques in the university. So you finally understood why everyone said the 4-school training camp was the easiest place to earn credits. Wei Yikuan continued, of course, even though you've all advanced, you can still challenge each other to improve your hunting battle rankings. Compared to before, each of you now has a safety net. With a playful tone, he added, this time, the reward for the first place in the group hunt is an 8th-rank blood crystal and 4 7th-rank blood crystals. The crowd erupted in gasps. The value of an 8th-rank blood crystal could reach billions of points. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others remained calm, clearly realizing Wei Yikuan was encouraging them to challenge Su Yu's team. At that moment, Su Yu's team score was already astronomically high. Everyone's gaze naturally turned to Su Yu's team. Fu Yu supported Lin Yan, Qiao Qiao supported Song Qinghuan, and all 4 of them were nearly out of combat capacity. Su Yu, however, wore a sunny smile, seemingly eager for someone to challenge them. Seeing this, everyone silently withdrew their gazes. One after another, voices of surrender echoed. Instructor, our team forfeits the challenge. We forfeit as well. Our team gives up the initiative to challenge. Wei Yikuan said nothing more, only casting a glance at Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. Gao Shi pretended to look at the sky, while Hao Jiming straightforwardly said, we can't win, so we forfeit. At that moment, Su Yu suddenly asked, Instructor, as the first place team, are we allowed to harvest points from other teams? This question left everyone, including Wei Yiquan, stunned. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming exchanged glances, and others nervously looked at Suyu. Suyu immediately flashed his signature sunny smile. Don't misunderstand, everyone. I was just asking. Despite his reassurance, a chill ran through the crowd. Penguin's heart raced, silently praying that Suyu wouldn't target their team. In the observation room, Cheng Yong remarked calmly, why did you have to remind him? If Gao Shi and Hao Jiming can't even get the second or third place rewards, it'll be on you guys. The admissions officers could only smile wryly, realizing that tacticians were never easy to deal with. Seeing no further explanation was needed, Suyu turned to Wei Yiquan. Instructor, our team has no intention of initiating challenges either. Everyone, including Wei Yiquan, breathed a sigh of relief. All right, since none of you plan to challenge, Wei Yiquan announced, the rankings for the hunting battle are now set. The training camp will provide a place for recovery and rest. You have 1 day to adjust and prepare for the arena battles. With that, he tossed out a delicate little door, which instantly transformed into the familiar brass door upon hitting the ground. This time, everyone jumped in with practiced ease. After the spatial shift, they found themselves in a massive palace. At the center was a bubbling pool, surrounded by meditation cushions. Wei Yiquan appeared last and explained, this is the immortal pool hall. You can choose a cushion, sit down, and start recovering your vitality and mental strength. The Xianqi Hall stood majestically in a corner of Wucheng, emanating a mysterious glow. This structure wasn't built by humans. At its center lies a spring pool originating from the Nine Kings pool of a different race. Wei Yiquan stood in front of the hall, introducing the unique building's history and benefits to the crowd. Training near the pool can not only rapidly restore your vitality and mental strength, but also heal hidden injuries and deficiencies, Wei Yiquan said with a hint of pride in his voice. There are only 5 Xianqi halls in the entire human race. Although ours in Wucheng is the smallest, being able to enter it is already a great reward for you elites. As Wei Yiquan departed, everyone tacitly chose their meditation mats according to their rankings. Suyu's team, being the first, naturally took the closest spot to the Xianqi. Following them were Gao Shi's team and Hao Jiming's team. Although Suyu's vitality was abundant, his mental strength had been just as drained as everyone else's. If his mental strength were likened to 100 threads, he was now hanging by the last one. Without the enhancement of the 100 forge technique, he might have already collapsed on the ground like Song Qinghuan. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Suyu closed his eyes and began to practice his breathing technique. Instantly, his previously sluggish vitality was quickly invigorated. His tense mind relaxed, and the feeling of being weighed down by a stone gradually dissipated. The passive recovery alone was astonishingly fast, leading Suyu to wonder. If he practiced the God Awakening technique, would he fully recover in just half an hour? Time quietly passed, and the tired expressions on the faces of the elites in Xianqi Hall gradually faded, replaced by a refreshed look. Meanwhile, the Tianyuan City Genius Training Camp was also experiencing a significant moment. Today marked the 6th day of Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's participation in the 4-school training camp. Kai Yu had successfully tempered his first bone and decided to challenge a 3rd-grade exotic beast. This news garnered high attention from the camp's instructors. A large group set out into the wilderness, searching for traces of the 3rd-grade exotic beast. Not only the instructors but even the principals of several colleges in Tianyuan City were present, showing the importance they placed on this event. The principals gathered in small groups, conversing in low voices. The principal of Tianyuan No. 1 High School said expectantly, last year, Zhang Ling ranked 6th, and this year we have Kai Yu. It seems Tianyuan City is poised to become a leading city in the Northwest region. The other principals nodded in agreement, envisioning the future development of Tianyuan City. However, the principal of Tianyuan No. 4 High School suddenly asked, Old Tang, how are those two from No. 8 High? Tomorrow is the 7th day, and I heard there's a ring match. Will we finally see the other 2 geniuses from Tianyuan City? Tang Yaodong, the principal of No. 8 High School, maintained a calm expression. He wasn't sure about Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's exact situation either. He simply smiled and replied, Old Wu, you might not be aware. Even the last place reward in the 4-school training camp is a rare mid-grade blood crystal. Those 2 kids are likely to break through as warriors in Wucheng before returning. You probably won't see them anytime soon. Just as Tang Yaodong finished speaking, he added, I'm thinking of organizing a special lecture for them in the Genius Training Camp once they return. After all, it's the first time our Tianyuan City has ever participated in the 4 schools training camp, and their experiences are truly extraordinary. The principal of the No. 8 High School immediately received unanimous support from the other principals. The principal of Tianyuan No. 4 High School, realizing the significance of Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's participation regardless of their final rankings, chose to remain silent, acknowledging that they had already set a new record for Tianyuan City. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Kai Yu was engaged in a fierce battle with a 3rd-grade mutant beast, the giant-toothed rabbit. They exchanged blows relentlessly. Inside the immortal pool hall, after a night of cultivation, Su Yu's vitality and mental strength had fully recovered to their peak state. While the other prodigies were still in the recovery process, Su Yu, not wanting to waste the rare cultivation environment, began practicing the 100 refinements technique. With prior experience and no worries about depleting his mental strength, Su Yu's cultivation speed surpassed his previous efforts. However, the accompanying pain also increased exponentially. Through continuous self-torture, Su Yu completed one round of the 100 refinements technique in just 3 hours. Just as he was about to start a second round, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for recovering from hidden injuries. Your cultivation talent level has been upgraded. Su Yu was stunned. Recalling his father's words, could it be true? Without hesitation, he pulled up his personal panel to check. Name, Su Yu. Talent, C. Abilities, SS level Ice Age, SS level Incomplete Luck Favor, S level Hellfire. Martial Arts, proficient in Misty Step. Titles, low-level Tactician, Ordinary Encyclopedia Collector. Skills, Master of Tactical Understanding, Master of Basic Leg Techniques, Proficient in Gun Techniques, Proficient in Sword Techniques, Proficient in Combat, Intermediate in Dagger Techniques, Intermediate in Bicycle Riding. High-dimensional Physical Attributes, 300. High-dimensional Vitality and Mental Attributes, 458 He. Low-dimensional Strength Attributes, 4111. Low-dimensional Agility Attributes, 5180. Encyclopedia Collection, 1561000. Looking at the data on his panel, Su Yu suddenly understood the meaning of 3 days apart, and you must look at a person anew. In such a short time, he had made tremendous progress. The data for Su Yu has drastically changed compared to 6 days ago. His 4 teammates also began to exhibit fluctuations in their energy levels, drawing the attention of many in the immortal pool hall. Initially, there was confusion in the eyes of the onlookers at this stage. Most people's energy levels had reached their limit, except for a few who had already become warriors. Seeing someone still improving was quite rare. However, once they recognized Su Yu's team, their confusion quickly turned into admiration. The team's advantage in the Little Wilderness, their outstanding performance during the Beast Tide, all these had made people overlook the fact that their energy levels were originally below 200. It dawned on everyone that these individuals, who played crucial roles during the Beast Tide, were actually ranked at the bottom before the training camp started. All eyes were once again on Su Yu. It was he who had led his 4 teammates to an incredible turnaround and accomplished something that seemed impossible. After her energy level increased, Song Qinghuan smiled and nodded at Su Yu. She had also become a warrior with an energy level of 200. Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao had reached the same level, and although Xiao Qiao didn't have the chance to go further, her smile was the brightest among the 4. Fu Yu's energy level improvement was the most significant. After breaking the 180 barrier, he saw hope in becoming a warrior with an energy level of 200. Feeling the thrill of his energy level rising, he looked at his teammates with gratitude, though his wooden expression didn't change much in the eyes of others. The group jokingly complained about Fu Yu's expressionless face in their minds before diving back into the rare training session in the immortal pool hall. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of Tianyuan City, a group of teenagers watched as Kai Yu successfully killed a grade 3 beast, the sawtooth rabbit. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a metallic scent. The students from the Genius Training Camp clapped and cheered excitedly. Holy crap! Kai Yu really took on a grade 3 beast by himself. I heard Senior Zhongling barely had this strength before the college entrance exam last year, and Kai Yu's already done it. Doesn't that make him stronger than Senior Zhong? Last year, Senior Zhong was ranked 6th in the Northwest District. Are we going to have a top 3 contender this year? Don't be scared. Aim for the top spot. The students were enthusiastically discussing, while 3 teachers nodded approvingly at Kai Yu. The bald teacher said, last year, Zhongling barely managed to kill a grade 3 beast, but Kai Yu still has strength to spare this year. He's definitely stronger. The female teacher coldly pointed out, Zhongling became a warrior with an energy level of 200 through blood crystals. Kai Yu is a true genius. There's no comparison. In terms of abilities and combat skills, Kai Yu is superior. This era is called the Age of Prodigies, and Kai Yu is sure to leave his mark. Another teacher remarked, the Age of Prodigies indeed. Our Tianyuan City not only has Kai Yu, a martial arts genius, but also Su Yu, a tactical genius. The bald man nodded. They are like the twin stars of our generation. The female teacher sneered. Twin stars? Comparing a martial arts genius to a tactical genius isn't quite fair, is it? The other 2 teachers just smiled and said nothing more. Qin Wanfang, being Kai Yu's homeroom teacher, naturally favored him. Besides, she had confidently claimed that Kai Yu would join the training camp, only for him to be rejected while Su Yu emerged and got in through connections. That was a slap in her face. Every time Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were mentioned in the past week, her words were always sharp. Elsewhere, some mischievous teenagers taunted Zhang Shijing and his group, I heard you're waiting for Su Yu and Song Qinghuan to come back and lead you to surpass us? Our captain can now take on grade 3 beasts alone. If you're so eager for them to come back, they must be able to do the same, right? Come on, they went to the 4-school training camp, which is like the prelude to the college entrance exam. No one from Tianyuan City has ever been there before. When they come back, they'll easily kill grade 4 beasts. The group exchanged words, watching Zhang Shijing and his friends, who were too angry to respond, and laughed heartily as they walked away. Even from a distance, they continued, honestly, you exaggerated. I heard only the top few in the 4-school training camp can kill grade 4 beasts. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan got in through connections. How could they kill grade 4 beasts? Who cares? I was just talking. Did you take it seriously? Their deliberate mockery ignored the presence of teachers, leaving Zhang Shijing and his friends to grit their teeth and endure it. Unsure if Su Yu and Song Qinghuan could match Caillou's ability to kill grade 3 beasts. Caillou heard their words but didn't respond. Recently, many had compared him to Su Yu and Song Qinghuan, as if it was a great injustice that he didn't attend the 4-school training camp. Over time, people seemed to forget that Su Yu earned his spot in the camp through his own strength. Caillou knew these people were jealous. Sometimes, he felt jealous too. But he also knew it was Su Yu's own ability. Rather than being jealous of Su Yu, he hoped Song Qinghuan would improve in the camp. Currently, no one in Tianyuan City could match him in 100 moves, and being unbeatable was a lonely feeling. Not far away, several principals watched in silence. Jealousy or envy. These children would only understand the vast differences in the world once they left school. Even their pride, Caillou, would only grasp the enormity of the world when he faced the true prodigies. When the water in the center of the immortal pool palace stopped boiling, everyone knew that the time for healing was over. Wei Yikuan suddenly appeared, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as he firmly announced, "Get a good rest tonight. Gather at the martial arts square at 8 a.m. tomorrow." Before anyone could react, he vanished like a specter. The immortal pool palace instantly buzzed with excitement, the voices of the youth rising and falling. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Let's go, let's go. I haven't played games for days, my hands are itching. I heard there's a great barbecue place in Wuching. Anyone up for it? Some linked arms, planning a barbecue outing, while others blushed as they exchanged contact information with the opposite sex. The teenagers, around 17 or 18, finally looked like they were enjoying their youth again. Su Yu was feeling nostalgic about youth when he noticed a girl with a high ponytail staring at him. Startled, he asked, "Do you need something?" The girl continued to gaze at him intently, as if trying to discern what made him special. Su Yu was puzzled and instinctively touched his face. "Hello, Su Yu. I'm Hime. Thank you for leading us against the beast tide." With that, she turned and left, leaving Su Yu in a daze. Not far away, for girls were chattering and watching. Among them, Wu Linlin looked particularly gossip-hungry. Song Qinghuan's voice sounded in Su Yu's ear. "Do you like her? Want me to get her contact info for you? She seems interested." Su Yu almost nodded instinctively but then widened his eyes and said seriously, "Qinghuan, that's not the right mindset. Romantic entanglements hinder us from roaming the martial world freely. The most important thing now is to improve ourselves and do well in tomorrow's arena battle and the upcoming college entrance exams. Do you understand?" "Yes, you're right." Song Qinghuan nodded earnestly. Lin Yin, standing nearby, was bewildered. "Qinghuan, weren't you jealous? Shouldn't you be giving you a hard time? How can you be convinced so easily? How will you keep such an outstanding man like you?" Xiao Qiao bounced over. "Captain, Qinghuan, let's all exchange contacts." Song Qinghuan immediately started tapping on her wristband. "Done," Xiao Qiao happily announced after adding Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. "I'll create a group." The group chat Martial Arts 218 Strongest Team was successfully created. Su Yu looked at the group name, speechless. "By the way, with our group of 5, do we have like a dozen other smaller groups?" he asked. The two girls rolled their eyes simultaneously. Turning his head, Su Yu saw Gao Shi still standing nearby. "Gao Shi, do you need something?" Startled, Gao Shi's eyes darted around, his face turning red. Yes, well, Su Yu, can we exchange contacts?" After some stammering, he finally got to the point. Their wristbands touched, and the contact was added. Before Su Yu could say anything, Gao Shi quickly walked away. Song Qinghuan wondered aloud, is he socially anxious? Su Yu was also puzzled. He shouldn't be. In the synchronized mental training with Fu Yu, he was pretty enthusiastic. The group took the sky elevator back to the ground and bid each other farewell. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan walked back to the hotel together, enjoying the quiet of the unfamiliar city streets. Internally, Su Yu was torn. Despite having sparred closely with Song Qinghuan countless times in the gravity training room, his heart still raced at the thought of holding a girl's hand. Whatever, just do it. Su Yu closed his eyes and reached out. "Su Yu, why are you grabbing my arm? Is there danger?" Song Qinghuan froze. "It's nothing, It's nothing. Su Yu awkwardly withdrew his hand, cursing himself internally. Suddenly, a soft hand grasped his right hand. Su Yu felt his heart stop as he stiffly turned to look at Song Qinghuan. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents. Su Yu held her hand back, intertwining their fingers. Are you hungry? Su Yu asked. A little, Song Qinghuan replied obediently. I heard there's a good place to eat. Want to try it? Sure. Are you thirsty? I'm okay. Do you want something to drink? It depends on what you want to drink. In the shadows, Zhuge Yun regretted listening to Cheng Yang's nonsense about protecting Su Yu. Damn, who would dare attack the students of the genius training camp in Wuqing now? Two old bachelors had to come and witness this public display of affection. Cheng Yong remained calm. You'll get used to it. I'll get used to your. Elsewhere, Wei Yikuan silently turned and left. Tonight's fools were clearly more than just one or two. Back at the hotel, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan found out that their homeroom teacher hadn't returned since the training camp. Su Yu grumbled. He must have gone to find an old flame. In the shadows, Zhuge Yun stopped Cheng Yong from rushing out. They both returned to their rooms, each letting out a sigh of relief in the hallway. Phew. The kids still know minors can't do that. Otherwise, a high school teacher and a university professor would really struggle to hold back their responsibilities. In her room, Song Qinghuan happily called her mom to share her recent experiences. Meanwhile, Su Yu called his dad multiple times, but no one answered. No doubt, he's drunk again. On the 7th day of the training camp, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were ready for another challenging day. In apartment 201 of Pingyuan Community, Tianyun City, the dawn light gently filtered through the windows. Su Jun woke up early and meticulously cleaned the entire room. After finishing, he retrieved an old diary from the depths of a cabinet, carefully pulling out a photo tucked inside. It was from this diary that Su Yu learned his dad had to get his mom's permission just to play a game back in the day. He also saw his mom's face for the first time here. That day, he tasted Su Jun's signature dish bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork. The whole community echoed with his cries of agony. It was the only time Su Jun had ever hit him. Sunlight streamed through the old windows, and Su Jun sat in a corner, one hand holding his phone, the other clutching the yellowed photo. Last night, when Su Yu called, he neither drank nor slept but still didn't answer. His son had grown successful, and he feared he might cry on the phone, losing face. Early that morning, he mumbled to the missed call and the photo, Xiaoman. Our son is way more impressive than his old man. Do you know about the 4 schools training camp? He's the only one from Tianyun City who got in. He called yesterday, but I didn't dare to pick up. Do you think he's disappointed? Never mind, the kid's got a strong mind. When he gets back, I'll cook a feast to celebrate. Oh, and he has a beautiful girlfriend now. When I first found out, I thought he was like a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Turns out our boy is a swan too, and they make a perfect match. Just like us back in the day. Meanwhile, on the martial arts plaza in Wuqing, 70 students were already in position. Some were nervously sweating, others appeared relaxed, and a few wore happy smiles. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were casually holding hands, much to the astonishment of the other 3 members of Su Ye's team. Many girls were heartbroken, while the boys were grinding their teeth in envy. After the beast-tide battle, Su Yu had become the Prince Charming in many girls' hearts. Everyone knew Su Yu and Song Qinghuan were a couple, but their open display of affection was still a bit much. At 17 or 18, why did he get to be a tactical genius, a martial arts prodigy, and have such an outstanding girlfriend? It was hard for others not to feel envious. Song Qinghuan blushed slightly, but Su Yu remained calm. To him, if Su Yincheng and Yao Yu could kiss in public, what harm was there in holding hands? There wasn't any law against it. On the other side of the plaza, Su Yincheng, snuggling with Yao Yu, saw this and nodded approvingly. As expected from my Su family. At that moment, Wei Yikuan appeared on the plaza. His eyes instinctively scanned Su Yu and Song Qinghuan, and with a neutral expression, he said, "Follow me." Soon, everyone arrived at the largest building in Wuqing Dome, the Battle Martial Hall. Surrounded by tens of thousands of seats, the center featured 10 floating platforms, resembling islands in the sky. It was said to be the venue for the final high school martial arts competition. Are we getting a sneak peek at the venue? Wow, battling in midair. This is awesome. The students followed Wei Yikuan into the hall, gazing around in awe. It was rumored that the Battle Martial Hall itself was a massive spiritual artifact. Even someone like Fu Yu, a scion of a noble family, had never been here before. As the students chatted excitedly, several figures appeared on the high platform of the Battle Martial Hall, and the place fell silent. A tall, lanky middle-aged man smiled warmly and said, "Hello, students. I'm Wang Chuandao, but you can call me Teacher Wang." Everyone showed respect and admiration. Wang Chuandao, one of the 9 grandmasters of Huagua, was the Minister of Education. Since the beginning of the martial arts era, he had overseen Huagua's education affairs. The martial arts university system, breathing techniques, body refining methods, and bone tempering techniques all were promoted by him. This martial arts legend deserved to be called teacher by everyone. Hello, teacher, the students shouted in unison. Next were the presidents of the 4 universities: Chu Yiqing from Nanjing University, Ping Wanwan from Pingyun University, Fan Sanluo from Zhubei University, and Qi Tianwu from Dongji University. All were 8th grade venerable figures with numerous legendary achievements on the desolate battlefield. The students greeted them with another round of hello, teacher. Behind them were the admissions directors and data teams of the 4 schools, the audience for this tournament. 2 additional spectators had already found their seats to avoid any conflicts of interest. Seeing these legendary figures, the young talents were instantly fired up, eager to showcase their full potential. Even Su Yu's eyes burned with excitement, thinking, I wonder if I can get a photo with them afterward. I can take the picture myself? Lin Yin curiously asked. Su Yu, why does it seem like taking pictures is your true passion? You always want to snap a few shots wherever you go. Su Yu shook his head mysteriously. You don't get it. It's a quirk only geniuses have. On the high platform, Wang Chuandao heard Su Yu's muttering and chuckled. This Su Yu is an interesting kid. If he wins first place, we can take a photo with him. The presidents beside him nodded with smiles, their eyes full of anticipation. This young man was the biggest surprise of this 4 schools training camp. With the participants ready and the audience in place, the tournament was about to begin. Wei Kuan gave a brief introduction. The rules for the tournament are simple. There are 10 platforms here. The 5 on the left are the upper platforms, and the 5 on the right are the lower platforms. If you can stay on a platform until the end, you'll be in the top 10 of this individual competition. The final rankings will be determined by drawing lots between the upper and lower platforms. Got it? Yes, everyone responded in unison. Wei Kuan announced, the tournament officially begins. The 10 floating platforms slowly descended. The 70 talents were eager but hesitant to be the first to step forward. Su Yu, holding Song Qinghuan's hand, was about to wait for his team members to go first. At that moment, Song Qinghuan gently tugged his sleeve, and he looked up to find everyone staring at him. In the audience, Wang Chuandao smiled faintly. If I don't speak first in spring, which insect dares to make a sound? On the high platform, though Wang Chuandao's voice wasn't loud, it was clear and reached the ears of the 4 principals. They were slightly taken aback and thought to themselves, the old minister's evaluation and expectations of this young man might be a bit too high. Wang Chuandao then smiled and asked, what do you think the future holds for a strategist who can earn the respect and admiration of his peers? The 4 principals all turned their gaze toward the arena. Below the stage, Su Yu had yet to step up, while the other geniuses were already waiting. Whether it was Gao Shi or Hao Jiming, these prodigies who were used to being the best from a young age were all waiting for Su Yu to be the first to take the stage. This was not only a recognition of his strength, but also a genuine admiration. After all, during the Beast Tide battle, without Su Yu, they wouldn't have lasted until nightfall, let alone repelled the Beast Tide. Everyone's eyes were on Su Yu, but he felt a slight twinge of melancholy. He realized that his strength and mindset did not seem to be fully aligned. Reflecting inwardly, he thought, I'm already this strong, so what am I waiting for? I should be the first to step up, and anyone who disagrees can challenge me. I must not make this mistake again. In a swift move, Su Yu leaped lightly onto the number 1 stage. Standing there, his usual smile was replaced by a serious expression. He glanced around at the other prodigies, his dark golden overlord spear drawing a sharp arc in the air, exuding an air of provocation. However, Su Yu's provocative attitude did not incite any discontent among the other prodigies. As soon as the first superior stage had its defender, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yiqing also ascended to the remaining 4 superior stages. Su Yu noticed Hao Jiming standing with his eyes closed and his sword in his arms, as if waiting for someone to challenge him. Su Yu nodded inwardly. These seemingly trivial details had once again broadened his understanding. At this moment, everyone in the training camp had accepted Su Yu's status as an unparalleled prodigy, even faintly viewing him as the top contender. However, they would never have guessed that this so-called unparalleled prodigy, the presumed number 1, was participating in a stage battle for the first time in his life, or rather, in his 2 lifetimes. Last night, Su Yu was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He got up in the middle of the night to practice a cycle of the 100 refinements method before finally falling asleep. Now, with a curious mind, he was eagerly absorbing all kinds of seemingly useless knowledge. Below the stage, Song Qinghuan couldn't help but smile as she watched Su Yu. To others, Su Yu looked fierce and domineering, holding his spear with one hand. But only she knew that on their way here this morning, he had been asking about the rules, precautions, and preparations for the stage battle. His eager yet nervous demeanor was as adorable as a schoolboy taking his first exam. On the high platform, the 4 principals exchanged smiles. They thought, a strategist who can dominate all his peers? Isn't that Ji Qing? No wonder Minister Wang has such high praise for Su Yu. But there are some differences between the two. Ji Qing, back in the day, earned the respect of his peers purely because he was cunning, tricking everyone. In the end, no one dared to disobey him. For many years, people would ponder over his every word, afraid that he had set a trap. As for Suyu, as long as the result is the same, it doesn't matter whether it's through cunning or sheer strength. The old principals reminisced about the dark history of a certain grandmaster while pondering silently. As the 10 stages were all occupied by defenders, the final round of the stage competition officially began. Almost everyone flocked to the 5 stages on the right. The top 5 were hard to shake, but there was still a chance to compete for the 6th to 10th places. This defense battle not only tested strength and endurance, but also greatly tested one's insight. Being able to strike at the opponent's moment of weakness was also a skill. Of course, once becoming a defender, one must also guard against such tactics from others. From the competition format, this stage battle was completely unfair. But then, there was no fairness on the battlefield. It seemed that the top 5 wouldn't have a chance to make a move until the knockout rounds. At this moment, an unexpected situation occurred in the center of the battle hall. 4 people lined up in front of the number 1 stage, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Even the 2 about to fight on stage 9 stopped and turned to look. Fuyu, Lin Yan, Xiao Qiao, and Song Qinghuan Suyu's entire team all chose to challenge their captain. This scene left everyone puzzled. What's going on? Aren't they just throwing the match? As everyone was wondering, someone suddenly realized, oh, they are throwing the match. Think about it. Their chi and blood were all below 200 before, making them the weakest individually. For them, the result would be the same no matter who they challenged, right? This explanation was immediately accepted by everyone. That makes sense. They've already won the team competition, so challenging their captain as a formality is quite reasonable. Tisk, it's a pity. I wanted to spar with that lucky ability girl. Come on, you just want to spar? Everyone could understand the choice of Suyu's team members. After the initial surprise, their attention returned to the ongoing stage battles. However, the 4 members of Song Qinghuan's team, who were thought to be throwing the match, were actually determined to show their captain their strength. Although they currently didn't have the ability to compete for the top 10, challenging Suyu was not just a formality. Last night, in a small chat group of 4, Song Qinghuan had passionately motivated everyone. Since we're going to lose anyway, why not challenge the strongest? Even if we lose, at least we'll know how big the gap is between us. Without understanding the gap, how can we have a chance to catch up to him? To surpass him? She successfully united everyone. At this moment, on the stage, Suyu saw the burning fighting spirit in the eyes of the 4 and narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. Fuyu was the first to jump onto the stage, challenging, Captain, let me see how strong your mental power really is. As soon as he finished speaking, the veins on either side of his eyes bulged. Suyu's mind went blank for a moment, and when he regained clarity, an arrow was already flying towards him. Suyu's lips curved slightly, and without even releasing his chi and blood, he effortlessly swept the arrow aside with his spear. Below the stage, Lin Yin shivered slightly and whispered to Song Qinghuan, Sis, why do I feel like we're asking for trouble? Lin Yan's casual call of sister-in-law made Song Qinghuan's cheeks flush slightly. Her gaze fell on Suyu on the stage, and a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Don't worry, Suyu knows what he's doing. On the stage, Suyu advanced towards Fuyu like a fierce tiger, swinging his overlord spear and sending his opponent flying dozens of meters. Amidst the rising dust, Fuyu scrambled to his feet, drawing his bowstring with a solemn expression. Suyu laughed lightly, putting away his spear to face the incoming psychic interference. Swish, swish, swish. 6 sharp arrows cut through the air, aiming to block Suyu's retreat. However, with a light tap of his toes, Suyu retreated like a phantom, intercepting all the arrows with lightning-fast reflexes. He casually tossed the arrows aside, mocking, not fast enough, not strong enough. Is this all you've got? Fuyu looked defeated, feeling utterly outclassed in every aspect. His prized psychic abilities couldn't even phase Suyu, let alone the gap in strength, speed, and combat skills. Outside the ring, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming watched with boredom, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. The audience also turned their attention away, finding the one-sided battle lacking in value. Just as Fuyu was about to concede, Suyu spoke calmly, giving up already? Before the words even settled, Fuyu unleashed another volley of arrows. Suyu effortlessly kicked away the incoming arrows while advising, is this all you can do with your psychic abilities? Think about it. If you could control your psychic power, what could you achieve? Fuyu hesitated for a moment, his bowstring quivering. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu swiftly closed the distance and landed a powerful kick, sending Fuyu flying. Struggling to stabilize himself, Fuyu's mind raced with Suyu's words. Perception, interference, enhancement, materialization, can you do these? Suyu's attacks came like a storm, leaving Fuyu barely able to defend himself. If all else fails, Imagine your psychic power as energy and let it explode. On the high platform, the spectators were stunned. Fu Yu's psychic resonance was already top-notch. Yet Su Yu suggested he could materialize or even detonate it. The admissions officers exchanged shocked glances. On the stage, Su Yu's words continued to barrage Fu Yu. Guess what? If your psychic power is strong enough, could you foresee the future? Or could you imbue objects with your psychic energy, making everything serve your will? Veins popped on Fu Yu's forehead, and seeing this, Su Yu quickly kicked him into the air. Let's keep it simple. Can you control objects? How about psychic suggestions? Why fixate on interfering with others' minds? You could ride their mental waves to create the images you want them to see. Must it always be a direct clash? If I'm prepared, how could you possibly succeed? Here's a tip. When shooting arrows, can't you try to control their trajectory? On the high platform, Fengwan asked curiously, is what Su Yu said actually possible, or is it just his imagination? As soon as the words were out, Fu Yu forcefully drew his bow in midair and shot 3 arrows. Just as Su Yu was about to kick them away, the arrows bizarrely changed their paths. The admissions officers widened their eyes, and the previously bored Gao Shi and others suddenly stood up. Su Yu was about to dodge when the arrows simultaneously exploded with a bang. The spectators were all left in shock. Patting his head to clear the dizziness, Su Yu laughed. Oh, you've learned to adapt. With a thud, Fu Yu crashed to the ground, too exhausted to stand. Despite his fatigue, he managed a bright smile as Su Yu approached. Lin Yan helped the dust-covered Fu Yu off the stage. Though he looked disheveled, everyone remembered his name after this fight. His abilities in psychic interference, psychic suggestion, and the final technique of controlling and exploding arrows left many wondering. If they faced him, could they win? Most shook their heads in contemplation. Su Yu's easy victory was entirely due to his extraordinarily powerful psychic abilities. Recalling the battle against the Beast Tide, where he and Song Qinghuan jointly froze Lookout City, still seemed unbelievable. For ordinary people like them, whose psychic abilities were generally inferior to Fu Yu's, facing him would likely result in an unknown defeat. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others gave Fu Yu a deep look. Just moments ago, they thought the fight between Fu Yu and Su Yu was one-sided and uninteresting. Now, they realized they had another formidable opponent to contend with. Although Fu Yu wasn't at that level yet, who could say what the future held? In the upcoming college entrance exams, besides the insanely powerful Su Yu, they would also need to be on high alert against Fu Yu. This battle undoubtedly added more suspense to the exams. On the high platform, the admissions officers exchanged meaningful glances, clearly having gained a new understanding of the fight's outcome. President Qi Tianwu of Dongji University flashed a knowing smile as his gaze swept across the other university presidents present. It seems this year's exceptional talents are not limited to Gao Shi and his group. Fu Yu from the Fu family is also a dark horse. The other presidents nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. They couldn't help but wonder if Fu Yu could truly achieve the astonishing feats that Su Yu had mentioned. At that moment, a crowd suddenly gathered around Arena 1, buzzing with excitement. The young contestants who had already been defeated squeezed to the front, eager to witness the upcoming match. As the crowd grew larger, Lin Yan's excitement also soared. He couldn't wait to jump onto the stage. Before he could even steady himself, Su Yu launched a swift kick towards him. Lin Yan barely managed to dodge the attack, his body swaying dangerously. Someone in the audience immediately exclaimed, Lin Yan knows the phantom step too? From the high platform, Qian Yun, with his sharp eyes, quickly discerned the truth. He's only mimicking the form of the phantom step without grasping its essence. It seems he's been imitating his team captain these days. After successfully dodging several attacks, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips. However, in the next moment, Su Yu's kicks became so unpredictable that Lin Yan couldn't anticipate where the next strike would land. With a loud bang, Su Yu's kick landed squarely on Lin Yan's chest. Lin Yan cried out in pain, trying to evade while shouting, Su Yu, how do you still have moves I haven't seen before? As he shouted, Lin Yan attempted to dodge and counterattack with his dual blades. But compared to his imitation of the phantom step, Su Yu's authentic martial arts made it impossible for Lin Yan to even touch him. After taking several more solid hits, Lin Yan couldn't help but shout, Su Yu, are we starting now? Su Yu looked at him playfully and asked, starting what? Starting to be serious? As he spoke, he revealed his Ba Wang spear. Terrified, Lin Yan quickly retreated several meters, hastily explaining, No, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Su Yu slowly raised his Ba Wang spear. No, Su Yu. We're all your teammates. You can't play favorites. I need guidance and enlightenment. Lin Yan pleaded as Su Yu's spear struck his backside, causing him to cry out in pain. Su Yu said nonchalantly, oh that? Well, I don't have much to guide you on. With that, he raised his spear again. Lin Yan's face was filled with terror as he quickly shouted, No, Suyu, please. Lin Yin swiftly raised his dual blades to meet Suyu's overlord spear. With a resounding clang, Lin Yin was forced back several hundred steps. He knew that if Suyu hadn't held back, that strike would have sent him flying off the stage, coughing up blood. Without hesitation, Lin Yin activated the traits of the giant-toothed rabbit beast. His legs suddenly became thick and powerful, and with a mighty push off the ground, he charged at Suyu with a speed far surpassing his previous attempts. The students below the stage gasped in amazement. Holy crap, Lin Yin's got some skills. I can't keep up with that speed, one exclaimed. Those who had been mocking him earlier were now filled with awe. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yin was in front of Suyu, his dual blades slicing down. At that critical moment, his aura shifted to that of a berserk bear. His eyes turned blood red, and his body emitted a fierce, beastly aura. His upper body clothing tore apart, revealing rock-hard muscles. His arms bulged as he brought his blades down with immense force. Clang! Suyu raised his overlord's spear horizontally, absorbing the powerful blow without budging an inch. Someone in the audience couldn't help but comment, "What kind of monstrous strength is that?" The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. On the stage, Lin Yin resembled a raging bear, his dual blades striking relentlessly. Yet, beneath the ferocity, his attacks were laced with cunning tactics. Sometimes his blades moved like crescent moons, other times like forks, aiming to trap Suyu's spear and close in on him. Facing a dual-blade user for the first time, Suyu cautiously controlled his strength, exchanging dozens of moves with Lin Yin. Gradually, as he became accustomed to the rhythm of the battle, Suyu intentionally exposed a flaw, allowing Lin Yin's blades to clamp down on the spear tip. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Yin seized it, attempting to disarm Suyu. A slight smile appeared on Suyu's lips as he suddenly increased his force, numbing Lin Yan's arms. Following up, Suyu's spear tip aimed directly at Lin Yan's forehead. Lin Yin tried to use his elusive footwork to evade, but no matter how he dodged, the spear tip remained locked on his forehead. As Suyu pressed Lin Yin to keep moving, he began to critique. Enhancing yourself with beast traits is one approach. But if that's all you aim to do, you're wasting your abilities. From the high platform, Deng Ji observed with a complex expression. It looks like he's helping him improve his elusive footwork. Wang Chuandao chuckled. This kid has a knack for teaching. Sweating profusely, Lin Yin dodged and asked, "Then how should I use my abilities?" Suyu suddenly started targeting his feet. "Did you hear what I just told Fuyu?" "I heard," Lin Yin replied, forced to jump as Suyu's spear swept towards his legs. Despite his agile flip, he soon found himself smacked on the butt by Suyu's spear, falling face first to the ground. Lying there, Lin Yin felt a chill and quickly got up. Suyu's spear followed, stabbing the spot where his butt had been. Seeing Suyu's disappointed expression, Lin Yin broke out in a cold sweat. "If you heard, then use it," Suyu urged. "How?" "I can't mimic others' abilities," Lin Yin said while dodging and looking for a counterattack. "Is your ability to mimic?" Suyu asked, exasperated. "Isn't it?" Lin Yin responded instinctively. Suyu immediately intensified his attacks, and Lin Yin, unable to dodge, took several hits. "Did I tell you to mimic? Can't your ability itself achieve those effects?" "My ability itself can?" Lin Yin was stunned. With a loud thud, Suyu kicked him flying. "You guess if it can?" "For you can control objects and cause mental explosions. You can start simple, try mental interference." Still scrambling to dodge, Lin Yan's veins bulged on his forehead and neck. "It's useless." From the audience, Fu Yu's weak voice came. "Even when I use it on the captain, it's useless. How could it work for you?" Lin Yan was taken aback, and everyone else was stunned as well. "Is that possible? Holy crap, is that for real? Damn. Suddenly I feel their team winning first place makes perfect sense." As Suyu's spear came at him again, Lin Yin shouted, "Stop, I surrender." He leaped off the stage like a diver. Upon landing, Lin Yin ignored the strange looks from others and immediately approached Fuyu. "Hey Fu, how about we exchange some insights?" Suyu retracted his spear and turned his attention to the remaining two female team members. The audience was in an uproar, many students still finding it hard to believe that Lin Yan's ability could rival Fu Yu's. Even Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were skeptical. On the high platform, a data team member hesitated. "How should we record this?" Batten replied seriously, "Record it exactly as Suyu said." He's not joking. The master-level experts present all sensed the mental fluctuations. When Lin Yin was kicked away by Suyu, he had indeed attempted mental interference, though with minimal effect. After 2 rounds, the expectations of those on the high platform were significantly raised. Even the principals couldn't help but sit up straighter. Suyu is intriguing. His team members are quite interesting too. They're all talented, the principals murmured among themselves. On the stage, Xiao Qiao was the third to step up. Before starting, she covered her butt. "Captain, Can you not hit my butt? It's embarrassing. In the audience, Song Qinghuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Beside her, Fu Yu and Lin Yan looked down in silence. Su Yu was momentarily stunned, then said seriously, I don't have such a fetish. Really? Xiao Xiao asked with wide eyes, skeptical. Hitting the butt is less likely to cause injury, Su Yu explained, exasperated. Never mind, let me tell you directly. Just remember, a regular warrior getting lucky only affects those around her. But if a 7th rank master, an 8th rank quasi-master, or even a 9th rank grandmaster possesses the trait of luck, the impact extends far beyond her immediate surroundings. As Su Yu finished speaking, Xiao Qiao was still mulling over his words. On the high platform, the expert's pupils contracted sharply. In the ensuing silence, Fan Senluo slowly spoke. Su Yu is hinting at us. South City University's principal, Chu Yiqing, chuckled. It seems this whole display was deliberately staged for us. These kids have a bright future ahead. Wang Chuandao concluded with a smile. So you understands abilities better than we do? Captain, does this mean that if I work hard to improve my abilities, my powers will naturally take effect? Xiao Qiao asked eagerly, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Her twin ponytails swayed gently with her movements, making her look full of energy. Su Yu nodded slightly. Yes, that's correct. Upon receiving the affirmation, Xiao Qiao immediately got serious. Then watch out, Captain. No sooner had she spoken than her energy surged, and her long whip lashed out towards Su Yu like a snake striking its prey. Xiao Qiao knew that against a powerful captain, her best option was to go all out. She didn't want to be easily defeated like Lin Yan and Fu Yu. She was determined to give it her all. Her whip danced in the air, creating a web that seemed to enclose Su Yu from all directions. Su Yu employed his elusive footwork, trying to navigate through the gaps in the whip's trajectory. However, to his surprise, Xiao Qiao seemed to anticipate his moves, forcing him to a halt multiple times. Faced with the incoming whip, he had no choice but to block with his powerful spear. The audience below the platform was stunned. Someone exclaimed, is their team full of prodigies? Did Xiao Qiao just figure out Su Yu's elusive steps? That's incredible. She seems much stronger than the two guys who went before her. Another person chimed in. Someone else scoffed. Well duh. Fu Yu and Lin Yan looked like toys in front of Su Yu. Look at Xiao Qiao. She almost hurt him several times. Nearby, Lin Yan and Fu Yu looked up at the sky, feeling a bitter sense of defeat. On the high platform, Principal Ping Wanwen of Pingyang University chuckled. Is this the unique nature of luck-based powers? This girl's attacks seem random, yet she somehow manages to block Su Yu's elusive steps. Principal Chu Yiqing of Nanqing University narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Ordinary warriors influence those around them, but what about masters? Can they influence the battlefield, or even all of humanity? Su Yu's words were likely meant for us old folks. He continued. He even staged a demonstration by guiding Fu Yu and Lin Yan, making a martial arts legend admit that he understands powers better than we do. With all this set up, when he says Xiao Qiao's luck-based power is SS level and can influence the entire battlefield, he's trying to make us believe it. Although the principals weren't entirely convinced, the names of Xiao Qiao and Su Yu were firmly etched in their minds. Su Yu's plan seemed to be taking shape. In the audience, Zhuge Yun shook his head with a smile. This kid's got guts, setting up these big shots the first time they meet. He's not afraid of the consequences, Cheng Yong added quietly. Whether he gets into trouble, I don't know. But if these big shots recommend him to Grandmaster Ji or decide to take him as a disciple themselves, do you think you'll still have a chance? Zhuge Yun's face changed, and he quickly shouted, Principals, you can't do that. On the platform, Su Yu felt it was time to wrap things up. He used his spear to grab Xiao Qiao's whip. With his overwhelming strength, the whip was instantly pulled from her hands. As he closed in, she covered her backside and shouted, Captain, I surrender. Su Yu, seeing the twin-tailed girl protectively covering her behind, felt exasperated. Then get off the platform yourself. On the high platform, Ping Wanwen laughed heartily. Look at him. He's putting on a show just for us. The more I see this kid, the more he reminds me of old Ji, except he's much stronger. The principals looked at the other prodigies with newfound sympathy. Chu Yiqing asked, by the way, old Fan, why does Zhuge Yun look at us so bitterly? Fan Senlu stroked his beard. He's probably worried we'll send Su Yu to old Ji. By seniority, old Ji would be this kid's grandmaster. In the martial arts hall, Xiao Qiao voluntarily conceded and jumped off the platform. All eyes immediately turned to Song Qinghuan. Oh, here comes the real show, a couple's duel. I love watching these kinds of matches. Do you think Su Yu will go easy on Song Qinghuan? Well, that depends on whether he's a real man. Exactly. Time to see who wears the pants in their relationship. The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. On the platform, Su Yu was speechless. He thought to himself, what relationship hierarchy? You guys weren't around when I was pinning Qinghuan down in the gravity training room. Song Qinghuan mischievously took a few steps forward. Just when everyone was eagerly waiting for her to step onto the platform, she suddenly stopped and smiled at Suyu. Suyu, see you later. With that, she turned and walked towards platform number 8. The audience erupted in surprise. Huh? No couples duel? So Song Qinghuan wants to compete for the top 10? Does she have the strength? Are you dumb? She helped Suyu freeze the entire Watchtower city before. But that was teamwork, and this is a unknown match. It's not just about powers, it's about combat skills too. True, it might be tough for her. What a pity. No drama to watch. The crowd expressed their disappointment. Nearby, Fu Yu and Lin Yin exchanged glances. Lin Yin sighed. So, we were tricked by the captain and his girlfriend? Fu Yu nodded expressionlessly. The two looked up at the sky again, feeling the sting of betrayal more than the public display of affection. On the platform, Suyu smiled. Perhaps there would never be another opportunity like today to showcase his team's talents. Fu Yu's mental control, Lin Yan's reality manipulation, and Xiao Qiao's SS-level luck. Their powers were definitely worth nurturing. At first, he thought SS and SS-level powers were common. But after the city defense battle, he realized that apart from his team, the only other person with an S-level rating was Hao Jiming with his space warping ability. Gao Shi and Wu Linlin were S-level, and most others were rated A or B. So, his team's talents were indeed extraordinary. Song Qinghuan approached platform number 8. Calming her excitement over her successful plan, she looked at her opponent with a serious gaze. She really wanted to challenge Suyu right away, but she knew she needed the top 10 rewards. Otherwise, the gap between her and Suyu would only widen. Besides, making it to the top 10 would give her another chance to face him. With that in mind, she challenged the defender of platform number 8. Song Qinghuan stepped onto platform 8, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The current defender, Du Yin, possessed an grade toxic mist ability. The potency of his mist was inversely proportional to its range. The smaller the area, the more lethal it became, and vice versa. With his formidable mental strength, Du Yan's ability had proven highly effective in battle, earning him an S-grade rating from the authorities. Suyu mused to himself that acquiring such an ability would be quite advantageous. He glanced at Song Qinghuan, not feeling overly concerned. On the platform, the toxic mist spread quickly, obscuring the view of the onlookers. Du Yan had already defeated 6 challengers with this tactic, and for a long time, no one had dared to step forward. The crowd murmured among themselves. Did Song Qinghuan pick the wrong opponent? How can she use her ice powers if she can't see him? Is there anyone who can counter Du Yan's ability? Everyone knew that a top contender was likely biding their time. Suddenly, the mist on the platform began to dissipate. Centered around Song Qinghuan, ice crystals gradually covered the platform, pushing back the toxic fog. The audience gasped. That's a domain-type ability. It's higher ranked than Du Yan's. Du Yin, hidden in the mist, was stunned. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly launched a surprise attack from behind, his sword aimed straight at Song Qinghuan's head. Just when everyone thought the arena's protective mechanism would be triggered, Song Qinghuan deftly dodged and countered with a spear thrust at Du Yin. Du Yin retreated hastily, once again blending into the mist. Knowing his chances for a surprise attack were dwindling, he launched a frenzied assault. His sword flashed, threatening Song Qinghuan from every angle. Faced with the onslaught, Song Qinghuan displayed an astonishing footwork technique. Her movements were ghostly and precise, evading each lethal strike by mere inches. As Du Yan's stamina waned, Song Qinghuan began her counterattack. Her spear, combined with ice spikes, forced Du Yin to retreat step by step. Seizing a moment when Du Yin lost his balance, Song Qinghuan thrust her spear towards his heart. Just as the critical moment arrived, the platform's lights flashed, and Du Yin was teleported below, signaling his defeat. Song Qinghuan apologized to Du Yin and then scanned the crowd below, as if inviting a new challenger. However, her display of strength made everyone hesitant. Someone whispered, "This couple really has top 10 potential." Seeing no one stepping forward, Song Qinghuan turned her gaze to platform 1. The scene there left everyone speechless. The admissions officers on the high platform exchanged bewildered looks, unsure how to handle the unprecedented situation. On platform 1, Suyu sat at a makeshift table, holding a camera and photographing the geniuses lined up. After taking their pictures, he would even offer guidance on how to use and develop their abilities. The geniuses, grateful for his advice, were moved to tears. Some even tried to slip him money. Those who had exhausted their challenge attempts were filled with regret, while the experts on the other platforms were eager to see what was going on. Clearly, Suyu had laid all his cards on the table. Standing in the center of the arena, his gaze was sharp and penetrating as he scanned the other contestants, a confident smile playing on his lips. "No more pretending," he announced, his voice ringing out across the venue. "I can tell what your abilities are just by taking your picture. Anyone brave enough to let me photograph them, and I'll reveal the true nature of your powers." His words plunged the venue into silence. Everyone tacitly understood that Su Yu could discern their abilities through photography. Although the system only provided a rating and a name, often requiring him to extrapolate or even make things up, no one dared to question his capability at this moment. In the audience, Chung Yong furrowed his brow in confusion. He recalled the time when Su Yu had photographed him but had noticed nothing unusual. As he grappled with his uncertainty, Zhuge Yun smiled and explained, "That's the point. It's not the camera's ability, it's his." The kid's smart enough to know that revealing this power is perfect for today's situation. On the high platform, the principals and judges were quietly discussing this unexpected development. Wang Chuandao remarked calmly, "There's no need to record that particular data." The data team members nodded in agreement. Fan Sanluo, brimming with interest, said, "Now, I really want to let this kid take a couple of pictures of me." Chu Yiqing suddenly proposed an idea. "What do you think about having him photograph all the students at school?" Ping Wanwen, eyes narrowed in appreciation, analyzed, "His camera is just an ordinary one. There must be limits to his ability, so having him photograph everyone isn't realistic. Besides, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Su Yu's own cultivation is the main focus." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chuandao said, "After the tournament, old Ping, I want you to specifically restrict the children's memories on this matter. Also, in a few days, I'll announce an update to the Beast database." He detailed his plan, which included involving the public in photographing and documenting beasts and establishing dedicated clubs in various institutions. On Arena 1, Su Yu's fortune-telling hastened the progress of the tournament. Meanwhile, on Arena 8, Song Qinghuan showcased her impressive strength by consecutively defeating 2 challengers. Half an hour later, all challenge opportunities were exhausted. On the top 5 arenas, apart from Su Yu, the other 4 contestants had been observing the matches. After fierce battles on the lower 5 arenas, Song Qinghuan, Yang Wanxian, Yao Yu, Yuan Hongjing, and Bu Shiming emerged victorious and advanced. The 10-fold arena slowly rose, ethereal mist swirling around it. Wei Yikuan announced a half-hour break, and the 10 advancing contestants immediately began to adjust their states. Su Yu seized the opportunity to dive back into his cultivation of the 100 refined technique. Half an hour later, Wei Yikuan threw 10 golden bamboo slips, and the arenas began to merge. In the audience, students excitedly discussed the upcoming clashes. When Su Yinqing's arena met Yao Yu's, the crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. Finally, the 10 arenas merged into 5. Su Yu was set to face Bu Shiming, Song Qinghuan against Gao Shi, and Su Yincheng had to contend with his lover, Yao Yu. The audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the thrilling battles about to unfold. The moment the matchup list was announced, all eyes turned to Qiao Qiao. The reason was simple. Su Yu's opponent, Bu Shiming, possessed the ability to control water elements. In terms of abilities, Su Yu, who mastered the ice ceiling lookout city, was a perfect counter to Bu Shiming. Su Yu's earlier words still echoed in everyone's ears, and now Qiao Qiao's luck ability was clearly showing its effects. Although Song Qinghuan was up against Gao Shi, everyone understood. To them, the outcome was the same regardless of which top 5 opponents Song Qinghuan faced. Gao Shi might even be the best match for her. With these thoughts in mind, everyone was eager to get to know Qiao Qiao. On the arena, Su Yu held his overlord spear, eyes blazing with battle intent. He had long awaited the top 10 competition. The matches with Lin Yan and Fu Yu were mere child's play. Now was the real contest, with opponents being the top 10 powerhouses. Having fought only fierce beasts before, he had been itching to spar with these prodigies. At the other end of the arena, Bu Shiming looked bitter. He knew that participating in the top 10 competition was more about the experience, but facing the strongest competitor right off the bat left him feeling utterly unprepared. He hesitated to use his abilities, fearing that a flood would just get frozen by Su Yu, backfiring on him. As the arena slowly merged, Bu Shiming felt every second drag on, silently cursing the agonizingly slow pace. The atmosphere varied across the other arenas. Gao Shi, who was up against Song Qinghuan, knew her mastery of the phantom step and did not dare to be careless. He gripped his heavy black iron sword tightly, ready to strike as soon as the arena merged. Song Qinghuan was equally serious, fully prepared to give her all against the top-ranked opponent. In the couple showdown between Su Yinchen and Yao Yu shouted, "Yinchen, don't hold back." Su Yinchen nodded repeatedly in agreement. The match between Wu Linlin and Yang Wanxian was a sisterly duel, with Yang Wanxian specifically training with an iron ruler to counter Wu Linlin's long staff. On the last arena, Hao Jiming faced Yuan Hongjing, who, like Bu Shiming, felt helpless against space-warping abilities. As the arenas fully merged, the battles were about to erupt. Bu Shiming barely assumed a defensive stance when Su Yu darted in front of him like lightning. Stunned by the terrifying speed, Bu Shiming was at a loss, while Su Yu found the victory coming too swiftly. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the cheer captain, from Lin Yan was cut short as Bu Ming was sent flying by Su Yu's sweeping spear. Before he hit the ground, a shimmering light transported him outside the arena. The audience fell silent, and Wei Yiquan immediately appeared beside Bu Ming to heal him. Bu Ming was bleeding from his orifices and unconscious, a sight that made everyone gasp. On the arena, Su Yu froze. He had pulled back his strength when sweeping, intending to use a thrust instead. Worried, he looked down at the stage, where Wei Yiquan reassured him while healing Bu Ming. Don't worry, it's all external injuries. The battle martial hall protected his internal organs. He'll be fine. The audience sighed in relief, but remained silent. The entire process took just a second. Su Yu's approach, the spear strike, Bu Ming's flight and bleeding. The visual impact was overwhelming. Lin Yan, who was about to cheer, swallowed the word cheer back, patting his own but in relief, thankful that the captain hadn't used full strength in their usual practice. Hearing that Bu Ming was okay, Su Yu also relaxed. Reflecting on his first official arena match, he murmured, that was quick and unexpected. Turns out Lin Yan and Fu Yu aren't that bad. This comment reached the audience, prompting Fu Yu and Lin Yan to shout indignantly, Captain, what do you mean by that? Su Yu and Bu Ming's battle affected the other 4 arena matches. Su Yu's display of speed and power was so terrifying that Bu Ming had no chance to use his abilities or martial skills, being utterly crushed. Stimulated by this, Hao Jiming, who had intended to avoid using his abilities, instantly changed his mind. He teleported above Yuan Hongjing, launching a barrage of sword strikes. Yuan Hongjing turned into a scarecrow to escape but was pursued again. Eventually, a shimmering light appeared, and Yuan Hongjing found himself outside the arena, relieved that Hao Jiming had deliberately missed by a few centimeters with the final strike. Looking at the bloodied Bu Ming beside him, Yuan Hongjing felt fortunate. If he had faced Su Yu, even 10 scarecrow escapes might not have been enough. On Arena 1, Su Yu eyed Yuan Hongjing, contemplating how to acquire his life-saving ability. He decided to take plenty of photos after the competition and, if necessary, persuade Yuan Hongjing to attend the same university for future opportunities. Meanwhile, in the match between Gao Shi and Song Qinghuan, Gao Shi discovered that his proud Dark Devour ability seemed ineffective against Song Qinghuan, as the speed of devouring her energy had significantly slowed, causing him to frown. Today, Song Qinghuan's mastery of her abilities has reached an unparalleled level, making her almost unrecognizable compared to her former self. The ice crystals spreading beneath her feet create a unique ice domain, though its strength and range are still limited by her mental power. Facing Gao Shi's dark devouring ability, the ice domain she conjured extended only 3 meters, an optimal distance calculated to neither drastically increase his devouring speed nor excessively constrain her own combat space. Gao Shi frowned as he stared. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, the urgency of the battle left him no time to ponder. To secure a swift victory, he gripped his heavy sword tightly and charged at Song Qinghuan. The heavy sword whistled through the air as Song Qinghuan barely managed to dodge it. Her newly learned evasive steps seemed insufficient against Gao Shi, but her agile dodging for several rounds, even without launching a counterattack, elicited a wave of astonishment from the audience. Oh my, they've exchanged blows for several rounds, and Song Qinghuan is still holding on. Bu Ming and Yuan Hongjing were defeated in seconds. Song Qinghuan must at least be at quarterfinal level. 8th move. 9th move. Song Qinghuan is still holding on. Damn. Go, Song Qinghuan. Hang in there, Song Qinghuan. Almost 10 rounds now. A group of young spectators cheered in unison for Song Qinghuan. On the stage, after several exchanges, Gao Shi gradually realized that Song Qinghuan's ability could resist his dark devouring within a certain area. At this moment, his concern wasn't about defeating Song Qinghuan. Her mental power was clearly inferior to his, and under the continuous erosion of his ability, she wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long. Victory was just a matter of time, but facing Su Yu afterward would be a different story. Gao Shi worried silently. Song Qinghuan, who had been forced to dodge continuously, keenly seized an opportunity. Her spear, enveloped in ice and snow, suddenly struck out, grazing Gao Shi's cheek. A wound appeared on his face, with the blood freezing before it could flow. Hiss. Oh my. Damn. That was close. Just a bit closer. If Gao Shi hadn't reacted in time, that strike would have slashed his throat. Did Song Qinghuan really find an opening? The audience erupted in astonishment. On the stage, Gao Shi snapped back to reality. He realized now wasn't the time to think about facing Su Yu. Without further hesitation, his forehead veins bulged as he began to forcefully erode Song Qinghuan's domain using his mental power advantage. The area they were fighting in gradually lost light, and simultaneously, his Xian Iron Sword's 9-fold attack became increasingly fierce. Song Qinghuan's mental power took a hit, and in that brief moment of distraction, Gao Shi seized the opportunity. With a sweeping strike, her evasive steps couldn't dodge in time. Song Qinghuan could only lift her spear to block, but the terrifying power of the ninefold attack sent her flying hundreds of meters. Her arms drooped, her spear fell from her grasp, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, leaving her unable to continue fighting. The outcome was decided. Instructor and medic Wei Yikuan immediately rushed to treat Song Qinghuan. Suyu watched silently from the side, feeling a pang of heartache, but he knew well that in this era, no one could afford to be a fragile flower in a greenhouse, and even if they could, Song Qinghuan wouldn't want to be. From the stage, Song Qinghuan immediately looked at Suyu, her eyes showing no hint of weakness, as if to say, "I can't challenge you this time, but I will next time." Ignoring the affectionate glances between the young couple, Wei Yikuan expressionlessly set Song Qinghuan's dislocated arm. Song Qinghuan wiped the blood from her mouth and gave Suyu a peace sign. On stage, Suyu mimed taking a photo, capturing the moment for her. On the other two stages, the battle situations were also becoming clear. Yao Yu's giant hammer created cracks in the ground, but she struggled to find an effective strategy against Su Yinshan's lightning-fast attacks. Her hair was already singed by electricity, and if not for the robust vitality of a martial artist, regenerating hair would be easy. However, for a girl, losing her beautiful hair was akin to a grave insult. Of course, as a martial artist, such superficial concerns were less important. Despite the audience's teasing, everyone understood that neither of the two was holding back. In the match between Wu Linlin and Yang Wanxian, although Yang Wanxian's weapon should have had an advantage over Wu Linlin's staff, the countless vines sprouting from the staff nullified that advantage. Wu Linlin's Bagua staff technique was endless and continuous, and her wood element abilities added infinite variations to her moves. In contrast, Yang Wanxian's abilities were tightly guarded against by Wu Linlin, quickly putting her at a significant disadvantage. Suyu observed the fight closely, harboring great wariness toward Yang Wanxian, a woman with glass abilities known as the Eye of Enchantment. If her mental power was strong enough, just a single glance was enough to make anyone obsessed with Yang Wanxian, willing to give up their life and everything they had. Wu Linlin was well aware of this particular ability of hers, thus always guarded against those enchanting eyes. If it weren't for the system having already analyzed her powers, Suyu might have fallen victim without even realizing it. However, what surprised Suyu wasn't just Yang Wanxian's power. Besides her captivating eyes, she could also render her presence almost undetectable. Unless you paid close attention, few would notice that she was a woman of perfect beauty and figure. Among the much-discussed genius beauties, Yang Wanxian's name was seldom mentioned. Because of this, Suyu considered Yang Wanxian undoubtedly one of the top 5 in the training camp. Moreover, he pondered a crucial question. If given the chance to acquire the ability of those enchanting eyes, should he choose it? Time flew by, and the top 5 were finally revealed. Unsurprisingly, all 5 from the upper-tier arena advanced to the finals. One of them was destined to get a bye in the last 5/4 round. After a half-hour break, Wei Yikuan took out 5 jade slips, allowing the contestants to draw their lots. In the audience, all eyes were on Xiao Qiao. She, who had been casually watching the show, suddenly realized everyone around her was looking at her with anticipation. She couldn't help but close her eyes and silently pray, "Let it be the captain who gets the bye. Let it be the captain." On the stage, Gao Shi and the others turned their gaze to Suyu. "Suyu, you go first," Gao Shi said. "If you draw the bye, we can directly choose our opponents." Suyu couldn't help but laugh, thinking, heaven knows, Xiao Qiao's ability isn't that absurd. If she could get whatever she wished for, wouldn't that be even more powerful than Lin Yan's reality-bending fantasies? He walked up to Wei Yikuan, closed his eyes, and randomly drew a jade slip from the bamboo tube. The moment the slip was pulled out, Wei Yikuan's expression changed instantly. When Suyu opened his eyes, the slip bore the characters "by." The other 4 displayed expressions of, as expected. Suyu looked over at the audience and found Xiao Qiao, thinking to himself, "Great, now you really can't explain this away." In the audience, Xiao Qiao saw Suyu get a bye in the draw, and she was momentarily stunned. She had just closed her eyes to pray, mainly because she felt the hopeful gazes around her. Now she understood that it wasn't her words that had any power, but merely a stroke of luck that had favored her. However, faced with the crowd rushing towards her, she opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to explain, feeling a bit nervous inside. On the high platform, the admissions directors exchanged glances. Dengji furrowed her brows in confusion, recalling the previous events and guessing it might just be a coincidence. Or perhaps Suyu was particularly lucky today. Qian Yun chuckled wryly, thinking that this year's tournament was indeed quite different from previous years. On the stage, the draw results were set. Suyu got a bye, Hao Jiming was to face Gao Shi, and Wu Linlin was paired with Su Yincheng. The early matchup between Hao Jiming and Gao Shi immediately sparked heated discussions among the audience. Interestingly, the previously scattered prodigies now gathered around Suyu's team, especially near Xiao Qiao's seat, which became highly sought after. Youngsters eagerly crowded, some even willing to share a chair. This scene made Xiao Xiao reminisce about the days when she had just awakened her abilities. Back then, her luck was extraordinary. Winning lottery tickets, finding money on the street, discovering blood crystals in the wilderness. In martial arts class, her opponents inexplicably lost their fighting spirit, and in strategy class, she always found the safest route. Her extreme luck attracted everyone's attention, and the principal even brought in a perception ability user to test her, confirming the presence of supernatural waves around her. Overnight, Xiao Xiao became the most sought-after person in the school and even the city. Everyone wanted to befriend her, and the city's top prodigy even transferred schools just to be her deskmate. At first, she often helped people by praying and wishing for their good fortune, hoping their dreams would come true. However, as time passed, when people realized her prayers and wishes had no real effect, their enthusiasm waned. Worse, her new deskmate and best friend blamed Xiao Xiao for her own misfortune during a training mishap, claiming that Xiao Xiao's luck was stolen from those around her. This accusation, coming from such a prominent figure, turned Xiao Xiao from a beloved figure into a pariah. Xiao Xiao knew this wasn't true but began to doubt if her ability was genuinely luck. Why couldn't she accelerate her friend's chi and blood enhancement? She fell into a whirlpool of confusion. Fortunately, despite her doubts, she maintained her optimistic nature. Even when everyone avoided her and kept their distance, she always wore a sincere, sunny smile, treating everyone kindly and wishing them well. To her, it seemed nothing had changed. Now, this sudden surge of attention stirred a bit of fear in her heart. Just moments ago, she was cheering for Suyu with a smile, but now she sat rigidly, her smile gone, feeling lost. Song Qinghuan noticed this keenly and glanced at Fuyu and Lin Yan. The two were initially puzzled but soon understood. Fuyu deliberately asked loudly, "Lin Yan, do you think you could be friends with someone with ulterior motives?" Lin Yan immediately responded, "I'm not that naive. I'd steer clear of such a person." Fuyu chimed in, "Yeah, who would be dumb enough to do that?" Their banter had the desired effect. The prodigies who were jostling for seats suddenly stopped and began to politely yield. "Do you want this seat?" "You take it. Thanks, I see you want to sit too." "No problem, I'll go over there." Hands reaching towards Xiao Xiao retracted one by one. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Xiao's tension eased. Lin Yan and the others continued discussing who was more likely to win between Gao Shi and Hao Jiming, as if nothing had happened. On the other side of the audience, Zhuge Yun watched this scene with a faint smile. He had carefully selected Su Yu's teammates. Fu Yu's mental abilities could fend off mental attacks from strong opponents, crucial in battles where tacticians often fell silently to such assaults. Lin Yan's ability to completely alter his appearance intrigued Zhuge Yun, hoping Lin Yan could serve as Su Yu's substitute. As for Xiao Xiao, she could be a tactical aide who could influence the battlefield at critical moments. Both Zhuge Yun and Su Yu shared a similar view on Xiao Xiao's abilities. Even if Xiao Xiao couldn't become a master warrior, as an ordinary tactician, she could still impact the battlefield. She didn't need to be exceptional or do much. Just being a competent tactician who could provide inspiration at key moments was enough. Zhuge Yun had thoroughly researched these three. Compared to the privileged Fu Yu and the eccentric Lin Yan, Xiao Xiao had clearly endured more. Few knew that she faced widespread criticism from her entire school and city for participating in this four-school training camp. They blamed her for draining the city's top prodigies' luck and opportunities, even attributing the city's declining exam results to her. Zhuge Yun personally visited her city. A girl once blessed with luck was unfairly labeled a harbinger of doom. His investigation revealed the truth. Xiao Xiao was merely a scapegoat for Yulian City's years of poor governance and educational failures. Seeing Lin Yan, Fu Yu, and others cheer Xiao Xiao up, Zhuge Yun smiled. Although these kids deviated slightly from his initial plan, the outcome was still satisfactory. If it weren't for Su Yu's sudden emergence, the duel between Gao Shi and Hao Jiming could easily be considered a preview of the finals. On the stage, the two unanimously recognized top-tier contenders were preparing for an epic showdown, with all eyes in the audience fixed on them. As the one who had a bye, Su Yu had the best seat to watch but found it challenging to take it all in. His was his first time witnessing these geniuses in action, and he didn't want to miss a single moment. The battle was about to start. Gao Shi wasted no time unleashing his powers, instantly shrouding the entire stage in pitch-black darkness. Hao Jiming closed his eyes, focusing on sensing his opponent's movements. Although Gao Shi's abilities were slowly draining his energy, the pace wasn't fast enough to cause panic for Hao Jiming. The audience gasped, "We can't see anything. Can anyone see?" Wei Ikuin waved his hand, casting a spell that enveloped the stage in a blue light shield. At the same time, a giant screen appeared above the arena, clearly displaying every move within the stage. The light shield also blocked external noise, ensuring the contestants wouldn't be disturbed. In the darkness, both geniuses were extremely cautious. Even with the visual advantage, Gao Shi didn't dare to make a reckless move, knowing that a single mistake could result in a barrage of attacks from Hao Jiming. The stage was eerily silent, and the audience clenched their fists in tension. Meanwhile, Su Yu's attention was completely drawn to the fierce battle on the adjacent stage. Wu Linlin had changed her tactics and immediately unleashed a powerful move. Countless giant trees sprang up from the stage, rushing towards Su Yincheng at an incredible speed, forcing him to leap into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Linlin closed in, her staff creating sonic booms as countless thorny vines simultaneously swept towards Su Yincheng. Su Yincheng was at a disadvantage, but didn't dare to let his guard down. His eyes flashed with lightning, and the terrifying voltage scorched the vines. Barely managing to fend off Wu Linlin's sweeping attack, he quickly gathered lightning for a counterattack, simultaneously using the Skynet Saber technique. The saber light, entwined with lightning, enveloped Wu Linlin. Wu Linlin blocked the saber with her staff, and the vines formed a shield to deflect most of the electric strikes. Despite this, after the exchange, she was shrouded in smoke, her outer garments completely destroyed, leaving only a wooden inner armor. Her exposed arms were covered in charred spots. Su Yincheng wasn't in much better shape. His clothes were tattered from the strikes, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The intense battle scenes sparked heated discussions among the audience. Some marveled at their strength, others questioned whether they had been holding back earlier, and some began reassessing their abilities in comparison to Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. Amidst the lively discussions, Lin Yin suddenly started to use his powers. Without anyone noticing, a tiny green plant with 2 leaves sprouted from his head. The principals on the high platform immediately noticed this phenomenon, their faces showing shock. However, before they could voice their admiration, Lin Yin slid off his chair in a strange posture, collapsing to the ground with his eyes rolled back. This sudden scene startled Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao, who were nearby. Witnessing the whole process, Fu Yu remained unfazed, a slight smile on his lips. No worries, he just exhausted his mental energy. He'll be fine after some rest. Hearing this, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qiao, concerned, asked if they should help Lin Yin up, to which Fu Yu calmly replied, "No need. He's too weak to stand right now, and if we lift him, he'll just fall again. He's fine as he is." He swore he wasn't envious of anyone else's powers. His own abilities were just fine. In the arena, the battle between Wu Linlin and Su Yincheng had reached a fever pitch. At the start, they clashed fiercely, their large-scale attacks sweeping across the stage like thunder. However, such a fierce onslaught didn't last long. It was clear that after a round of explosive abilities, both their mental reserves were nearly depleted. Wu Linlin adopted an aggressive strategy, forcing Su Yincheng to expend a considerable amount of mental energy along with her. As the residual effects of their abilities faded, the fight transitioned into a test of endurance. They exchanged blows, attacking and defending in turn, locked in a stalemate. Outside the ring, Su Yu observed their martial techniques intently. Whether it was Wu Linlin's agile and versatile staff techniques or Su Yincheng's steady and powerful guandao moves, he found plenty of inspiration. As a master of spear techniques, Su Yu was already contemplating how to incorporate these skills into his own style. He was so focused that he even forgot these two might be his opponents in the final match. On the other side of the arena, the situation had taken a new turn. Gao Shi, who had been under constant attack, suddenly launched a fierce assault after patiently wearing down his opponent's momentum. He charged at Hao Jiming with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful martial arts technique known as the Ninefold Strike. Hao Jiming was clearly prepared. Just as Gao Shi's heavy sword was about to strike his head, Hao Jiming activated his space warping ability. The gust of wind from the heavy sword blew through his hair, but didn't harm him at all. Gao Shi's attack missed, and due to the inertia, he found it hard to recover his stance. In that critical moment, Hao Jiming teleported to Gao Shi's left side and unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes. In the audience, many people began to marvel at the invincibility of space warping abilities in unknown duels. However, their words were cut short as the situation on the stage reversed once again. Despite appearing unable to recover, Gao Shi managed to forcibly alter the trajectory of his heavy sword in a split second, sweeping it precisely towards Hao Jiming. This moment of clash was so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Clang! A loud crash echoed as the heavy sword collided with the long sword. Hao Jiming was sent flying several meters like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Gao Shi successfully counterattacked, he also sustained multiple injuries, with blood seeping from his wounds. The fierce duel between the two prodigies raged on. After being sent flying, Hao Jiming wasted no time, using spatial shift to instantly appear above Gao Shi, unleashing a torrent of sword strikes. The audience could barely keep up, unable to track Hao Jiming's movements. However, Gao Shi seemed to anticipate his attack, deftly rolling away to avoid the deadly blow. Seeing his attack miss, Hao Jiming immediately struck again. Just as Gao Shi landed from his roll, Hao Jiming flashed to his location, launching a series of rapid thrusts. His speed was breathtaking, far exceeding the limits of ordinary reflexes. Just as the audience thought this strike would be unavoidable, Gao Shi suddenly leapt up, unleashing power beyond his current level. The two clashed again, trading blows. Hao Jiming spat blood as he was struck, while Gao Shi also bore several wounds. As Hao Jiming's life force was continuously drained, his face grew paler than Gao Shi's. He knew full well that continuing to trade injuries like this would lead to his defeat. The audience gasped at the intense shifts in the battle. Someone curiously asked, why can Gao Shi always react precisely to Hao Jiming's spatial shifts? Song Qinghuan explained, because the darkness is Gao Shi's domain. Within his domain, he can sense Hao Jiming wherever he appears. She recalled her own experiences mastering the ice domain in the domain battles with Gao Shi. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more curious. Someone asked, Qinghuan, can Suyu do the same? I remember your abilities also showing a similar domain effect. Song Qinghuan nodded slightly. There's no reason to hide it. He probably can. Wow, so spatial shifting isn't invincible after all, someone exclaimed. Why can't my abilities create such a domain? So jealous. Then it seems Gao Shi is bound to win, right? He's continuously draining Hao Jiming's life force, and spatial shifting isn't affecting him. Isn't he unbeatable? Many prodigies in the audience nodded in agreement. However, Suyu, who was also watching the battle, shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. On the stage, Hao Jiming realized that his spatial shift ambushes were completely ineffective. His opponent would seize the opportunity to trade injuries, accelerating his life force depletion. A previously foolproof tactic had finally met its match. As Gao Shi attacked again with his heavy sword, Hao Jiming used spatial shift to create distance. At that moment, Gao Shi frowned slightly, while a faint smile appeared on Hao Jiming's face. He thought to himself, winning might not be that hard after all. Gao Shi wanted to shout, if you're a man, stop running away. He believed that if it were Suyu, he would find a way to provoke Hao Jiming into a direct confrontation. Many taunting words came to mind, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. After a long pause, he finally yelled, stop running if you have the guts. On the sidelines, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Gao Shi really was socially awkward. Hao Jiming calmly responded to Gao Shi's taunt, there's no way I'm going head-to-head with you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shi charged again, sword swinging. Hao Jiming immediately used spatial shift, appearing at the opposite end of the stage, maintaining maximum distance from his opponent. Despite growing paler from life force depletion, Hao Jiming knew that Gao Shi's mental energy was likely being drained even more severely. The prodigies in the audience, who had been expecting an intense battle, were dumbfounded. This is too shameless. If he can't win, he just runs, waiting for his opponent's mental energy to deplete. It's completely unreasonable. Earlier we said Hao Jiming had met his match, but now it seems we underestimated how annoying his ability can be. Doesn't spatial shifting consume mental energy too? Not sure, but it seems even Suyu would have a hard time against him. This guy just refuses to fight, waiting for you to make a mistake. He's like a stage bully. Song Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly. Facing such an almost unbeatable ability on stage, she also worried about the challenges Suyu might face in the future. In the best viewing spot, Suyu remained relaxed. Seeing Gao Shi's flushed face, he knew the poor guy was racking his brain to provoke Hao Jiming but couldn't bring himself to say the words. If he were on stage, he guaranteed he'd make Hao Jiming feel worse than losing, even if he won. Of course, unlike Gao Shi, dealing with Hao Jiming wouldn't require such passivity. Though he had a strategy in mind, Suyu couldn't help but envy Hao Jiming's ability. He imagined combining spatial shift with his scarecrow puppet technique, making him nearly invincible in both escaping and faking death scenarios. From the high platform, Ping Wanwen commented with a smile, Gao Shi still needs to temper his temperament. This won't do on the battlefield in the future. Lao Ping's concerns sparked a discussion about Gao Shi's combat style. Chu Yiqing calmly expressed understanding, suggesting that a real life-and-death battle would bring out a different side of Gao Shi. Ping Wanwen suddenly understood and smiled, reminiscing about Chu Yiqing's former shyness. Qi Tianwu immediately chimed in, emphasizing the importance of a rogue friend, hinting at Suyu. The principals exchanged knowing glances at Suyu, as if he were the very rogue capable of changing others' personalities. In the arena, Gao Shi's mental strength finally waned, and the darkness enveloping the area began to dissipate. Despite this, Hao Jiming remained vigilant, pacing the edge of the arena. Gao Shi, feeling frustrated, complained that his opponent wouldn't face him directly. Before he could finish his sentence, Hao Jiming had already executed several spatial shifts, effortlessly neutralizing Gao Shi's final attempt to devour his vitality. In the end, Hao Jiming's longsword pressed against Gao Shi's chest, sending him out of the arena. Meanwhile, on another platform, Wu Linlin secured a hard-fought victory through technical prowess. In contrast to Gao Shi's frustration, Su Yinqing fought until the last drop of blood. Thus, the final spot in the top four was decided. Wei Yikuan granted the two contestants an hour to recover. After the break, the showdown between Gao Shi and Su Yinqing officially commenced. Gao Shi immediately covered the entire arena in darkness, ignoring Su Yinqing's lightning attacks and wielding his heavy black iron sword in a fierce onslaught. Su Yinqing was utterly overwhelmed by the relentless barrage and was eventually hurled out of the arena, his head buzzing. In the 5-4 match, Su Yinqing experienced the most brutal defeat, enduring both hard and soft attacks. With the conclusion of this fast-paced battle, the list of the top 4 in the training camp was officially confirmed. Su Yu, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Gao Shi emerged as the standouts of this year's joint training session among the 4 schools. The semifinals have begun. Since Gao Shi and Hao Jiming already faced each other in the previous round, Su Yu's opponent would have to be one of them. These 3 are recognized as the top-tier contestants, and any match between 2 of them is bound to be the highlight of the day. The moment for the draw arrived. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming stood apart, waiting. Su Yu and Wu Linlin stepped onto the stage to draw lots. "You go ahead." Su Yu gestured to Wu Linlin. Wu Linlin nodded and, closing her eyes, reached into the bamboo tube. Wei Yikuan, standing nearby, watched this scene with puzzlement, wondering why these kids always close their eyes while drawing lots. Noticing the instructor's confusion, Su Yu smiled and explained, "Instructor, closing our eyes is mainly for the ceremonial feel." Wu Linlin nodded vigorously in agreement. Wu Linlin drew out a jade slip, and the large screen immediately focused on it. The entire audience held their breath, waiting for the names to appear. As soon as the character Hao appeared, the crowd erupted. Su Yu versus Gao Shi. Hao Jiming against Wu Linlin. So Hao Jiming is basically in the finals already? The final is going to be Su Yu versus Hao Jiming, right? Why? Can Su Yu escape Gao Shi's Dark Devour? It's really hard to say who will win. I think it's a 5,050 chance. Neither can afford to make a mistake. But Wu Linlin against Hao Jiming is pretty much guaranteed to make it to the finals. The audience buzzed with discussions. On the stage, Wu Linlin, who was predicted to lose, remained calm. To her, the odds of winning were slim regardless of the opponent. In contrast, Gao Shi, who was considered to have a 50 chance, looked bitter. He had already thought of an explanation for his father. There were 2 opponents in the top 4 who countered him, so it wasn't that he didn't want to win. With the matchup set, the 4 contestants jumped onto the stage. Su Yu looked at Gao Shi with anticipation in his eyes. "Gao Shi, I've watched you fight for so long. Now it's our turn." Gao Shi nodded. "Yes, I won't give up." The audience was in an uproar. Did Gao Shi say he won't give up? Is he already thinking about losing? Is he still injured? The crowd was shocked. Only Song Qinghuan remained calm. She had been able to mostly counter Gao Shi's abilities when they fought. With Su Yu's stronger mental power, she thought Gao Shi might prefer to face Hao Jiming again. On the 2 stages, battles were about to begin. Wu Linlin quickly summoned numerous vines to protect herself. Hao Jiming ignored these obstacles and appeared directly in front of her through spatial manipulation. The vines tried to block him, but he teleported again. After a few exchanges, Hao Jiming seized an opportunity and slashed her throat with his sword. The fight ended in less than a minute. The unbeatable nature of spatial manipulation in the ring was once again perfectly demonstrated. The audience gasped. That was too fast. Is this really the semifinals? Get used to it. I've been saying that Hao Jiming, Gao Shi, and Su Yu are in a league of their own. After quickly finishing his fight, Hao Jiming turned his attention to the other stage. Wu Linlin tended to her wounds while keeping a close eye on the big screen. Su Yinqing, Yuan Hongjing, and Bu Shiming, who had been eliminated earlier, also watched intently. As top 10, even top 5 or top 4 talents, they felt immense pressure from Hao Jiming's swift victory. On the other stage, Gao Shi didn't immediately use his abilities, and Su Yu wasn't in a hurry to end the fight. They seemed more like they were sparring. Gao Shi's 9-fold stacking technique began to strain Su Yu. Realizing that Gao Shi's energy couldn't sustain the 4th stack, Su Yu said, "Gao Shi, let me experience your ability." Gao Shi nodded, and darkness enveloped the arena. Feeling his energy recover, Gao Shi was surprised but didn't hesitate to use the 5th stack of 9-fold stacking against Su Yu. Since Su Yu wasn't using his abilities to counter, Gao Shi wouldn't miss this chance. Clang! Su Yu was pushed back several steps, using almost all his strength to block the attack. He wasn't underestimating Gao Shi, he just wanted to test his own power. It seemed that top talents like Gao Shi should have around 1,000 points in system attributes. With an answer in mind, Su Yu no longer cared about the absorbed energy and began to counterattack with full force. His spear thrusts, glowing with cold light, forced Gao Shi to use 9-fold stacking to defend. The continuous clashes between the spear and the heavy sword made Gao Shi increasingly serious. He had thought he would lose due to Su Yu's abilities, but now it seemed Su Yu didn't need them to push him to the brink. With no other choice, Gao Shi shrank the darkness to just their fighting area. Su Yu could easily leap out, but he didn't. Gao Shi had cooperated with Su Yu to test his strength, so Su Yu would stay and fight Heaton. Gao Shi roared, "Su Yu, This is my strongest attack. Be careful. The heavy sword swung down with 6 shadows, aiming directly at Suyu. As his energy was rapidly absorbed, Suyu instantly regained his peak state. He met the attack head-on, his spear clashing with the heavy sword, and then thrust towards Gao Shi's neck. Gao Shi withdrew his ability, a small red dot appearing on his neck. Suyu also retracted his spear. They saluted each other, and Gao Shi jumped off the stage. The audience was dead silent. Su Yinsheng, who had been defeated by Gao Shi, stared in disbelief. Wu Linlin was also stunned, seeing traces of her family's 8 trigram staff technique in Su Yu's final spear move. Everyone else was left speechless. Su Yu's victory was even more shocking than Hao Jiming's quick win. In the silence, someone murmured, Su Yu hasn't even used his abilities yet, has he? As the words sank in, everyone felt a chill. Were there 3 top-tier contestants? Or just 2? Or perhaps only 1? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.